Drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just text APPLY NOW to 88909 right now to get started. That's APPLY NOW to 88909. Auto financing the easy way. Text APPLY NOW to 88909.
Giants baseball, nothing like it.
Here's a long drive to right. It's headed for the bay.
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco.
And that ball is smoked. Deep left field, and there it goes. Over the 354 sign and halfway up in the bleachers. And it is 2-0 Cleveland just like that. 23rd home run of the year for Jose Ramirez.
And Wilmer lines one softly to right field. That's going to get down base hit. Here comes Estrada around third, and he will score. It's 5-2.
Change up. There's a high drive into left field deep. Kwan at the warning track. Kwan at the wall. He leaps. Goodbye! A 3-run homer! And he has tied the game! What a moment for J.D. Davis.
Wade hits a fly ball left field. Kwan going back on it. Kwan will make the catch. Bailey's going to test him. He's tagging. Here comes a throw. The slide. He's safe at home plate. Kwan made a great throw, and Patrick Bailey just barely made it in, but he did. And the Giants, for the second time in this series, have a walk-off win. Lamont Wade Jr., the hero again.
And that should do it.
Lamont Wade Jr. walks it off for the Giants again as they get the win in the Game 3 rubber series against the Cleveland Guardians. What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher back on the leadoff spot with Overnight Dave behind the glass, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning, taking you all the way to some Thursday night football, and taking you up to the 49ers Week 2 matchup against the LA Rams. But to start the show on a Thursday morning, we got to talk about what happened on a late Wednesday afternoon. And after late night Lamont sent the Giants home happy on Monday night with a walk-off RBI knock, here he was again in a late lunch special. Yeah, it wasn't late night Lamont. It was late lunch Lamont Wade. Gets the job done. Hits the sac fly. You heard it right there on the show open. Stephen Kwan, the Bay Area kid, almost throws out Patrick Bailey at home, but P. Bailey slides in there safe. Giants win the game. Giants win the series and wrap up a 6-game homestand with a 5-1 record.
Did good enough for us to win.
Yeah, back-to-back series wins, and first time since it feels like forever. And it kind of felt like a lot of the Giants games earlier this season, when they were winning comeback games left and right. They're one of the best come-from-behind teams in baseball the first half of the season. And that's why, for a majority of the year, it felt like you could never count this Giants lineup out. Now, fast forward to the last couple months, where this Giants lineup has been one of the worst in baseball, where they're top 10 in strikeouts, bottom 10 in home runs, and then you throw in all the defensive miscues and everything like that. And yeah, they're not winning a lot of these close ball games, and they're not coming back and winning these games. But we saw the Giants do it twice in this series. And in extra innings, they've got their secret weapon, Camilo Duvall, to go out there to shut it down. He gets the win yesterday. And I'm just glad we're seeing Camilo Duvall back in our lives, because there was about a 2-week span where he wasn't even getting on the field because the Giants aren't winning any games. But as I said, back-to-back series wins, wrap up this homestand, going 5-1. And yeah, I get it. It's against the Cleveland Guardians and the Colorado Rockies. Well, the good news for the San Francisco Giants is today they start their road trip out in Colorado for 4 games. Then they'll stop by for 2 games in Arizona, see the Dodgers for 4 games before they come back home for their final 2 series of the season against the Padres and the Dodgers. So here it is right in front of you. I know the Giants aren't competing for the NL West, but as John Miller likes to say, they are competing for the quote-unquote wild card division. And what they're really competing for is that third wild card spot. And after getting the win yesterday, they're a half game out. That's it. They're in striking distance. And so you can look around the league and look at the Cubs and the D-backs both losing yesterday. I believe the Reds and the Marlins also won. But now you're kind of mixed in that kind of mumbo-jumbo of trying to get into the postseason. And we spent a lot of time yesterday even talking if the Giants were legit postseason contenders or not. Well, if they get the performances that we saw yesterday from J.D. Davis, from Wilmer Flores, from Thairo Estrada, maybe this team can make an end-of-the-year push. Because really, that's what we've been waiting for. We've been waiting for these veterans to step up. Because the theme to the year for the San Francisco Giants has been let the kids play. And the kids have done a pretty damn good job this year. It was great to see Patrick Bailey back behind home plate yesterday, coming off that 7-day concussion list. Adios, Joey Bart. They shipped him back out to Sacramento. But it was cool to see Patrick Bailey behind home plate for Kyle Harrison, who, of course, we all know is the top pitching prospect in the Giants system. And I think everybody saw the same thing I saw yesterday while I was at Oracle Park. It wasn't the greatest performance for Kyle. He ends up only going 4 innings, throwing 82 pitches, gets charged for 3 runs, 3 earned runs after allowing 5 on the day. And it all kind of started off in that first inning when Jose Ramirez took him deep. And look, Jose Ramirez is one of the best baseball players in baseball. But when you're Kyle Harrison and you're trying to compete at the top of the zone with your fastball, if you don't get it up high enough, big league hitters are going to make you pay. And that's exactly what Jose Ramirez did in the first inning. Also a first inning where I noticed Kyle Harrison was only really throwing 92, 93 miles per hour. Now, later on in the game, I don't know if he had to kind of get loosened out or what. You would think on a hot day his arm would be loose enough and he'd be firing bullets. He got up to 94, 95. Not the 96, 97, 98 that we've seen before from Kyle Harrison. And I know that's something that Gabe talked about after the game and whether or not there was any fatigue issues for Kyle. I don't know. Again, it's only, his 4th or 5th start? But we've seen it multiple times now with that long ball being an issue. I'm not going full John Lund. I'm not going to start calling the kid Home Run Harry. I'm not going to do that because I do still think he has stuff that plays at the major league level. But there's a difference between throwing 92 versus 95, 96. And Jose Ramirez made him pay in that first inning. And then when he was trying to get out of that inning, here comes a Casey Schmidt error. Here comes Casey Schmidt throwing a ball away at first base that J.D. Davis cannot dig out. And you know what that means, Dave? That's error number 101 on the season.
Doesn't mean I like that.
No, I don't like it at all, Dave. I'm a fan of a 101 Dalmatians. I'm not a fan of 101 errors, if we're being completely honest with you. And we talked a lot yesterday about these defensive issues and how it was such an emphasis in the offseason to improve defensively. So, Dave, I said, why not look it up? Turns out the Giants had 100 errors last year. So now they're actually worse defensively this season. And they're almost to a point where they're going to have more errors this season than they have splash hits on the splash hit counter. I think that's up to 102 now. Giants are at 101, but hey, whatever. Again, you can't complain when the Giants get the comeback win because after those errors in the first inning, after Kyle lets up 4 in the first, another one in the second, Josh Naylor gets an RBI knock, I'm sitting out at the ball game thinking, damn, here we go again. This is going to be a long day for Giants fans. But then here came the bullpen. Here came Alex Wood, a guy that's been pretty vocal this year about not really loving the role that he's been in, whether it's as a starter, a relief pitcher, a kind of mop-up guy at the end of the game. But yesterday, he came in with one of his best performances of the year. Threw 4 shutout innings yesterday, really kept the Giants in this game. And then Tyler Rogers comes in for a 9th, pitches for 2 outs, and here comes Camilo Doval with the 2-inning, or I guess 1 1/3 win. He sets the Giants up to go into extra innings. And, of course, this all came after guys like Wilmer Flores stepped up with an RBI knock to score Thairo Estrada. And it came after J.D. Davis went deep to tie the ball game 5-5. On a ball where we were all holding our breath whether or not Stephen Kwan was going to go up and rob that ball in left field. But it got over his head. Then we get to the extra innings. Brandon Crawford comes off the bench, does a great job working a walk. Shout out the standing ovation Brandon Crawford got yesterday. Again, we're kind of doing the countdown, maybe talking about the last 15, 16, 17 games for Brandon Crawford as a San Francisco Giant.
I can imagine anything.
Yeah, but it was cool to see him get on base. And it was really cool to see Lamont Wade Jr. do what he did on Monday night. Gets the sac fly. Stephen Kwan almost throws out Patrick Bailey at home plate. He's able to get around the side, and next thing you know, we're celebrating. We're drinking at noon, Dave. I know we usually save that for a Thursday, but boy, oh boy, I was drinking yesterday. I had to. It was the last Giants day game of the year during the weekday, I should point out. And so shout out to everybody who showed up, 26,000. Still trying to get those attendance numbers up a little bit, but hey, if they continue to stay a half game away in this wild card race, I think the fans are going to show up and support their San Francisco Giants because I think all these fans want to see a winning baseball team. The question is, are the Giants a winning baseball team? Well, right now they have a winning record, 75-71, and they're a half game out from that last wild card spot. So we'll keep you updated on everything about the San Francisco Giants wild card race, their road trip that starts today out in Colorado, our guy Logan Webb being on the bump. Still has that 10-12 record. I hate staring at that in the box score, but hopefully the Giants get a win with Webb on the mound today, get him some run support. He'll be matched up against Chase Anderson, and I know the Giants have dominated the Rockies. What have they won? 16 out of the last 17 matchups, but you never know at Coors Field. Things can get crazy, but hopefully not crazy enough for the Giants. That game is at 5:40 today. Pregame coverage will start right here on KNBR at 4:40 as well, and I'm sure we're going to talk about that weekend series with Sean Estes coming up on the Murph and Mac Show. But we're also going to start talking about this 49ers and Rams Week 2 matchup. Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday at Levi Stadium, gave us an injury update on guys like Dre Greenlaw, who wasn't at practice. Trent Williams took a rest day yesterday. Luckily for the 49ers, it seemed like they escaped Week 1, really not having too many serious injuries, but we'll give you an update on Dre Greenlaw, and we'll start breaking down the game plan for the 49ers and how they're going to try to beat a Rams team that really put the beat down on the Seattle Seahawks last week. A game that I don't think anybody really saw coming. A game where you had Matthew Stafford without Cooper Kupp lighting up the Seahawks defensive backfield that is supposed to be one of the better defensive backfields in the entire NFL. So we'll break down some of those matchups and talk about this Rams defense, even without Jalen Ramsey and Bobby Wagner, and whether or not they're going to make some problems for Brock Purdy and this 49er offense. We'll get into some NFL talk on the other side with that sound from Kyle Shanahan, and we can even take a look at tonight's Thursday night matchup, our first NFL Prime video game of the year. You guys all know how much I love all the streaming services and having to bounce around. Now I'm going to have to pull up my laptop and an extra TV just to watch the Giants and the Thursday night game and all that stuff. And hell, I was even thinking about maybe going out to the San Jose Giants game tonight. They're playing in the playoffs down at old San Jose Muni as well. So a lot going on. Going to be interested to see how the Vikings bounce back tonight after losing to Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last week. Interesting story going around right now of Baker Mayfield deciphering the play calls and the audibles for the Minnesota Vikings. Not really great news if Baker Mayfield is the mastermind about taking down your defense. And now they got to go up against one of the better defenses in the NFL, the Philadelphia Eagles tonight. Eagles are a 6-point favorite. Wouldn't be surprised if they cover that spread. They beat the Patriots last week, and they'll look to improve to 2-0 this year as they're a team that we're going to be keeping an eye on all year long, especially after what happened last year in the NFC Championship game. But boy, we're a long way away from those NFC Championship games. It's only week 2 of the NFL season, and it all starts tonight. Amazon Prime Video, Vikings, Eagles. I'm taking the Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly. I'm not betting on Kirk Cousins, especially in a primetime game. You know that's an absolute no-no. But how about we get into the primetime game of the 49ers and the Rams this weekend? And the Niners going to SoFi South, or should I say Levi South. And how about this story about them wearing their home uniforms this weekend? We'll get into that on the other side as well and let you know about the disrespect. And some sound from Nick Bosa talking about the traveling 49er fan base headed down to L.A. this weekend for their Week 2 matchup against the Rams. It's a Thursday morning. It's the Water Boy, and we're drinking at noon on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. My off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
3rd and goal. Stafford under center. Kyron Williams behind him. Higbee in motion. Handoff left side. Barreling in for the first touchdown of a new season. It's Kyron Williams. Touchdown. 2nd and goal. From the 7 and the left hash. Stafford gets the play off. Hands off. Kyron left side. Jump cut. End zone. He's done it again. Touchdown, Kyron Williams.
2nd down, 11 on the Steeler 19. This is the 9th play of the drive. Purdy out of the shotgun, looks right the whole way and throws for Ayuk. Well covered. Caught by Brandon Ayuk anyway. Touchdown. Purdy under center, just checking a true eye. McCaffrey the tail. They stack Ayuk and Debo tight right. Kittle is left. Purdy gonna take. Play action and McCaffrey looks left, throws for the end zone. Wide open. Brandon Ayuk. Touchdown.
You found the leadoff spot with your host, the Water Boy.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hey, Stafford! Blank the Rams!
Touchdown!
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Thursday morning. Yes, indeed, it is the Waterboy Marcus Boucher getting you ready for week 2 of the NFL season. Kicks off tonight with the Eagles and the Vikings squaring off on Thursday Night Football. But our focus is on this weekend's matchup between the Rams and the 49ers. And as our good friend Ronnie Lott likes to say, it's Rams week, baby. I don't care who's playing quarterback. I don't care who's not playing defense anymore for the LA Rams, who's in, who's out, and how bad I talk about how bad I thought the Rams are going to be. They showed up in week 1, and I feel like silenced a lot of haters by putting a beat down on the Seattle Seahawks 30-13. And Matthew Stafford was out there with Tutu Atwell and Puka Nacua, with wide receivers that people have never heard of in their lives, putting up stats on the Seattle Seahawks defensive backfield, who went out and drafted a corner with their top 5 pick, who had one of the best defensive backfields in the league last year. And now they find themselves in an 0-1 hole. Now they got to take on the Detroit Lions this weekend, too. That's going to be a tough matchup. But we're focusing on the matchup between the Rams and the 49ers this weekend. Two teams who are 1-0, which means someone's O has got to go. And the way Las Vegas is looking at it, it's going to be the Rams, because the 49ers are an 8-point favorite, which, again, I believe the 49ers are the better team, but 8 points is a lot, especially in a division game, especially when it's a team like the Rams that know you so well. So we'll give you our official picks against the spread tomorrow in Bobby Boucher's Best Bets, but I did want to start looking at this matchup this weekend and also give a couple shout-outs to a guy you heard in the rejoin right there, Brandon Ayuk, who was named the NFC Player of the Week. Hell, it might have been just the NFL Offensive Player of the Week, Dave, because he went out there and had 8 catches on 8 targets, 129 yards, and 2 touchdowns. After Patrick Peterson was out here talking about how he's got tails in the 49ers offense. There's actually some really good sound right now of the mic'd up footage from the 49ers game this past weekend of Debo and Ayuk kind of joking on the sideline about how Patrick Peterson had these quote-unquote tails. And then Brandon Ayuk went out there, diced them up, and had 2 touchdowns. So I wanted to give a shout-out to Brandon Ayuk, and I also wanted to take a quick look at the injury report before we start looking at some of these matchups. Because maybe the best news after the win in Pittsburgh was that everybody left relatively healthy. Now, I say relatively because Dre Greenlaw did not practice yesterday, and now he's on the injury list with a groin injury. Now, we shouldn't freak out too much because I saw reports yesterday from Levi's that Dre was working by himself on the side, running sprints, so it looks like he's on track to play, which means fantastic news for the 49ers defense. When you have Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner, arguably one of the best linebacker duos in the entire NFL. So on the injury front, it looks like the 49ers are good to go. Meanwhile, they're taking on an LA Rams team that does not have Cooper Kupp. He's on the IR. They're taking on a Rams team that doesn't have Bobby Wagner anymore, a Rams team that traded away Jalen Ramsey, even though he's hurt right now with the Dolphins. So it's a team that looks a little different, but again, when Sean McVay is still out there calling plays, when he's got the familiarity he does with Kyle Shanahan and this 49ers team, I think it is going to be a close, intriguing matchup. But from what I saw in week 1 from the 49ers, how could you not pick them to win this game? Hell, how could you not pick them as maybe one of the top teams in the NFL? I know everybody's leaking out their week 1 power rankings and placing the 49ers all over the map, whether it's one of the top teams, whether it's behind teams like the Cowboys or whatever. I don't know. It's week 1. I really don't need to get into the power ranking discussions. But if you ask Kyle Shanahan, he actually thinks the 49ers could have performed better in week 1, which is kind of crazy to think about because they went into Pittsburgh, gave Mike Tomlin his worst ever home opener beatdown, and they won the game 30-7. But here was Kyle yesterday at the podium breaking down the 49ers week 1 performance and how he thinks they can even perform better this weekend against the Rams.
Usually it's off the tape, and the tape to me wasn't totally what everyone thinks. There's lots of, it wasn't our best performance. It's there's a lot of things in there that could have gone a different way. A bunch. The way we ended at the second quarter, not scoring on offense, not running the clock out before you gave it back to them, giving up an 80-yard drive before half, giving up a 40-yarder on a 3rd and 1, possible touchdown on the 3rd play of the game. Fortunately, they missed it. They tried to come back to it like 4 times, but they got the wrong coverages then. There's lots of stuff that goes into it, but sometimes games just get away, and it got away real fast because we broke a 60-yarder on play 2 in the 3rd quarter, and after that, it was pretty easy.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty easy win. And that's why I think most people will say, it was a flawless victory. Well, not that flawless. You heard some of the mistakes that Kyle was talking about. He was pretty critical about that first half touchdown drive at the end of the second quarter, and how the 49ers defense probably should have put the clamps down on the Steelers. Well, they did the entire second half with another second half shutout. And also, if you want to talk about how it wasn't a flawless victory, of course, we've been talking about that Colton McKivitz TJ Watt matchup for a couple of days, and now we're going to see how this 49ers offense performs against Aaron Donald this weekend. And here's the thing. We all know how damn good Aaron Donald is. There's a reason why he's getting paid $31 million per year. There's a reason why he was the Defensive Player of the Year. And now he's out here talking about how he wants to reintroduce himself to the league this year. And I'm like, excuse me, Aaron. I didn't need you to reintroduce yourself. I know who the hell you are. But apparently he's playing with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. And this comes after a lot of speculation this offseason about whether or not he would retire. Well, guess what? Number 99 is back in the middle of that Rams defense. And so it's going to be a huge matchup. Not even for Colton McKivitz, but inside for Aaron Banks, for Spencer Burford, for Jake Brendel, and a couple guys who have seen him before. So here is Kyle Shanahan talking about that familiarity and how number 99 stands out. And also Matthew Stafford, of course, who's had his ups and downs and has his past relationship with Kyle Shanahan. And, of course, the story's about going down to Mexico and Sean McVay and how he ended up with the Rams. But here's Kyle talking about the familiarity between Matthew Stafford, Aaron Donald, the Rams, and the 49ers.
We have such a history and just, with the coaching staffs being similar for so long and the players being similar for so long. So, there's a lot of new guys out there, them playing in one game and, trying to figure out some of their new players that you don't have a history with. But once you turn on the tape and try to see it, you don't know some of the guys, but you definitely know 99 and you know the quarterback. And then you watch the schemes and nothing's really different. It's 2 really good schemes on both sides of the ball and 2 great players and looks very similar. And that's the result was very similar to what they've had in the past.
And that's the thing. When you have Aaron Donald anchoring that defense, look what they did to the Seahawks this past weekend. Kenny Walker, Zach Charbonnet, the rookie out of UCLA. They ran 18 times for 85 yards. Kenny Walker, 12 carries, 64 yards. You look at what they did against Geno Smith, taking him down 2 times, sacking him twice. Geno threw for 112 yards this weekend. This was Mr. Comeback Player of the Year. This is Mr. They wrote me off and they didn't write back. Well, I guess that pen ran out of ink to start the season because the Seahawks offense put up a lousy 13 points against his Rams defense. And again, a Rams defense that doesn't even have Bobby Wagner anymore. Now he's back in Seattle. Jalen Ramsey's gone, so they missed a lot of pieces. And that's why I think a lot of people thought, well, the Rams really don't have high expectations this year. But it's the Rams. And that's why, again, I think the 49ers got to focus and take this week serious. I think that's why Kyle Shanahan was critical of the 49ers' performance, even though they went out and beat the Steelers 30-7, because he doesn't want his team to get complacent. He doesn't want to start hearing about the power rankings and how great the 49ers are. No, you got to set the standard of excellence, and that's what they're trying to achieve. And, of course, the end goal is to get back to the Super Bowl, which all starts with winning your division, which starts with winning games against teams like the Rams, the Seahawks, and obviously also the Arizona Cardinals. So here again is Kyle continuing to break down this matchup and talking about the biggest challenges he sees in facing off against Sean McVay.
Aaron Donald being on it would be the number one thing. But, they got some really good players, but they're always going to be sound. They're always going to have a good scheme. They're always going to put their players in good positions. I mean, starting with the offense, which is where it starts with Sean, but it's been no different with the defense and special teams either. Those guys are always coached up well. They're ready to go, and they know how to put their really good players in real good situations.
Yeah, and it's a team that obviously, you don't need me to tell you this, you see them twice every time during the regular season. And in the regular season, Kyle Shanahan has had a lot of success against Sean McVay. You want to look at last season, they swept him 2 in a row. 2021, regular season, won twice. Now, of course, they lost in the NFC Championship game, but hey, we're talking about regular season matchups. Because if you go back for 2020, 49ers swept them. 2019, 49ers swept them. So they've got an 8-game winning streak during the regular season. Now, I don't know if continuity counts towards the playoffs and losing an NFC Championship game. In my opinion, that probably breaks their winning streak, but still, in the regular season, the 49ers have gotten the better of this LA Rams team. But we're talking a lot about the familiarity. What about the unknown? What about some of these new guys for the Seattle Seahawks? Whether it's a Tutu Atwell, who went out this past weekend and put up 119 yards receiving on 6 catches. What if it's Puka Nacua? That's right, Puka Blanken Nacua. 10 catches this weekend on 15 targets, 119 yards. There was a lot of talk about the demise of Matthew Stafford, especially last year with that elbow injury. Who knows if maybe he was dealing with some UCL issues. Seems like he's kind of figured that out and has got back to that Matthew Stafford vintage form. And now he's got a couple new weapons to play with without his guy Cooper Kupp. Here's Kyle Shanahan breaking down the Rams' newest wide receivers and maybe some of the newest wide receivers you got on your fantasy team, Tutu Atwell and Puka Nacua.
Looked at him a lot in college. Tutu is as fast as anyone. I mean, he's one of those premier play-action, top-level guys, that everyone in this type of offense, ours, theirs, play-action offense, they really want a guy like that. You can tell that's why they took him. He's premier at that. When you look at Nacua, he's a very tough physical football player. He reminds me a lot of Juwan. He's going to get after it on every play. The game's not too big for him, and when you can put those guys in the right spots and you got a quarterback like they do, they can be pretty lethal.
And that's the thing we saw this past weekend with Matthew Stafford against the Seahawks. Him delivering the rock. And it's going to be up to this 49ers defense to put pressure and put Matthew Stafford on his back. That's how you disrupt him. Don't let him get comfortable in the pocket. We all know how good he is as a pocket quarterback. But if you get him outside of the pocket, you put pressure on him, that's when Matthew Stafford starts making errors. That's when he starts making mistakes. So whether it is a Drake Jackson, who had 3 sacks last week, whether it's Javon Hargrave up the middle, who had a sack, or even maybe a Javon Kinlaw, who had 2 or 3 pressures this past week as well. Hell, I'll throw in an Eric Armstead. And, of course, we're going to throw in number 97, Nick Bosa, who's looking for his first sack of the season, and maybe he'll get it in front of a bunch of 49er fans down at SoFi, a.k.a. Levi South, because there was a lot of talk this past weekend about 49er fans traveling out to Pittsburgh. Hell, there's been a lot of talk the last couple years about 49er fans traveling. I've seen it firsthand, whether it's them taking over Allegiant Stadium over in Las Vegas or multiple times down in L.A. when they do face off against the Rams. And that's why this weekend you're going to see a sea of red. And you know what else you're going to see that's the color red? The 49ers home jerseys. How about this? The report came out yesterday that the 49ers will be wearing their home reds this weekend in Los Angeles. Like, you want to talk about the disrespect. Or maybe this is just like the Rams leaning into it. Like, all right, whatever. We don't have fans. We pump in fake crowd noise. We'll just we'll have the 49ers wear their home jerseys. We'll be the away team. I'm sure they'll probably be out there with a silent count. Remember a couple years ago, Matthew Stafford's wife was complaining about how they had to deal with a silent count at home? Well, hey, that's your fault. You built a stadium in Los Angeles with a team that was from St. Louis. Yeah, I know they got roots to Los Angeles, blah, 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 blah. You're still the Rams, and you're still going to get your stadium taken over by 49er fans this weekend. I think there's going to be a lot more red than what we even saw in Pittsburgh last week. And here is Nick Bosa talking about the traveling fan base of the faithful and how he also expects to see a lot of red this weekend.
It's great. I think we have the best traveling fan base overall. Pittsburgh was impressive, and I think we'll take over LA.
I think we'll take over LA, man. Hell, hopefully Nick Bosa's seeing red. And when I'm talking about seeing red, I'm talking about like that linebacker from the replacement who like acts like a little bull in the cage and just wants to hit everybody. Maybe that'll be Nick Bosa getting his first sack this weekend. I could see it happening. I can also see the 49ers taking care of business at Levi South, wearing their home uniforms in another team stadium. Boy, oh boy, I wonder if that's going to fire up the Rams at all, and I wonder if it's going to play into this 8-point spread. As we said, we'll give you our official pick tomorrow morning on the leadoff spot. But coming up next, let's get back into some Giants baseball and talk about that walk-off win on a Wednesday. Now it's Thursday. We'll talk about late night Lamont, a.k.a. late lunch Lamont, and how the Giants are back in the midst of this wild card race. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Thursday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Wade hits a fly ball left field. Quan going back on it. Quan will make the catch. Bailey's going to test him. He's tagging. Here comes a throw. The slide. He's safe at home plate. Quan made a great throw, and Patrick Bailey just barely made it in, but he did. And the Giants, for the second time in this series, have a walk-off win. Lamont Wade Jr., the hero again.
The leadoff spot with the water boy Marcus Boucher continues.
Check with Waterboy. All right? Check with Marcus.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
No. Check in with Lamont Wade Jr., a.k.a. Late Night Lamont, who sent the Giants home with a walk-off win on Monday night against the Guardians, and then doubled down this week on a Wednesday afternoon, changed his name to Late Lunch Lamont. And you heard it, the sac fly to Stephen Quan. Here comes Patrick Bailey down the line, safe at home plate, and the Giants wrap up their homestand with a nice little 5-1 record, a much-needed homestand. And yes, folks, it was against the Colorado Rockies and the Cleveland Guardians. But hey, you got to play who's on your schedule. And after going through the gauntlet that the Giants had to go through in the month of August, I'll take a couple series against the Colorado Rockies. And luckily for the San Francisco Giants, today, they fly out to Colorado for another series against the Rockies. 4 more games to wrap up their season series up in Mile High. And Logan Webb is on the bump today. So you know what we like to say, just Webb, baby. Hopefully the Giants continue this little hot streak. And hopefully they continue swinging the bats like they have during this homestand. Well, you're going up to Coors Field. If you're looking for a place to get your bats hot or continue the streakiness of the hotness, it's a good place to do it. And yesterday, the Giants had 12 hits in their 6-5 comeback win over the Colorado Rockies, against the Cleveland Guardians. And it kind of felt like some of the games that we saw earlier this season with the San Francisco Giants, when they were just scratching and crawling to get back into these games. It's a big reason why we were all hyped at the All-Star break. How we were talking about maybe the chances of the Giants winning the National League West when they're only 2.5 games back from the LA Dodgers. Well, don't go looking at those standings in the NL West right now, because the Giants are 13.5 games back. I'm actually surprised the Dodgers haven't clinched the division yet. Shout out to the Braves, who just clinched the NL East for the 6th straight time. You want to talk about an offensive juggernaut. We saw what happened when the Braves came to town to take on the Giants. But again, those are the playoff teams they're going to have to be playing again, and those were the teams we were asking the questions yesterday if the Giants can't compete with these teams. Now, if you do make the wild card series with a best-of-5 series around the corner, you like to think the Giants have a chance with Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, and maybe Kyle Harrison. But maybe after seeing the performance yesterday from Kyle Harrison, maybe not. Again, I'm not going to kill the kid. It wasn't his best performance. We saw him go 4 innings, 82 pitches. Kind of had to labor through that first inning. Now, he squared up a ball or left one right over the plate for Jose Ramirez, who took him deep. Jose Ramirez is one of the best players in baseball. But when Kyle was only out there throwing 92, 93 in the first inning on a warm day, it had me scratching my head and asking questions. Where's the velocity? Where's the juice, Kyle? Because I've gone out and I've seen him throw 95, 96. Hell, I've seen him hit 97, 98 in the gun out in Sacramento. So I know he's got it, but he really didn't have those bullets yesterday. And who knows if that was a strategy by him on a warm day to kind of ease into the game. Because around that 3rd, 4th inning, once he started to settle in, we saw those 94, 95s pop up on the mound. And it's a strategy that we've seen before with Carlos Rodon, but also we've seen before with a pitcher like Rodon, who in my opinion is very similar to Kyle Harrison, a left-handed pitcher, 4-seam fastball, likes to compete up in the zone. Well, guess what? If you miss up in the zone, big league batters are going to make you pay. And that's exactly what Jose Ramirez did in the first inning yesterday. Now, it would have been nice to get out of that first inning, only down 2-0, but then there was Casey Schmidt throwing the ball away to J.D. Davis at first base for the Giants' 101st error of the season, which, again, leads all of Major League Baseball. So I'm sitting there, drinking down a couple cold ones in the middle of the afternoon, enjoying the last Giants weekday day game of the year, and I'm like, all right, maybe I need to go get 2 or 3 more of these beers just to enjoy the day, because it was beautiful yesterday in San Francisco, warm day, what we were just talking about, but it really wasn't that interesting of a game until the Giants started to turn it around in those late innings until the 7th inning when you had Thairo Estrada hit a double in the gap and then Wilmer Flores knock him home. Until that 8th inning where J.D. Davis maybe came up with his biggest at-bat of the season and launched a 3-run home run into the left field bleachers. Into like the first or second row of the left field bleachers. Stephen Kwan tried to go up and rob it. It gets right over his head. And all of a sudden, it's a brand new ball game. And the ballpark started to come alive. And you started to feel that electricity. And again, it started to feel like some of those games that we saw the Giants come back and win earlier this season. And so it's absolutely great to see those veterans stepping up when they have been relying on the rookies all year long. So for Wilmer to continue swinging a hot bat, for J.D. Davis, who was swinging a hot bat first half of the season, cooled off the second half, he's someone the Giants need to get going badly. Well, last night, maybe we'll trigger all that, and maybe we'll trigger some success for this Giants lineup that could be getting Michael Conforto back as soon as this week also. But right now, the focus is on guys like J.D. Davis and, of course, Lamont Wade Jr. getting the sac fly to score Patrick Bailey. They cap off the Giants' comeback win yesterday. And here was J.D. Davis on the postgame show actually talking about these late inning situations for the Giants, how they have had experience winning these games earlier this year, and how maybe this can provide some momentum for this team down the final stretch.
Well, I said it in the beginning, in the first half, this team is very relentless when we're all healthy and we have everybody together. We had so many comeback wins in the first half of the season that kind of got away from it the second half. But now that we got everybody going, Logan Allen pitched his butt off today. He made some great pitches, but we were cool and collective. Even though it was 5-1, and then Wilmer got that base hit out to right field that made it 5-2. That was in striking distance, and I think at that time we still had like 4 or 5 innings left to go. So there's plenty of baseball left, plenty of opportunities, plenty of times to pass the baton to the next guy, and that's what we've been preaching. Not to try to do too much, not try to be the guy every single time, but to be selective. Be selectively aggressive, swing at our pitches, and just have team at bats.
Selective, aggressive, being patient, passing the baton. I think that was perfectly shown yesterday for Brandon Crawford coming off the bench. And his willingness to come in as a pinch hitter and him trying to lay down a sac bunt. Now, whoever was closing the game yesterday, I believe it was Class A in that inning, or maybe it was later than that. That might have been Curry who came in after that, who just couldn't find the strike zone. And he walks Brandon Crawford, which, of course, passes the baton over to Lamont Wade Jr. And we saw what Lamont did on Monday night with the RBI knock. All he had to do is hit a sac fly. He made contact, and just like that, the Giants are walking off celebrating and throwing parties out in Club Dub and feeling good about himself before they go on this road stand and before they have to finish off this final month of the season against the rest of the NL West. But again, the West is out of the picture. The wild card is not. And with that win yesterday, the Giants are only a half game out. That's it. You look at the Chicago Cubs who lost yesterday. The D-backs lost yesterday. Now, the Reds and the Marlins both won games. There's a lot of ins and outs with the tiebreakers and who's got what over whatever, but we'll get to that when we get there. Right now, all we need to know is that the Giants are in the playoff picture. And so they need to take advantage of this series up in Colorado and take advantage of that altitude. Take advantage of getting those bats as hot as possible. Because we all know as Giants fans watching over the last couple months, this has not been a good offense. But over the last homestand, over the last 6 games, they have been putting up runs. Yes, it's the Rockies. Yes, it's the Guardians. But those are teams on your schedule, and I'll take whatever you got right now, especially after watching this team struggle. And that's why maybe yesterday was a big moment. Maybe it's a turnaround moment that's going to inspire the guys. I know they've had Mitch Haniger and Thairo Estrada and even Farhan Zaidi try to come out and give inspirational speeches. Yeah, I don't really care about speeches too much if they're not resulting in wins. But, hey, the Giants had a 5-1 homestand after the Farhan speech. So maybe Farhan's going to save the season. After not doing anything at the MLB trade deadline. But, hey, it's time to focus on this pennant race. It's time to focus on this wild card race. And it's something that Gabe Kapler said he's focusing on after the game yesterday, talking about this win yesterday and how this could be a big moment for this team down the final month of the season.
I don't know what it is about this team, but this is something that I think is worth being really optimistic about. When we get into those very close battles, first, we don't give up, right? Like, there's a bunch of fighters in that room, and those guys are consistently battling. But then second, when we get close, we close out games pretty well. We close out games with our pitching staff pretty well. We close out games with big hits, with everything on the line and extra innings pretty well. And it's a signal of a solid, like I said, fighting team. So I think we're going to look back at this game at the end of the season and believe that it's very, very meaningful.
Hey, and if they do end up making a wild card push and making a playoff push, maybe we will be looking at this series. And maybe we'll be looking at the performances of guys like Alex Wood, who really came in to save the day yesterday, following up Kyle Harrison. Goes 4 scoreless innings. And can I get some love out there for my guy, Camilo Duvall, who, again, in my opinion, puts himself at the top of the list as one of the best closers in baseball. We know he's been an all-star this year. We know there's been some ups and downs in the second half, just like the rest of the Giants team. But for him to come in, throw an inning and a third, scoreless baseball yesterday, come in that 9th inning, 10th inning situation with that damn Manfred man out in second base, the ghost runner. Camilo Duvall doesn't give a damn about the ghost runner. He's going to strike out the next guy up, throw out a couple chairs, and send your ass back to the bench. Grab some pine meat, and that's what Camilo Duvall did yesterday to close out the game and get the win for the San Francisco Giants. Now sitting at 75-71. Here we go, Dave. It's the final stretch of the season, and we'll see if the Giants can take advantage of their 4-game series starting today on the road up in Colorado with Logan Webb on the bump. Giants baseball 540 right here on the Sports Leader with pregame coverage and the award-winning Diamond Notes, of course, starting at 440 as well. But coming up next, we'll get you the award-winning Murph and Mac Show. Make the connection with Murph and Mac on a Thursday morning. Get into this Giants win and continue to get you ready for Thursday Night Football and the 49ers Week 2 matchup against the L.A. Rams. It's the Waterboy Marquise Boucher on a Thursday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Gabe Kapler, and you're listening to the Leadoff Spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I'm sure that's a happy man right there. Gabe Kapler, after the Giants get the walk-off win on a Wednesday afternoon. Late lunch, Lamont gets it done again. After getting the walk-off RBI Monday night, the Giants come back again. The comeback kids are back. And now they're back in our lives in this wild card race, only a half a game back. They start off a 4-game road series out in Colorado with Logan Webb on the bump today. Just Webb, baby. But also today is the start of week 2 of the NFL season. We've got the Vikings taking on the Eagles tonight. And, of course, this Sunday, the Rams versus the 49ers. All topics that we can get into this morning with my guys Murph and Mac, who are now getting situated in the studio. Murph, good morning.
What's up, Waterboy? Who you got tonight?
I'm going Eagles.
Point spread.
Fly, Eagles, fly. I think they cover the 6.
6?
It's 6 points. What are you looking at?
Oh,
what spread you got?
Like, is it 8? I think I had 8.
Oh, no. The spread I saw this morning is at 6. Yeah, money's moving.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
That means money's coming in on the Vikings.
Yeah,
but
that means
there's
money's
no
coming in
way
on
in
the
hell I'm
Vikings.
betting on Kirk Cousins in a primetime game.
But
I don't do it. I won't do it.
I've yet to figure out.
Yeah, because you're smart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but these Thursday games can be weird and kind of low scoring, and like they win and they don't cover.
Thursday night football is always wonky.
And it's on Amazon
it's always
Prime.
wonky.
Makes it even weirder.
But they just went out there and lost to Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last week.
Maybe that's the squad this year.
But then again, you never know. And that's the rule for me for betting. You never want to overreact too much for week 1 of the NFL season. But now there's stories coming out that Baker Mayfield was deciphering the play calls for the Vikings. If Baker Mayfield's out here masterminding this defense, I think Jalen Hurts and the Eagles are going to tear him up tonight.
In The Godfather, it was Barzini all along. With the Bucks, it's been Baker all along.
It's Baker all along. Look at the big brains on Baker.
It was Baker all along.
Did you hear his line about stealing signs? They said, were you stealing the signs? He said, I'm a Texas Rangers fan, not a Houston Astros fan.
Bang.
Big line.
Not bad.
Baker, right?
Respect for Baker.
Right
Taking some shots at the Astros. I like it.
When this line opened, because that's where the pool I'm in, they get the Tuesday, it was 7.5.
Oh, then I probably would take the
So
Vikings.
that means the money's pouring in.
Mm-hmm. That means people are liking Kirk Cousins for whatever reason. It must be that Netflix special.
I'm not familiar with those reasons.
Yeah, I don't know. Me neither. Murph likes him now all of a sudden.
I agonized over this, and I wound up taking the Eagles. I figured I
7.5.
I know.
That's
it's a lot.
Tough spread, yeah.
It's a really lot. I can
then
still change.
On behalf of Schmitty, I mean, you have an obligation.
I just saw a 10-point win.
I mean, you got Philadelphia ties. You got no Minnesota ties.
Yeah, I actually no. My Netflix crush on Kirk Cousins.
There it is.
There it is. Yeah,
I reject that one though. I don't know. I don't accept it.
It's a weird 7.5's a lot. I'd be much more comfortable with 6.
Well, here's the question, Murph. I know that you're kind of fond of Kirk Cousins now, and even Patrick Mahomes because of the Netflix special. Yeah. Did you hear who signed up for season 2?
Who?
The guy that's going to be playing against the 49ers this weekend, Matthew Stafford.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. It's interesting you say that because last week there was a story that Peyton Manning said publicly, I can't get anybody to commit to season 2.
They've been trying to get quarterbacks. Yeah. Everybody's turning them down, but I heard this morning that Matthew Stafford's signing up for season 2. Is he going to be the only one? So I guess, I have no idea. But
the Stafford show?
Will there be a Netflix camera crew out this weekend where the 49ers are going to be wearing their home jerseys down at Levi South at SoFi Stadium?
Who made that call? Has to be the Rams. The home team gets to make that call.
They're waving the white flag. You're wearing the white jerseys.
They wear red in Dallas. They've worn red on the road before.
Well,
but the Cowboys always wear white.
Yeah,
the Cowboys don't wear they never wear their darks.
I think the home team has a choice. So the Rams must have chosen white.
It's a home team choice.
It is. Instead of waving the white flag.
They want to encourage it. That's fine. Here we come.
Maybe Stafford thinks that white is slimming. I don't know.
I don't know.
I can tell you this right now, just right off the gate. The reason why Stafford committed, his wife. No question. No, his wife is very active.
Mm-hmm.
She's very
maybe too active.
She does a podcast, right?
Clearly, she's like, bring the cameras in. Mm-hmm. I need some FaceTime.
Shout out to Yoko Ono and Let It Be, the Apple Beatles movie.
I also remember her podcast from a season or 2 ago where she was complaining about Matthew having to use a silent count in his home stadium.
And she's the one who
make it ready again this weekend.
Well, you wear those white jerseys, and ain't going to get better.
Yeah. She's the one who made the news saying that Stafford didn't know the names of his younger teammates.
Well, I don't think anybody knew Puka Nakua and Tutu Atwell.
She's a factor in all this.
Yoko's in the house, man. Yoko is in the house.
Kelly Stafford.
Yoko Stafford.
Happens across the board. Yeah, that does.
I've been told, Paulie, that's misogynist.
What, to single out Yoko?
I couldn't believe it. I tweeted out
that. You seen the movie? She's on the piano bench now. She's actually getting involved.
At the McCartney show, I saw a guy with a picture that said, still pissed at Yoko. Yeah. And I tweeted it out. I got killed. They got me. Paulie, they got me.
Well, I stand with you.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't stand for misogyny on the leadoff spot, so we'll transition into the Murph and Mac show because it is 6:02. We got to ring the bells. You are listening to KNBR 8 FM in San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station, and the Murph and Mac show on a Thursday starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, they continue to live. They refuse to die. I think it was the blessing of Paulie Mack in the dugout is why the Giants came back and won that game.
Yeah, I blessed it. I did.
We were down there.
Yeah.
We were down there yesterday. We got a little Gabe time.
We did.
Got a little Blake Sable time.
Yeah, good kid, man. I like Blake Sable.
And then they fell behind 5-1.
Yeah, that was tough.
Like, all right, they're going down. And they didn't. They came back and won the game, J.D. Davis. They refused to go away, Paulie.
I guess so.
The fight, as Boach would say, Palea, boys.
Yeah.
So how about this stat? There's all 4 wildcard teams have 71 losses.
Oh, boy.
So Arizona 71, Cincinnati 71, Miami 71, Giants 71. So basically it's like a flat-footed race to the finish now from here on out.
Yeah, pretty much.
And starts tonight in Denver. That'll be up against Vikings-Eagles. So what'd you think of old Gabe yesterday?
Well, it was a nice win for the Giants. Well, what do I think about Gabe in the dugout?
Yeah.
Yeah, just
rare Paulie and I get down there.
Well, I thought that, first of all, the scrum, if you will, like the gathering of reporters, like just in terms of numbers, felt like a little smaller than previous years. Now, granted, I haven't been out there a lot this year at all, but it seems like in previous years there had been more people in the dugout. Am I wrong? I don't know. So a smaller group.
Yeah, that's about average.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what you're dealing with now.
A lot of questions about the defense, which Gabe took on. I believe you asked him one, actually.
Yeah, and they went
about the defense.
And
yeah.
then they went out and celebrated by making error number 101. My guy, Casey Schmidt. He threw it away.
By the way, Trey, shout out to Marcus Boucher, the on the streets known as the Water Boy, riffing hard on the way in today as I was driving. He goes, the only 101 I'm down with is the Dalmatians.
Yeah.
I don't need the errors. I don't need that. Not bad.
The Dalmatian is a popular dog.
Yeah.
It's a popular
101 of them. That's a lot. That's a lot to take on. As it is a lot to take on 101 errors.
As a guy who walks his dogs every day with the newspaper bags, that's a lot of newspaper bags.
Yeah.
For 101 Dalmatians.
Yeah.
I mean, and be sure to pick up. Not everybody picks up, Paulie.
Well, there's a pretty clear ordinances at this point.
Yeah.
You got to do it. You got to get that little baggie.
You better get 101 bags.
Yeah.
So anyway, or the other 101 would be, I guess, just Highway 101.
Yeah, right? Shout out 101, north and south.
Always good looking as you get down through Santa Barbara, etc.
Either side's fine. Yeah, I've done that. It's a nice drive, actually.
Shout out the bar Route 101 on Van Ness.
Okay, I've been there. I've done it.
That's definitely a little off, even though it's right there on Van Ness, it's a little off the beaten path.
I always figure that's like the bar for people that are doing like the trip, like from Mendocino back into the city, up and down, maybe some Emerald Triangle concerns that say, like, you know what, let's stop and get a cold one on our way or when we just touch down in the city, because it's like right there on Van Ness. It's like a good transient.
Is it still going?
I believe it is.
I've met some characters in there, Paulie.
Yeah.
I have. There's a little.
I've had people tell me in the past, Paulie Mack, meet me at that bar, like by other people's demands, and I said, okay, I'll show up.
There was a time in the let's see, what stretch would this have been? Late '90s, early 00s. I popped in there a few times.
That was my era too. Yeah,
and it was definitely a curious crowd.
Yeah, there is curiosities in there. Yeah,
anyway.
It's that whole Van Ness mystique.
We should probably put the stamp on it. I mean, hey, you see who? And I didn't know he was feeling us, but I walked into the clubhouse, and there's a little entryway tunnel between the door and the clubhouse that passes by Gabe's office, and standing there was the man who calls him in, Kai Correa. Paulie, a warm greeting. His face brightened.
Oh.
And he reached out with a fist.
You got a fist bump.
And said, yo. Always hearing the voice, finally seeing. He goes, good to see the face.
Oh, hey, man. That's mutual. Yeah.
How about Kai Correa? My mind was reeling. I was like, okay, what's behind this? What's going on here? I think Kai actually really has legit MLB manager aspirations, and he knows that
I've heard. Yeah.
To be nice to the media is part of the deal. Right?
Yeah. He's laying down the foundation.
No, that helps you.
Yeah.
Because then when Kai's a candidate, I'll be on the air going,
like, oh, Kai,
that's a good guy.
No, I like
that's
Kai. Yeah. Give me that fist bump. That was good.
Hey, smart move.
No.
I'd do the same damn thing.
Start warming up, yeah.
But anyway, it was a warm greeting, and I guess he knew it was warm because he was going to be making a call later in the day.
It was a warm greeting for a warm day at the yard, by the way. It was pretty toasty out there.
Yeah. It's those day games will sneak up on you.
Yeah, they do.
What does this place think it is? Levi's Stadium?
See?
So anyway.
Yeah.
Well, Kai called in. He said, hey, Rob Manfred said, did you see Murph today?
I did. I just gave him a bump.
Manfred said, I did. And I'm giving you a fist bump.
And then Manfred just said, mm-hmm.
Put it in the books. Suit. In extra innings, don't you know? In extra innings for the second time in 3 days.
I like, did you see Murph? I like Manfred asking him. By the way, did you see Murph?
San Francisco Giants 6, Cleveland Guardians 5.
Good.
It's all good, baby.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Runs are cool, man.
Enthusiastic fire emojis.
If we're going to include the Bochy Flannery cheesesteak shop ad, should we include that Crawford AMSR one where he's chomping on the chips and the sandwich and all that?
Speaking of Brandon Crawford, it is now officially starting. He's getting the applause now. Like it's almost like the farewell to Brandon Crawford, I would say, is officially begun.
Notice?
Yeah. There was some long, prolonged ovations for BC. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, it's starting. And it's smart. It's
Did
good.
you stay?
Well, not for the whole game, no.
You stayed for a couple?
Just a little bit.
I boogied.
Mm-hmm.
I had to. I had too much
too
static.
soon. You've seen too much. Yeah.
It's just too much.
Too much too soon.
Anyway, hey, here he is, man. Just walking around out of Elk Grove and decides to make the hero swing of September. I mean, you hit 3-run bombs in the bottom of the 8th. That means you're like, you get the special treatment. J.D. Davis, number 18.
Bombs away.
I mean, J.D. Davis, 18 bombs, 250. He's doing his job.
Put some numbers up for us.
Kinda,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's kind of like doing his thing.
He had a pretty good year. Overall, pretty good year.
Yeah, I mean, he had definitely a downturn in July and August, but he's heating up in September. He really is. And then, Paulie, even though, you know what? He didn't get the save, but he got the win. He got the win. Should we do it?
Yes, we should.
Should we talk?
Yes.
Okay.
Give me,
Well, Camilo Duvall, win number 6.
Only because it's been so long. I haven't played this in a while.
All in all, it's just another swing for Duvall.
Okay.
I altered the lyric.
Do.
Yeah, I just jumped in.
That's all we got to do. All right, so that was fun. And as I said, it'll be a flat-footed race from here on out between Arizona, Cincinnati, Miami, and the Giants. Who do you like in that race?
Well, I got to say, I don't like my Giants. I mean, they're winning ball games right now.
There was a pause.
Yeah.
Look on Paulie's face.
I know.
So I did a little digging on the schedules, if this matters. Okay, so who has the hardest schedule, who has the easiest schedule, right? So we know the Giants, 4 at Denver.
Yeah.
Right, 4 at Denver, which you think is favorable, but you never.
You just don't know, though, with Denver. You just don't
They've
know.
won 16 out of 17
I know.
against the
Dodgers. Let's keep that going.
I know. It's like how much can you trust that, right? So 4 at Denver.
Don't forget in front of the rabid fan base of the Colorado Rockies who are outdrawing the Giants.
Yeah,
what the hell?
2 at Arizona. That'll be huge. 4 at L.A.
That's going to be.
Dodger Stadium has not been kind to them. Then coming home for 3 with the Padres, who've been kind of smacking the Giants around a little bit, and then finish with 3 at the Dodgers.
Well, you got numbers on that? On the season series?
I'll give it to you right now.
Smacking them around a little bit?
Well,
I want to hear evidence.
I was down there when they were smacking them around, so that was annoying to me. So that's kind of a tough deal. Now, Arizona's got no bargain. They got to play 1 with the Mets today. They got 3 with the Cubs. Okay, and the Cubs, that means somebody's going to lose in those games, right? 2 against the Giants. They got 3 at Waterboys Yankees, who are a little bit revived, except for the injury to Dominguez, the Martian.
That doesn't cut it, bro.
No, that was a tough deal. Then they got to go to 3 to the White Sox, and they finished with 3 against the Astros. That's not that easy. It's not that easy. Cincinnati, 15 games left. At Detroit today, 3 at the Mets. 3 against the Twins. Yeah, they're leading the Central, but they're not world beaters. 3 against the Pirates. 2 at Cleveland. 2 at St. Louis. Cincinnati might have it a little easier. And then Miami, dude. Who's talking Miami Marlins?
Not many people.
At Milwaukee today. 3 at Atlanta. Ouch.
Go Bravos.
That'll hurt.
Yeah.
3 at the Mets. And then 3 home against Milwaukee. Pretty good team. Then 3 home against the Mets. And then 3 home against the Pirates.
We got numbers for it, by the way. Padres 6-4 against your Giants this year. Thank you, Marcus. Yeah.
So they have been smacking them around a little bit. So there you go.
All right.
So in other words, you can make an argument as who has the easiest, who has the hardest. I would say Cincinnati has the easiest, that's just to my eye.
I mean,
Does it really matter?
For the homestand, though, you can't ask the Giants to do much more than they did.
5-1.
Yeah, that's it. I mean,
they basically came home dead.
And did what they absolutely had to do.
And they fogged the mirror.
To maintain a pulse, yeah.
They fogged the mirror.
Yeah.
They had to go at least 5-1.
Once again, I'm going to say it was Manfred asking Kai if he saw Murph. I think that had something to do with it. I like that whole scenario. By the way, did you see Murph over there?
That's the deal.
I did.
I gave him a fist, too. All right, Niners, Rams, the spread I have at 7, and I've seen 7.5, I've seen 8.
A lot of points over there.
I know, exactly. And Matty Stafford's hot. And he's got his young receivers.
By the way, remember, the Rams put up all those points. Like we talked yesterday about the most I don't know, like definitive victories of the weekend. I think you got to go to Dallas with the shutout, national TV, big one. You got to go with the Niners going into Pittsburgh and putting their foot down. Maybe you got to throw the Rams on that pile too. I mean, that's a hell of a win. They put 30 points up on that defense where they're out here saying like, no, we're Legion of Boom 2.0. Here, no one's scoring on us. Guess what? The Rams threw 30 up on them. So I'm just saying they might deserve a little more consideration than they're even getting.
I would agree.
Yeah,
and I also would say that, they held the Seahawks to 12 yards in the second half.
What the hell is this? Yeah, what?
So
what kind of S is this?
We got a situation on our hands.
We do, a little bit. I got Stafford's wife over here. Got to contend with her.
Now he's going to be on Netflix.
By the way, now when she tweets out all this stuff, she's like on her own.
She has a podcast.
Oh,
like
God.
you, Paulie. She's got a podcast.
I think you're better off listening to Paulie Mac podcast, which, by the way, will be cut today. So
does she have Moskowitz?
Hopefully not. He's with me.
Does she have Shannon?
No, Shannon rides with me.
Do you have Shannon?
Yes.
Is he there today?
Yes.
He is?
Yes.
How about Tony?
No.
Yeah.
No Tony, just Shannon, yeah.
All right, so.
Okay, there it is. Right there, especially on the last days of Brandon Crawford. You might have to really keep that thing nearby.
He's not clapping. All right, let's get the guest list on the other side. The Giants staying alive. Niners, Rams, one day closer. Here we go. And Thursday Night Football tonight. Vikings, Eagles. Let's go. We'll get the guest list next. It's the Murph and Mac Show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yes! Roner Parks, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Roner Parks, sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Pat the Bat stopped by KNBR last night with FP Santangelo to talk about the Giants' walk-off win against the Cleveland Guardians. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
They're surviving. They're barely surviving.
Survive in advance, Murph.
Imagine if they lost either and or both of those extra inning games. They'd be well behind the 8 ball. But instead, all tied up in the loss column. Arizona, Cincinnati, Miami, and the Giants all at 71 losses.
Let's go.
Flat-footed race from here, guys. It starts tonight at 5:40. And I was just reading about that Brandon Crawford. Where was I when that ovation came?
Yeah.
Just reading about it. I was watching the game.
Give him his love.
I had the sound down, I will confess.
Well, that's probably it right there. I think what you're going to see is a lot of that going down the stretch when they get back from the trip. I think
they only got 6 more home games.
It's going to be
10-game roadie.
Every at bat he takes.
So they got you're not going to get that happening in Denver. But Logan Webb tonight.
Gabe, you know what? I decided to rest Crawl today, like his last game of the year. Yeah, we're going to sit Crawl. We're just going to give him a powder.
Who knows if it's a game they have to win?
That's true.
And it's weird. Paul DeYoung is out there. It's like, what's he doing?
It actually is setting up like that. I mean, it's setting up to give us a really great final weekend of the season if the Giants can keep pace here. Because I'm assuming, you just got to assume the other teams in the race are going to keep pace, and you got to do the same.
Such a dramatic finish, probably. They might get 24,000 out there.
Look at this now. Look at the attendance rifts. They're coming hard.
Before I say good morning to Marcus, I want to remind you we are proudly sponsored by the O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call my man, Greg O'Donnell, at 866-496-2300.
Was he at the game yesterday? He might have been.
Was he in the suite with
Greg?
Copes?
Oh, yeah, no, easily could have been.
And Copes was just hanging around the suite.
Yeah, he was like the suite master general.
The suite life.
Yeah, nice.
Marcus Boucher, you were not. You were out there with the people.
No, I'm a man of the people.
Yeah, Marcus says he rubs elbows with the regular
and it's
common
funny,
folk.
too, because back when me and Copes used to work together, he used to be a man of the people, too. We'd be down in the suites or the seats together, and yesterday he hits me up at the game like, hey, man, let's meet up at the game like we usually do for a weekday day game. And there I am, sitting in my seats with Triple E and our guy Walter Icabaceta. And I look up at the suite, and there's Cope schmoozing around.
With all the suits and all the
high
muckety mucks.
And he's like, yeah, I'm on my way down. I'm on my way down. And then 2 innings later, I look up. He's still up there.
You got to push back against those guys in suits. That's the whole idea.
2 reactions. 1, afternoon drive, go to a guy's head. That's number 1.
Yeah, the ego.
Number 2 is, do you think the fact that Triple E was sitting right next to you played a role in Cope staying in the suite?
100%.
100%. He's like, man, I think I'm good up here, dog.
But he did come down eventually.
He timed. He waited till the end.
That's it. He waited until Triple E left.
Time.
Yeah, actually.
Minimize it. Had Triple E left.
Well, we met up with him after the game.
Okay. Where'd you guys go? Route 101 on Van Ness?
Nice. No, we did
Let's
not.
hope so.
Stop by. Well, actually, me and Walter hit up a couple places.
Oh, did you?
Went to Momo's,
Look
went
at
to the
you,
high dive.
swashbucklers.
It's the last day game of the year. We got to celebrate, boys.
How's high dive after the game?
I like a high dive after the
On
game.
a Wednesday. That's probably a sneaky good move.
And it's a great little midway point because we're walking back to the studio. I like going for a nice little nightcap or an afternoon cap.
Let's have a beer and regroup on the way back.
Momo's?
Momo's was good. We got the Say Hey special. It was a shot of bourbon and a hazy IPA.
Ooh. What they run you?
$15 for a shot and a beer. Not bad.
That's not bad.
Not bad
in this
at all.
day and age, at a ballpark
I'll
or
take
right
it.
near a ballpark.
We got to get Greg Papa one of those Say Hey specials.
Ooh,
he was having a cocktail out there. I mean, everybody has a cocktail pregame on a day game.
Well, they were at the public house yesterday. I know
he was
they had
enjoying
a bunch of Screwball whiskey, I guess.
Screwball. Pass me the Screwball, John.
I'll throw you a Screwball, John.
Why don't I keep reminding myself
my Screwball, John.
Talking about that $15 that time in Milwaukee a couple years ago with my buddies when I said I'll have the 4 tall boys and the 4 shuttle tickets to the game. And the guy put the 4 tall boys down, the 4 tickets, and said $20. Wow.
Well, that's how you run a society.
What a place.
Yeah, that's how. That's people wonder why the world is in the state it's in. It's because of stuff like that.
Yeah,
you got to bring that back.
Yeah, where's this mythical place you speak of?
Yeah,
Murph?
You should be doing Milwaukee sports radio. I want Waterboy on the Packers. I want Waterboy on the Bucks.
Added benefits of doing
on the Brew Crew.
Added benefits of doing sports in the greater Milwaukee area. 1, Aaron Rodgers no longer a factor. He's out of the state, which is great. Number 2, you can go as a stranger and just say I'm looking for the Verdue family, and they'll take care of you. That's all you got to say. I'm down with Murph and Mac. I need to get in touch with the Verdues. They'll be like, right this way. We got you.
He fed me brats and beers.
No, that's a great family right there.
Damn good brat, too. I still remember it. What are we going to do about our guy, Kyle Harrison?
He likes to give up the home run, apparently.
I got to tell you, Lund dropping that bomb when he called him Home Run Harry.
Oh, dude, it hurt.
Well, Johnny Lund will come with some harsh truths now. Yeah.
And sure, second batter of the game.
It is a problem. Kidding aside, though, this is going on now like every game. Yeah.
7 in 24 innings. 4 of them were in one game.
Yeah, I saw another crazy stat yesterday. Something like 12 of the, 22 lefties he's faced have gotten hits against him. It's crazy. Like lefty, it's almost like an automatic.
What's going on? They're going to put lefty-heavy lineups against him. Other stats, 5.18 ERA. Listen, here's my take.
Let him work. Yeah, let him figure it out.
I love the kid.
Me too. We all do.
And as I recall, didn't Logan Webb have a little bit of turbulence?
It's going to be bumpy at first. It's going to be. Timmy gave up bombs too. It's going to be bumpy at first.
I am wondering though what is up to the home. I want to ask Sean Estes, which speaks to our guest list.
Yes,
home runs.
It was weird yesterday too. A lot of home runs. Now we know he's a 4-seam fastball guy, likes to compete up in the zone, but if you don't get it up enough, obviously guys like Jose Ramirez and big league hitters are going to make you pay for it. But it's something that we've seen with Kyle Harrison, with, of course, John Lund alluding to him as Home Run Harry. I don't know. Yesterday, the thing that stood out to me was he was only throwing like 92, 93 miles per hour to start the game.
Papa brought up at the start of his show yesterday. I hadn't noticed, I confess. Papa out detailed me there that his velocity was down.
It dipped a little bit.
And so Papa was all over that. He was very concerned. Yesterday, I was driving down the
about the
Embarcadero.
velocity?
Yeah. As velocity is down, I was like,
It's only down a tick or two. Nothing dramatic, I don't think.
We'll have to ask Estes.
Yeah,
Ask people who know more than us. So I mean, listen, I'll give him the ball again. So he'll go. Let's see. So that was Wednesday. So
is he pitching in Colorado? No,
he won't pitch in Colorado. He'll pitch in. Where are they going after Colorado? They're going to Arizona.
Or Arizona.
He'll be in Arizona.
Oh, good, nice controlled climate there.
Start.
Yeah.
Come on, kid. You know what I mean? That's, by the way, a weird stat. That's a night game followed by a day game. It's a 2-game stop where they play twice in 24 hours. Tuesday night, Wednesday day, and then the 4 in L.A. The 4 in L.A., which is going to be tough. Although the Dodgers might just be on cruise control. The Dodgers have their own problems. By you heard their pitching situation?
Yeah.
Well, with the Julio Urias thing, it's just brutal.
That's brutal.
So he's out. He's done. They're down to one starter, Kershaw, and he's got a bum shoulder.
Wow.
They're going to try to do it with openers and mishmash.
Doesn't bode well for their postseason.
No.
Really doesn't.
Looks like the Braves are ruling the roost.
Yeah.
See the Braves clinch in Philly last night and get booed by Philly fans?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
And Acuna was doing the ear thing, bring it on, bring it on.
Encouraging that, yeah. Well, that's setting the table for him for years to come now. They'll never forget that in Philly.
I support the booing of a team celebrating on your turf.
Yeah, especially in Philadelphia. That's just like a given. They're not going to go along with it.
So, yeah, and then Casey Schmidt, I read a stat. So that's Schmidt's 8th error in 200 and something chances. And Estrada has 8 errors in 400 and something chances. So he's making a few too many errors.
A little bit. Yeah.
Come on, kid. Come on. We love him.
I do.
We root for him.
I do.
But I don't know if you can just drop him into the starting lineup opening day next year. I mean, I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out what happens this year. Who knows? FP's on this crazy Phillies won 87 last year and went to the World Series thing.
Yeah.
So he's like, why not the Giants? And you can just hear.
Where's the Bryce Harper, though, in the Giants lineup? Who's the guy going to hit that home run like he hit?
I was driving down. He's like, tell me why you're not. He was doing the big hit. He's like, tell me why you're not into the Giants. And I was like,
It's a legit question. We've been over that, too.
That was yesterday's big hit.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that again today, are we?
Yeah.
No,
By the way, it makes me almost wonder, where did he get the idea? All right, I'm just riffing. I love FP. Everybody chill.
Got to start thinking Niners,
Everybody
don't
chill.
we? Speaking of which, guest list on a Thursday, September 14. We're already in mid-September. Where'd 2023 go?
I don't know what's going on anymore with the time, Murph. I'm throwing my hands up. I don't even try to stop. Try to figure it out. You just got to keep going.
Just keep going.
Yeah.
Just wake up.
How's the artwork today?
Rinse,
I haven't looked
repeat.
at the guest list. How is it?
He's got a close-up of Greg Cosell, who has a little GW Bush in him. He found a shot of Greg.
That's a ton of GW Bush in him right there.
Greg Beacham, who I used to sit next to at the Santa Clara press room. He was the Associated Press writer here in the Bay Area for years. Now he's down in L.A.
He looks so much like GW. I'm almost tempted to ask him to paint me a picture of a schnauzer. See if Cosell can paint me a schnauzer.
That's a look, because Cosell's got it. You know who else has it? Bud Black, manager of the Rockies. He's got the heavy GW Bush, as does our dear friend Butch Berry. It's a look. It's like you reach a certain point, that becomes the look.
You know what? The older I'm getting, too, the more like I'm drawn to that look. I said, like, that could be my next move.
You may be sporting that look.
I'm getting ready. I'm getting ready to fix myself for a blazer. Yeah.
All right. So, what do we got, buddy?
All right. Well, you just teased it. We got Greg Cosell starting off at 6:50 to get us ready for week 2 of the season. Kicks off tonight. Vikings, Eagles, and, of course, breaking down the Rams and 49ers matchup.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
Vikings-Eagles game is haunting me, because now I'm thinking about switching to the Vikings. And
You
the
get
points.
a lot of that second thoughts, yeah.
But I think what I've learned is always go with your first.
Yes, like the SATs.
So that's what I'm doing.
You never
what they
forget
say.
your first, Murph.
Yeah.
Sticking with the Eagles, and I predict a 10-point win. I'm going with it. I'm going with it.
All right. Fly, Eagles, fly.
Yeah.
We'll talk
The
to
Eagles are
Greg
missing
Cosell
3
about it.
starters in the game, including Gainwell.
That's right.
And their starting
Yeah,
corner.
they are missing pizzas.
Yeah, and their linebacker, Dean, they had to put him on IR.
Will they still fly, Eagles fly, without those pieces, Marcus?
On the road to victory. But, Paul Mack, it's not a road because they're flying. What's going on?
And
Shout
on the
out
heels
Wags.
of having to watch the Braves celebrate on their own field. A lot of bad blood now in Philly, yeah.
All right. We'll get you ready for Thursday Night Football and the 49ers Week 2 matchup against the Rams with Greg Cosell, 6:50.
Right.
Then we'll hop into the Power Hour and ask Sean Estes what he's thinking about Kyle Harrison and his performance yesterday. And how about Alex Wood stepping up big yesterday? 4 shutout innings.
Probably, other than the J.D. Davis swing, the biggest thing in the game is Alex Wood's 4 shutout. You really have to give it up.
Yeah.
The guy was the key to the game. He really was.
Yeah, so we'll talk to Sean Estes about all of the pitching performances yesterday and the Giants' walk-off win over the Cleveland Guardians. We'll hop into our big hit, the cooler of content, to wrap up the Power Hour.
Niners. Got to go Niners.
Yeah, we'll go
Rams.
Niners, and then we'll get you ready for Niners-Ram with Greg Beacham from the AP Press, covers the Rams. He'll come on at 8:50 to give us the Rams' perspective of this weekend's game.
He's a no-nonsense fact guy. He's got his act together.
And then we'll get the 49er perspective right after with Matt Mayoko, 9:15 this morning. It's a Matty Thursday on the Murphy Mac Show.
Yeah, it is.
That's a nice picture of Matt wearing a sky blue blazer.
He's a good-looking guy.
I've never gone sky blue blazer.
You should.
Maybe I should.
No, you should. You can pull that off. Yeah.
It's a UCLA color.
Yeah, totally. That's all
I
you.
have 10 of them, dude. All right, man. Let's go. Let's hear what the Niners had to say yesterday as they got ready. All of a sudden, the Rams making a little bit of noise. Yeah. We'll figure this one out on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
I hate the Dodgers so much I can't even stand to
and
watch.
Maddie.
Sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's your boy Kyle Shanahan, of course, talking about familiarity with the Rams, and it's kind of funny. There's very unfamiliar players other than Stafford and Aaron Donald, yet you see the helmet and you see the jersey, and you're like, oh, I know those guys. That's the Rams, right? Oh, by the way, before you get ready for Niners-Rams Sunday, according to the promo sheet I'm reading, Kyle Shanahan has to get through Big D, Dieter Kurtenbach, and Adam Copeland today at 3:30.
Oh, nice.
That's
you got Kurtenbach till 6? Nice.
That's what Triple E wrote. He has to get through Big D.
Dude, that's
Dieter.
a show that I'm not going to miss, I promise.
They're calling him Doomsday Dieter. You know what I mean?
I like that. So that's a great handle for him. He is very doom and gloom, too. Don't expect a lot of sunshine and joy from Kurtenbach, bro. He's bringing the darkness.
Doomsday Dieter and Copes today.
I love that. By the way, Dieter Kurtenbach might have been, like, as much as Marcus gets all up in arms about Jimmy G, Kurtenbach used to, I mean, dude, you almost wanted to, like, put him in a straitjacket at times. He was, you remember, Marcus, you're reacting in there.
Oh, Paulie Mack, I remember coming in one day and he was doing the leadoff spot for
Like,
Copes.
he was almost like personal.
And he was like, he's just like, today's the day. I'm taking a victory lap about Jimmy G's demise. I was like, we're taking victory laps on air? Is that what we're doing?
I don't know. We're partners with the Niners.
You might want to get into that Dion pre-Nebraska speech. It's personal.
It's personal.
You want to say that around. That might be good for, like, use on the show, because what Paulie Mack's saying is that Dieter was saying, it's personal.
It sounded that way. Yeah, boy, oh boy.
I went back and rewatched that. Somehow, some way, I got into that. And man, the way Dion's working that locker room, and the way his players who are on a knee are listening, and then halfway through they start repeating what he's saying. You know, like, it's organic. They're listening to him, and they hear the theme.
Totally.
Like week one, it was, we're not here. We're coming.
I love that.
We're here.
That's
and
kind of the James Brown tradition.
Like,
yeah, you repeat it.
We're
No
here.
question.
And then,
last week he's like, I don't know where y'all live. Yeah, that's where we live. You hear him saying it. I love that.
But he said he started saying, "This is personal. This is personal," and then the players start muttering,
"Yeah,
it's personal.
Yeah, it's personal.
It's personal."
I love that.
And then he goes, "So what is it?" They're going, "It's personal."
Yeah.
So anyway, that's Dieter and Jimmy G.
Who's Ralphie the Buffalo playing this weekend?
It's Colorado State.
Okay.
They're in-state rivals.
Okay.
Who knows? I'll have to check out that spread. But I'd say they'd be ripe for a little bit of a point spread letdown. And my homing instinct tells me, I don't know what the spread is.
I can say, too, if you're out there in the audience listening right now, if I were you, I'd tune into the forecast tomorrow and find out if that makes the couch potato guide. Maybe it's one of our picks. I'm forward teasing the forecast as we gear up for an exciting week 2.
Excuse me, on this pool that I'm in. Oh, yeah, Colorado's a 22.5-point favorite. I might take Colorado State in the 22.5.
22.5?
Thinking maybe you're a little ripe for a little bit of a letdown, but who knows? I'll have to do a little more digging on the Rams, the Colorado State Rams. All right, Waterboy, let's get into this here. By the way, shout out 831, who's our great listener, who said, what happened to Gentleman Jim? That means you're a keen listener of the show. God bless. We said Jim Nance would be coming on today at 6:15.
We did, yes.
He had a flight change. So right after our show ended, he had to kick to, he's punting to next week.
No problem.
So we'll
get
have
him in. Yes.
The plan is now to have him on next week.
No sweat.
He's got Jets-Cowboys this Sunday.
That could be a nice little game right there.
Yeah.
A couple of really good defenses.
All right, Niners-Rams down there, 105 down in SoFi. We know what it's going to be like. It's going to be, what did Barrows is estimated, 85%?
He did say 85. Isn't that crazy?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to deal with a Rams team that dropped a 30-13 hammer up in Seattle. And Matt Stafford threw for over 300 yards, and Aaron Donald exists. So, and Brock Purdy, can he, go on the road week 2? Here he is now, starting to turn into a dude. Now, Shanahan spoke yesterday about a bunch of things. He talked about not pulling the starters in the fourth quarter. That was one of the things. It was the game in Detroit that he said was in his mind. Do you remember when they almost blew that fourth quarter game in Detroit?
I do.
Still, it's a little scary though. He talked about the blocking of his receivers on the McCaffrey touchdown run. He talked about how he didn't like Hufanga's lateral on the interception. We didn't talk about that.
Yeah, most coaches aren't going to like that.
But he talked also about Brock Purdy, and there's this weird thing where when McKivitz breaks down on the right side, a pass rusher comes in from the right side. It's way too reminiscent of the Hassan Reddick. Way too reminiscent, right? We're going to be holding our breath on every one of them. So Shanahan said he wants Purdy to be aware of those and, sometimes go down. That's what he's telling. Here's what he said on the strip sack coming from the right side here. See, guys coming on your right side, dude, go down or step up or something. Yeah,
tuck it away and take the sack. Yeah,
sometimes you got to take the sack.
Well, especially now, you got me all concerned. Now I hadn't thought about it in that
I didn't
perspective.
Mean to.
No, but you're right. Coming around that right side edge, that does bring back some bad memories, man.
Yeah,
that's something to shore up.
I know.
I'm not going into that.
No, we got to live our lives though. You got to do your thing.
I know.
Steve Young though came on with Tolbert or Copes and was it Copes and Dieter yesterday?
Nice.
You imagine Young's like, I got Copes and Dieter.
Yeah.
I used to be talking to Tolbert.
You see Kurtenbach challenging him too. Yeah.
So anyway, he's talking about Brock, and again, with the poise, Jerry.
It's
poise.
just as important.
Young on Shanahan.
I got it. I heard him.
Who was I listening to? I was listening to Russo yesterday. How about that? I was in the car for Russo.
Nice.
Still opening his show with Radio Nowhere by Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, yeah, good.
He opens every show.
That's great.
And he'll let it play, by the way, Paulie.
It's Radio Nowhere now.
Almost 2.5, 3 minutes.
I like to give it a guitar solo.
You almost get the entire song.
Yeah.
And then
Tolbert was big on that too, bro. I made that open for the
is.
Tolbert show. Tolbert won't say a word for about 2.5 minutes when the show opens. And then after a while, you just be like, hey, what's up, everybody? He just kind of comes into it whenever he's ready. Yeah.
Shaking.
But, dude, I made that Allman Brothers open for those guys with the Goodfellas drops years ago, and I made it 3 minutes long because I knew Tolbert did that. He just took forever. So sometimes I'd be listening to the show, and, dude, the jam would just be deep because that's like a 9-minute song, Marcus. And anyway, my point is, Tom will hit the mic when he's damn good and ready, but
Russo,
not sooner.
I was just enjoying, this is Radio, is anybody alive?
Yeah, good track. Yeah.
And then he comes in, and good Wednesday morning to you. Good afternoon to you.
How are you today?
Thank you for being with me.
Good afternoon, everybody. He's nuts. He's nuts.
But he was talking about how you need that monster quarterback to win you playoff games. In the snow in December, got to take it out 80 yards. Aaron Rodgers, he could do that. Zach Wilson can't do it. But his whole argument, though, was separate. He thinks the Jets aren't dead. He thinks the Jets can still make the playoffs. But he's talking about how you need that monster quarterback. You need that 800-pound gorilla who can take you down the field. And I kept thinking, is Brock Purdy that guy?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, Brock Purdy would be like that remains to be seen. I know what he's saying.
He goes, I know Trent Dilfer won one. I know Brad Johnson won one. He goes, the times are different now. Times are different.
Well, it hasn't been done like that in a while, where you have a quarterback who's not the driving force of the offense. Well, it's been a while.
I think really all you're looking for from a Brock Purdy, now it's great that he's putting up 30 points per game since Christian McCaffrey came over, but if he just gives you a playoff performance of a Joe Flacco with the Baltimore Ravens, I know I hate to bring it up in front of you guys.
No, it's a good one, though.
But he didn't throw a single interception the entire postseason, and he's not an elite quarterback by any means.
By the way,
if you can get that kind of performance and win with that when you got a defense around you.
Flacco.
That's what I want to see.
Did Flacco? Did he win the MVP of that Super Bowl, Flacco? I think he did.
Yeah, probably.
That's crazy. Out of Delaware, right?
Foles,
Delaware.
Right? Foles wins a Super Bowl. He's not. He's not.
That's a good one. Foles a good one.
So anyway, that's.
But I know what Russo's saying. I know what he's saying. It's usually going to be a Mahomes, a Brady, that kind of.
Yeah. Or a Stafford. because he threw us for 330. Here's Shanahan on Stafford going for 300+ in Seattle. Yeah. Cut Larry. Larry, a celebration. Yes. Okay, there he is. We knew he liked him. Remember, we wanted him to be in red and gold. We'd be singing. You'd be doing Stafford songs.
Could you imagine?
Dude.
I know.
What would it be?
I'm not sure. I don't even want to put my brain in that space.
I got to give 650 the text of the morning so far. He says, sometimes in life, you're going to get sacked.
True story.
True story. You know what? 650, you win.
Yes,
you
good.
win text today.
Yeah,
That's
man.
fantastic. And then finally, did you see him standing in front of his locker as chill as could be? He said his neck was sore after 35 plays. That's your boy number 97, Nick Bosa, who was apparently not that stoked with his stats. He made a reference to, he goes, yeah, that was my tackle, my one tackle of the game, he said. So,
well, that's good. I wanted angry Nick Bosa.
But he took note of the crowd in Pittsburgh, and he's taken note of what's going to happen in L.A.
Okay.
Ooh.
We'll take
Shots
over
fired.
L.A.
I think we'll take over L.A.
And by the way, Murph, you know what I'm looking for defensively is what we saw last week. Well, I just would like to see, could be Fred Warner. Maybe it's Nick Bosa this week. Could be any number of guys. Hopefully it's Dre Greenlaw. I know I heard he was working out on the side, but get his ass out there. Anyway, it's the kind of moment where you set a tone, right? We talked to Tim Ryan about that, and he said, Fred Warner coming up and smacking Najee Harris kind of set a tone defensively. In fact, in the tradition of Murph and Mac show, you got to listen to Tim Ryan's show very carefully. He speaks almost a secret language where he's dropping little pearls here and there. In the past, we've celebrated, back and buys, neck and tries, whatever, like the whole workout jam. So this year, we talked about the Fred Warner hit on Najee. I believe
Warner called it the best hit of his career.
He called it the best hit of his career. That's funny. And you know what Tim Ryan called it? Tim Ryan called it a body rocker. So with that in mind, I give you this.
Body rocker, body rocker, body rocker, body rocker, body rocker.
That's what I'm looking for Sunday, a body rocker.
I did not know.
That's going to be part of the new Tim Ryan tribute, the ongoing tribute.
I didn't know we got that.
Yeah, body rockers.
Body rocker, body rocker, body rocker, body rocker.
Oh, man.
As soon as he said that, I go, Marcus, isolate that ASAP.
All right.
I got Beastie Boys Destinations with that one.
Fantastic, fantastic. All right, Greg Cosell next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Time for a Gridiron Geek Out with the scientist of NFL films, Greg Cosell, with Murph and Mac on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
It's gotta wait till the guitar kicks in, don't we, Paulie? It's gonna be in 5 to 10 seconds here, right here. Here we go. Yeah. Whip.
Oh. This is not the original version. Marcus pulled up something else. I'm not sure what we got here. Oh, this is an intro. I don't know what this is, but
what version is it?
Let me go take a look at this.
I'm good.
We got Greg.
I'm good with
Put
it.
him on.
I'm good with it. This is for you, Greg. We decided since you're going to the Eagles concert coming up, we wanted to give you
yeah.
What do you think?
I'm excited about it. It's Saturday night. I'm going to the Eagles. But the thing is, you know what? I was thinking about the song that I was thinking about for, I'll let you guys know that I'm at the stage in life where half the distance takes me twice as long, you know?
Oh, look at that. Look at you,
You know that
man.
song?
Yeah, absolutely. That's half the distance takes me twice as long.
Yeah, that's from After the Thrill Is Gone.
Oh, that's
yes,
very
nice,
good.
Greg.
That's
Nice.
very, very good. I love it. Well, we're excited for you anyway, and you're going to see Steely Dan.
I hope you get to take it to the limit. I love that one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great song, too. Yeah. Well, actually, Randy Meisner passed away, a couple of months ago.
He did.
Oh, geez,
yeah,
man.
he did.
Yeah.
Oh, man, we're losing all the greats. So, anyway,
know.
we're thinking the Eagles want to give the Vikings heartache tonight.
Okay,
right?
good transition. Good transition. Yes.
By the way, before we welcome Greg, I want to remind everybody you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Hey, real quick, because I know we always talk Niners, but just a little bit about, because, we got our eye on those Eagles. And, there's the theoretical NFC rival of the Niners. Never mind.
Well, you could argue the two best teams in the NFC as you kind of look at this season right now. We'll see how it plays out, but you could probably say that right now.
Although that team in Texas that went up to New York did something to send a message there, right?
Yeah.
But what was the film review of the Eagles win over the Patriots? How did they? Because I know they sort of like let their guard down a little bit and
close game.
Gave up some passing yardage.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't play well offensively either, and that, again, I always find week one to be tough to gauge for a season, good or bad. So their offense did not play well. Their defensive line is phenomenal, but their offense, Hurts did not play well. He wasn't mentally sharp for whatever reason. Again, he didn't play one snap in the preseason, so maybe this was kind of his first exhibition game, but he wasn't mentally sharp. And amazingly enough, and I almost fell off my chair watching the tape, Lane Johnson actually got beat a couple of times, and it's like watching Trent Williams. They never ever get beat. That when they do, it's like, wait a second, did I just see that? Did that really happen, or am I kind of living in a different world here? But no, they just did not play well offensively, and short week though, so we'll see. And they're playing against a really difficult coordinator in Brian Flores, who really does a lot of things. What he shows you before the snap of the ball is not what happens after the snap of the ball. So we'll see. I'm sure Eagles fans, it's a home game. I know Mr. Tolbert's going to be there tonight. So,
yeah. And the Vikings with a very disappointing opening, losing to Tampa Bay.
Home loss. It should be a good game.
Yeah, and is Justin Jefferson I guess my question is, how elite? I'm going to ask you, how elite is this? Like all-time type of stuff, right? Like Calvin Johnson?
Obviously in his first 3 years, he has the most receptions and most receiving yards of any receiver in NFL history, which is pretty good. He's always struck me. I think he's about 6'2", but when I watch him on tape, and even when I was watching him in college, he looks on tape like he's 6'5".
Yeah.
But he's 6'2". He's just the way he's built.
Yeah.
And he has a very unique trait. And I was talking actually to Mike Quick, who's former Eagles receiver, he's their radio analyst on their broadcast, and I've known Mike for a long time. And Justin Jefferson does something that is kind of rare. He has an ability to cut extremely sharply without shortening or slowing down his stride. And because he's so long, his strides are really long, and he does not need to shorten or slow down in order to cut with that stride length, and that is so hard to defend for a corner.
So he's just a gifted route runner, and you're right, he does look taller than 6'2". Man, that's surprising to me.
Does.
Yeah, wow.
He sure does. Just the way he's built.
I would have said 6'4", 6'5". I really would have if you asked me. So, all right, well, listen, we'll keep this vibe going on the other team the Niners are playing this week, the Rams, because when we saw the schedule, we were like, oh, man, at the Rams, that's a win. Uh-oh.
Right. Well, and that's what Seattle said, too, last week.
Seriously.
Home against the Rams, that's a win.
We got this. Yeah, right.
So I don't know where to start with the Rams on their offense or their defense. I mean, they scored 30, and they did it with receivers we've never heard of, Nakua and Atwell. And is Stafford healthier now? Is that the elbow? I mean, what are you seeing?
I watched that tape, and I was kind of blown away by it. First of all, I've always liked watching Matthew Stafford. I mean, he's just one of those guys that throws the ball exceptionally well, beautiful arm, comes out great, and we were discussing in our matchup room here at NFL Films whether he's a Hall of Famer. I mean, the guy is in the top 12 now in every category. He won a Super Bowl. My guess is most people don't think of him that way,
right?
But he's going to end up probably in the top 10 of all time in multiple categories with a Super Bowl victory. And the way in which he won the Super Bowl with a final drive is also, really good. So anyway, that's beside the point. The point is that he played exceptionally well last week. And one thing that's happening in the league, you guys are familiar with it because Kyle Shanahan's done it for years, but the use of motion by teams now is expanding throughout the league. And it's changing the way I think teams view wide receivers. And I'm getting to Tutu Atwell, who's probably about 5'6", 150 soaking wet, those guys, you have to move those guys because the whole point is to get those guys off the line of scrimmage with what we call free access, meaning not to get touched as they get into their routes. And when you put them in motion, that's what happens. And then the speed of those kinds of players, Miami does that all the time with Hill and Waddle. The 49ers do it all the time. They don't have that one-speed receiver, but it's just built into their offense. They're a heavy motion team. Kyle Shanahan's always been like that. But last week, Stafford, there were 20 of his dropbacks in which they deployed motion. And it just really struck me watching them because I wasn't used to seeing it from them the way I am from the Niners or the Dolphins or the Lions or the Chiefs, teams that use it regularly, but it was super effective.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a little scary. The Niners have such ownership of the Rams. They've won, I think it's 8 of 9 or 9 of 10. I forgot my stat, but I am on red alert. And what about this other guy?
Well, again, just before, where they really have a major advantage, and you'd have to assume they will dominate, is D-line, O-line. While the Rams' O-line was really good last week, this D-line for the Niners is just terrific. And when they go to their pass rush front, they've got Jackson and Bosa outside. They've got Armstead and Hargrave inside. I thought Farrell played really well last week, playing mostly on first down and other normal down and distance situations. He had a really, really good game. So they're just so good up front. And of course, we don't need to keep every week talking about Fred Warner and, they're just, this is a different defense than Seattle's defense, obviously.
Yeah. In fact, let's stay on that D-line for just a second because Drake Jackson showed up on the stat sheet with 3 sacks. Now, is that the result of all the other guys getting double teamed or what?
Not necessarily, no. Look, it's, people always assume that, but that's not necessarily the case. Obviously, sometimes, yes. Teams will chip. Bosa is obviously a guy you're more concerned about than Drake Jackson. We know that. But, and when you say, other guys being double teamed, if he's one-on-one, he still has to win. It's not a matter of, he's just going to get a sack because Bosa's double teamed. There's still a guy blocking him. He still has to win. Sacks are interesting. You got to look at each one individually, but Jackson definitely showed up. He must have had a good camp because he's playing, in their pass rush front at defensive end. So, they feel with his size, his length, he moves well, that he could be a good pass rusher opposite Bosa.
I suppose there will be a concern. We're talking to Greg Cosell, of course. We do it every Thursday at this time, about the Niner D-backs. Somebody noted, I was reading so many different reviews and write-ups, they said Kenny Pickett missed a bunch of throws that were there that Stafford may not miss. Did you see that?
Yeah, he missed some throws out. Yes. There's no question about it. Pickett did not play particularly well last week. But don't forget, every offense is different. You can't just automatically say that, hey, those throws will be there and Stafford's going to make them. It's not an apples to apples comparison. Obviously Stafford's a better quarterback than Pickett, and Stafford is a better thrower than Pickett. So we'll see. But I think that they do have an advantage with their front. Their defensive front is explosive and fast. Their linebackers are quick reacting. They've got great key and diagnose. Warner sets the tone clearly, but Greenlaw is also a really good player. Obviously, in the secondary, they sort of made an adjustment as the game went on. They started the game with Thomas playing on the outside, and then they made a change as the game went on. So, we'll see what they do. And I can't remember if that change was due to an injury or not. But I know that in the second half of the game, Oliver became the slot corner, and Lenore, who was playing slot through the first half, ended up moving outside. So I don't know what they plan to do this week.
Yeah, that's something to watch. It was not for injury. I think it was performance-based.
Okay. Yeah. Then they probably were not happy with Thomas because he's the one who got benched.
Right, and that worries me a little bit with those little slot receivers and everything. So, what about?
Well, they got to figure out how they're going to deal. Think of it this way, and I don't want to get too far into the weeds here, but I think this will be clear. The 49ers play a lot of split safety coverage, meaning there's 2 deep safeties, okay? And they play a lot of what we call quarters concepts, okay? So it's essentially 4 across. Now, there's variations of that, but just for the purpose of this conversation. So what happens is if receivers run across the formation, in motion, you don't have to make major adjustments because you're balanced on the back end. You have 4 across. Do you follow what I'm saying? You don't have to change anything because there's 4 across. So. Yeah, again, that's just from a tactical perspective. That doesn't mean that you're going to cover them, but it means you don't have to make a ton of adjustments to motions, and things like that. So ideally, as a starting point, you're better off when you play like that.
All right, we're talking to Greg Cosell about this Niner-Ram matchup. He likes the Niners' D-line against the Rams' O-line. You got to watch out for Stafford's arm for sure. Speaking of arms, Brock Purdy. And he did it again. He won another game. He didn't throw a pick. He threw 2 touchdowns. He threw a great ball to Ayuk on the back shoulder. He had a couple of huge third down completions.
Yep. He looked awfully good.
I'm guessing he showed well in your film review.
Yeah, and you know what I really like about Purdy, because and obviously he's playing. Well, first of all, the one thing that's really, really important and may not be talked about very much at all, but it's so important is he doesn't turn the ball over, and that might seem like a minor thing when we talk about quarterback play, but that's absolutely critical. Don't turn the ball over. But I tell you what I think he does really well. Because he's not a physically imposing specimen. He doesn't have a huge arm. But what he does is he shows an excellent feel for what defender or defenders to read and control on specific route concepts. Because so people understand when a quarterback drops back, he's not being asked to look at 7 or 8 guys. No one can do that. That's just not humanly possible with the brain. So most route concepts versus a coverage, you're looking at 1 or 2 guys, or you're looking at an area, but you're not looking at 6 or 7 guys. And I think he has an excellent feel for what defender or defenders to read and control on route concepts, and he's very good, therefore, at mentally simplifying the reads and the throws based on the routes versus the coverage. And that's why I think he can play so decisively, because he just has an innate feel for that.
And that just seems to be the thing, the microchips in the brain. He's just like that. That test, Matt Barrows wrote that story about how there's that cognition test they give now.
The S2 cognition test, that group in Nashville,
Yeah, and he starred in it. He did great, and that's it. That's what we're saying.
I think that's what, again, I wasn't thinking of that specifically when I wrote that and typed it out watching the tape, but you just said, mentioned it, and you're right. I actually met one of the guys from that at the Combine last year, nice. From S2, but that's what Purdy, I think, does exceptionally well. He just, and if you wanted to give the 30,000-foot term for that, he just sees things really clearly. And quarterbacks could have incredible talent, big arms, all that great stuff, but if they don't see things clearly within the really condensed time frame, I mean, you're talking about you have to see all this in a couple of seconds. You can have all those other great athletic traits and physical traits, but if you can't see it in that condensed time frame, it's really hard to be a good quarterback.
Well, Greg, you and me and Paulie all know that Johnny Nash once saying, I can see clearly now. The coverage is gone. The coverage is gone. Yeah,
the corners are gone.
Yeah, the corners are gone. There you go. Maybe that's Paulie's next song.
Could be.
Hey, last few minutes here. The problem, and it's gotten a fair amount of attention this week. Not a huge amount because they won 30-7. People are pretty darn happy. Is McKivitz over at right tackle? Not
that's
great.
The big concern.
T.J. Watt and also Burford. We don't talk guards a lot, but he had a bunch of penalties, and he's got to go against Aaron Donald. McKivitz said Donald can sometimes line up outside and might go against McKivitz. Yep. So that's the hot spot, Greg. What did you see?
It's the hot spot when you get to certain down and distance situations. I mean, in normal down and distance, and again, I'm not saying there will never be a problem on normal down and distance, so I don't want people to think I'm saying that. I'm not. But it really becomes exacerbated when it's 3rd and long, because the Niners do not want to have to help their tackles. They don't want to do that. I mean, you don't have to help Trent Williams, obviously, but they don't want to have to help their tackles. They want to get 5 receivers out into routes. And that's one of the reasons they're such a good pass offense as well, because they have 5 receivers who can basically line up anywhere in the formation, and that makes them really difficult to defend. So we'll see how that plays out as the season goes on. I don't think, it's funny. Very quick story. Osi Umenyiora, you may remember him. He was a defensive end for the Giants. I did an interview with him years ago, and he had 3 sacks against Walter Jones. And everybody said, man, he dominated Walter Jones. And he said to me off camera, he said, in that game, Walter Jones kicked my you-know-what all game long. I had 3 good plays. They turned out to be sacks. The other 65 plays, he just killed me. So sometimes you don't just look at us, oh, he gave up 3 sacks and mean that McKivitz played terribly. In watching that tape, I didn't think he was an issue in the game, overall in the game. And by the way, I would say that the 49ers stat sheet, both running and passing, would suggest that he wasn't a big issue in the game.
That's really funny to see. I mean, it is funny. Stats can be weird, and certain plays can isolate. That's a funny story about Walter Jones. That's good, man. All right, well, in general, I mean, listen, 30-7, everybody's happy. I mean, they kind of own the Rams a little bit. I mean, Mike, things are feeling pretty good, Greg.
Yeah, well, you can never, this is the NFL, so you can never just assume that a victory is at hand.
That's right.
Especially, look, I know fans start looking ahead at the schedule. That's what they do. And I'm looking now. It's Giants, Arizona, Dallas. I mean, you start looking ahead, thinking, okay, we got win here. Yeah. Coaches don't think like that. I mean, Rams are a division opponent. Yep. They know them really well. Yep. You just can't assume. Now, having said that, because they're better than the Rams, could they win this game 35-10? Of course they could, but you just can't assume that's going to happen.
By the way, on the way out, we didn't even mention the NFC Offensive Player of the Week, and we were talking about Justin Jefferson, but how about Brandon Ayuk's route running, hands?
Oh, my goodness.
Everything he's doing. I've always loved Brandon Ayuk, and because of where he plays with the Niners and the way they play offense, he's not going to catch 120 balls, for 1,500 yards.
Right.
But, he's a really good receiver, because I remember watching him coming out of ASU, and I thought he was a really good prospect. In fact, I remember being home watching the draft when the Niners traded up to get him, and the first thing I said to myself was, he's a perfect fit for Shanahan's offense.
Ooh, baby, it's off to a raging start. So, all right, man, always great. So enjoy the concert. By the way,
we'll discuss it next week.
I can't wait.
Curious what they play, but I'm real excited to see Steely Dan too.
Yeah, man.
I love all their songs too. So
yeah, me too. I'm all in on the Dan. And by the way, they're both going. Fagan and Becker are both going. Yeah, no.
Well, Becker passed away.
Oh my God. Well, there you go.
Yeah,
so it's only going to be the one. Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, but I mean, it's obviously his voice that is so. That when you hear Steely Dan and you hear that voice, that's Donald Fagen.
Yeah. Oh, that's Fagan. Right. Jersey boy. Yeah. Right.
Oh yeah.
They both are East Coast guys, and I think they met, in college, and they were different when they started with their music, with all that jazz tinge stuff,
Greg, keep this in mind as you're watching Steely Dan break down their jazzy fusion rock.
There you go.
Well, check it out. So when I went to high school in New Jersey, I lived in a town called Mountain Lakes. It's near Morristown, up in Morris County. Ready for this? We had a landscaping crew that we used to go mow the lawns and rake the leaves of all the houses over the summer. And one of the lawns on our route was the Fagan house. So we used to cut Don Fagan's parents. We used to cut their grass every summer.
Wow.
Yeah. That's my brush with Steely Dan greatness.
Fame.
Yeah, that's about as close as I got.
That's a great story. That's an awesome story.
It's a true story. Yeah, they're very nice people too, the Fagans.
There's got to be
right.
There's got to be.
Oh, well, that's great. But
no,
I'm really excited about this, and I'm really looking forward to it.
I hope you get Peg. All right.
Me too.
There you go. There you go.
All right, there you go. Be good, Greg. Thank you.
All right, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks.
See you, man.
Yeah, he's the best.
Yeah.
And just in honor of Peg, Paulie,
anytime. You never have to twist my arm on this one.
Cup's in 2 weeks. You know what I mean?
Might be. I mean, when
actually Fortinet is in Silverado. The Silverado golf tournament starts today in Napa. Fortinet Championship. I know he's not playing, but
Peds. Yeah.
We'll come back to you.
Peds. Peds.
That's it. One of your favorites.
I don't know. I love it.
That's your only Steely Dan
That's
work
all I got. Yeah,
there it is. All right. Well, get ready for Sean Estes at 7:35 as the Giants are flat-footed lost column tie, 4-way tie with Arizona, Cincinnati, Miami, and the Giants. So it's a foot race to the finish from here. They go to Colorado tonight. But we got to get back into react to some of the stuff Cosell had to say about this Niner game going in Thursday, NFL Week 2, getting ready. Vikings-Eagles tonight. All good stuff on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
More Morgan Hill, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Morgan Hill's sports leader.
Okay, it is time to talk to my main man. He is Steve Moskowitz, good friend of the show. We like to talk to him during the weekday mornings, get some advice and suggestions out to our great listeners. So, Steve, I say happy Thursday morning to you. The ERC conversations we've had have been so good because it's you making an attempt to make sure people get all that they're entitled to. So maybe we can talk a little more ERC today. How are you, Steve?
Doing great, Paulie, and thank you, and even happier when I'm getting money for your listeners.
Yeah.
And you just brought up something that we started to notice a lot of. There's a lot of people that have received ERC that are contacting us and say, did we receive the maximum to which we're entitled? And that's something we're doing now. And, it's not just math and yes or no. A lot of the times when we go in and we look at the calculations, clients are entitled to more. Or another way is there's multiple periods and whoever did the work for them only did some periods, or the theories were different. The bottom line is, even if you've gone ahead and done ERC, we can go ahead and check it to see if you got the max. And also, there's some people that filed and they're still waiting. We can get the status with the IRS. The bottom line is there's so much we want to do to help you with ERC. All you have to do is contact us.
That's it. Hey, thanks so much for sharing that, Steve. And remember, you are entitled to get your maximum worth. How do you do that? Pick up the phone, call Steve, 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Start that dialogue today. And also visit Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So the 49ers will take one more kneel, and they will win this game. Brock Purdy, 19 of 29 for 220 yards, 2 touchdowns. What a game for him. And the 2 offensive stars as Sam Darnold will kneel it out. That'll be the game. Kyle will go to midfield and shake the hand of Mike Tomlin. Christian McCaffrey, 22 carries, 151 yards rushing. And that 65-yard touchdown run to start the second half, T-Rock, amazing. And it was great blocking from Ray McLeod, and then Brandon Ayuk with the decleater. And then Brandon Ayuk, 8 catches, 129 yards and 2 touchdowns. The first one, he was wide open. The second one, he just took away from the future Hall of Famer, Patrick Peterson.
Well, there was the wrap-up from Pittsburgh. That one went well, the 30-7 win. What will happen in L.A. on Sunday? 1:05 kickoff.
Let's go. It's so great to have football back, man. You look forward to these kickoffs, and, you know, the more we talk to, great conversation with Greg Cosell, by the way, Murph, and when you asked him about Brock Purdy, I started thinking as Greg
You mean Brock Purdy?
Yeah.
Brock you have that one? I'll tell you what. I'm going to request that stays in your at your fingertips. Marcus.
So I started thinking
that wrestling guy. That one always makes me laugh.
I want to give Brock Purdy his due here for just a second, because you look around the NFL and, like, it was who was the other guy? Chris Russo, who's had the take, who said you can't win a Super Bowl without that marquee, force of nature.
Who was it? As a texter said, who was it? Said big equipment. Who was it that said big equipment yesterday?
Tommy Lee. I don't know.
Remember, we had somebody said you need a big equipment guy to win it.
Well, that's the idea.
We heard it yesterday, and then you made the Tommy Lee joke.
So, but I'm saying, like,
who was it? Was it Omar Ruiz of NFL Network?
It might have been Omar.
And he said somebody at their network calls it the big equipment guy?
Yeah. But if you look around last weekend and you see Brock Purdy definitely played better than Josh Allen. He definitely played better than Joe Burrow. And then there's all those next year guys like your Zach Wilsons and all. Brock Purdy had one of the best quarterback games of the entire NFL schedule. So I think the more he does is people are going to start to have more of an awareness. Like, he's still kind of an unknown commodity, Murph, like nationally.
Who are you talking about? You talking about Brock Purdy?
The same guy.
Purdy! There it is.
Yes.
I don't know. Are you with me on that soundbite?
Well, it'll stay in your head, yeah.
Brock Purdy!
yeah, you like that.
I don't know, man. Yeah. Every now and then, just like I like your body rocking, too.
Well, body rocking. Listen, that's our new Tim Ryan tribute. If you missed it the first time, here it is again. To set a tone early, when I was talking about the Fred Warner hit on Najee Harris, Tim Ryan goes, well, yeah, that's a body rocker, bro. That's a body rocker. So when I heard that, I'm like, dude, Beastie Boys, body moving. Let's make it happen. The new Tim Ryan tribute. Behold.
Body rocker, body rocker, body rocker, body rocker. Body rocker.
No, but the Beastie Boys with MC Tim Ryan.
By the way, and to your point about quarterbacks in week 1.
He played great.
If you want to go by passing yards, he was not. He only had 220 in passing yards.
I'm fine with that.
I know it's an old-fashioned stat.
I'm fine with that.
Like Tua threw 466. Yeah. Cousins threw 344. Stafford threw 334. Jones threw 316. Waterboy's guy, Derek Carr, 305. But if you want to go by rating, I don't know if you want to go by rating.
I like a good rating, yes.
Do you like a good QB rating?
Yes.
It goes Jordan Love, number 1. Jordan Love!
Yeah, he had a great game.
123.
Yeah.
Desmond Ridder, number 2. I thought he was 111. Anyway, Brock Purdy's 3rd. He's 3rd.
That's what I'm saying. No, he had a really nice game.
Desmond Ridder, 15 of 18 for 115. Desmond Ridder. So that's where the rating gets a little weird when you're giving Desmond Ridder this. So I don't know what the true measure of a quarterback is. Is it rating? Is it passer rating? Is it passing yards? Is it completion percentage? Is it touchdowns to interceptions? I mean, it's all of them combined, right?
But again, it's the things that Brock Purdy, in some cases, it's the things he doesn't do, like make bad decisions on the field, like throw ill-advised picks. Like he's got that stuff down to a bare minimum, and hopefully that continues.
I know, man. So we'll see if he's the big equipment dude who can get it done Sunday at 105. Stafford will be a thing, but then Cosell said he just loves the Niner D-line.
Well, that's it right there. It'd be nice to see Nicky get loose. Yeah, I want to see Nick Bosa get a little loose this weekend.
Cleve Ferrell, they now have 2 of the top 4 picks in the same draft. Now, you could debate, was Cleve Ferrell a top 4 pick? Probably not. Waterboy here to tell you he was not. But he actually flashed a little bit on Sunday in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it makes sense. He leaves the Raiders and has a great career somewhere else.
Well, that's bound to happen.
Hey, man, you want to know, baby.
You guys.
That's true.
And by the way, I didn't realize this till I just looked at the internets today. You guys are in West Virginia practicing this week.
Because they'll be out in Buffalo next weekend.
That must mean you have a second road game or something? No? Do you have a second road game on the East Coast? Because generally you do it when it's like a 2-week stay.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't know. I'm 1 week at a time, Murph.
Yeah, one game.
You're just laser focused on the Bills.
Yeah, and that 9.5 point spread.
I mean, at this point, you're just talking spread. Nobody expects the Raiders to win that game.
No chance.
Flat out win that game.
That's what we were saying about
scheduled loss.
But that's what we said about Seattle and the Rams last week. We said the exact same thing. There's no way the Rams go up there and take one. Look what they did.
That was the most surprising game of the week, wasn't it?
Done deal, bro. That was a done deal. I remember thinking like 5 points, no problem.
I know.
I'll happily give you 5.
Vegas always knows, man. Vegas always knows. Yep. By the way, we are proudly sponsored by the O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. A little bit of Shanahan from yesterday. He'll be on with Copes and Dieter today. But talking about these Rams, man, it's Rams week. And SoFi Stadium, a stadium I'd like to get to, looks pretty nifty.
I saw it when I went down and saw the Dead in, where was that? That was in June.
At the Forum,
I went to the Forum. It's right there, Murph. Yeah. It's literally right across the parking lot. It looks like a UFO has landed in the parking lot.
Shout out Inglewood, which gets shouted out by, is it Dre? Dre in California Love, right? Doesn't they shout out Inglewood? Anyway, here's Shanahan on the familiarity factor.
Okay.
Cut D. I'm sorry. D is in Delta. Yes.
We have such a history and just, with the coaching staffs being similar for so long and the players being similar for so long. So, there's a lot of new guys out there, them playing in one game and, trying to figure out some of their new players that you don't have a history with. But once you turn on the tape and try to see it, you don't know some of the guys, but you definitely know 99 and you know the quarterback. And then you watch the schemes and nothing's really different. I mean, it's 2 really good schemes on both sides of the ball and 2 great players and looks very similar. And that's the result was very similar to what they've had in the past.
I mean, if you go, I'm looking at their depth chart, names Stafford, obviously. The tight end, Taylor Higbee's been around for a while. The lineman, Joe Notaboom, although I saw he was on the injury list. But your receivers here, get to know Puka Nacua and Tutu Atwell.
Who?
Both fun to say, by the way. Puka Nacua.
Great name.
Welcome to the mid-segment reads.
Nice.
And Tutu Atwell. Those are both fun to say. Van Jefferson, you know that name, too. Then you go on defense. It's Jonah Williams, Bobby Brown, Aaron Donald, Michael Hecht, Christian Rosaboom, Ernest Jones, Byron Young. I mean, you don't really...
Who?
And as Barrows told us, who's starting at corner for them? Akello Witherspoon.
Yeah.
It's our buddy.
Yep.
Their safeties are Jordan Fuller and Russ Yeast. Oh, is that the side? Is that Copes renamed his team on fantasy North, South, Yeast, West. Is it for Russ Yeast, the free safety of the Rams?
Why?
Well, maybe it's not.
Yeah.
Does anybody know why?
I have no idea. I thought it was like a Kanye joke or something.
Is it a Kanye?
Maybe.
Just
Who
for
knows?
Maybe. Yeast, whatever.
Yeast. He names his kid like different directions.
Dude, their kicker is Brett Maher, that guy who couldn't make one for the Cowboys.
That guy made me laugh. He gave us a lot of comedy in the postseason. He was just missing everything in his path.
So anyway, I mean, it is a bunch of names we don't know.
No.
Meanwhile, Shanahan against his old buddy Shawnee McVay here. Shanahan Kyle v. Sean.
Starting with the offense, which is where it starts with Sean, but it's been no different with the defense and special teams either. Those guys are always coached up well. They're ready to go, and they know how to put their really good players in real good situations.
It's funny. I know. Do you watch Sunday morning preview shows? I know we got to go for Estes.
A little bit. I kind of flip around, but I get pieces of stuff. Yeah.
My kid actually likes him, so we have him on, and he likes to watch the ESPN one. And they did this one on Mike McDaniel,
I saw a little bit of that. To sit down. Yeah, someone who's combed hair and stuff.
You see him when he was driving to. They did the drive into work.
I didn't see that part. I saw when he was sitting there.
And he's decided to out Gruden because he's in the car in the 2 a.m. hour.
And what's he doing? AC/DC like Back in Black?
No.
Gruden was a rocker.
Yeah, I told you. Remember, I did that story on Gruden for the Sunday Magazine. That's when he revealed to me because I drive in, listen to 107.7 The Bone.
He wasn't kidding.
And he said, I hear this song called It's My Life by Bon Jovi.
All right. I
And
mean,
he goes, I hear the lyrics. The lyrics are speaking to me, man. He goes, that song is everything.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, true story.
Yeah.
But anyway, no, McDaniel had Darlington with him, so he wasn't blasting the AC/DC. My point is, in the car at the 2 a.m. hour, that's a little extreme now. I mean, even Waterboy's not in the car at the 2 a.m. hour.
no, let's hope not.
Right?
You need to get some rest.
No, not until the 3 a.m. hour.
See,
bro.
I mean, 3 a.m.
Let's
when
be
Gruden
reasonable.
McDaniel saw Gruden at 3:17. He's like, I'm going to one up him. I'm going 2 a.m. That means some young up-and-coming coach is going to go 1 a.m.
By the
now.
way, have you noticed, because I just haven't spoken this out loud, but I'm about to break that wall down, is that Murph and I have backed off this whole campaign we were rolling out to try to get Marcus to move up to the city because of that stuff. His commute is so long. He's a young guy. You want him to enjoy himself. But he's got to get to bed so early and then get up so early. But have you noticed that we've just stopped entirely trying to
I'm willing
entice
to
him?
go back in.
Oh, yeah, okay. Because I decided to take a step back on that, Marcus. I don't know if you noticed,
willing to go
but I
back in.
did.
But-
We've let our hands off the wheel now. So
I'm going
Marcus,
back in. Marcus,
okay,
move
get
to the
back in there.
city.
Yeah, get up here.
By the way, just real quick on that piece,
I'm
was
going
that
back in.
McDaniel was saying that when he wanted to become a head coach, he said he was, quote, chasing Kyle. Like he was chasing, Kyle was his idol. He said, and then they got to Washington. He goes, and then I realized there's more people out there. And he goes, now I got to deal with Matt LaFleur and Sean McVay. It was all about climbing the ladder. And he realized these guys are better than me. And he was like discouraged. He's like, Kyle's better than me. Sean's better than me.
Well, that's important, though. That's what Magic Johnson said that. He goes, the hardest thing to do is self-evaluation because you have to be honest with yourself. And most of the time, you don't want to be honest with yourself. You're like, no, I'm good at that, too. I'm good at everything.
No.
I don't have any flaws. It's like...
I think I suck at everything, pretty much. Yeah.
I've taken the exact opposite approach where I just acknowledge I stink at everything.
Whereas Deion Sanders is so confident. Did you see this? There's a clip going around yesterday about how confident he goes, the cologne I wear is called confidence. And he goes, and he had this great line that brought down the house. He goes, and I say to everybody, don't let my confidence offend your insecurity. Wow. He goes, I'm going to say that again. The crowd's going,
Wow, that's a great set. That's a great
I'm
one.
going to say that again. Don't let my confidence offend your insecurity.
Is it too late for me to sign up to play for him? I think I want to be on special teams, anything. I just want to be a part of it.
The confident Sean Estes next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Give me my theme music.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the San Diego Padres on Tuesday, September 26th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
All right, we like talking about Marin Health because the North Bay, obviously known for world-class beauty. Let's talk about the world-class secret we call Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
This is Murph and Max. Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper. Right.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max. Power Hour. On the mound, he broke hitters down.
And this one secures the shutout for Sean Estes.
And now on the mic, he breaks down the Giants. It's former All-Star lefty Sean Estes with Murph and Mac.
Sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And by Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers we hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
They're alive. They're alive. 75 and 71, and they pulled this one out of the nether regions. The 3-run homer from J.D. Davis, one of the biggest swings of the month, of the second half, really. So they lose that game. You start to lose faith. You go on a 10-game road trip. Instead, they pull it out in extras. And who are they? Well, they're in a flat-footed 4-way tie in the loss column in the wild card race for the third one with Arizona, Miami, and Cincinnati. Race to the finish now. Let's talk about it with Sean Estes. Sean, they're alive.
Morning, Sean. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, what a difference a week makes, right?
I guess so. Yeah,
Last
seriously.
Thursday we were talking where they were, I think, a 6 or 7 game losing streak, and then we felt like that this was their time to, if they were going to make a move at all, this was it, and they did. Well, so far.
They went 5-1 on the homestand. Yeah, 5-1 on the homestand.
More optimistic, I guess.
They kind of had to go 5-1 minimum on the homestand, don't you think?
I thought so. I think we talked last week. I think they still, they had to go 8-2. I feel like in those 10 games with the Rockies and the Guardians, that was kind of like if they could go 8-2, I think it could have got them back into the wild card hunt. And they're half a game out going into Colorado to play 3 with their ace on the mound. So you gotta like what's going on, but Colorado's a tough place to play, so you can't just cruise in there and throw your gloves out there and expect to win those games. So they still got work to do, but you like the momentum that they've created going into Colorado. Big win last night, obviously. First 3-run home run in, 2 months? So that's got to feel pretty good.
Wait a minute.
So,
I know, sorry.
I hadn't seen that stat. Is that right?
I know. I don't mean to laugh.
I think the last 3-run home run they hit was, I think, July 17th.
Oh, my God. I hadn't seen that.
I almost wish you didn't say that.
That's an amazing.
I know. It kind of shocked me, too.
Well, I'm glad I did say it because it's actually maybe it's a sign of things to come. They're going to Colorado.
Okay.
It's a great place to hit home runs.
Yeah.
We get a couple more 3-run home runs in the next few days.
Man, oh, man, that is amazing. And J.D. Davis had a rough July and August. He seems to be hitting better in September. And I don't know, you look at the team. Well, let's start with last night's starting pitcher, or yesterday afternoon's starting pitcher. And I know we'll get to the positive stuff, but I do want to hear your take on Kyle Harrison because the home run ball seems to be a little bit of a bugaboo, as they say. He gave up 4 in San Diego, and then 1 yesterday to Jose Ramirez. So that's 7, I think, if my math is right, in 24 innings. Is there anything to that?
Well, yeah, missed locations with the fastball is I think what there is to that. I think that he came in right away and he had, I think the fastball was a little livelier. I felt like before I get to why he's giving up the home runs, I felt like the last inning he had last night was the best I've seen him since probably his best his fastball looked since his debut in Philly and of course his home debut against Cincinnati. I just feel like his fastball has lacked a little bit of life since last night, and it really did for the first few innings. And all of a sudden, I don't know if he went in and did, shotgun to Red Bull between the 3rd and the 4th inning or what, but, I mean, he came out in the 4th inning, and that's the best the fastball has looked in a long time. He was pumping 95s that had a lot more life, a lot more carry through the zone. Jose Ramirez, who had taken him deep in the 1st inning yesterday, he blew a fastball right by him, almost in the same spot, maybe a little bit lower. But where he's getting beat is the 93-mile-an-hour fastball belt high. And to me, I don't care how much life it has on it, what the spin rate is, what kind of carry and angle he's coming in from. Big league hitters, when they're geared up for a fastball and you put it, belt high or middle, a little bit up, guys that are good fastball hitters are going to turn it around. So, that to me, I feel like the evolution of Kyle Harrison is that, he's still got to command the fastball, up, down, in, and out. He can't just rely on top rail and bottom part of the zone, right? So he still has to keep guys honest inside, and he still has to be able to dot the arm side fastball away, consistently to make all those other pitches play better. So, that to me, that's all it is lack of command and making mistakes in hitters counts. And we saw Cooper do it in a hitters count. San Diego, the 3-run home run. Soto did it with a fastball, 2-strike count. In San Diego, we saw Ramirez do it yesterday. So to me, that's the only thing he's got to clean up is just making better pitches when he's behind in the count. Maybe pull the string, throw a changeup every now and again to keep guys off that fastball. But that to me, that's just the process of pitching, and it's something that he's going to get better at as he gets more innings. So I don't have a whole lot of concern. The one thing that kind of is confusing because he dominated left-handed batters in the minor leagues is that lefties have hit him so well.
Yeah.
And that just to me it blows my mind. And maybe a little bit of it is luck on the hitter's part, not a lot of loud contact, but that's something he's got to use that to his advantage, that lefty on lefty matchup. And he did it in the minor leagues. They didn't hit him at all, but for whatever reason, and I'll tell you one of the reasons why is because when you're facing lefty on lefty in the big leagues, it's because you're facing the opposition's best hitters, right? Because if they have a guy that doesn't hit lefties that well, they're gonna platoon, put the righty in. But guys that play every day from the left side, the Sotos, the Freemans, those guys are gonna be in there. So the Harpers, so you're gonna end up facing the other team's best lefties. So you're gonna have to still make pitches because they get paid to hit both righties and lefties, no matter how nasty you are. So that's probably a little something he's got to clean up is that, hey, I'm facing a really good lefty, so I still have to make really good pitches. I can't just throw fastballs by him and get him to chase my sliders. So that's just something he's going to learn as well. And I think he will. I'm not too worried about Kyle Harrison right now, but what I did like, and then moving forward is what I saw in the 4th inning yesterday. And I think the numbers are a little skewed because he gets out of that first inning with a solid throw from Casey Schmidt, and he only gives up 2 in the first, and maybe that buys him another inning yesterday, and he goes 5 and gives up 3, or 5 and gives up 2. You know what I mean? A lot can, there's a trickle down effect to throwing more pitches in the first and having the defense let you down. So I think the numbers were a little bit better than you saw yesterday from Kyle Harrison, and I like the way he finished.
Yeah, in Susan's game story, which by the way has the stat about the 3-run homer, I should have read Sluss. I slept on this, but anyway, it says for the 3rd start in a row, his velocity was down a tick.
Yeah,
his fastball average at 92.8, his game high 95.4. He says that according to your point, Sean, we're talking to Sean Estes here. He made an adjustment with his arm slot, and his fastball picked up the last inning or two. Harrison described the pitch as flat initially. Quote, I started to find my release as the game went on and started throwing pitches with more conviction, and that was the difference. So to your point, he did adjust. Yeah.
He did, yeah. And that to me is what it's all about. Yeah. You're not going to go out there and feel your best every start. You're not going to always go out there mechanically, feel your best. And that's why good pitching coaches, good catchers, guys that have seen him throw or guys that can pick up on the little things. I mean, if you're talking about arm angle, it's not like he's dropping from low 3/4 to sidearm, right? That's an obvious pickup, right? But if you're dropping down an inch or two and you can tell by the action of the fastball, and you have a pitching coach that can notice that and say, hey, just get your arm slot up just a little bit. And all of a sudden you go out there and you do it, and you're like, okay, that feels normal. And all of a sudden now you're throwing balls by guys again, and you got a little bit more life on your fastball, and you get a little more carry on that fastball. That to me is the biggest difference. Now, if you can pick that up on your own and make the adjustment on your own as a pitcher, that to me is what experience is, right? That as you get older, that's where you make in-inning adjustments with mechanics based on what you're seeing, what your eyes are seeing with the pitches you're throwing, and also a lot of times the reaction of the hitters and how the swings that they're getting off of you. So you can do that, and sometimes, you can make that adjustment early in games where it doesn't affect you for, a 2 or 3 spot in the first inning. So that's part of the evolution of pitching, man. It really, it's not supposed to be easy. Your guys would come up to the big leagues with good stuff and dominate. There's a learning curve to it, and he's going through it right now. But I like the adjustment he made yesterday, and I didn't hear the part about him making the arm slot adjustment. The last couple innings. You just see it. I mean, just based on the velocity and the fact that he threw the same pitch to Jose Ramirez and blew it right by him. And the first inning, he took it deep. So, to me, that's a big step forward for Kyle Harrison.
Good stuff with Sean Estes. Giants go right into it today at Denver, where they've won 16 out of 17.
Isn't that crazy?
I kind of wish I don't even have to hear that, right?
I mean, that's it makes no sense. I mean, whatever Gabe and Farhan are doing, or the staff and the analytics, they figured out the Rockies. I mean, this can't happen in baseball. You can't do that in baseball. Baseball's too fluky.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, well, do you guys remember there was and not too long ago? I mean, they had a really rough stretch against the Rockies at their place. They couldn't win a game there, and then lately it's like they can't lose. And I'll tell you what, that as far as the team that knows that they can win in a ballpark, especially they've struggled on the road. Let's not sugarcoat it. They've stunk on the road the last couple months. I mean, they were a really good road team early, but they've stunk. But if you're a team going into somebody else's stadium, and you have history there and recent history of winning a lot of games and winning games different ways, you have a ton of confidence when you step off that plane in Colorado and Denver, right? You feel like you're going to win. It's not like, oh man, I hope we play well and we have to do everything right to win. And these guys are really good at home, and they're a much better home team and they score more. No, it's like we're gonna find a way to win these games because you've done it, right? You have history and you have confidence on your side. So trust me, these guys truly believe that they can win in Colorado, and they know the importance of these 3 games. And it's a must series. It's a must-win series. Obviously, you'd like to get a sweep, but you're eyeballing the series, and you got a guy on the mound tonight in Logan Webb that can kick off the series in the right direction. So you got to like their chances. Boy, they're swinging the bat. Guys now you're getting like 3 or 4 guys starting to swing the bat a little bit better.
And Conforto's supposed to come back today.
Right. Yeah.
And he's coming back in Colorado. Is that the word?
That's the word. Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. There's another nice addition to the lineup, and who knows what you're going to get out of Conforto right away after missing some time, but it's a big league at bat. You're going to get every time, and it's some power, and now they're starting to hit the ballpark a little bit more. Maybe they're turning in the right direction at the right time, and you kind of feel like that they had to do it against the teams that they faced the last week, and they're going to get 3 more tries at the Rocky. But if they didn't do it against those teams, you knew they were cooked, right? So you got the head-to-head against the Diamondbacks. You're tied with them, hopefully. If you take 2 from them, you got the head-to-head from them. You got the head-to-head against Cincinnati, and I think the Marlins right now have the head-to-head against them. So but you can really take care of you can really. It's right in front of you. We've said it now. They put themselves in a position where all you got to do is win games, and you're going to be a playoff team. They got to play good baseball, though. They hadn't played great baseball. They just got to play. They got to play better baseball.
Yeah. I mean, they pulled it out of their nethers. And to your point about about a week ago when we were talking to you, and I remember I tweeted this out. I think the Giants are trying to tell us something, and I think they had 2 choices. They could die or kick, and they kicked a little bit. So you have to give them credit. I'm wondering. My question is about all the different voices they've heard in the last couple of weeks. Because we heard Tyro made a speech through an interpreter, right? Then we heard that Yaz and Flores met with Gabe separately to give a message to the team. Then we heard that Farhan addressed the team. Then we heard Wotus spoke up. It's like I mean, I guess it's a good thing, but it's like a lot of
speeches, Sean. Yeah,
but I mean, I guess I don't know. Is that a good thing?
Well, it's a good thing if you win. I mean, right? No, you just look at the results. Okay, so Tyra gives a speech, and they go out, and I think they win 4 out of 5, something like that, maybe 5 out of 6, and then they went on that skid, and then it's like, okay, Wotus comes out, and I mean, it's great to hear guys. Well, Wotus obviously been around for a lot. So he's seen a lot in his career, and he was on all 3 world championship teams. So he knows what it takes to play well in September and sprint through that finish line. And when you're that close, you play hard until the end. I think it's really easy as a group when you're struggling as a team, and especially when you have a lot of rookies that are involved that haven't been through it. it's really easy to start looking ahead to the off season, and you lose a little bit of focus. You're like, maybe this just isn't our year, right? You start to think that negative thoughts creep into your mind, and you don't have there's not a lot of guys that have been through that, right? I mean, have had championship experience. I don't know if anybody, how many guys on the team won World Series? I mean, is it Conforto?
Alex Wood, right?
Yeah.
The Dodgers Jock.
Yeah,
Jock, that's right. That's a good one.
Did Conforto win one, or did he get to the World Series? I think he got the World Series with the Mets. But, there's not a lot of that experience in that clubhouse, right? So, those are that to me, there's a different mentality when it comes down to this part of the year. It's a different brand of baseball that you have to play, and a different focus level you have to have, and these are the days, the season gets long, especially for a lot of these young guys. They haven't had this many reps and played this many games, on a high level. So it's really easy mentally to let up. So that's when sometimes it takes guys, that have been through it, like Wotus. And then you get your boss to come in and talk and be like, just to kind of reset and refocus and kind of really just kind of shed a positive light on what really could happen and how fun it is to get to the playoffs, and how that just kind of a rejuvenation, right? A little spark, something that can kind of reignite teams mentally. So I don't mind it, especially sometimes if you have a manager that likes to have meetings and that kind of starts to fall on deaf ears, because it's the same voice you're hearing over and over again. And if it's not working, then it's like, okay, here we go again. What's he going to be able to say this time that's going to get us going? But they've mixed it up, and I think it's almost a little bit out of desperation, but it really is a desperate team right now.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many different ways to look at this. And yesterday, Sean, after they lost the Tuesday game, we did this we do our big hit at 8 a.m., the big story of the day. And it was, why aren't fans excited about the Giants? Because the attendance is down, man. They're down to 17th. And, a lot of people came out and had their beefs and all that. And yet, here they are. They turn around and win this game yesterday. It's kind of a love-hate thing. It's like an ambivalence going on with this team. And the expanded playoffs are the only reason they're in it. But there's an expanded playoffs, so you know what I mean? It's like, it's weird. The fans aren't totally embracing it.
Yeah.
No, they're not. I mean, we've talked a lot about it over the course of the year, and just what type of product they have on the field, and are people excited? I mean, that aside from all the other issues going on, and just people not working in the city. I mean, I honestly, like, that was something I remember. Like, go back to 2019, is that when people were still. Everybody was coming to the city to work. It was like, you get another 10,000 a night because of that, right? Day games, night games, you get off of work. Okay, hey, we're going to go to the game with the boys, or family comes in, whatever it is. When you have more people in the city, that's why you have a downtown ballpark, because you draw from the city, and there's just not as many people in the cities. I mean, you can look at that. There's a lot of things to look at outside of, okay, the product on the field, right? But ultimately, it comes down. I mean, the attendance should be much better with a team that's been in the playoff race, pretty playoff hunt all year. Why that is, I don't know. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of factors involved, but I think that winning will take care of a lot of that, right? I mean, it comes down to that last weekend of the season, and the Dodgers are in town. It'll be a packed house, especially if the Giants are in it. But and hopefully that can carry over. If they can get to the playoffs and make a run, next year that'll carry over, and you will start to see more people come to the ballpark. I mean, it's going to be a younger team next year. I think, we kind of looked at that's what gets people excited. There's certain players that they come to watch play, Kyle Harrison, a Casey Schmidt, Marco Luciano, Luis Mott. I mean, there's certain guys that I think will draw people in. We'll have to see. I think time will tell on the attendance thing, but you're right. I mean, I don't know the last time the Giants have been mid-pack attendance.
Never.
I don't think it's ever happened.
Yeah, not like that.
Not at this park. No.
So yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into the negative part of it all, but
that's us. We're the negative ones.
Well, yeah, I know, but it's like,
you're like, yeah, I know.
When you watch the game in person, or you watch it on TV, it's noticeable.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of times too, it's who you're playing. I mean, the Rockies have never been a great draw. The Guardians. Obviously they're in Cleveland, they're in another league, and it's like, there's not a ton of guys on their team people want to come see either. So, a lot of it has to do with who they're playing right now. But, it definitely is an issue that they're going to have to address this winter, and how to get more butts in the seats.
Yeah, for sure. That's the stuff that gets the owner's attention. So, but they're in it. They're alive and kicking, as Paulie Mac's Simple Minds once sang. Hey, I have a weird one for you. On the way out here, sort of another slightly negative one, but why is Paul DeJong even, playing? He's not part of this team going forward, and I don't mean to be mean to the gentleman, but, you got Brandon Crawford, and you could call up Luciano, right? Isn't he ready to go?
He's hurt. Is he healthy?
Is he? Marcus, Luciano's healthy now, isn't he? Anyway, the point is that it's weird to see DeJong's name in the lineup, and then there's the whole Crawford angle, and we've talked to you about him over this summer, about maybe his farewell season. He got a big standing O yesterday.
I think you're going to see a lot more of that, too.
But I'm wondering, and maybe, Tuesday night he had those plays with Estrada that were weird because of the double play. I don't know. What do you think about that shortstop situation? And you see DeJong's name, and you're kind of like, huh? Because he's not going to be part of the team next year.
He's not, but he also is going to, in their opinion, and I believe defensively, he's been solid. He's going to help you win games with his glove. I mean, I don't think that I think you're looking at the offense as being a little bit more of a bonus. And I think that, as poorly as they played defensively, they're looking at him as being a guy that can go out there and pick it and just make the routine play. And you don't worry about him defensively. You don't worry about him, the game be getting too fast for him, right? I mean, he's been through it. So he's a veteran guy. That's why he's in there. He's in there for his defense because he's a great defender. I mean, he made a nice play yesterday.
Are they saying,
up the middle.
Do you think they're saying Crawford's defense is, it isn't what it used to be?
Well, they've been saying that for a couple of years now. I mean, he did win a Gold Glove in 21. He had a great defensive year, but, they've been saying they've said he's lost a step as well. But, I mean, they're sitting Crawford against lefties. DeJong's playing against lefties.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. It's not like Crawford's not playing when there's a righty on the mound.
Yeah.
But, and Crawford's obviously solid, but I think it goes to show you that he truly is still the face of the team, right? I mean, he is the guy that people – you see a lot of Crawford jerseys in the stands. He gets the standing O.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's having his worst offensive year of his career this year.
Yeah.
But he's been so clutch. I mean, with runners in scoring position. I mean, I feel like 90% of his hits have come, in situations where he's driving a run in.
Yeah, right.
He's been huge in those moments. So I think the fans understand that. They appreciate what he's meant to the organization and even appreciate some of his bats this year. So, yeah, I mean, that's a tough one, man, because, it's probably the end. It's an Eminem in the era for him. I mean, it may be it for him. And I don't think I don't know if we'll ever see him in a Giant uniform after this year again. So, he's getting his due right now. I mean, from the fans, and that's awesome.
Yeah,
I'd love to see that kind of stuff. So, and he had to get it back. I mean, they were going to make him bunt, but he didn't go out of the zone with that, and he ended up working a walk and ended up being a big walk in the game yesterday. So, I mean, DeJong's out. I mean, I know it's frustrating offensively because he hasn't done a lot offensively. He got hit yesterday and got a double yesterday. But I think more than anything, it's just that he's steady defensively. You know what you're going to get out of him out there. And in a year where, you're making a lot of errors, you got to have someone out there, a veteran guy up the middle that is kind of more of a calming force. I mean, Casey Schmidt's more dynamic. Luciano had been hurt. That's why he hadn't seen him, but he may be healthy now. But at the same time, coming down the stretch, you want guys that have had experience that can be able to slow the game down, and DeJong's one of those.
Wild stuff, man. All right, well, they're alive and kicking. It's a four-way race. Like you said, they have the tiebreaker advantage over Arizona. That's big. Although, I'm sorry, Arizona could wrestle it back with 2 wins next week, so those are big. They have the tiebreak edge over Cincinnati. Miami has it over them based on intra-division, because they went 3-3 against Miami. So these are things that could play a role, because if you finish in a tie, there's no playoffs. So,
Miami's interesting though, because they got Alcantara. I never pronounced his name right. Yeah. He's on the IL. They got the Brewers for 3, and then they got the Braves for 3, or they got the Braves for 3,
and then the Mets, Brewers, Pirates.
Yeah, so they got a tough little stretch of games with the Brewers and the Braves. That they could be out of it after those games alone, right?
I think the team with the easiest road is Cincinnati. They finish at Detroit today, then they go Mets, Twins. They're okay. Pirates, Guardians, Cardinals.
Yeah, that is a little easier road.
Yeah.
I mean, other than maybe the Twins, who are leading their division.
Yeah.
They got that's their
hard.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, you're probably right on paper, but that's a really, really young team in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Like we talk about, just youth in September, guys starting to peter out a little bit mentally, maybe even a little bit physically. That's where you really have to have, some veterans mixed in there that have been through it. So, that's where I would say, yeah, you're right. On paper, the Reds definitely have the advantage schedule-wise. But, even though they have some really good rookies, I don't know. I don't think young. I think they're too young, to really know what it takes to play good baseball down the stretch. And then other teams, too. It's not like they're going to lay down, right? I mean, they may not be as good, from a season standpoint.
Cleveland just played the Giants tough.
They played them tough.
Yeah.
They got some good pitching. I mean, you get to, they got some good arms in that bullpen. You get down. I mean, I think the Giants had a chance yesterday down 5-1. I really didn't. It was some of the arms that the Guardians can roll out there and the Clase close them out. You don't want to get down to a team like that. But, yeah, well, maybe there's something to this year. I mean,
in Arizona, your Diamondbacks have sort of a tough road. 3 with the Cubs, 2 with the Giants. They got to go at Yankee Stadium for 3. And then they finish with 3 against the Astros.
Yeah, no, I saw their schedule. That to me, that's the gauntlet for them. I mean, I think that's going to be tough for them. But, the Giants, those 2 games here in Arizona are going to be huge, not for a couple of reasons, obviously for head-to-head, but also just for the wild card.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to win those games. You're going to get Gallen in one of them. It's going to be tough. But, you're right. They have a tough stretch, and Gallen got lit up a little bit. I think it was yesterday. So he's coming off a rough one. So we'll see.
He had that NL Cy Young, but now it's slipping away, I think, huh?
Yeah, I think Blake Snell, with his performance last night, just vaulted ahead of everybody.
Who I read, Sean, was Justin Steele was getting a lot of love on MLB.com. The Cubs
Absolutely.
guy. Yeah.
We saw him pitch against the Giants. He didn't get a base runner to second base against them.
So
that guy's kind of like having a quiet, good year, right? I mean, because is he a rookie?
He's 20. Like he's like 29. He's just like a I wouldn't say journeyman, but he's kind of built up to this. Yeah.
It feels like a rookie.
I know, right?
I've never heard of him until this year. I mean, like obviously he's having a great year this year, but I hadn't really heard of him up until this year. But yeah, he's had a really good year, and obviously Spencer Strider with the Braves has been striking everybody out. But I think Snell right now is the leader in the clubhouse.
You imagine winning the Cy and leading the league in walks.
Has it ever happened? I don't think so.
It can't be. No way.
Yeah, I think the last time Snell pitched against the Giants, they ran a couple of those graphics on TV. It was like most walks and then something else. There was another thing too that he led the league in, and no one's ever won a Cy Young with doing that. And then, but I mean, hey, that was the whole Steve Carlton, right? I mean, he won the Cy Young that year on a team. He won 60% of the Phillies wins one year.
It's great knowledge. 72. 72 Phillies.
Yeah, it's you can still be really good on a bad team.
Fun.
But the thing about the Padres is that it's like they're not a bad team. They just have had a bad year, right? I mean, look at their run differential. They're still in the green. I think they're still plus 40 run differential. It's like, how are you guys still losing?
And they smacked the Giants around pretty good, so we better worry about that final week. So anyway.
Well, yeah, especially if you get Snell again too.
Yeah,
I mean, one of those.
And he's going for the Cy.
Will.
Yeah, he's going for the Cy.
Yeah, and he's making a run for the Cy. He's got something to play for. So. Yeah, still a lot of baseball left. I know it's coming down to the end here, but I love this third wild card for obvious reasons this year. Because the Giants wouldn't
keep it a minute, baby. Keep it a minute.
Although, you know what? They're only 2 out of the Cubs in the second. So
yeah, that's not.
With that being said, it's not necessarily the third wild card that's the only reason the Giants are in it, but there's a lot of teams in it because of that third wild card now. So I think it makes for exciting September baseball. I don't know how you guys look at it, but I really do. So all the teams that are in it, they all have their warts. That's the thing. Right. All those wild card teams, they all have their warts. Yeah. It's like who's going to play the best baseball, coming down to the wire.
Well, what you're looking at is you're saying who could be the 6th best team in the National League.
Yeah, this is not like the premier beauty pageant. This is like the runners-up, like competing.
Well, I mean, what are you saying when the NBA playoffs start to count?
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
You got to be the 12th the best team.
The NBA is a problem.
NBA, NHL, same kind of thing.
That is a problem.
Half the league gets
Even the
in.
NFL's expanded a little bit, too.
Big time.
They have, yeah. Money.
But you get to the playoffs and anything can happen, you know.
This is true. This is FP's big thing at night is that the Phillies had 87 wins as a wild card, made it to the World Series, and that could be the Giants this year. So,
Yeah, I kind of liked the Phillies lineup last year a little bit better.
Where's Bryce Harper, right?
Yeah,
where's He's not in black and orange. Always a great wide-ranging chat, man. We'll look forward to the week of ball and talk to you next Thursday,
Be good,
man.
Sean. Thank you.
All right, guys. Have a good week.
Always great. Always great. Long, wide-ranging chats.
He's great. I love talking to Sean, man. He's been great all year. Love having him on.
Good cheer, good energy. Waterboy, that for you now, and I know we're related to the big hit here, but the...
go ahead.
For you, Blake Snell winning the sign, leading the league in walks. That you're Mr. No Free 90s, buddy.
I'm not, but here's the thing about Blake Snell. He'll give up a free 90 and then he'll just leave him stranded. Like, he is absolutely like pitching with more stuff than precision. He's a little bit more of a thrower than a pitcher, but he's getting guys out.
You know, it's funny, you were talking to Sean, and I was asking Marcus a couple questions off the mic during that because we're talking about walks and Cy Youngs, and I just said, Marcus, out of curiosity, I go, I almost feel like in the Godfather scene when Michael says to the cop, he goes, excuse me, I'm going to speak Italian for a moment here. I'm going to speak 1984 to Murph for a second here. Murph, do you realize right now, I go, is anybody in the bigs have 20 wins? Marcus goes, I don't think so, but let me check. So he did some digging. He came back to me and he goes, well, I'll give you Spencer Strider's got 17 wins. So you realize we might not get a 20-game winner in the bigs this year. And the whole one-loss thing, I know it's old school and all that. That's why I'm saying let me talk to Murph for a second privately. But, doesn't that feel like you're going to have, Cy Young guys coming in here with, 14 wins? I don't know, 12 wins?
Well, Timmy that year
had 15. He had 15.
Put your 20-win seasons with your vinyl records, buddy.
I have a lot of vinyl records. I do. I have a big collection.
Too.
Yeah.
The Immaculate Grid's now going to have a grid for 15-win seasons because they always, you got to name a
15 is the new 20.
Yeah, it
15 is the new 20.
Seriously. All right, the big hit. We're getting Niner hype ready. Are the Niners ready for the Rams? Let's talk Niners-Rams on their big hit next on the Sports Leader.
Ken Grove, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Ken Grove's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Steve Young stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Adam Copeland and Dieter Kurtenbach to preview this weekend's matchup between the 49ers and the Rams. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murph and Max. Big hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Drive ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Play action, and McCaffrey looks left, throws for the end zone, wide open. Brandon Ayuk, touchdown! San Francisco.
Let's start the fire right now, baby.
Throws for Ayuk, well covered, caught by Brandon Ayuk anyway. Touchdown! Stretch run coming left to McCaffrey. Stays play side, breaks a tackle, 45. Blocked from Ayuk down the sideline, 30. Cuts back inside 20. Still inbounds down the sideline. Diving for the end zone. Touchdown! Pick it over the middle. Ball got tipped. Intercepted by Talanoa Hufanga. Coming back the other way to the midfield. Laterals it back to Sean Gibson. Down the sideline now he's knocked out by Kenny Pickett. So the 49ers will take one more kneel, and they will win this game.
Hands off. Kyron left side. Jump cut. End zone. He's done it again. Touchdown, Kyron Williams. Touchdown, LA. From the 7, the second-year man punches it in.
Third down pressure again. Back-to-back sacks, and it's Aaron Donald. His first in his return. And a 30-13 win for the Rams as they surprise Seattle.
Doesn't mean anything
Don't read the highlights, buddy. Keep bowling.
There it is. Good package there by Triple E, giving you not just the Niner win in Pittsburgh, a lot of touchdown. And then you heard the Rams answer with touchdown, L.A.
Well, the Rams, they got my attention with that win last week. Now, as you show the streamers the artwork on the big hit sheet, and I'm glad you're doing that, I've got a couple of questions, Murph. I'm hoping you can help me. It says it's the big hit, and then it says it's Rams week, baby, with a picture of Ronnie Lott, which makes all the sense in the world.
Rams week, baby.
No, that's Ronnie's mantra. It's Rams week. It's a big deal. My question, Murph, for the shots right next to Ronnie, he's got what looks like I'm not sure what that is. Is that a sheep, a lamb? What is that thing trampling a kid?
Isn't that mutton racing? Isn't that what they call that?
I don't
mutton
know.
racing?
I'm confused.
Kate Scott used to talk to us about that.
I'm frightened and confused.
And then the middle one. What's the middle one?
I don't know. It's a dog playing fetch. I don't know what he's doing.
I think Triple E is trying to put Rams attacking people or something like that.
He's got a little kid getting trampled, literally getting trampled.
Everybody go to your YouTube or your Twitch on the KNBR app.
And the kid's wearing a crash helmet. I don't know what the hell kind of event this is.
Hey, Triple E, come in here and run in and tell us what's
Triple E,
going on.
you got to
here.
explain this.
Is that a ram or is that a...
No, a ram has the horns, though.
A ram is... What's he saying? I can't hear him. What's he saying?
He said the ram is coming to attack, but I don't think that's a ram. That's like a lamb, I think.
Well, what's he saying right now?
Well, he's saying, well, that's their negative moniker would be to lambs. I'm just confused. I got rams and lambs and little kids.
So what is a
helmets?
ram, by the way? What is a RAM? A RAM is a, you Google it, it's a random access memory. Random access memory.
No, we're talking about rams in the wild.
That's barista.
I will say this. I do like that ram helmet with the horn. I think that's a pretty cool logo.
Oh, you like the new one, too, even with those colors? You like the
Not
old
necessarily. I like the old one a little more.
I don't like the Rams' new uniforms.
Yeah,
they look too much like the Chargers.
So a ram is a male sheep.
Yeah.
It's a male sheep.
Well, I think he's giving us a picture of a female sheep then, because I don't see any horns.
Now, most of the rams have horns.
Got to have horns, Marcus.
Longer than female horns. Rams are physically larger and stronger compared to ewes.
Shout out horns.
So a female sheep is a ewe, E-W-E, Their cheerleaders were called the Embraceable Ewes. Did you know that?
I did not.
I don't think you can do that anymore.
No.
But that was back in the 70s and the 80s.
Embraceable. No way you can attach that
as
word.
You know, the Great American Songbook, Embrace Me, You Sweet Embraceable You, right? We're going, what, Cole Porter, something like that?
Yeah, I don't know. They got Cole Porter.
I'm not going into that.
No, I can't say it.
I don't think they got Cole Porter.
Well, let's hope
Did
not.
They?
I don't know.
Cole Porter, by the way, Cole Porter dropping cocaine riffs into the Great American Songbook.
Well, it's like
I get a kick out of you. He's like, I get no kick from cocaine. You're
No,
like, really?
good track, by the way.
Yeah.
Keith Richards covered that. I got to say that Dave Chappelle with the greatest riff of all time as to what's objectionable, what's not. He goes, I don't think I did anything wrong, but we'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. That's it right there.
Kyle Shanahan on the familiarity factor. Sean McVay was his buddy, and now Sean McVay's his rival. Yes.
We have such a history and just, with the coaching staffs being similar for so long and the players being similar for so long. So, there's a lot of new guys out there, them playing in one game and, trying to figure out some of their new players that you don't have a history with. But once you turn on the tape and try to see it, you don't know some of the guys, but you definitely know 99 and you know the quarterback. And then you watch the schemes and nothing's really different. I mean, it's two really good schemes on both sides of the ball and two great players and looks very similar. And that's the result was very similar to what they've had in the past.
I mean, honest to goodness, guys, he's talking Stafford and Aaron Donald are the only recognizable dudes. They really are. I mean, Cam Akers maybe, but he's still 23 years old. Kyren Williams, the running back. The two new receivers, Tutu Atwell and Puka Nacua. Puka.
It's like
he's on my damn fantasy team.
It's like Hakuna Matata. Puka Nacua.
Puka Nacua. Van Jefferson's going to be the only names. Tyler Higbee, the tight end. Notaboom, the lineman, but it's a handful. It's new Rams.
As you learn their roster, I need to take a step back and get back into this whole debate we're having about Triple E's artwork. So thanks to the texters, there's been multiple people saying what that kid must be doing is mutton riding.
That's what I said.
Yeah,
remember
mutton
Kate
riding.
Scott talked to us about
so
mutton riding.
So I guess this is like, what do you do that on the rodeo circuit? Is
Ask
that where?
Kate.
Okay.
Clovis. It's like a thing they do. It's like a novelty thing at a rodeo.
Yeah, we're too city slicker to know about mutton riding. I don't know. Do you know anything about mutton riding, Marcus?
You're asking the wrong guy, Paul.
I don't know.
So
anyway, I'm just going. You were right. It was mutton riding all along. I've never heard of this at all.
So here's Shanahan on facing McVay. What's the toughest thing here? Yes.
Okay.
Aaron Donald being on it would be the number one thing. But, they got some really good players, but they're always going to be sound. They're always going to have a good scheme. They're always going to put their players in good positions. Starting with the offense, which is where it starts with Sean, but it's been no different with the defense and special teams either. Those guys are always coached up well. They're ready to go, and they know how to put their really good players in real good situations.
Well, he says that, and yet I look at this 49ers-Rams series history since 2019. You ready for this, Paulie?
I am.
In 2019, October of 2019, Niners 20, Rams 7. December of 2019, Niners 34, Rams 31.
Yeah.
October of 2020, the COVID year, Niners 24, Rams 16. November of 2020, the COVID year, Niners 23, Rams 20. November of 2021, Niners 31, Rams 10. January of 2022, Niners 24, Rams 20. Niners 27, Rams 24.
These are some close games. A lot of these.
October 2022, Niners 24, Rams 9. October 2022, Niners 31, Rams 14.
So
that's 8 straight.
Yeah.
The only one. NFC Championship, January 30, 2022.
That's
Rams
the one I'd like to have.
20, Niners 17.
That's
So
I'll trade you one of those.
8 in a row other than that NFC Championship.
McVay had no business winning that game. None.
Well, Cosell says, Greg Cosell came on our show and says, it's about the trenches, guys, and that's why the Niners have won 8 in a row. Trenches.
Yeah.
Where they really have a major advantage, and you'd have to assume they will dominate, is D-line, O-line. While the Rams' O-line was really good last week, this D-line for the Niners is just terrific. And when they go to their pass rush front, they've got Jackson and Bosa outside. They've got Armstead and Hargrave inside. I thought Farrell played really well last week, playing mostly on first down and other normal down and distance situations. He had a really, really good game. So they're just so good up front. And of course, we don't need to keep every week talking about Fred Warner and, they're just, this is a different defense than Seattle's defense, obviously.
Well, there you go. The Niners line, and he's Cleve Ferrell. It's got to hurt you, Waterboy, to see Cleve Ferrell out there doing his thing. Drake Jackson.
Of course it hurts him.
Who, by the way, Paulie and I had a nice chat with Blake Sable yesterday in the clubhouse.
Good guy.
We went into the clubhouse. We're like, who's here? And we said, we've never met Blake.
Boom, right there.
I had a great chat with him. Very civil chat about USC,
good guy,
too.
good dude, yeah.
Another likable Trojan.
It was civil.
But he said he and Drake Jackson were classmates at SC. He follows him closely.
Yep.
Yeah, but he said he is a Steeler fan, though, because of Polamalu.
Well, speaking of likable Trojans, too, we put together...
Polamalu's his cousin.
Yeah,
Cousin.
no, they got connections there, too. And speaking of likable Trojans, probably the top of that list would be Ronnie Lott. But not too far behind Ronnie is going to be our second favorite Trojan of all time. That would be Tim Ryan, who was good enough to give us one of our new theme songs for the year. Murph, look out on Sunday for the Body Rocker.
Body rocker, body rocker, body rocker, body rocker, body rocker.
Last week it was Fred Warner. Marcus, who will the Body Rocker be this week?
Oh, maybe Talanoa Hufanga, since we're talking about connections to Troy Polamalu.
I like where your head's
He'll
at.
rock a body or two, Paulie
Yes, he
Mack.
will.
Or will Brock Purdy... Brock Purdy! Will he rock...
Purdy!
I did on my drive. I drive in the morning. You guys play that. It's
Blows
funny.
out your throat doing that. Man, that's a... Yeah.
Purdy!
Damn. He
vocal.
says that Cosell is admiring Purdy's field presence here.
Yeah, and you know what I really like about Purdy, because and obviously he's playing. Well, first of all, the one thing that's really, really important and may not be talked about very much at all, but it's so important, is he doesn't turn the ball over. Yeah. And that might seem like a minor thing when we talk about quarterback play, but that's absolutely critical. Don't turn the ball over. But I tell you what I think he does really well. Because he's not a physically imposing specimen. He doesn't have a huge arm. But what he does is he shows an excellent feel for what defender or defenders to read and control on specific route concepts. Because so people understand, when a quarterback drops back, he's not being asked to look at 7 or 8 guys. No one can do that. That's just not humanly possible with the brain. So most route concepts versus a coverage, you're looking at 1 or 2 guys, or you're looking at an area, but you're not looking at 6 or 7 guys. And I think he has an excellent feel for what defender or defenders to read and control on route concepts, and he's very good, therefore, at mentally simplifying the reads and the throws based based on the routes versus the coverage. And that's why I think he can play so decisively, because he just has an innate feel for that.
That was an elite breakdown by Cosell. Did you really listen to what he's saying?
He's fantastic.
He's so good.
Yeah.
He's like, the human brain cannot look at 6 or 7 things at once. You have to look at 1 or 2, and he is elite at processing which guy to look at versus which defender. Picking on guys. Picking on certain guys. So, Brock Purdy.
And also want to get a moment of clarification from at KNBR Murph, if I can. And
Yes.
it comes from the 559, who says, points out something interesting and then asks a question. Shout out the puka shell necklace, period. Murph, you know you had one. Double exclam. Let's find out for sure, because now I'm curious.
Because the second person said, given that Puka Nacua is now on your reads, will you start wearing one?
And I want to know,
I
did
was
you?
terrified of the kids that wore puka shells.
Okay, see, that's why we got to bring this up.
Kid bullies. And I was the nerd. I went the other way. I was like, if you wear a puka shell, you're coming to kick my ass.
Well, see, hold on now. We might have good evidence.
Because I was that other kid in middle school with the gel in my hair wearing puka shells.
You told me that you were such a problem. They assigned a guy to follow you around the playground.
Oh, dude, I had a parole officer.
That's the best. So, I mean, you were coming to kick my ass.
I was the puka shell guy.
I think it surprises no one who listens to this show that you wore them and I didn't.
Okay.
I think that surprises no one.
I'm not surprised, motherfucker.
Exactly.
No, we're not.
We all got to play our roles.
Hey,
now, Paulie, I would say...
Well, it wasn't even a thing on the East Coast. There was
Get outta here.
Nobody wore puka shell. Yeah, it's very
a very big thing for us,
Yeah,
particularly in our generation. Now, I'm surprised it did reach your generation.
It's very West Coast. It's not an East Coast thing.
If I started wearing them, man, you guys would lose your mind.
And I wouldn't have guessed.
You
I
guys
would
would
have
howl.
The
with
funny
laughter.
thing is, I would have guessed the exact opposite. I would have thought
You see me
puka
as a
shell.
jewelry guy?
Well, no, I just thought pukas would represent like the chill, like Hawaii vibe. Like instead, it
You
turns
see
out
me as a chill Hawaii vibe guy? Have you met me?
Actually, sometimes depends on how many MGs I pump into you. But
Triple E says he had. Yeah, you did pump some MGs. Triple E says he wore puka shells too.
Okay, well, this is news to me. This is why I brought it up.
The tough kids did.
Okay.
But Triple E wasn't the tough kid, though. He was just sort of a ne'er-do-well.
Yeah, I was going to say, once you mention Triple E wears them too, I don't want to be mentioned that I wore them. Kind of puts me in bad light.
And Giants fans checking in saying, don't forget the great Jerome Williams on the mound wearing the puka shells from Hawaii in 2003 when it was Jesse Foppert and Jerome Williams. And what's up, Coach Fopp up there in Marin County?
Yeah.
Hit him straight at Meadow Club today, Coach Fopp. Hey, guys, here's the deal. Steve Young on with Copes and Dieter.
Oh, that's a show right there.
Young was like, wait, I got to do this show?
You got curtain box till 6 p.m. Yeah.
Like, where's Tolbert? Here he is on Brock Purdy.
Yeah, maybe Brock can't do all that Superman stuff, but maybe it's better off in some ways because get it to the Supermen around him.
Yeah.
Down to down, let them go spin around and make some great plays. And then all of a sudden Brock needs to break off 18 yards to kind of, to make a big first down in the third, was it late third or early fourth?
Yeah.
And you get it. So I don't know. I think Brock's in a great spot because he doesn't have to worry about doing too much. And he's also smart enough not to do too little. And I think there's a great space for him. And that's what's going to make them so tough to beat week to week, because you're going to get really efficient play in the offense, and you're going to nails defense, not going to give up 21 points.
So good, so good. By the way, 623 from Arizona checks in saying, Paulie strikes me as a St. Christopher medal guy.
I just saw that. I was about to text this guy back and say, guess what, man? My grandmother actually gave me one of those. I have one. So, bro, great call, 623.
Oh, man. Yeah, a lot of people checking in on Jerome Williams, including Dangerous Danny Dunn. Not to be confused with Doomsday Dieter Kurtenbach. We named him, that was the nickname this morning. One more, Debo Samuel did an interview with Matthew Berry on NBC. He won't do local, does national. Oh, all right. Anyway, here's Debo about Ayuk.
If you ask me, Brandon been growing since he's been in the league. And I've seen it firsthand, and just, what I'm saying, the thing that he done this past Sunday, it didn't impress me. It didn't impress anybody that's part of our team, because that's like what we used to. This is what we see day in and day out all throughout camp and OTAs. It's just like, that's just who Brandon is. And like I stated earlier, it's kind of like I'm very excited for people to, see what he's really capable of.
Well, Greg Cosell told us, he said he loved it on draft day. He said he spoke to his TV when the Niners traded up to get him. He goes, that is going to be a great fit. There you go. And then last one is about this, Matt Barrows reports the Niners are wearing red on Sunday, which is their home jersey. But that is because that's not the Niners making a call. The Rams decided to wear white for whatever reason.
They do. The home team decides the call.
Maybe Stafford thinks white is slimming. I don't know. Maybe Kelly Stafford's making the calls.
I bet you she actually made the decision.
So Niners be wearing the red, which further emphasizes the fact that will feel like a home game, as Nick Bosa said yesterday at his locker here.
It's great. I think we have the best traveling fan base overall. Pittsburgh was impressive, and I think we'll take over LA.
Yeah.
Question for you.
Is that shots fired, by the way? I think we're going to take over LA.
It kind of is, but I don't even think he means it that way. But yes, you could easily interpret that as shots fired. Yeah, question for you, Murph. When Kelly Stafford is out here throwing takes around and making uniform decisions, things like that, do you think the rest of his teammates are like, oh, bro, here we go again with this one?
They can't.
Here she comes.
Paulie, it says, I mean, I know you
It's
were
like
going
the
Yoko
Beatles.
earlier
Yeah, I
today,
totally
but
did.
I think we got to stay off that because I told you they get you if you go for that.
Well,
now.
listen, I'm here. You
It's
guys
not
have
cool now.
You've seen the footage, right?
So,
I don't think John Lennon needs any help writing tunes.
Let's go with
Not from Yoko.
Something much more close to yours and mine's heart. How did the boys feel when Janine came on tour, Paulie?
Exactly
You know what I mean?
my
So there you
point.
go.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right. My problems are solved, mate.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the deal. That's your big hit.
It was a good big hit. I enjoyed it.
I would anticipate tomorrow's big hit to be the same. Niner Ram hype. Let's go. It's Rams week, baby. The big hit is done, and Cooler of Content is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the Sports Leader. Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
John Brebbia stopped by the Public House yesterday morning before the Giants game against the Guardians to talk about the Giants' upcoming series against the Colorado Rockies. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Cooler running deep today.
Yeah.
So let's dive right in. This Pat Peterson having the tells thing is just never ending. So, what happens is inside the NFL by Wednesday, they air their shows with the mic'd up stuff. And we caught yesterday Pat Peterson saying to Brandon Ayuk, to Brock Purdy, it wasn't personal, right? Even though Dion says it's personal, right? Now we have another one that Ayuk's on the sidelines after the touchdown.
Okay.
And Debo starts really woofing about Pat Peterson now. He starts, I thought he had the tells. This is Debo saying, I thought he had the tells.
Oh, good. I want to hear this.
Purdy got to the shotgun, looks right the whole way, and throws for Ayuk. Well covered. Caught by Brandon Ayuk anyway! He just took that away from Patrick Peterson. Ah! That's how you do it!
You left him there. I thought he said he had all the tells. Come on now. He ain't got it. Thought he had all the tells.
It wasn't nothing personal. You know it wasn't nothing personal, baby. Keep doing your thing, baby. Yes, sir, man. Keep doing your thing, baby. All right? Wish you nothing but the best, baby.
That's a little repeat from yesterday's cooler. We're at the end, but yeah, anything to go on the bulletin board will go. Just like Bosa saying, we're going to take over
Do you have a tell,
LA.
Murph? What's your tell?
My tell is that, once the mic light goes on, I'm going to make a mistake. That's my tell.
I thought he said he had all the tells.
Yeah.
Come on now.
And then people jump my A, like me yesterday about forgetting the 107 wins in 2021. You know what I mean?
Okay, fair enough. I asked.
Little things.
Yeah,
little
just
things like 107 wins.
Yes.
How about Papa and Lund in the cooler? How you feeling about that? Triple E's very confident
they're welcome.
about this.
Yeah, they're welcome. Are
Very
they
confident
pressuring
about
you?
this.
Is Greg saying I want more of my own takes
need
in
to
the
be
cooler?
in, morning drive.
Totally. If he's strong arming them, that's a
Well,
problem.
I guess they were down at the public house yesterday. The public house, and they drink, and they got people coming up to them. The public. Paulie, it's not the private house.
No, it's very
the
public.
house.
It is. They're all welcome one and all.
And here
Yes.
come two kids who are cutting class, and they asked for Papa and Lund to sign their excuse form.
That's pretty cool. I like that.
Owen and Lucille are here. Owen's in 7th grade. Lucille's in
Right.
2nd grade. And
Do you guys want a screwball or a?
Don't corrupt them.
Take a sip of that.
Corrupting them. No, don't take a sip. I
Put
promise.
that in your backpack when you go to school tomorrow.
You'll be taking a nap, and you won't remember much of the game, if anything.
You're a screwball.
They're here, and what happened is their dad presented us with an official document that basically said that we excused them from school. And
So
it had our
do
names
you have the
and everything.
document?
Yeah.
Does Dad have it?
Yeah, let's see.
Can we see? Can we read this now?
So apparently we got them out of school.
Oh, and can you read this to the audience? Your dad concocted.
Owen's an actor, by the way.
Your dad concocted this. Read that to the audience.
Dear Mrs. Blackburn, please excuse Owen and Lucille Pedroza from school on Wednesday, September 13th, 2023, as they have developed a case of Giants fever.
They got the fever.
And then it's got our
the
names
only
that we signed for it.
prescription is Kyle Harrison. Who signed that?
We need more cowbell.
Who did you sign? Who signed that?
What the hell's going on?
Greg Papa
Nice.
and John Len.
Very good. Very good.
nice.
That thing was saved by the end.
When those guys talk about kissing old ladies and kissing babies, they're out there literally doing that.
That thing was like drifting along. I wasn't sure, and then the end was the payoff.
They got the fever.
Although I do feel like
the little girl saying Greg Papa and then Kenry Lund.
I feel like they
Pretty
owe
good.
Murphy debt of gratitude, though. If you're going to talk playoff fever, you better be talking about Brian Murphy first
That was
and
it.
foremost.
June 30th
You
was
were
the
out
date.
there on the front lines
June
talking
30th.
playoff fever. Yeah.
Meanwhile, you got Papa trying to get these kids drinking in 7th and 2nd grade.
Well, see, now that's debatable.
Here it is.
Yeah.
More Papa and Lund in your cooler.
Okay.
All right. So what class are you missing right
Math.
now? Math class.
You don't need math.
You're in 7th grade. Owen?
Overrated.
So what are you studying in 7th grade math?
Angles.
Like sine, cosine, that stuff. So
Sort of.
what is sine? Do you know what sine is?
No.
You don't know? I'm going to teach you
Is that
something.
your kid?
I'm going to teach you something. Write this down. Sokotoa. Do you know Sokotoa? He played second base for the Indians in the 40s.
Sokotoa.
Sokotoa. S. Sine is opposite over hypotenuse. Cosine is adjacent. Right now, what is it? Soca
Oh, this
adjacent
is
over
great.
hypotenuse.
What is it again?
Tangent
Oh, this is terrible.
opposite over adjacent. Right there. Is that what you're learning?
Yeah.
All right, forget that.
Man, that brought me back to some really tough times. High school math.
Talking hypotenuse.
Not making me feel good at all.
No.
I got to shout out Papa's math knowledge. That's incredible.
Your
I got none of that.
trapezoids, all that stuff.
I told you, man.
Angles.
I'll say it right now. Shout out Sandy Murray, my friend since kindergarten. He's now living, by the way, in the South Pacific. How about that?
Where is she?
Because all his kids are gone. He had kids right away, and he and Claudine, his wife, are in South Pacific, just living.
I like that
anyway,
name. Claudine. Yeah.
I if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have gotten through junior year advanced algebra.
I understand.
I'm not going to say I cheated. I'm just going to say I looked.
It is
That's all,
miraculous.
you know what I
The
mean?
same for
So-
both of us. I have no idea how I did what no clue how I got through that.
Greg Papa, if I sat next to him, I would have
Well,
gotten
that's a
through.
hypotenuse, John. No, he's got all the lingo down.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
The reason why I want to bring this up is that Sokotoa, do you know it? And Triple E's like, yeah, dude. Triple E knows more about math than I do.
Well, actually, it's
I don't
not
know.
too surprising. Triple E, everyone excels in an area. That's
I said,
Triple E.
when it comes to math, I only remember Wendy Bird's brother in Ozark saying, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally before he went and beat the bejesus out of the wood chipper guy.
I do. I remember he took all the kids' cell phones. He threw them in the wood chipper. Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Yeah. Oh, that's what he didn't beat up. Did he beat up the wood chipper
He
guy
did,
too?
because first he took the phones, threw them in the wood chipper. The guy comes over and goes, hey, what are you doing? And he turns around, throws him a beating. And then you realize, okay, this guy's a wild card. Yeah.
He was teaching the one, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, which is how you do a math equation like parentheses, equation, or what equal.
Exponents, Murph.
Listen to
PEMDAS,
this.
come on.
Why you got to make us look bad?
I don't know.
On
PEMDAS, I don't know
50,000
Socador.
watts.
All I know is when it comes to math, all I know is that guy gave me one of my favorite laughs of all time when the poor bastard, as you would say, was sitting in the car before Wendy offed him. Poor guy here. God, that laugh was incredible. That poor guy. He was going off the edge. He was eating the
that
fries.
just shows you how cold-blooded Wendy was.
Wendy was listening to his
my
sad
God.
laugh here. I've always loved that laugh. Always loved that
Boy,
laugh.
that brings back a lot of memories, yeah.
Anyway, do we have time for any more? John Miller?
Yeah.
John Miller on J.D. Davis's mom?
Give me another one.
What? Post-game rap yesterday, John Miller's talking about J.D. Davis's mom?
I didn't hear it.
Okay, here we go.
Leaving the ballpark last night with J.D. Davis, and his mom was with him. So he introduced me to his mom. I had not met her, and she's down from. I got the inside scoop. They don't live in Elk Grove anymore. She lives in Sacramento now. Anyways, we walked across the street. She had the car over there by the Via Hotel, and but he seems to be a good son. He likes having his mom in town with him.
She's good luck.
Yeah. So
hope she's coming to Colorado.
She's on the plane.
Is it a family flight? It is now. Yeah. Anyway, Mom, I'm getting to like Mom even more. Thinking back to it, she seemed like a very nice woman, and I kind of like having her around myself.
Okay. Well, then that leads to, that's very nice, right? Your mom. It's always good to have Mom around, right? So Kuiper, they come to pick player of the game. Here's Dwayne Kuiper.
Our post-game rap picks, Dwayne Kuiper.
J.D. Davis's mom.
You got a song for that?
I can do that, right?
Come on, DC.
Yeah, every once in a while we'll take a non-player. So J.D. Davis's mom.
John talked her up big time.
She's good luck, man.
The key to the whole deal.
All right. Good pick.
Good pick. Yeah, really good.
Okay.
Didn't see that one coming.
And now we finally finished the trifecta from the post-game rap. Miller says he likes it when a player's close with his mom, and then Darren Chan enters the equation.
I'm not surprised. I knew he would.
There's that added dynamic that tells you something about a player. And some are real close with the family, some aren't. Some like having them around, maybe some don't. But J.D. Davis definitely seems to respond to his mom being around. So anyway.
Good track, too, by the way.
It took DC a couple minutes to come up with what might be a good theme song.
Yeah. Yeah, DC, I got you.
That's our new mom song, I guess.
Very appropriate, DC.
Should he have gone in honor of September 13th? Tupac, Dear Mama.
Well, listen now.
See, come on
you
now,
put
DC.
a lot of pressure on DC.
I thought he was going to go Stacy's
I
mom.
wondered
I did
about
too.
the same thing.
I did too. That was my instinct. As soon as Mike said that, as soon as Mike challenged him, I'm like, don't challenge DC. He'll give you something. And I thought it would be Stacy's mom. I did.
Last one is Baker Mayfield. It revealed during the week that he figured out the Vikings' defensive signs.
Add him to the mathematical genius list that includes Triple E and Marcus.
So, and then they said, wait a minute, you're stealing signs like and he, to his credit, Texas boy, there's a little bit of rough audio, but see if you can hear what he says here.
Okay.
I know I'm in Tampa, but I'm a Texas Rangers fan, not a Houston Astros fan, so we're not going to condone that.
Okay. We got some high, sophisticated riffs now.
So he said, you were stealing signs. He said, no, I'm a Texas Rangers fan, not a Houston Astros
I like
fan.
the riffs. That's a pretty clever little riff right there.
And he rides with Bochy, too.
Yeah, totally.
Which it leads to the questions. I know the Astros were like banging trash cans. Are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers firing off cannons to know it's a run play or a pass play?
You never know,
What's
man.
going on here?
Yeah. Very good. All right. Everybody enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. Very good. The cooler of content in the books. By the way, I forgot to remind everybody that Tim Ryan will be on the Bull Rush Hour with Papa and Lund today at 11 a.m. And I want to remind everybody,
Rush Hour.
we still have a $100 Michi's gift card to give away.
Oh, yeah? When are you going to do that?
Sometime in the next hour 20.
Very generous gift.
Let's do it in the next hour 20.
Okay.
All right, that was fun. From Sean Estes to the big hit to the cooler of content. Now we get ready for Greg Beecham, our Rams preview. He's a Rams writer from Los Angeles. The Associated Press, Matty Mayoko at 9:15. All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I thought he said he had all the tails. Come on now. He ain't got.
Okay, everybody, Paulie Mack saying thank you for listening to Murph and Mack today. We do appreciate your company. Want to talk to you a little bit about QC Kinetics, especially for those of you in the audience who suffer with daily pain. I know what it's like. I think we all know what it's like on some level. We've all been there, whether it's been knee problems, back problems, elbows, ankles, neck. I mean, the list goes on and on when you're talking about achy joints. And then how do you contend with that as you get older? Legitimate question you'll have to address. So here comes QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. It's now open right here with 2 Bay Area locations, and they're going to give you lasting relief to all of you people with joint pain. And again, there's no surgery here and no prescription pharmaceutical drugs and no downtime. Regenerative medicine uses highly concentrated healing agents found in your own body. World-class athletes like Emmett Smith, he's a practitioner of the QC Kinetics path to a pain-free existence. So if you have pain in your knees, shoulders, hip, back, wherever, and you're dealing with it on a daily basis, consider scheduling a free consultation with the local medical professionals at QC Kinetics. I went to the Pleasanton office a couple of weeks ago. Really, really, really good people over there. They'll make you feel right at home. Also location in San Jose. So call 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
3-2 the count. The crowd comes alive. The pitch. Change up. There's a high drive into left field deep. Quan at the warning track. Quan at the wall. He leaps. Goodbye! A 3-run homer! And he has tied the game! What a moment for J.D. Davis. He crosses the plate, letting the excitement show as he grounded third and put his right hand into a fist. The Giants have tied the game.
Well, there it is. Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, giving you the, is it Fountains of Wayne? Is that who's singing it? Yeah, there it is. Isn't the mom in the video is a famous actress, isn't it?
Well, she's like a porn star, isn't she? I believe so, if I'm not mistaken.
Holy.
Or maybe I'm thinking about the Blink-182 tune about moms. There's a bunch of these mom songs. One of them has a porn star. I know that. Oh, no, you know what? It was Blink-182. They put the porn star on the cover.
She was
the cover with the glove. Yeah.
Fountains of Wayne. This is from 2003.
Yeah.
2003. And let's see here. The video. Yeah, the music video. Rachel Hunter. Yeah, Rachel Hunter.
Shout out to Mrs. X Rod Stewart.
Yeah.
Rod's had them all over the world. 808 KNBR.
Yeah, Rachel Hunter.
Legitimately. Yep.
New Zealand's own.
Yeah.
Rachel Hunter. Yeah. She's 54 years old now.
Rod has said, man, you and me can spend some time
Wiki,
together.
it's Rachel Hunter.
Yeah. It's a good gig, If you can get to marry Rod Stewart, you know you're getting set up.
How about if you get to marry Rachel Hunter?
It's
Then
not bad
you're getting
either.
Set up too. So,
But then, like I was telling Triple E, though, from the Eddie Murphy riff, at the end of it all, when the smoke clears, she was going, okay, Rod, now I'll take half of everything you got. Give me everything. Give me half.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Tough deal.
Shout
All
out
right,
Eddie
hey,
Murphy.
Short segment here because we got to get ready for Greg Beacham and the Rams Niners preview. Just margin stuff I had written down. Did you guys see Aaron Rodgers' IG post?
I did. We all saw that.
I shall rise yet again.
It's very dramatic, almost religious in its
Totally
imagery.
agree.
Yes.
He will rise.
I shall rise.
Yes,
Holy
raise
moly.
it.
My God.
I know.
Jeez. All right. Roll away the stone for Aaron Rodgers. But I guess that means he's going to try to come back.
No
right?
question. Yeah.
So we're going to see. We're going to have to go through this all over again in 2024.
Totally going to do the whole flag routine again.
Also, can you believe that? I don't know whether it's a statement on our society, on star power, or what, but the fact that Joe Burrow got a haircut is like a legit story.
Why is that, though? Why is that? Why?
Well, he had a horrific game. That's number one.
Yeah,
so I think people are like studying him because he went through for 82 yards.
Well, we're talking about haircuts now.
So now you're still like, well, how's he going to react? Well, he reacted by getting a haircut.
When was the last time a haircut, any given haircut, moved the needle?
Well, I'd say anytime I see my man Kenny Thunderhawk, I walk out feeling great.
Yeah, it is a good feeling.
As he said to me, he goes, hey, man, it brings me pleasure to know that when people walk out of my shop, they're feeling good.
You should give that guy a plug. What's the name of his shop over there?
Ken Thunderhawk right down there at Brogan and Sons on Broadway, or on Battery. God, I always confuse Battery. That's Broadway.
No, but
That's
what's the name of the shop? Is it
Brogan and Sons?
Brogan and Sons.
Because it was owned by an Irish guy who has since moved back to Ireland, by the way, which is not a bad deal. And he just left behind the building, and Kenny's got Triple E goes there.
Now
So
I got
does
to
my
throw it out there,
nephew
though.
Connor, by the way.
If you'd rather have the hot towel treatment and a great massage while you're getting your haircut, go see Tao at Right Style Salon. Might as well throw her in the mix, too, because she's awesome. She's been cutting my hair for like 20 years. She's the best.
Also, another one, Max Scherzer out for Boch. That's a tough one.
I know. Bochy lost Scherzer. Yeah.
And Eagles-Vikings tonight, the line opened at 7.5. It's now down to 6. So that means the money poured in on your boy Kirk Cousins. My first hit, I thought I agonized, and I see an Eagles 10-point win.
That's C.
I like 6 better than 7.5, though.
You like that?
So
You like that?
Kirk Cousins going into Philly? I don't see it.
Eagles are missing 3 starters, the running back, linebacker, D-tackle.
I don't see it.
So you're taking the Eagles and giving 6?
I'm laying the points tonight,
Yeah,
Murph.
we kind of have to. You wouldn't lay 7.5.
Oh, 7.5 is a different question.
You
but
would take Minnesota?
It's less than a touchdown, and I don't trust Kirk Cousins in primetime games.
I got to stick with my first instinct. I agonized, but I'm going with the Eagles 10-point win. 10-point win. That's just it.
Okay.
That's my call. That's what I'm. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Greg Beacham of the Associated Press covers the L.A. Rams next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
J.D. Davis's mom.
All right, let's talk Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. You've heard me talk about Amici's great delivery service and how the food is always fresh and hot and drivers are on time and courteous, right? But that's not all. In addition to making residential deliveries, Amici's also delivers to businesses and offers a full-blown catering menu for larger events. So you can still order your favorite pizzas and the other items individually if you want, but the Amici's catering menu gives you options to order pastas, salads, famous flame-roasted lemon chicken wings. Those are so good in larger sizes. So your group can help themselves buffet style. That's right. It's a more economical way to feed a large group. You still get Amici's full range of awesome menu items. So whether you need a corporate lunch delivered or food for a special event, Amici's has that great range of options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. So check it out. Check out the catering menu at Amici's.com. Fully customized and catered, Amici's delivers.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
We have such a history and just, with the coaching staffs being similar for so long and the players being similar for so long. So, there's a lot of new guys out there, them playing in one game and, trying to figure out some of their new players that you don't have a history with. But once you turn on the tape and try to see it, you don't know some of the guys, but you definitely know 99 and you know the quarterback. And then you watch the schemes and nothing's really different. I mean, it's two really good schemes on both sides of the ball and two great players and looks very similar. And that's the result was very similar to what they've had in the past.
Well, there it is. Niners-Rams. Here we go. First of two, as you know, and the NFC West gets juicy right away because, heck, the Rams dropped one on the Seahawks, man. And so now it's maybe Omar Rees of NFL Network called it sneaky game of the week.
Well, they got everybody's attention with that win, yeah.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Matt Mayoko's 9:15 hit coming up. So let's go to L.A., man. And our old friend, Greg Beacham, who used to be here in the Bay Area, now down there locking it down for the Associated Press, covering all things L.A., including the Rams. So, Greg, good to have you, man, on the Murph and Mac Show back in the Bay. How you doing, man?
I'm good. Hey, guys. Hey, Murph. How's it going? Good to talk to you.
Yeah, we used to sit next to each other at the Santa Clara press room back when we were younger men, Greg.
You see? Yeah.
So many Wednesdays and Thursdays.
There it is. Well, here we go. It's a Thursday. All right. Well, the Rams, wow. Nobody saw this coming. I guess my first question would be going back to the summer, kind of what was when you were writing your season preview of the Rams for the AP, was the angle like the Rams are rebuilding? Was that the word or what was it?
The word they kept using was reloading, recharging, anything to avoid the word build after the re. So take as much salary cap pain as possible this year, which included letting go of guys that they probably didn't need to let go of. The one that stood out the most was Leonard Floyd, leaving them with no real semblance of an NFL pass rush. And they just decided to take that pain now instead of letting him play for a year here. But I thought they would be, a team that needed a lot of work, that needed a lot of reps. And the whole goal of this is to build the depth of their roster. They've been a top-heavy roster for so long, and it's worked for them. They've won a lot of games. But the 53-man roster has not had the strength that the Niners have, that the Eagles have, that the good organizations have. So this was their goal, to play some guys, find some guys by giving them more playing time, and then have that going forward as they add to the top of the roster again. So I did not think they were going to be, a super contending team this year just because looking at their roster. I mean, nobody can look at that and deny that there's not a lot of proven NFL players on this roster. But having said that, the first week they executed the scheme. They didn't make a lot of mistakes. They had a good offensive line performance, which was the most surprising thing of all to me, and they came out with a win. I was more surprised by how poorly Seattle played than how well the Rams played because I didn't think they were incompetent. But at the same time, you got to give credit to the Rams. That was a nice performance on the road, one of the toughest places to play, and they got it done.
Really was, and it's got everybody's attention now about what's going on because the Rams. And I guess we should start with the quarterback. There was that Kelly, the gossipy story about Kelly Stafford saying he doesn't know the names of his new teammates. I mean, I don't know, but reason why I think people glommed onto that was like, yeah, the Rams, they don't have a chance this year because they're just such a mess. But was he? I guess my question is, was that a healthier Matt Stafford that we saw out there? Is it the elbow? Was it really now we can see that it was bothering him last year and that he looks that much better or what?
It was. He's finally admitted that he was playing through some stuff last year. I mean, he didn't. Not that he didn't admit it. He says he's always playing through stuff, but he also says he's particularly healthy this year. He's had a lot of rest, had a full off-season program, could do whatever he wanted. And I think you saw it out there. He's a very good quarterback. I mean, we say things here and there because of injuries and stuff. You can't forget he got beat up so bad last year behind that offensive line he couldn't even finish the season. And they didn't come back with a whole different offensive line, but the offensive line played very well on Sunday. So if you can keep Matthew Stafford clean, if you can keep him in the pocket there, looking to make plays and to execute things, and making sure that he isn't fearing for his life more than he's fearing about getting the ball down the field, he's gonna score a lot of points. He's gonna put some points on the board, and they have the offense to do that. They're gonna beat some teams this year where they just outscore them, just put up a bunch of points, because while the defense is obviously going to take some licks, that this offense has the ability to do that with the skill position players. And now that we know the offensive line is fairly competent and might even be good, it's very encouraging for Rams fans.
I mean, he's 35 years old, which you used to say is old until We had a guy playing at 45.
True
last
story.
Year, so,
Yeah.
All right. So 334 yards for Matt Stafford. No touchdowns, but these new kids, Greg, and we're talking to Greg Beacham of the AP, who covers the Rams down in L.A. So no Cooper Kupp, but do tell, Tutu Atwell and Puka Nacua.
Yeah, we got to get to know these
Should
guys.
Niner fans take heed here, huh?
Yeah.
Gonna need a pronunciation guide, yeah.
Yes.
They're both really good. I mean, Tutu's been here for 3 years, and he's a case of finally getting an opportunity from Sean McVay to get out there and show what he can do. He's a smaller guy. He was their second-round pick a couple years ago, and while he's a smaller guy, he's extremely fast, and he obviously has good hands. He played well at Louisville, put up numbers. For multiple reasons, Sean McVay didn't really give him a run out over the first 1.5 seasons he was here. He got injured at the end of the Super Bowl season, so he wasn't available for the second half of that, but he was not getting a lot of love from the coaching staff before then. It's a case of a guy, I think, growing into a role. He figured out what he can do and how he can execute on a weekly basis in the league. And when you're 5'9", there are certain limitations to what coaches want you to do in terms of the blocking scheme, as you know. I mean, he's a physical guy, but he's not very big. So they had to figure out a role for him where he could make the most of his speed, and they've figured out how to use him more regularly as the downfield threat, and he's got good hands, and Stafford has a pretty good connection with him now. It's pretty clear. I mean, they throw a lot in practice, and now you're seeing it on the field finally. As for Puka, boy, he looks like the real deal. I mean, I don't know how he lasted until the 5th round. He was the 20th receiver drafted in that draft, and he is a physical receiver who is a real gamer. You can tell he just loves football. He loves it so much. You see some elements of Ayuk in there. You see some elements of Cooper Kupp in there in terms of the way they handle themselves and go about their business. He's a really talented guy, and everything points to him being a major contributor to the Rams for years to come, just because of his physicality, his love for the game, and he just clearly gets open a lot. I mean, Stafford was finding him, threw to him 15 times. I think he had 15 targets in that game, and he was open on a lot of them. So it's going to be fun to watch how they adjust and grow together. But he's a really cool guy too. He's a nice guy, friendly guy. Had a ton of family, at the game. He's got a big family from Provo, and he's a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, he says he graduated BYU. He started at Washington. Was he a transfer?
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
transferred. Yep. Mm-hmm.
6'1",
went back home to Provo.
6'1", 205, so much bigger than Atwell.
Yeah, he's big. He carries himself big too. He loves to block if he can, and he can do a lot of things that Tutu maybe can't just because of size. Yeah.
And as far as the running backs, Cam Akers, Kyron Williams. Let's see, one guy got 22 carries, one guy got 15. Is that the deal? They're going to split it?
It's looking like Kyron may be moving in more and more just because of effectiveness. I mean, Cam's a very mercurial running back. He can have huge games, and he can have games where he doesn't see stuff on the first step, and he gets buried. So he's inconsistent. Cam's also in his contract year, i.e. his last year, if he doesn't get an extension. So they have a lot of motivation to get the ball to Kyron and see what he can do and see if he can take over, because he's got 2 more years here after this. So, and Kyron's a good back. He's a hard runner. He's shifty. He's elusive. And Cam has incredible physical tools, but sometimes he just can't translate that into production on the field. That's been consistent over the last 3 years. Whereas Kyron, they're just getting to know him. He started last year with an injury, and they didn't really get a chance to see what he could truly do. And up in Seattle, they got a chance, and he's good. He's a good running back, and as long as that O-line keeps playing well and opening stuff for him, they'll be okay in the run game.
Notre Dame kid, Kyron Williams. All right, Greg, and we haven't even asked about the defense. Aaron Donald, of course, speaks for himself. Some say the greatest defensive tackle of all time. I mean, still doing his thing. But who's he surrounded by? Who are these guys?
I'm still wondering. I got to look up the roster. No,
got to check. Yeah.
Yeah. Need to look. No, it's still not an impressive defensive line. They got rid of everybody who played a lot, and they didn't add a lot of guys to it. And also the pass rush. We talked about Leonard Floyd before. They do maybe have a guy in Byron Young, their 3rd-round pick out of Tennessee. He looked good on Sunday against the Seahawks. He was active on the edge. He had, I think, half a sack and like five quarterback hurries. I think he was making his presence known, so that would be good. If they had him and Leonard Floyd, it would really be something to look at. But they're just patching holes with guys. That was where I was surprised they didn't add more people. They didn't try to go out and get a defensive tackle. Obviously, they're not easy to get, but they didn't make a huge impact. So while they did just fine against Seattle and Seattle's weird game plan, I would be surprised if Kyle Shanahan doesn't find ways to exploit the size of that offensive line. It's a very light offensive line. I mean, Aaron's not the biggest guy in the world, and then he's got guys next to him who are not, NFL style road graders. So I think the Niners will figure out a way to exploit what's going on in the front seven of the Rams and show other teams maybe how to do that. But they did better than I thought they were going to do in Seattle. So you got to give them the benefit of the doubt. There's something cooking there. I just don't see it from a personnel perspective.
I mean, you look at the ages; they're all so young. Other than Donald, every 24, 25, 24, 25, 20, also young. So we'll figure. We'll start to learn these names. Finally, I know that obviously the NFC Championship is the crowning jewel in McVay's win over Shanahan. Other than that, he lost 8 straight regular season games. Is that anything? I mean, is that anything to McVay? Is it? How do you analyze that?
It's got to be, right? I mean,
yeah.
I think it's something because he won't talk about it. You know?
Yeah,
I mean, you know how it is, like something's a joke for a while, and then all of a sudden it's kind of not a joke. If you know what I mean. So
yeah,
I think that's kind of where they're at, and they know the NFC Championship game was a coin flip too. I mean, they came down to a couple plays here and there. Dropped interception. A couple great throws by Stafford. Could have gone either way easily. The Niners could have won that game. So it's been since 2018 that the Rams put one on the Niners. Really beat them. And I think it definitely matters to Sean. I think he's one of the most competitive guys out there, and the fact that Kyle's his friend is a big deal. And I think it definitely matters. And I don't know what to attribute it to, because there's been a couple close games in there, but there's been a few that were not close. So the one thing that's interesting is to see how the Rams, how Raheem Morris plans for Brock Purdy, because they've never faced Purdy before. So that's a new variable in this, and to see if they can figure out some things to take him out of his game in some way. I don't know how that's going to be done with the personnel they have, but that is one variable that they can look at and say, okay, well, we haven't done this before. Jimmy G is not here to beat us anymore because he went 8-0 against them.
Yeah.
So maybe we can figure something out here. Maybe it's more mental than practical, but it's something they got to cling on to something, because they've lost 8 in a row. They won one toss-up in the playoffs, and there's nothing to indicate that they're gonna pull the upset this year. They're significantly less talented than the 49ers on paper. So we'll see. That underdog mentality, I mean, McVay loves that. He hasn't been an underdog very much in his NFL career. He's had really good teams his whole career since 2017. So we'll see if he can pull some motivational magic out of the hat here and pull something off on week 2. But I wouldn't bet my money on that.
Yeah, and well, that's what Vegas would say too. I think it's 7.5 or 8, depending on which line you look at. Greg Beacham, AP, last one. How much does it fry Rams culture as much as it is that Niner fans invade SoFi?
I think they look at it as the 49ers fans of Southern California's generous annual donation to Stan Kroenke's building fund, which is I think probably the only way to look at it. I mean, everybody down here knows there's a lot of 49ers fans in Southern California, because when there was no team down here for 21 years, the Niners were the closest team, and in the 90s they were pretty good. So it was natural to gravitate to a team that you could root for. I mean, you could root for the Chargers, but I honestly think more people root for teams around the country than they do for the Chargers.
Wow.
It's just because, well, I mean. You know how the kind of winning that the Chargers have done has been infrequent. It's been weird, whereas the Niners have championships. They got banners, they got culture, they got faithful, all that stuff that we know very well. And there are fans here, and they turn out, and it's the downside of being in a destination city, whether it's LA, whether it's Vegas, whether it's New Orleans, whether it's Miami. People plan their vacations around this one game. A bunch of people come down, they drive down the I-5, and they come to the game, and they make a lot of noise. So there's not a lot you can do about that. Those things change generationally. So, we're only at year 8 here of the Rams coming home. So I think it fries Rams fans, but what are you going to do? I mean, just look at the fact that they're putting money into the team that Stan has shown he will spend. That's one way to look at it mentally, I guess.
All right. Well, should be, as always, a fun one, particularly, if Kyle gets another win. So, all right, Greg, always thanks for the breakdown, man. Very thorough, and we love reading you, buddy. Thanks for hopping on.
My pleasure, Murph. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, Greg Beacham, man. That's a full breakdown. I think coming away from that, I'm thinking Niners are going to win this game, right?
Well, they should. I mean, they definitely have more than the Rams do, I'd say, on either side, with respect to the Rams, who, again, went up there and posted a great win, got everybody's attention. But, again, the Niners are just coming at you with too much, especially offensively right now. I don't know how the Rams' D is going to match up against the Niners' offense.
And when they hit, like Fred Warner.
Well, that's the other thing. You got to set the tone early. We've been trying to tell you. Tim Ryan said, when we talked about the Fred Warner, Najee Harris, he called it a body rocker. So I went from Tim Ryan's body rocker to this tribute.
Body rocker, body rocker, body rocker,
Come on.
Body rocker, body rocker, body rocker.
That's the thing, and who knows what else Tim will give us this year. Every week is like opening Pandora's box. There's
like
a lot.
Me showing up to work.
Yeah, there's treasures in there.
Yeah. All right. Matt Mayoko gives you the red and gold view next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
This the Rams week, baby. Let's go.
Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Steve Young stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Adam Copeland and Dieter Kurtenbach to preview this weekend's matchup between the 49ers and the Rams. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
All right, kids. Hey, listen, we all like a little action, right? Especially when we're watching our football games. And if you're looking for a great new way to win up to 25 times your money this football season, try it out tonight on Prize Picks, the most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. All you got to do is select two or more players. Go ahead and pick on their projected stats in a variety of areas and categories. Then you place your entry. It's as easy as that. And if you do have the skills, you can very easily turn $10 into $250 with just a couple of taps. Now, again, easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, an enormous selection of players and stat options. They're all there waiting for you at Prize Picks, and that's why Prize Picks is the #1 daily fantasy sports app. When you're ready to test your skills, join the Prize Picks community. There are over 7 million football fans currently signed up at Prize Picks, and they're waiting for you as well. They'll match your first deposit up to $100, meaning you put $100 down, they're going to put $100 down. So visit prizepacks.com/leader. Again, the code word is leader, like KNBR, the sports leader. Again, prizepicks.com/leader. You get that first deposit matched up to $100 at Prize Picks. Daily fantasy sports made easy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. We now return with Murph, Mac, and Mayoko. NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Matt Mayoko.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Should we make Maddie the Amici's gift card guy?
Sure.
Should we give it away?
He's like pizza?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Why not?
No, Marcus says no.
Oh, no. He says we can't do that.
No, Marcus, we can't do it? No? I was going to just give it away at the start, but I guess I won't. Man, look at that.
Yeah, no, I saw that he's really
shaking his head
turned a corner
ruefully
today.
and disdainfully,
He's been back
too.
in the corporate suits. He's talking budgets, and now he's whip-cracking
Man,
Murph. I know.
I thought it was going to be a neat little
I think
thing.
Marcus is slipping away now.
All
The
right.
corporate hands are getting on him.
No
Yeah.
pizza. No pizza. No pizza for you.
I never knew.
I
he
was
did-
just going to
yeah.
read the promo and then talk to Maddie, and now...
No, you can't do that.
Man, the
You can't
disdainful
do
shakes
that.
of
I
the
saw
head
it. I
from
saw
Mark.
it.
Anyway.
I know. It was a big moment.
Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area. I feel chastised.
I know.
My
I
God.
do, too. I feel ashamed.
Maddie, how are you, man?
Well, I mean, I've kind of gone through a roller coaster here in the past 10 seconds.
It is.
Getting Amici's card, and then Marcus just rips it from my grasp.
I know. It's been essentially in your hand, Maddie.
Yeah.
I know.
It ripped
I know.
from your grasp.
Yeah, from the claws of victory.
Like,
I feel like a Jets fan.
hey now. Hey now.
Well, it's not bad.
By the way, he says, I shall rise again.
It's very dramatic, Maddie.
It's almost like Messiah type of imagery, right?
Yeah. No, did he say that? Let me guess. On the Pat McAfee show?
He said it on Instagram.
But he'll be happy to say it again on McAfee, I'm sure.
Yeah. Looking at McAfee, whose guns are getting bigger, by the way.
Oh, is he? Okay, well, he wears those tank tops. He better get in shape.
The man is committed to his look.
Big
for
time.
Sure. All right, Maddie. Well, we just talked to Greg Beecham. Remember old Greg Beecham? Remember Santa Clara? All those Wednesdays and Thursdays there? Yeah. He painted the picture of a Ram team that kind of basically couldn't even figure out what they did last. Like, whoa, we won that game? Like, wow. Holy moly. So I don't know. You tell me. Let's start with your trip to Pittsburgh. First of all, did you get to Gooski's?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we did.
Yes,
we
Good job,
did.
Maddie.
How did it go?
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, that is, I don't think you sold how much of a actual dive bar that dive bar is. I mean, that is
It's a real
something special. I mean, there was like a fight that broke out at the front door. People were running outside, not even like in the mix and throwing haymakers.
Wow.
I mean, it was something else.
Oh, my God.
And if I needed any reminder the next morning, like where I was the night before, all I had to do was take a whiff of my clothing and smell that Marlboro smoke rolling off it.
Right?
Yeah, it was something else.
Yeah, right. Well, hey, you wanted to dive. I gave you a dive.
No, you gave me a dive. And, I ordered around and pull out the credit card, and the guy's like, nah, we don't take cards. This is all cash.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, no, it was good. And the
Gooski's,
guy,
man. Varsity
guy
only.
Behind the bar,
Mm-hmm.
behind the bar hadn't seen a shower in quite some time.
Right.
No, it was down and dirty.
In the punk rock heavy jukebox, right?
Yeah. I don't think I even made it. I didn't want to get too far into Gooski's.
You don't want to get too close.
I didn't want to go too far in. I was afraid of getting out.
No, I got you, man.
All right. That's a success in my
was
books
good.
there, buddy.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so Pittsburgh, wow. Everybody thought the Niners should win that game, and they did. So for you're flying home, long flight back from Pittsburgh, and you're rolling around in your brain. What was the most important thing that happened in that game?
Most important thing was that they won. This is probably two-pronged or multi-pronged. They won convincingly. They didn't play a perfect game. The locker room was not celebratory. It was just kind of like, this is what we do. They took care of business, and they got out of town without anybody getting injured. And you look at the other team, they had 2 significant injuries coming out of that game. So I'd say all those things, any questions about Brock Purdy were answered. I don't know if anybody had any questions about Brock Purdy, but I think the last time most people saw him, he was not in a good way in the NFC Championship game. And so to return to Pennsylvania and just show that he's healthy, I think that it was just a really good day. And I think the more you look at the game, they were impressive. They made Pittsburgh look really bad, but there's plenty of stuff for the coaching staff to clean up. So I think that was part of the reason why the team was like, that's what we do. This is that game was an indication, I think, of how good the team can be and expects to be, but it's a long road ahead.
It is, and it goes down to L.A. this weekend where the Niners take on the Rams at 1:05. You will hear that game, of course, on our sister station, 107.7 The Bone, right? You'll hear that one for sure.
Good deal.
But pregame at 10 o'clock with Copes and Lund and Dennis Brown. But more on this game in Pittsburgh. Brandon Ayuk, the NFC Offensive Player of the Week. You guys wrote about him all summer, and here we go. Now, let me ask you a question looking ahead to the offseason already. What is this contractual deal with him? Is he in line for a big I've lost track of who gets paid when and where. What's his deal?
Yeah, so he would be in the exact same position that Nick Bosa was in this year.
Okay.
So the 49ers picked up the 5th-year option on Bosa. He held out in order to get more security with a long-term deal instead of, a year from now, 49ers retaining him as a franchise player. So it's kind of understood that, if you're a player of that ilk, that you don't play that final season on the 5th-year option. You use your leverage in order to get a multi-year extension. So in essence, he would be in the exact same boat as Nick Bosa was. There's more, I think there'll, at the end of the season, we'll have a pretty good idea of where Ayuk should be in relation to the other receivers in the league and what kind of contract that he should warrant.
Yeah.
So, a year from now, this is a big year for him. It's not his contract year per se, but it is the year that will set up what he and his side will want from the 49ers and what the 49ers expectations are for him going forward.
So he's playing with a high degree of incentive and motivation.
Yeah, and you know what, though? You look at his career, and he's just kind of been on a, maybe not necessarily a steady upward climb, because if you remember, year 2 of his career did not start off well. He had a very promising rookie season in 2020, and then 21 started off really rough, and he kind of, I guess, earned his way into, I don't know if earned is the right word, but he earned his way into Kyle Shanahan's doghouse a little bit.
Right.
And those two have a very good relationship, so it's very honest and open with each other. And here's what we expect from you, Brandon. And Brandon he got the word, eventually he got the word and ended up finishing that season very strong. So just if you look at his, the stats, the receptions, the yards, it's been steadily climbing.
Mm-hmm.
And, he's coming off a 1,000-yard receiving season last year. And in June, before the team broke for 40 days to come back for training camp, he said, I'm getting ready to take off. And I thought he took off last year. 1,000-yard receiving
he did.
Year is very good.
Yeah.
Well, if week 1's any indication, he is indeed taking off because he made some fantastic plays. And just talk about the touchdowns. He put Patrick Peterson on roller skates with how he set up that route and got wide open for Brock Purdy. And then Zebra Sports does this thing, they're like the tech, they're the tech people, and they called the second touchdown that Brandon Ayuk caught the lowest expected reception in the entire NFL. It was like the sixth.
Wow.
At the time, apparently at the time that Brock Purdy released that football, it was a 16% chance. 16% chance that it was going to be completed. And you look at it and you go, maybe I guess it's a back shoulder throw, so that's the way it's designed. But I guess you could say, why did Brock Purdy make that throw? But how did he squeeze it in there? And then how did Brandon Ayuk catch the pass and then also get 2 feet down? So a lot going on in that play. And then you could make an argument that his best play was when he decleated that safety for the Steelers on Christian McCaffrey's 65-yard touchdown. So he had a phenomenal day. Eight targets, 8 receptions, 2 touchdowns, and a decleating block.
So Matt Mayoko, our guest on the UMA guest line. Matty, it just kind of leads me to ask a little bit about Deebo Samuel because, it's funny, Deebo obviously not happy with the year he had last year. I know he's highly motivated. We heard all that stuff about sending pictures to Kyle and, hey, man, look at my physique. And that's great. That's encouraging. Niner fans loved hearing that. But it's interesting. I think Deebo was seen as the alpha male of the receiving crew, and suddenly here comes Ayuk. And I don't know. I mean, Kruko talks about this in baseball. When you've got studs in the same rotation, it becomes like a healthy competition. Is that kind of what this is shaping up to be, just a healthy competition between 2 great wideouts?
I think so. But, I've asked Deebo about that. In fact, last week, a week ago, yesterday, I asked him that very question about, is there, I think I termed it, is there friendly competition between you? And he said no. He goes, no, we're rooting for each other. Like it doesn't matter who makes the plays. That's just how we roll. He says he's rooting for Brandon and Brandon's rooting for him and they're rooting for Kittle and it's a very, I see nothing wrong. I think it's healthy to have that kind of, competition amongst themselves. But, Deebo's a team captain and he was disappointed. I think his feelings were hurt a year ago when he wasn't a team captain. So he is a team captain this year. And I just kind of said, it's I don't want to understate this. It's a good locker room. Like there aren't too many, I don't know if any real, there are no issues in that locker room as far as, guys, jealousy or this and that. So they've done a really good job of putting together individuals who also are, most of them really good football players, but they've done a really good job of putting together a roster that fits well together just from a personality standpoint.
That's what Mauricio Dubon famously said, no pricks.
Remember that?
The Niner locker room there, or the Giants. Then they traded Isaiah. Then he won a World Series.
And he kind of started talking like a prick once they traded him, too, which was interesting. Anyway.
But then he won the series.
Yeah.
Hey, I know we could talk about a million things like Nick Bosa and Brock Purdy, but I want to go to maybe there's only 2 hot spots on the team. One is McKivitz and Burford. We talked to Greg Cosell about that. And then the other is the corner situation. And you're going against the Rams, who now, Stafford is better than Pickett. And Pickett missed some throws. There were guys open. And I'm wondering, so was Ambry Thomas's bench, I don't want to call it benching or whatever, but what they did at the nickel and the outside corner, was this all performance-related? Thomas got moved out in the second half. And so where are we? Where are we?
Yeah, Kyle didn't go into specifics. I asked him about that yesterday, but yeah, he made it sound like, or he basically just said, it wasn't part of the plan to hey, let's do first half play this way and second half let's do this. So yeah, it was performance related. It'd be curious to see how they come out with this game. The Rams have this no-name group of players. We know Matthew Stafford, we know Aaron Donald, but there aren't very many other players on that team that anybody would recognize. But they do have 2 guys who both had 100 yards receiving in this last game. Tutu Atwell, who's a speedy guy, and then Puka Nacua, who's a rookie from BYU, who's kind of a tough, bigger guy. He was targeted a lot. So those are we'll see how they did. I know that it certainly seemed like they benched Ambry Thomas, but I didn't think he was that bad. I think what happened was in that last minute he was just playing way too cautiously. You don't generally get beat if your corners allow plays to be made in front of you. It's the big plays. And so nobody got behind him, but I think he was just maybe a little too tentative in allowing guys too much space in front of him, and that enabled the Steelers just to move down the field without a whole lot of resistance and score that touchdown before the end of the half.
All right, well, so corners are one thing. The other hot spot we mentioned was the right tackle and the right guard, right? Burford and McKivitz.
I'd say let this thing play out a little bit. I'm gonna just say patience.
Okay.
I talked to McKivitz yesterday, and I wanted to talk to him just to kind of see where his mind was, and maybe not even so much listen to what he was saying, but how he was saying it. And I got the sense that he's very confident, and that he knows exactly what he believes his mistakes were. Not getting his hands on T.J. Watt soon enough, not taking the proper drops in pass protection, kind of giving him too much space to allow him to turn the corner and get to the quarterback. So he said, and we'll see as the weeks go on here, but he said that the mistakes he made, he felt like he gave T.J. Watt some cheap sacks, that he didn't have to work that hard for them, and he called them his mistakes easy fixes. So we shall see, but I do feel like, of all the week one opponents, all the situations where he could have been thrown into, this was about a worst case scenario. And the other thing is that, the 49ers did not give him a lot of help. On the 3 sacks, he was one-on-one against T.J. Watt. So I think that tells you that the team does have confidence in him.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see how this thing turns out. But obviously, you cannot be giving up 3 sacks in a game. And, for the bad plays the offensive line had, they also had some good plays. And, they did score 30 points, and they did provide Brock Purdy with time to make some plays, and also they did a perfect job on the touchdown run. A lot of that obviously the spin move that McCaffrey made and the blocks downfield, but before it got to that, the offensive line, and kind of who I'd kind of consider the forgotten four, the 4 offensive linemen not named Trent Williams. I mean, go and watch that play and see how those guys teamed up on a 2 double team blocks, 2 combo blocks, and then Burford got to the second level and stopped a linebacker from pursuing from the backside, and then Brendel was really good in peeling off and getting Quan Alexander and creating that hole along with Aaron Banks. So, like I said, I kind of go back to what I said. There was a lot of good that came out of this game for the 49ers, but there was also plenty for the coaching staff to kind of highlight, as in, okay, well, let's clean some things up. And probably the number one guy who needs to clean things up would be Colton McKivitz.
Yeah.
All right, Maddie, off to L.A.
Okay.
You driving?
No, I'm not driving, but it'll be a very quick trip for me, flying down Sunday morning, flying back Sunday night.
Good man.
That's a pro move.
Good man.
Right there.
Yeah.
Now, the even more pro move would be, well, no, I was going to say Burbank, but no, it doesn't make no brainer. LAX is right next to the stadium, right?
Yeah, LAX. Yeah, it's so easy. And I think my flight is late enough that I might be able to hit a brewery before I
listen to you. Is there a brewery right down as an old?
Well, there's pretty close. There's a place called Three Weavers.
Where?
In Inglewood.
Really?
Yeah, check it out. Yeah,
okay, so I might see my LA points of reference are 80s, 90s, and there wasn't no Three Weavers Brewery down there at that point.
No, not.
And then the home of the Little League World Champs, El
Segundo. Yeah,
nice, man.
They have a couple good breweries too.
Awesome. Damn, that times have changed, Tomas. Yeah.
No longer. What was it? That Steak and Stein in El Segundo, where the Raiders used to practice.
Man, that's some good stuff. Place? I took my kids. We drove down to San Diego for a youth baseball tournament. We stopped in West LA, and I took them to the Apple Pan. That's where my dates of reference go. The 1940s burger joint, the Apple Pan. So I gotta bone up on my 21st century.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it's not near Manhattan Beach, right?
Manhattan Beach, no.
The oh man, am I gonna? Oh, the
Hennessy's?
do you know 49ers history of there's a restaurant in Manhattan Beach where Joe Montana was sitting when he got drafted.
Nice.
Really? I believe it's called the Kettle.
Okay.
I think you're right.
Oh,
He was sitting in a booth in the Kettle when he received word that he had been drafted.
It's good living down there, by the way.
The 49ers.
Yeah, that's good living.
He was working out down there with I think with maybe James Owens, maybe even before those two became teammates.
Wow.
One was a first round pick, one was a third round pick, and it's not who you think.
That is great knowledge, and I look forward to your quick trip, your reports, and of course, and Nick Bosa's correct. It will be a takeover.
Oh, I would, yes. I mean, it has been. I mean, heck, it was for the NFC Championship game 2 years ago. So, I can't imagine that, despite the Rams' really surprising showing Week 1 in Seattle, I don't think there's a lot of buzz, or has been a lot of buzz surrounding the Rams this offseason. So I can't imagine that Rams fans are going to be too eager to go into that stadium and be outnumbered. And I'm being serious. Like there are literally more 49ers fans than there are Rams fans in that stadium. And one of my favorite things is they have this overmodulating PA guy who shouts at the top of his lungs
He's
several
yelling
times a game.
Yeah.
Whose house?
Oh.
And the answer is supposed to be our house or Rams house.
Yeah.
But when he does that, all he does is highlight the level of just the pathetic nature of the number of Rams fans, because the 49er fans just shout him down.
Niners house.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
There it is. That's
There it
fun.
is.
All right, we'll look forward to it, man.
Good stuff, Matty. Thank
Always
you.
a great chat, Matt. Enjoy the Three Weavers beer after the game, all right, bud?
Okay, and I'm going to have to run my clothes through the laundry second and
Get
third
that smoke,
time
I know.
Hey, man,
to get
shout out
Gooskies out of this.
the 1970s, alive and well at Gooskies.
Oh, boy.
All right, buddy.
Okay,
Take care.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Matt Mayoko. He's right. It's no joke. That was a dive bar.
And that whole drive out to the Forum area now where SoFi is, you're right. Murph, it's gotten a lot nicer, because I've been down there over the years too, and this was the nicest I've ever seen. Like, the whole area has been cleaned up a little bit. So, not totally.
That ain't the Inglewood I know and love.
No, it's a little bit different from the 80s Inglewood, yeah.
It's a different deal, man.
Yeah.
When I was standing out there not getting my tickets for the Skid Row
That still bums me
Aerosmith
out.
show.
And it was a cold night in L.A., you said.
like the coldest night I ever experienced.
I mean,
there.
Murph's right there waiting to go see Steven Tyler. Joe Perry's waiting, and he had to go back to his car and drive home.
I had to hear 18 in Life to Go dull thumping through the walls outside.
But you know what? To be fair to Murph, we all have that friend, that one guy who winds up, or girl, could be either sex, just talking crazy ass. Oh, my dad, he does the lighting for the guys.
It was a gal.
It's always these big promises. Oh, I got to get us backstage, and we're going to have these front row seats. 9 times out of 10, this stuff never happens. I had a guy like that in Jersey, too. He'd just shoot his mouth off, and they could never back it up.
It was a disappointing but memorable evening there.
Yeah.
All right, guys, here's the deal. Now I can give away this gift card? Jeez.
Well,
man.
Marcus says yes.
Well, they tell us to give away the gift card.
He's saying we're late as hell, and he's not going to take it anymore. That's what he's saying.
Call Tripoli and tell them you want the Amici's gift card. $100.
Okay.
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria has 13 Bay Area locations, offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite East Coast-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. So check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10. You're welcome. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Takeovers, LA.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm doing great. I'm sitting here listening to Janet Jackson. It's the Rams week, baby. Let's go.
Well, there you go. I was wondering where you were going with that.
Oh, I thought he was calling Murph a nasty boy. I thought he was being like, Murph's a nasty boy. Miss Janet, if you're nasty.
We'll take it. We'll take it for Ronnie, man. Hey, I'm looking
Are you a nasty boy, Murph? Or have you ever been a nasty boy? And what is the actual...
That to the imagination.
Yeah, I like that. It's a good question. And what is the Janet Jackson definition of nasty boy? Is it like a compliment? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what she's really saying. You got to go between the lines sometimes.
It's a great question.
Yeah.
Unanswerable.
Okay.
Some might say.
Fair enough.
We do have one more segment before we break, right? Yeah. Because I'm seeing Papa and Lund on my screen. Why am I seeing that?
Well, they're just getting ready for the show.
Prepping for the show, Murph.
Yeah.
I know, but I'm saying
Stretching
they should
out the
be on my
hammies.
screen right now. Should they? It's kind of confusing.
Oh, I see. He's cracking the video team. Yeah.
There
Why are they
you
on my
go.
screen?
There you go. We're
Damn
sponsored
them.
by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And, hey, before the Niners take on the Rams this weekend, Kyle Shanahan has to get through Big D, Dieter Kurtenbach.
Nice.
Adam Copeland today at 3:30. We're calling him Doomsday Dieter. Doomsday Dieter.
Well, I know he had Doomsday for Jimmy G. I remember that.
Hey, so you and I went to the Giants game pregame yesterday. We showed face. The deal is if, you got to show your face. If you say something mean about a team, show up. Kai Correa gave a warm greeting. It's nice to see him. And then we talked to Blake Sable for a while, which was fun.
Yep. Good
nice
guy.
kid.
Good guy.
He had a successful year, I think, for sure.
He did. He came up with some big hits. Yep.
Then we went to the dugout, and it's been a while since you did the pregame. What did you think of Gabe's white teeth and trimmed beard?
Well, he's
Up close?
immaculate. I mean, seeing him up close, it's almost like looking at the sun. You don't want to do it too long. You got to just get a peek and then look away.
Yeah.
No, but his presentation is second to none.
Yeah.
As far as big league skippers
Were you
go.
checking out his shoes with the zip?
I saw the
Yeah,
shoes.
yeah,
They
yeah.
were fascinating. A very thick sole. And I was wondering, is he trying to boost the height? Like, what's
dude, you ready
he
for
going
this?
for here?
I had to go to the doctor the other day. Dude, they measured me.
Yeah, you're shrinking. No, I know it's on. You guys don't realize they
I'm
think
not
it's
even
funny.
going to say what he said. I said, "Are you kidding me?"
No, it's on now. Now it's on.
You're
Yep.
talking a full inch.
And it is a shock the first time they say that. I had the same reaction. I'm like, wait a minute, what? Because I was feeling good about my 6'3" all those years. I ain't 6'3" no more.
No.
Like, not even close.
No.
I know. It's a really...
I was like, you must have that wrong.
It's a real thing. It's legit. And I tell my kids, I think it's funny. I'm like, oh, yeah, well, guess what? You'll be doing it. You'll be shrinking someday, too. Just get ready. Enjoy your height while you got it.
Try to make me feel better. He goes, apparently when you get older, your arches flatten.
Well, whatever it takes. I mean, listen, whatever they're going to say. There's only so way. How can you sugarcoat it?
So anyway.
Yeah.
But anyway, we did the Gabe thing, and then we left, and then the Giants fell behind 4-0 immediately. And our guy, Kyle Harrison, it was a tough deal. And then Casey Schmidt chucking it away. I don't know. What are we going to do with Casey Schmidt? Like, are we, I mean, is he, you're not drawing any conclusions off of this year, are we? I mean, I had a buddy hit me up, said he's only a utility player. I was like, well, I mean, you can't say that right now, can you? I mean, I'm willing to give him another, remember he had that great spring? Let's just see what happens as he spends a year going around the bigs and all that. But anyway, they're down 4-0. They're down 5-1, and it's over, right? It looks like it's going to be a lifeless loss. And, we're going to come in here and just continue to bury them. And then J.D. Davis with the 3-run home run. I mean, and, dude, the stat that it's their first 3-run homer since July 18th.
Dude, Sean said that today. Sean Estes broke that out. Murph and I both, we just, outwardly reacted. That was, shocked to hear that. Wow.
And Gabe called it very, very meaningful.
Yeah.
So we have that cut here.
It was a big
win. Marcus, this was the cut where he thinks something big is happening. The 5-1 homestand could have gone, the 2 games against the Guardians could have gone either way.
Yeah.
The Monday and the Wednesday, they stole them both. Gabe sees big things.
I don't know what it is about this team, but this is something that I think is worth being really optimistic about. When we get into those very close battles, first, we don't give up, right? There's a bunch of fighters in that room, and those guys are consistently battling. But then second, when we get close, we close out games pretty well. We close out games with our pitching staff pretty well. We close out games with big hits, with everything on the line and extra innings pretty well. It's a signal of a solid, like I said, fighting team. So I think we're going to look back at this game at the end of the season and believe that it's very, very meaningful.
Okay. Are you buying it?
Meaningful? I do, because given the way the game started, it did not feel like the kind of game they were going to rally back and win in extras. So, yeah, and it gives them a 5-1 homestand. I mean, that's about as good as you could ask for. Now that he's got to continue this on the road. That's the question. Can they do this in Colorado where they've had so much success, but you just got to hope so. You got to keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah, it is really, really tough to imagine going into Colorado and rolling, but that's what they've been doing.
Yeah.
They've actually played well there. They've won 16 out of 17 against the Rockies. That's impossible, right? But it is. It's true. They're going with their guy, Anderson, tonight, a righty. So we'll see Chase Anderson, the 35-year-old righty with a 6.49 ERA, 0-5 with a 1.53 whip. Giants going with Logan Webb. And you said it this morning, Marcus. It's hard to look at that 10-12 record.
Oh, it hurts.
Can we get it back to 12? If he goes 7 today, he goes to 200 innings. He's at 193.
And that was his big goal last year, trying to get to 200.
Yeah.
So anyway, listen, he's talking about a very, very meaningful swing of the bat by J.D. Davis. And then it led to J.D. Davis's mom and John Miller and Kipe and Stacy's mom and all that stuff.
Right,
So
right.
Anyway, guys, that's the deal, man. The Giants... Paulie, I know you probably weren't down with this tune, although I know you like this guy because he married your favorite gal, Chrissy Hine.
Oh.
But I'm going to Jim Kerr of Simple Minds.
Yeah.
Who had the hit maybe your senior year of high school, Alive and Kicking.
I got no problem with the Minds. You'd be surprised. I
am surprised.
Yeah. No, I like the Minds. I do.
Do you remember the song Alive and Kicking?
Alive and Kick. I'll take it right now. I'll take it right blanket now.
You'll take it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised.
How about Chrissy Hine's resume, too? She's like, I think I'm through with Ray Davies. Bring in the guy from Simple Minds.
You see, then you look down 4 where he says the Giants are nothing but smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors, yeah.
All right, well, there's a way to pop the balloon
I know.
at the end of the show. Yeah, it's all smoke and mirrors.
Yeah. And then 415 says, great comeback win. Had to overcome Casey Schmidt, who continues to hurt the team. Does he?
Well,
he's had some big at bats.
It's,
take it easy
I know
on my
they're
guy.
hard on him. They're very
Take it
hard on
easy on
Casey
my
Schmidt.
guy.
He didn't hit for a long time. Then he started hitting, but then he made some errors. So
Also, Paulie Mack, I know we riff a bunch about Murph being the cooler. Is there any correlation between Casey Schmidt dropping off after he bought his son a jersey?
I mean,
well, now we're getting into
I'm just trying to pull back a couple layers here.
Negative energy for days coming out of you, buddy.
You're blaming it on the jersey.
I'm like Ted Lasso. I believe. All right, I believe.
Barbecue
I'm touching
sauce.
the sign, right?
Yeah.
Barbecue sauce. And
I never even
belief.
seen the show, and I know that.
We didn't even get Alive and Kicking out of that. So,
I want
did we?
one.
No?
Alive and Kicking.
All
It's a
right.
good track.
Hand it over to Papa and Lund down in Santa Clara next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Very meaningful.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's talk about 49er fans getting a chance to hang with some legends at Broadway SF presenting Unscripted, the San Francisco 49ers. Yeah, this is right here in San Francisco. A little less than 2 weeks away, featuring 49er legends Steve Young, Ronnie Lott, Brent Jones, Harris Barton, Dwight Hicks. Don't have to say much more than that. Live on stage and in conversation with Olympic gold medalist, the Bay Area's own 49er fan, Christy Yamaguchi. Very cool. One night only event, unique opportunity to experience an authentic conversation between teammates and friends about their extraordinary lives both on and off the football field. So check it out on Wednesday, September 27th, 7:30 p.m. at the Current Theater. A portion of all sales will go to Champion Charities, founded by Harris and Ronnie, to help fight brain cancer and brain disease. Steve Young, Ronnie Lott, Brent Jones, Harris Barton, Dwight Hicks, Unscripted. One night, one stage with Christy Yamaguchi, Wednesday, September 27, 7:30 p.m. at the Curran Theater. How do you get tickets? Tickets are on sale now at BroadwaySF.com. That's BroadwaySF.com.
KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned at the sports leader. We are KNBR.
Thank you, Waterboy. Sounds good, too.
It's a good track, man.
Sounds
Straight
good.
up.
Well, that's the Giants.
Alive and kicking.
There you go, man. Going to Colorado today. Meanwhile, we're going down to Santa Clara right now. Papa and Lund.
Papa's alive and kicking. So is Johnny.
Barely.
Are you guys foisting drinks on kids down there in Santa Clara?
Segment. Wow.
Well, they were bringing drinks to us. The screwball.
What is the
What was the other one, Jeff?
What is the screwball?
Screwball is great.
What's in that?
It's a peanut butter
It's a
flavored
Carl
whiskey.
Hubble pitch that struck out Murderers Row. Remember?
I do.
In the first ever
I think
All-Star
of
game. You
Fernando
were there, remember?
Valenzuela as a screwball
Yeah,
guy.
he threw a screwball.
If you like an adult peanut butter and jelly, what you do is you put it over ice and you splash a little cranberry juice in there. You get a little peanut butter and jelly.
Damn.
Just like the old days.
Peanut butter jelly time?
Just like Mama used to
Sounds
make.
like you had that when you got home
That's good.
yesterday.
PB&J whiskey.
Yeah.
Well, what will they think of next?
It's actually really good.
All right.
What is it about us that people bring us cocktails?
I don't know. I was okay with the screwball, but then some sort of mango thing showed up. I was like,
Yeah.
no, give that to the kids.
You guys are bone
I
dry.
gave that to the second grader.
down there today.
That was nice of you to do.
By the way, Papa, your maths, this blowing me away. I had no knowledge of your math. I don't know what the hell you were talking about.
Sokotoa?
Sine and
You don't know
cosine.
Sokotoa?
No, do not.
No, God,
Do not
no.
know
He was
it.
a giant backup catcher in the 60s.
Isn't he
You
who
guys didn't know?
Stafford threw all those balls to in Seattle, Sokotoa?
Puka Nakua.
Who, by the way,
now you're going to get me really confused.
And then his brother was a Niner.
Who was his brother?
Kai Nakua on the Niners.
Oh, what year was that? When was that?
Last year, 2 years ago. 2020 and 2021.
Oh, that's him. Yes, I do remember him vaguely.
How about that? Listeners
Wow.
chimed in on that.
Puka.
I had none clue. I'd look it up.
Nor did I, got to be honest.
Kai Nakua.
Yeah.
Well, JB Long, the voice of the Rams, will join us at 12:30.
Okay.
and give us all the story on Puka Nakua.
The Nakua family tree. It's coming your way.
yeah.
All right, boys, it's
Have a
time.
good show, kids.
It's time for the
Yeah.
lads down in Santa Clara. Niner Ram hype coming your way. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I thought he said he had all the tails.
Come on now. We have the best traveling fan base overall, and I think we'll take over LA.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
3-2 the count. The crowd comes alive. The pitch. Change up. There's a high drive into left field deep. Quan at the warning track. Quan at the wall. He leaps. Goodbye! A 3-run homer! And he has tied the game!
Here's the pitch. Wade hits a fly ball left field. Quan going back on it. Quan will make the catch. Bailey's going to test him. He's tagging. Here comes a throw. The slide. He's safe at home plate. Quan made a great throw, and Patrick Bailey just barely made it in, but he did. And the Giants, for the second time in this series, have a walk-off win.
I don't know what it is about this team, but this is something that I think is worth being really optimistic about. When we get into those very close battles, first, we don't give up, right? Like, there's a bunch of fighters in that room, and those guys are consistently battling. But then second, when we get close, we close out games pretty well. We close out games with our pitching staff pretty well. We close out games with big hits, with everything on the line and extra innings pretty well. It's a signal of a solid, like I said, fighting team. So I think we're going to look back at this game at the end of the season and believe that it's very, very meaningful.
All right, let's keep an eye on this game. That was Gabe Kapler. Reds 71 losses, Diamondbacks 71 losses, Giants 71 losses, Marlins 71 losses. We have I think they call that
Down the stretch we come.
Jam-packed. 16 games to go. We'll get into the Giants today. We're live from Levi's Stadium. Tim Ryan Power Hour is coming up an hour from now. Mike Silver's going to join us at 10:30, so no shortage of 49ers discussion. Eagles and Vikings from Philadelphia. So the Super Bowl runner-ups get their first home game.
Throw it to JJ tonight.
And by the way, there's a group of Eagles fans who have already started their tailgating, and they've been there since 4:30 in the morning. That is nice to know.
What are you talking about?
Good morning.
When do they ever stop in South Philly?
They just had a TV crew out there, and these dudes are tailgating in the parking lot.
Why are you surprised?
They've been there since 4:30 of the a.m.
The beautiful thing about South Philly is all the arenas are together, the stadiums. And when it first opened, it was the FU Center. What do they call it now? Wachovia?
No, they probably call it the same thing.
Well, they do in Philly.
Yeah.
I mean, it used to be, the Spectrum was right there with Hawes, the Sixers, and Flyers, and I love going to the old Spectrum. And then the Vet. They put them both in there, but now you've got Citizens Bank Park, you got the Link, you've got the FU Center, Wachovia, whatever it is. But I think I'm going to make a call to our friend Paul Allen. We're Vikings fans tonight, right? It's on. And I watched the Eagles game back against New England. They got out to a 16-0 lead, big play Slay with a pick 6 against Mac Jones. They gave that game back. And all of a sudden, they're going for it on 4th and 2 when they can punt them back inside the 10, Sirianni. He got out of it, and they wound up winning the game. But that's an interesting team. And Gainwell's not playing tonight. We know he's hurt. They got some other injuries. So I know Minnesota's offensive line is hurt. But, I think we'll talk to Paul Allen as he gets ready for kickoff. Because we need the Vikings to win, right? I mean, they were good last year. They lost to Tampa. I mean, we want Philadelphia. Yeah. I'm going to look at the NFC West games all year closely, and then look at Philadelphia and Dallas and Detroit and see because the goal is not just to, win the West, conquer the West. It's to be the number 1 seed in the NFC and, have it all go through here. But you went through all the losses for everybody. They all got 71. The Giants were careening towards 72 losses. I mean, yesterday's game, and I listened to the game while I was watching the 49ers practice, and it was so...
Oh, you like Bartman out there? You had your headphones on?
Yeah, I do. I do that all the time. You know what I got to get? I lost my...
Oh, the sunglasses with the sound.
Sunglasses.
They have those.
I've had 3 of them, John. I've lost them all.
Are you one of those people that can't keep sunglasses?
Are you surprised?
No, but...
Yes. I think the last time I bought them, I jumped in the Pacific Ocean like 6 seconds after I got the new. They are the bone refractors.
Yeah, those are nice.
I love those. Anyway, I'm listening to the game and listening to John and Dave. You're thinking they're dead. There's just no way. 5-1, nothing. Kyle Harrison, and I watched the game back this morning. Oof. I'm worried about him pitching in Arizona. I know he pitched well the last inning. Velo was back up. He made a mechanical adjustment, but he was all over the place. His velo is down. Just not good. Alex Woods saved them. And they, it was 5-1 game. They get a run. It's 5-2. You could hear it in John and Dave's voices. They're like packing up with DC. Let's get to Denver. It's travel day today. It's getaway day. And then boom, out of nowhere, J.D. Davis with a wall scraper just past Stephen Kwan is a tremendous player. His bat to ball skills and his ability in the outfield. What a talent. He's from the Bay Area. Went to Washington High in Fremont. But anyway, what a lightning bolt that was to tie the game at 5. And then they win in extras. And you heard Gabe talking about their extra inning record. They're 11-3 in extra innings this year. If the Padres won a game in extras, I think they're still 0-11.
They are.
One of the worst records going back to the 1969.
Also, one-run games, they went from the best to the worst.
Expansion.
It's crazy.
Who's that?
Padres.
Yeah. 0-11 in extras. Last time we saw them, they were 6-22 in one-run games. But enough about them. But they're up there with the 69 Expos. But the Giants are 11-3 in extra inning games, which is the best record, even better than the Braves, who won the National League East again. They're 7-2 and 11-3. And I thought George Contos had a great point. First of all, when you're home and the other team does not score with the automatic runner at second base, you're in a great position. But Camilo Doval, I think, is the reason that they're so good in extra innings. And 8 walk-off wins this year. How many of those have been an extra of the 11 wins, John? How many are home? When your closer is just slamming the door on the automatic runner at second base, you just play it differently. And you bring Brandon Crawford in, and Dave was all over it ahead of time. They're going to ask him to bunt here, first and second after Davis walked. And he tried to bunt. He kept pulling it back, and the bunt was on the entire time, and he winds up drawing the walk. and then just deep enough to Quan. His throw is high. How about the tuck and the roll by Patrick Bailey on the slide at the plate? So they've had a lot of great wins this year, but coming down this, as Gabe said, we may look at that one. That was one where you're putting it in the 72nd loss column, and now you're falling behind the other three teams. John, they kind of saved that game. I did not see that win coming at all. No one did.
No. The Reds did win, but again, Diamondbacks lost. They've lost a couple in a row. Even
Zach
the Cubs.
Gallen got bombed.
He did. So, and then the Marlins, they pull one out as well. So it is good. It's going to just stay jam-packed.
Alcantara's hurt, though. And Jazz Chisholm is hurt. Both those guys are hurt.
Big time. And they've got some pitching issues in Miami. So we'll see. Plus, they have a very tough schedule down the stretch. Not only do they play the Braves, but they play the Brewers a couple of times. So the Marlins have a tough road to this whole thing. So we get the Diamondbacks after Colorado. We talked about the schedule the rest of the way. The one thing they got to figure out in short order in these last 16 games is the road, because they win enough at home, but they don't win on the road. They have the 5th fewest road wins in all of Major League Baseball, and that includes the A's and the Royals and the really bad teams in baseball. So they got to figure out the road. It's a good place to start in Colorado, but they got to win on the road.
Well, they win there. When they wake up this morning, they're going to field Denver, Colorado, and go to 20th and Blake, and they win there. Their numbers there are incredible. 16-1 the last 17 against the Rockies, but a lot of it's been at Coors, and it goes back to the 2021 pandemic year. They're like 17-5 the last 22 games at Coors Field. Now, that place is weird. They're not a good team. They do have a sub-500 record, but they're much better, obviously, at altitude, speaking of Bud Black's Rockies, than they are at home, than they are on the road, John. But it's all, to me, it's Colorado has its own separate chambers of horrors, and you go back over the years and all the difficult losses there. I remember an extra inning game that was as crazy as any game I've ever seen. It was a Ryan Spielborg's Grand Slam game that was just, I remember doing Giants Post after that, and it was like he had a headache. And it was just one of those Coors Field games. But the one thing on this homestand, John, the bats came alive. They started to score, starting with Kyle Harrison's last start and the back-to-back home runs to come from 4-0 down. And they had to come from 4-0 down again yesterday. What's going on with Casey Schmidt? I mean, not only was Kyle Harrison just errant, he reverted me back to the guy early in the year. The velo was down, the lack of command. He finished better, but they got to get him right if he's going to pitch Tuesday against Zach Gallen. And Casey Schmidt, he's got 8 errors. I thought he'd win the Gold Glove. The problem was, what positions is he going to play? He's not going to play one enough to qualify. But what's going on with he was such a great thrower, not just the velo, but the accuracy right in the pocket. How does he bounce that throw to open the game yesterday?
I wonder if it's a matter of taking your bat to your glove. I don't know. I don't know if he's frustrated and then he goes out in the field and can't compartmentalize the difference between the two. That can be tough for young players. The one thing I keep thinking, though, is, and Tim Kamakami, we'll get into this a little bit later, wrote a piece of, do you give Farhan and Gabe another year? I think you do, just because you want to see what these young guys can do before judging what they are and so forth. But, I look at Harrison's struggles, and I think he's going to be fine. I look at Schmidt's struggles, I think he's going to be fine. But the only guy of this group, it's been fun. Matos is starting to kind of put you in the column of, I think he's for real. But Patrick Bailey and who? Maybe Matos. But, I mean, it's been fun watching these guys, but they've struggled with the ups and downs. And yesterday we were talking about it a little bit with Sean Estes, or 2 days ago, I guess we were talking about it with Sean Estes. It's tough with these guys to gauge, but now, and this is all through baseball, not just the Giants, they're bringing guys up to take their lumps and then go back down and work on stuff. At the same time, are you eroding confidence? Because the Casey Schmidt that was first up versus the Casey Schmidt now, both with a bat and a glove, he's struggling.
He'll be fine. He's actually figured it out offensively. He has more of an approach. He's closed up his stance, working with Pat the Bad Pearl. I don't know if he had a bad grip on the ball. He had one bad throw at the plate when Bailey got concussed. But that one he threw off his back foot and he rushed when he didn't need to. This one he gave it a crow hop, and normally it's just whoosh. They do make mistakes. So I think he'll be fine. You got to ride with him now. And as far as what's going on with Cap and Farhan, these 16 games will decide what you're going to do. I'm not going to say it's as simple as that. You're in a position right now, and it's down the stretch we come, and let's just say it's a 10-game road trip, and it finishes up with 4 at 1000 Vin Scully Avenue, and it starts at 20th and Blake tonight. So just take them one at a time. Logan Webb's going to pitch there, and I remember Logan I think it was Cinco de Mayo, the 2021 season, before he got hot and was the best pitcher in baseball. He had a bad start in Denver. You would think sinker ball pitcher, everything with Logan is down, 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 down. The Rockies know that as well. So we'll see how he pitches tonight. And then you got to get Keaton Winn in some form on Friday, John, and then just go from there. Can you sweep Colorado there? I know it's ambitious, but they're 17-5 at 20th and Blake at Coors Field, low dough, since the pandemic year, after the 2021 year, after the pandemic year. And then you just got to give yourself a position to roll in there and deal with Arizona. But Kyle Harrison's scheduled to pitch that game Tuesday against Zach Gallen. Gallen got bombed last night by the Mets. He was not good. His home road splits are extreme. He's not good away from Phoenix. He's very good there. So we'll see. But it's yesterday was a game you thought for sure they were going to lose the game. I'm not going to say it's the best win of the year because they've had like 5 of them and a couple of them lately. But yesterday was one. If you're going to get in and get the third wild card spot, winning a wild game like that yesterday, you got to do that once in a while.
I think you need to sweep the Rockies because I don't know what you're going to do against the Diamondbacks. You don't play well on the road. Then 7 of your last 10 are against the Dodgers. And that's going to be tough. Hopefully you can split those games. But honestly, they need a sweep, if not 3 or 4. They at least need 3 or 4 here. Because like you said, this is a place they win.
Get greedy. They can sweep this team there.
By the way, nice performance by future Giant Blake Snell last night, who may have sealed the Cy Young with 6 shutout over the Dodgers. Dodger killer.
There's quite a
Dodger
list,
killer.
by the way,
Just seeing.
of free agent available pitchers. You're already moving it. Can you enjoy the moment?
Yeah, I am.
Can we worry about the
Did you
offseason?
watch that game last night? He looked good.
No, I did not watch that.
He
I
looked
was
good.
watching Matthew Stafford and Puka Nakua.
Very nice.
And Tutu.
Tutu Atwell.
I know him well.
Good speed.
I was watching the Rams.
All right, we'll get into all those things. Mike Silver is going to join us in about 15 minutes at the bottom of the hour. We'll get into all Niners stuff. It's Pop and Lund live from Levi's on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Greg Cosell. He joined Murphy Mac this morning to discuss what makes Brock Purdy an elite play process. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
It is a warm day, high humidity, no rain though. Second down, 8, here's a blitz. Purdy runs away from Minkah Fitzpatrick, rolls left, throws, and is caught by Deebo Samuel for a first down.
Oh, what an adjustment by Deebo. What a play by Purdy. It is hard to get away from Minkah Fitzpatrick.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund. Mike Silver's going to join us in about 10 minutes. So I wouldn't say I went off on a tangent, and I want to also say that lists are lists. I don't care. On social media, when people make a list or there's a keyword in there when somebody says so-and-so says, I really don't care. It's their opinion. But something caught me yesterday because the guys who run the 33rd team, those are all a bunch of guys who, were front office guys in the league. Bill Polian's in with those guys. So they had this guy do a quarterback list, and the NFL.com does this as well. It's the weekly quarterback index and all this kind of stuff. And they had Brock Purdy anywhere from 15 to 23. And I'm fully...
Based on just his week 1 performance?
Yeah, it says week 2 QB power rankings. And again, I'm not huge into these things, but I understand it when fans don't maybe necessarily know. But when 33rd team, who has credibility, puts Brock 23rd behind guys like Justin Fields, Kenny Pickett, who he outplayed, Derek Carr, who wasn't great, both Jones guys, especially Daniel Jones, who was terrible, Ryan Tannehill, who was terrible. I mean, look, I'm not saying he's a top 5 quarterback, but if you put Brock Purdy in that range in the 20s, then you clearly didn't watch the game. From the play that we just said to the back shoulder throw to I thought he was much better in the pocket. He moved up one in the middle. He did one late left to Deebo. I mean, the guy played a great game, and it's clear that while he's not a top 5 or even top 10 quarterback now, he's really good. And is it just this perception of it's Kyle's offense? This is what's being written. It's Kyle's offense with all these weapons. And in this thing with the 33rd team, they actually said it was "quote unquote" easy. That it was easy to play quarterback for the 49ers.
But you yourself just fell into the trap by saying he's not a top 5 or a top 10 quarterback.
No, I can't say that yet.
Why? Based on what? So so the 33rd team is more former executives, GMs, and coaches.
Right.
So I think this is but
they have credibility, right?
But they look at a guy like, and I love Bill Polian, but I listen to him a lot. And he looks at the game differently. He's evaluating overt talent. He's judging in a scout's eye. When you ask a coach, and even when, Mike Sando did his quarterback tiers, because that was equal to executives and scouts and GMs with coaches, you don't think Sean McVay, as he's getting ready for this game, thinks, wow, how good is Brock Purdy? And I love Matthew Stafford. He's a great thrower of the football. But Brock Purdy, he does make it look easy because he executes the offense. This is Kyle's offense. It's Mike Shanahan's offense. It's Bill Walsh's offense. And it's expanded, and that's what everybody's running, including McVay. But there was a reason Brock went 262. He's 6 feet 5/8 of an inch tall. He does not have big hands. He ran a 4.84 40. So when you size him up against, you say, Justin Fields, he's not going to, from a scout's perspective, you're going to drool over what Justin Fields can be, but isn't. And you think, what can Brock be in this league? Well, a 4.84 translates into not a great 40 time. And I'm not sure if there were other factors when he ran that. But more importantly, his short area quickness, the 10-yard split for a quarterback, is 1.66, and that's elite.
On the Minkah blitz.
Saw it many times last year. Brought it up many, many times. Not just the Minkah play. Minkah came twice, and you saw him come the first time. The second time, Brock knew it wasn't just the spin out to his left to get away from him. It's the way he set him up. He stepped up in the pocket, changed the angle to give him even a closer look, and then he spun out of it. And then he got his, now last year he may have been rolling to his left and he may have thrown without squaring his shoulders. This game, he flipped his feet around, got his shoulders back. It wasn't a great throw because he missed Deebo, but hell, how did he avoid this? And he knew Minkah was a free hitter. They did not account for him in pass pro there. He had to just spin out of it. And then he got his shoulders lined and got it close enough. And Tim will join us at 11 o'clock, Tim Ryan. Deebo's catch was amazing. He went like this, but for Brock to get the ball there. So the bottom line is analysts can look at him and say he's Mr. Irrelevant, he's 262. He has not played a bad game, period. He's not played poorly in any game. He's had bad snaps in games, but from start to finish, the one game he didn't finish. He got hurt on the 7th offensive play of the game. And that was partly his fault in not stepping up and getting away. So there are errors and things he has to correct. But I just don't think they fully embrace him because he doesn't look the part. He has, as we've been talking about, the 5 best eligibles in the league.
And he's penalized for that.
It doesn't matter to me. I mean, I know Kyle doesn't care, and the Brian Greasy don't care. They can evaluate him and say, well, he's got all these guys that are open and looking at all these great plays. He still has to. There are other quarterbacks here that had great players, and, Jimmy played well here. I don't mean to demean Jimmy. I just don't think they fully understand. That's why, the nickname that I'm going with is Big Brain Brock, because and it's not just the brain and his ability to process, it's the calmness. He does everything. He's built for this. Well, I don't know, maybe he taught himself to do it because he's like Patrick Bailey taught himself to be a catcher since he was a kid. Brock has been preparing to be a quarterback since he's a kid. So he's so calm. Just watch the way, for instance, the preseason, when Brock gets a call into his helmet versus Sam Darnold. And I love Sam's ability, but he's learning. And you can see Sam kind of like, what do you call? And he backs up and I got to make sure I spit this out right, where Brock's just, come on, Kyle, let's go. I got it. And he has that vibe where he doesn't have to say anything, but he exudes confidence. So it's the big brain that he can process everything. But then when it breaks down, he's not perfect. He's a young player. He held the ball a little bit too long, and T.J. Watt sacks him, or certain plays come up.
To him and he'll change that for sure.
Kyle's going to coach him hard. He's fine, and he takes it all. But for talent, I think it's more. I'd like to see the list of the guys that are evaluated. I think we're still into the scout's eye versus the coach's eye. When you evaluate Brock Purdy, you're thinking he's short, he's slow, he doesn't have big hands. How is he doing this? Versus, I really wonder when Sean McVay and Mike LaFleur, his offensive coordinator, is here with Kyle, when they're alone and they're not talking to the media, Brock Purdy's great. Really, when they're thinking at him, they're like, damn, we had to trade all those picks to Detroit and Jared Goff, who's lighting it up right now, give Stafford all. And I love Stafford. They won a Super Bowl with Stafford. But you can do it that way, or how the hell did they find this guy? Because he is perfect for Kyle's system, and he's perfect for our system as well.
The reason why I like the Rooster nickname is because one of the things I see from him that I don't see from other young quarterbacks is the rip factor. Remember with Trey Lance, we said, you see it, you got to rip it. See it, you got to rip it. You're watching all these young quarterbacks, it's there, it's there, it's there, it's not there. It seems with him, and it's not perfect. There was a couple of plays against Pittsburgh where this happened, but he does rip it. And that's, I know it sounds weird, but it's like a pitcher who's got a 100-mile-an-hour fastball and falls in love with a slider. Just throw it. Throw it.
Because he sees it ahead of time. His brain processes it before, and then he has the ultimate confidence. I mean, there are times in the game, like when T.J. Watt blocked the little throw out to the right, he's going to have some of those.
Well, all quarterbacks are,
Well, he's 6 feet, 5/8 of an inch. There are times where his lack of size will come into play. Drew Brees would have won more than one Super Bowl if he were just 2 or 3 inches taller. There are times where you're going to see it's hard right there. Now you got to get out of there, change your angle. Drew would get up on his tippy toes. There are times where the scout's assessment comes out on a play here or there, but on 99 other plays he plays brilliantly. So it'll be anxious to see when people, and even, why is he not a top 10 quarterback? Name for me 9 quarterbacks in this league that are better than Brock Purdy.
All right, Mike Silver's going to join us coming up next. We love our weekly conversations, of course, from the Chronicle. He's got the inside in the NFL and the 49ers. We'll get into that next only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the San Diego Padres on Tuesday, September 26th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Stafford going to throw out right, intercepted and coming back the other way. Talanoa Hufanga, touchdown! San Francisco!
The big, bad wolf! I'm going to huff and puff and sneak right in front of your receiver and steal this from Cooper Kupp. What a great play by Hufanga.
Tim Ryan's going to join us in about 25 minutes. We love talking to Mike Silver every week. At Mike Silver, read his great stuff in the Chronicle. Joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Make sure you tune in weekly. We're going to talk Stafford. We got a ton of stuff to talk about. But the first thing on my mind, and welcome, by the way, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, you know Aaron Rodgers. Have you reached out?
He's
or
a
anything
Cal
like that?
guy. I think
yeah,
he knows.
Of course
Aaron
he does.
Rodgers.
I know he does.
Yeah.
But have you reached out or talked to him at all?
I have reached out to Aaron Rodgers. I have not talked to him. He did go to Cal, the University of California. That is the school. That is what it is called and should be called.
Yeah.
So we shouldn't call it Cal? What should we call it, Mike?
You can call it Cal. Okay. Cal is short for California, but there's a rebrand now. Telling us it should be called something other than that, which is a terrible idea. I was there for the unveiling, which was that 49er logo switch during the heyday. I still have a shirt.
Oh, wow.
It lasted 2 days. I remember going right into the locker room after the press conference, showed it to Joe Montana, and he goes, "It looks like the World League." And that's pretty much how everybody reacted, and it didn't last long. For those of you who remember New Coke, very, very brief stay before Coke Classic was returned. I'm really hoping that this is a similar situation. University of California.
Okay, how about the rebranding of Aaron Rodgers?
Well, Aaron Rodgers did do a rebrand this offseason in conjunction with his presence on the New York Jets. I know you are aware there was a lot of hoopla and hype and hard knocks, and everyone was really excited about it, and it lasted 4 plays. Football's brutal, man. We've seen this happen in week 1 before with Brady, with Marino, with Randall Cunningham. It always sucks. It sucks more when someone is older and you don't know how they're going to return. And, it sucks for Robert Saleh, who did such a great job out here as the 49ers defensive coordinator, got that Jets job, did not have the quarterback situation resolved. Like the 49ers took a guy in that same draft, 1 spot ahead of Trey Lance, took Zach Wilson. It has not been great. And they felt that they built a team this year that with Aaron Rodgers could contend. And, you saw them gut out a win against the Bills. They've got some good players. Robert Saleh is a really good coach. They will compete. But I think that notion that they are, thinking about Super Bowls is pretty much gone. And that's a real shame.
Yeah, we'll see what A-Rod does as far as coming back to play and rehab that terrible injury. Which leads to Matthew Stafford, and we heard the pick 6 he threw last year to Talanoa Hufanga, and he just was not himself. After winning the Super Bowl his first year in L.A. in 21, I don't know what he did exactly to the elbow, but it was not good, and he was not himself, and then he had a terrible cervical spine injury later in the surgery. And but now, and I know you can tell me about Seattle's pass rush and lack thereof, but just his ability to throw the football again. And I think he's right there with Aaron Rodgers with his ability to change arm angles, and he's just an elite natural thrower of the football on the highest level, and he's back, and he proved that in Game 1. But I do want to go back to the offseason when the Rams traded to get him, and the infamous, famous trip about going to Cabo with Sean McVay and Andrew Whitworth, and there's Matthew Stafford, and Kyle was there with his dad and his mom. They're in a different part of the island, and because the 49ers were all in on Matthew Stafford. He just wound up going to the Rams, and the Deshaun Watson situation happened that season, and then they decided to trade up from 12-3 to get a young quarterback. But tell us what you know, because I know you're connected with all the whole side of the story about the 49ers' pursuit of Matthew Stafford the offseason. He wound up going to the Rams, Mike.
Okay, well, let's start with that clip of a Matthew Stafford interception and your premise that he's okay now. Matthew Stafford at his best, the year they won the Super Bowl, threw a lot of picks, dude.
He threw 17. Yes.
And he should have thrown another one, but I know you're aware of this. Jaquiski Tart was unable to secure it. Had that happened, I believe Matthew Stafford would not be a Super Bowl champion. He would have been a guy who threw too many picks in the playoffs. A lot of revisionist history. I'm someone who has been very high on Jared Goff the whole time. I thought he was unduly maligned in comparison to Stafford in the wake of that. Obviously, Stafford won a Super Bowl, so you can't say much. But I think we're now seeing that Jared Goff has some skills. And, Matthew Stafford had a good first game, and that's cool. And he can be really, really good. He's a tough quarterback. He's a little reckless with the football. I know last year he had some health stuff, but I don't attribute what happened with the Rams last year, and we saw them early at Levi's, to just, Matthew Stafford was not right. He threw about 96 passes to Cooper Kupp and Tyler Higbee in that game, and about 2 to other people. So it was not real hard to predict what he was trying to do. They did not have other options. At the time, Cam Akers was in the doghouse. They weren't able to run the ball. The offensive line was a disaster, and they had slid on defense. So credit to the Rams and to Sean McVay and to that whole crew for coming out and looking like a much different team in Seattle. And, we'll see. We don't know if Pittsburgh's garbage or if they're pretty good. So it's harder to gauge the 49ers win. We don't know if Seattle's as good as it was last year when it was a pleasant surprise, or if Seattle's got issues. But I do know that Ram defense gave up 12 yards in the second half. That's a real testament to Raheem Morris, one of the great coaches in this league, Sean McVay's defensive coordinator. And he got hired around that time that you referenced, when Stafford's future was being decided in Cabo. So a lot was going on. The Rams had lost to the Packers. Sean McVay was done with Goff, he wanted Stafford by any means necessary. Coincidentally, Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay had played golf that day, kind of a weird confluence through some mutual acquaintances. And they were all staying at the same place. Kyle was at a different place. The Panthers thought they had a great shot at Stafford and were in. I know the 49ers were very interested, as you said. There is some sense in NFL circles that this was going to be a Rams-Lions trade the whole way. Brad Holmes had just been hired out of the Rams front office, was the Lions GM. So it was like, he knew Goff pretty well, and getting rid of Goff was part of what they needed to do. And I think it was a very open line of communication with Les Snead and Brad Holmes. From Kyle's perspective, he's told the story before. He turned off his phone one night going out with his wife, and that was the night that it all went down. But certainly it happened very suddenly, and Sean McVay has since told me, it happened a lot faster than he thought it would, and because of that, he wasn't able to communicate with Jared Goff in the way that he felt Jared Goff deserved, and I know he's sorry for that. So bottom line, the 49ers did not get Stafford, but it did send Kyle on this path where he was determined to get a rookie quarterback, use this model. Turned out they got the wrong rookie quarterback, but in getting Brock Purdy cheaper and a year later, they're in an even better position now. So if I'm the 49ers, I would much rather have it happened the way it did than to have gotten Matthew Stafford.
Mike Silver's joining us, Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. He joins us every week, of course, from the Chronicle, long time with NFL.com, Sports Illustrated as well. Make sure you're following him as well. In regards to Brock Purdy, when can he outgrow the narrative, if ever, of he's got a brilliant guy in Kyle Shanahan running this offense with a bunch of great weapons around him, so he's just along for the ride? That's the perception I get, at least nationally, not locally. What do you think of that?
Well, what he's fighting is the overvaluing of the draft, and that's the same thing that makes people have a hard time with the other way with Trey Lance. Like, wait, but he was the third overall pick. He's got such a ceiling. It's the opposite with Purdy, because he was drafted at 262. It's hard for people who don't see it frequently to wrap their heads around the fact that he's just good. He's just good. I mean, he was good in college. He might not have the arm that jumps out at you or any, particular physical characteristic that blows your mind, but he's really, really good at reading defenses, at throwing the ball accurately. He's got swag. He can move. And I think he's getting better. My only concern with him was, how will he be after this very serious surgery? And as of right now, he looks at least as good as last year. So, you can overcome that perception. It just takes a while. Kurt Warner was such a supernova, that people kind of got over it because he was regular season and Super Bowl MVP when we first saw him play. Tom Brady kind of had that stigma even after winning a couple of Super Bowls, and then in 2007 they got him some weapons like Randy Moss and Wes Welker, and he set records, and it was like, I think maybe he's actually like great at quarterback. Yeah, he is. So I guess if you're a 49er fan who wants the rest of the world to see Brock Purdy the way that they should, and you do, that will be yet another happy byproduct if the team you love wins a bunch.
So now, obviously the quarterback comparison is fascinating, because Matthew Stafford was the number one overall pick years ago in 2009, and Brock went last, 262, and now here they are. And Brock did not play against the LA Rams last year. That was Jimmy Garoppolo. Brock came in after the 49ers had already beaten him twice. So, and now on to the head coaches, which is really interesting. And go back to when the 49ers hired Kyle Shanahan. There was a thought about hiring John McVay's grandson here and hiring Sean McVay. And there was a snowstorm on the East Coast, and the Rams people couldn't get to meet with Kyle. In any event, we know the story. McVay winds up with the Rams, has immediate success, wins a Super Bowl, relatively quickly. Kyle has to struggle the first couple of years getting his roster set with John Lynch. But then since they got Bosa in 2019, the 49ers have not lost to the Rams in the regular season. They've swept them 4 straight years and 8-0. The championship game, when you mentioned Tard dropping a pick, that's the one that got away, and it led to the Rams winning the Super Bowl. So the matchup between the coaches is always so fascinating because of the scheme and being together in Washington and with Mike Shanahan. And you're literally going to write a book on this topic. How can you surmise the relationship between Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay?
Well, they are two really, really smart game planners and really successful head coaches. There's a lot of mutual respect. They absolutely have a strong desire to beat one another. And if you're Kyle, I don't think you're sitting there going, man, I've won 8 in a row, because the one that really, really mattered, Sean McVay won and then won the Super Bowl. There's a lot of familiarity, and this is not just Kyle to Sean, because Raheem Morris, who is the Rams defensive coordinator, he and Kyle go way, way back to Tampa when John Gruden was the head coach. Raheem was a defensive assistant. Kyle was a quality control coach. They're very, very close friends. They know each other very well, and they're two of the very few coaches, and Raheem's also a big part of my book too, but they're two of the very few coaches that really have a full grasp on offense and defense. And Kyle kind of trained himself starting with Monty Kiffin's Tampa meetings to really understand defense. And when Kyle was the offensive coordinator in Atlanta, after he and Raheem had been together in Washington, Kyle switched Raheem from defensive backs coach to wide receivers coach, and he became an offensive assistant for a while, ended up back on the defensive side now. So they both know both sides. They're both really smart. They both know each other very, very well. And so I talked to some guys in the locker room yesterday. I said, when it's Kyle and Raheem, is it simpler because they know each other, is on to the other, or is it another dimension? And they said kind of both. We kind of have the ability to go basic because we just do our stuff, but then there's some things that are trying to go 4 moves ahead. So there's a lot of respect there, and it is, I've talked extensively with Sean McVay about how he believes Kyle Shanahan has influenced him and what a great strategist he is. I think you could characterize their approaches differently in this way. Sean McVay is not afraid to kind of say, okay, this is our stuff, and we think this will work and be effective. And if it is, we're going to keep running that stuff and maybe make it look a little different, but we're not afraid to run that same concept 4 times in a game or 3 times in a game. I think Kyle, I painted that masterpiece in the second quarter on 3rd and 7. I have a new masterpiece for you in the third quarter. I think it's even more geared toward every play is its own work of art. So, that's why when you talk to coaches about Kyle as a strategist, they think he's even beyond the brilliant strategists out there in terms of detail, opponent-specific game planning, and just having every single move be its own entity.
Great stuff. Silver, thanks, man. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thanks, man.
And he's gone.
There he goes. Mike Silver.
When's that book coming out? I got to text him.
Yeah, we got to know.
He's writing a book about the whole concept, and really, when you look at it, John,
make sure you text the right guy.
I called Mike Kohler thinking I was calling Mike Silver. You've never done that?
Yeah, I do it all the time.
I had nothing to say to Kohler, and I heard his voice. I'm like, what? Well, I have Mike Kohler in his Mike, and I have Mike Silver in his Michael.
Yeah.
How many people in the league run a version of these two offenses? Like half?
No, more than that,
third?
I think.
You think more than half?
Probably 75%.
Seriously?
I think. Yeah.
You got to go through.
Well, think about the tree, right?
Well, we can go through.
McVay and
but even if they're not directly with Kyle or Green Bay and what they do,
that's what I'm saying.
Salo, what he does, yeah. But you think it's more than half? I think it's about half.
Yeah.
Think it's half?
What else are they running?
I don't know. I got to go through.
It's kind of like Walsh, right? Everybody at some point was running a version of the West Coast.
Well, does Dallas run it now with Mike McCarthy? I mean, he was here. Mike McCarthy was the 49ers offensive coordinator here, and they were dead last that year, 32nd in the NFL.
I think almost everyone runs some version of it.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying who really majors in, and the Rams don't even, T-Rock will break it down. They're not running outside zone as much as they used to. They're not running 11 personnel. They have Cooper Kupp. So they're running more 12 personnel, 2 tights, and they're running more power and gap schemes, which is, not the Walsh. Well, Walsh's wasn't based really on the running game. It's complicated. But anyway, I think it's more than half that run the Kyle system. Yeah, to look it up.
Well, that's why Kyle was saying so many people run it now. It's difficult, and he's got to come up with new wrinkles all the time.
And the problem is they're running the Fangio defense, too, which is a problem.
All right, Tim Ryan's going to join us in about 8 minutes. We'll get more insight into the 49ers and the Rams. By the way, here's a nugget for your pregame show. There has never been, until this game, the first pick in the draft, Matthew Stafford, taking on the last pick of the draft.
Whoa! But not in the same draft.
No, not in the same draft, but there's never been the first player picked taking on a starting quarterback who is the last player picked.
Okay, well, here's one for you. How many times has the last pick in the draft started at quarterback in the NFL?
Some.
He's at 262, Mr. Irrelevant?
No, not exactly.
We're not talking Ryan Suckup. No, your stat
I just gave
was
you a great number. Why do you got to throw that? Why do you got to go a question off my great stat?
Because think about it. Take Matthew Stafford out of it. How many Mr. Irrelevants have started? We looked it up last year.
No, but there have been the last pick in the draft quarterbacks.
Okay, who?
I'll look them up.
Okay,
I'm never giving you anything.
We went through Mr.
Again.
Irrelevant.
Yeah,
we went through all the Mr. Irrelevants. The specialness of it.
Harrison Butker.
He was the best before. How many Mr. Irrelevants have started the quarterback in the NFL?
There have been some. I know that. I know when we did this, there have been some.
All right.
Whatever. All right.
I'm not using that note. You use it on your 3-hour one. I have 3 minutes. I don't have that much time.
Oh, you have plenty of time.
No, we don't.
Yeah, because Tim does
everything's on tape.
Tim does the
we don't have time.
Talk, and it's over.
We say hello, and we have to go to break right away. It's all interviews and on tape. We don't have time.
All right, we'll talk to Tim in just over 5 minutes. Pop and Lund live from Levi's on the Sports Leader. You know, it's a great day when we can talk to our friend Steve Moskowitz, of course, Moskowitz LLP, and he has the solutions for all your tax issues. And today we're talking about ERC. Steve, tell us about that.
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is where the federal government is giving a reward of up to $26,000 for every employee that you had during 21 and 20. Now, things that have caught my attention. There's a number of new clients coming to us and saying, hey, they've already received the ERC. What might they be entitled to more? And a lot of the cases in the ones that we reviewed, they were entitled to more. Also, there's other people that say, hey, their CPA said they weren't entitled at all because their gross revenue didn't drop enough. That's only one of two methods. There's another method not requiring that same drop in gross revenue. And there are other people that say, hey, some other firm filed, I never heard boo. We can also check this.
We got to do a quick break before we get to...
Let us go ahead and take care of this for you. Whether you filed or haven't, we're told you're ineligible. Talk to us for that second opinion.
Right now, it is Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP. Very, very simple. Just call now, MoskowitzLLP.com, or call right now to get more information on ERC, 888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL.
Papa and Lund present.
Bosa leading the charge is just rolling people.
Tim Ryan's Bull Rush.
Non-stop motor. There's that spin kick. Bull rushing.
Now the 49ers color commentator joins the voice of the red and gold, Greg Papa, alongside the host of Pre and Post, John Lund.
Love that.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Well, without a huddle, Kenny Pickett now on third down. Will drop back 5 steps out of the gun. Armstead will flush him out to his left. Now he dodges around, but Drake Jackson will get him back on the 20-yard line.
Bang, baby!
10-yard sack for Drake.
Third play of the year. And he startles me.
He had a couple of
Oh,
sacks.
I thought I got sacked.
It is Papa and Lund. We're live at Levi's Stadium, KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Drake Jackson with 3 sacks. Hargrave got in on the fun, and the D-line back like it's 2019 all over again, dominates the Steelers. And we do have the cameras up, by the way, YouTube, Twitch, check it out. You can see Tim Ryan in his glory right now.
You got the sunglasses going indoors.
And, yeah, I like it, man. Looking good.
You're intimidating.
I'm not trying to put any shade on this team. I'll tell you that right now.
Very nice.
Bro, what a statement game. What a statement win for a variety of reasons. You go back and watch the tape, and it literally could have been more lopsided. I mean, there was left opportunities, missed opportunities on offense left out on the field. We could go through a couple of those. And then defensively, there was, obviously some missed opportunities. And look, Kenny Pickett's stat line ended up completing a lot of passes. There was a lot of off and soft coverage from about halfway through the second quarter on, giving them some of that stuff underneath. At the end of the day, they scored 7 freaking points. And when you couple that with the preseason that those guys had and what was expected out of them, my son was telling me, he's like, I watched all the pregame shows, heard the question asked a lot. Who do you trust more going into this week 1 game? Kenny Pickett at home or Brock Purdy on the road? A lot of guys, he said, went with Kenny Pickett. And I was like, okay, well, as Bosa said, Purdy answered a lot of haters. He's a quarterback. It's all there is to it. And I mean, I know you're not blue collar, John. I know you do some stuff at home. You ever seen a painter? You ever seen the painter's tool? It just looks like
never seen one.
Oh yeah.
So it's got a little slot in the middle. It's got a bunch of hooks. It's sharp on the end. Like, it doesn't look like it does a lot. It's a 7-way tool, man, and it's effective at all of them. And then it's pretty sharp. I almost cut my finger off doing my son's truck when we redid my son's F-250, and I was trying to scrape some putty off a putty board, and that thing it was like 8 stitches across my finger. Those suckers are sharp, but Purdy's got a lot of tools that you don't recognize when you look at him. And then, from the neck up here in the Silicon Valley, he's like a processing chip. He's IT, bro. And I don't
my nickname.
Did you just
my nickname? Did I drop it on the flight home to you?
I don't know. I don't know.
I must not have. You would have stolen it.
Well,
you would have.
Yeah, okay, you don't even.
Brain Brock.
Big brain Brock. All right.
Brain Brock.
I like it. That's
From
what he
Samuel
is.
Jackson, yeah.
That's what he is. And again, I think Intel just came out with their 13th generation chip. So he's the 13 gen chip
because he's number 13.
Because he's number 13, and more importantly than all that's fun and tongue in cheek with the IT stuff. But he's got the it factor. He's got what you can't coach, and that's the stuff from the neck up. Understanding what's coming, being able to read the grid. He's sneaky good, deceptive with his eyes. They don't know where he's throwing the football. He knows pre-snap most of the time that his first read may not be there, so he's right to the second, then to the third. The little deke he put on Minka Fitzpatrick when he's coming on a free runner blitz off the edge. Years past, that might be a spinal tap knockout shot on the quarterback. And I think Purdy, I'm convinced he knew it was coming when he came up to the line.
For the way he stepped up.
And if you watch, and you watch the tape and watch his eyes, it literally was, his peripheral Purdy. He never even looked over there, but you could see his peripheral vision was on. Stepped up.
Steal that one too.
He'll steal them all. Waited a couple of beats. When do I spin out of here around the corner, and then makes the completion to Debo, which I think was targeted for Kittle, and that's why you thought it was such a great catch.
How about Kittle?
He jumped right in front of him.
Catch?
Yeah, how about that
Kittle
catch?
standing by him like, bro.
Yeah, what happened?
All right, so that play, and we just played it a little while ago because in the play where he stepped up and he hit Ayuk and he got a personal foul, the play where he ran and he shook Cole Holcomb, but that play with Minka, Because let's go back. There was one thing that Brock, and he was great last year from the start, but if he had an issue and he got pressure from
rolling out to his left,
and not stepping, even the play where he got hurt last year, there was a spot there. If he just steps up, Tyler Kroft's block against Hassan Reddick, he could have gotten that ball to Brandon Ayuk on the double move. So this play, he not only stepped up, he set him up. And he knows it's a free hitter. They don't have him blocked up.
He knows protection can't block him. That's
because
right.
Minka came earlier. He sets up the angle. He spins out to the left, and he hits whoever's over the middle going to catch it, just catch it. But that speaks to he's really impressive. And he's big brain Brock and all that. He's got the hit factor. But there is room to grow. And
No
I think
doubt.
when you look at those two plays where he got hurt in Philly last year versus the play with Minka, that's where he's still improving.
Yeah, there's no question, especially the play on Sunday against the Steelers. Look, when you can handle processing Purdy, when you can handle all the stuff that this offense throws at you, and there's a lot to it, believe me, in talking to those guys. And we've seen guys thrive in it. We've seen guys that have had their challenges in it. And you could go through the list of Kyle's quarterbacks over the years. His brain there's so much room for and again, 80% of this league is from the neck up. I say that all the time. And for a guy like that, he can handle all you throw at him. And I just get the feeling, just when he's walking up to the line of scrimmage, and I know the faithful watching at home are feeling it. It's like, he and the head coach are absolutely on the same page. And what a treat for Kyle. And look, it's not all perfect. There were some plays left out there. He could have had Debo on a go route on Minka Fitzpatrick, the burner route. I call it the smoker route. He was right by him, and Purdy hits maybe one or too many times, and that was a ball that ended up getting tipped at the line of scrimmage. That's kind of when the PBU started, those tips at the line. But when you think of Kyle, who sees the game through the lens of a quarterback, he watches every play and makes every read, and he knows when his quarterback's seeing it or not seeing it. And I promise you that affects his play calling. When your quarterback's not seeing it, you're probably not feel real comfortable about running that play again or trying to go back to that concept. When the quarterback's feeling it and he's seeing it like the head coach, who is a wizard in terms of, finding the holes in those secondaries, predicting what secondaries are going to do, and then being able to break them down, that's a good feeling. And I get the suspicion that I know a lot of 49er fans watching, and Joe Montana was great, and I will not compare him to Joe until he starts achieving all those things with this team, and we'll see what happens. But you get that. I know that feeling was there with Joe and Bill Walsh, and just smooth. It's like seamless from the head coach and the play caller to the quarterback. And I get that same feeling when number 13, the 13 Gen Chip, is walking up to the line of scrimmage.
And back in the day, they didn't have the speaker in the helmet. He can do it all. You got to shuttle people in or hand signals. But just watch Brock when the play is coming in from the sideline. He's got it, and he's on it, and there's no wristband or anything reading it, and he gets in the huddle, and he has this calm look about him that I got this. And you're talking about, the way he handles at the line. What was the play when he first won you over and you actually told him? When he called the timeout
on his own.
Before Kyle did.
And how many rookies would never, ever do that? That's the head coach's job. He's like, nah, we're not taking a delay game down here in scoring position. Not going to do it. He takes ownership of what he's doing, and that's going to continue to grow the more that he continues to grow in this offensive system.
Let me go back to the pocket presence and what he did, because I remember last year in the first half of that Dallas game, they were pretty fast. It was the fastest defense he had seen, and he was going out left, and they were struggling a little bit offensively. And then and Pittsburgh's not what Dallas was defensively, but they're still pretty good. And to see what he did, like you said, the spin out on Minka, the one where he went up the middle, he stepped up in the pocket and made the hit. He just was doing that all day long, where he was, I thought his pocket presence, and that was one thing I wondered with him being off the field and not throwing. Mentally, he could get those reps, but would he be better in the pocket? And I thought that his pocket presence and his ability to move in the pocket, because he's got the quickness, not the speed, but he's got the quickness. Right. I thought that was leaps and bounds better than even, say, Dallas in that second playoff.
Yeah, and look, there's a big difference between happy feet in the pocket and functional feet in the pocket and poise in the pocket.
Keeping your eyes down the field.
And keeping your eyes down the field as a thrower. He doesn't look at the rush. You can't look at the rush. You look at the rush, your eyes are off, down the field. So, yeah, I agree with you. Just, subtle little slides to the left, slides to the right, subtle little two-steps stepping up, and staying a passer. Same at the end when that 3rd and 11, he ran for the first down and split the two defenders. Because Purdy has shown the ability to slam the door on you with a big play on those extension plays. I call it playground football when everything breaks down and now he's out of the pocket. He's always a passer till he crosses the line of scrimmage. He wants to throw it. He's got the ability to run it, but he wants to get you down the field in the playground scramble drill. So therefore, the closer he gets to the line of scrimmage, the running, as soon as he, like that play, he's going to the right, and then he just does a little move out to the right to open up that window that he bursted through and split the two linebackers and got the first down. Well, he's still a passer at that point. Therefore, the fear on the back end is like, oh, no, can't go get him. He's still a passer. Maybe there's something coming in behind me. It freezes those guys just enough. It's like when Favre used to always run to the line and give a little pump fake at the end. It just holds everybody just enough to open up a little window that he was able to scoot through.
All right, let's get to Tim's side of the ball. Let's get to the defense. They were absolutely dominant. We came in with Drake Jackson in that 3 sacks, how Bosa played, and moving forward against the Rams. We'll do it next only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Huge comeback win in the finale against the Guardians. They keep pace in the NL wildcard. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Let's go. Where are we going? Well, of course, we're going to Modesto Toyota. So grab the keys, and it's time to go places with great savings on that new Toyota you want with no dealer markup. I didn't stutter. No dealer markup. There are new cars, SUVs, and trucks arriving every day. That's what you do. You check out the incoming vehicles, ModestoToyota.com. You pick out the one that you want. It's got all the bells and whistles that you need. Boom. You reserve that thing. It's that simple. Also, come check out the all-new, fully electric BZ4X. The BZ4X at a great price and special lease deal, so check that out as well. Modesto Toyota, family-owned since 1965, so you know when you leave a lot like I do, they're going to be there for you. They're going to back that deal. You're going to come back again and again, and they've grown every year because they take care of you, the sweet, clean customer. Now that means getting a great deal with the very best price and, of course, great customer service. So come grab the keys at Modesto Toyota on that new car, SUV, or truck you want from the vehicles that are arriving daily. I was there about, 3 weeks ago? I saw the big trucks. So the time is right. There's no dealer markup. No dealer markup, and a great deal is right there at Modesto Toyota, where I get my Toyotas. My son's Toyota, and he's contractually obligated to buy them from there for his son, daughter, whatever the case may be. You get it. It's where we all get our Toyotas, at ModestoToyota.com.
back to Papa and Lund and Tim Ryan's Bull Rush.
Oh, my goodness. You talk about a tidal wave rush?
This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
3rd down and 20. Bosa gets doubled. Here's Drake Jackson, a bull rush. Hargrave. Drake Jackson will trip up Kenny Pickett from behind.
Boy, those long arms. That'll count as a sack.
That's a sack. The line of scrimmage was the 20-yard line. Drake Jackson has 2 sacks already.
Start calling him Traveler. That Trojan horse is getting it done.
Dun, 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 dun.
2 sacks in the first 5 plays, 3 for the game. Very nice.
What did we talk about all offseason with this defense, with this firepower, with some of the guys they uploaded to take the spot of Samson Ebukam and Charles Omenihu? Drake Jackson's name was mentioned a lot. I remember talking to you guys on my way back to Idaho on a drive after one of the mini camps, and I said Drake Jackson has been the most impressive player out there in terms of putting on that body armor, an extra 10, 15 pounds or whatever it was, and how hard he has worked, because he's the guy that's going to have to step up. He's the guy that's going to be opposite Nick Bosa. And we know where the protection's going. He's going to end up with a lot of one-on-one opportunities with offensive tackles, and he made the most of them and has gotten multitudes better. He's got power. He's got length. He's got burst. He's got bend. And those long arms, man, you saw it on the first sack. There's a lot of guys on the first sack where Kenny Pickett pulls away from him. But what I love about Drake is his eyes are working. And they're working in the right direction. He's got his eyes on the target. The quarterback's got the football. He's the target. There's so many times with young players. Rod Marinelli, great D-line coach in this league forever. Love Rod. He's got a saying, says, see a little, see a lot. See a lot, see nothing. So you got to have tunnel vision. He was a D-line. You got to have tunnel vision as a defensive lineman. There were so many times last year where Drake Jackson's on a good path. He's on a good track to get to the quarterback, and now all of a sudden the running back flashes in front of his face, and he downshifts. Oh, this might be a run. This might be a draw. This might be – you got to go. And especially when you're winning, go. And you saw that. He didn't – tunnel vision, don't see a lot, don't think a lot. Your job description is to get to the target. And he was able to do that 3 times. I loved his 3rd sack, the little rap text where they send the defensive lineman in front of him. Armstead gets the gap. By the way, that tidal wave was rolling the other day, and he's in store for a big year. We'll talk about Hargrave in a minute, but my God, what an addition he was, and he was a impact all game long. But Drake set that game up, gets upfield. Armstead now's got an open door to get the B gap in between the guard and the tackle. Once the defensive tackle gets in that gap, if he can get in that gap, they've won. Because the guard's going to have to pull off, especially the center's turning to Bosa. So now the guard's got to pull off the guy in the gap because he's got to take the wrapper. Well, if Armstead's already in the gap and they let him go to pick up Drake, guess where Drake Jackson's coming? Right in the quarterback's face. So they didn't let Armstead go. He got the gap. That's a win. That's like, you got to do that to make that stunt work. And then the biggest thing when you're the wrapper is you got to wrap tight. You can't, run a big hoop because it's a half a second longer, a half a click longer. Now the quarterback can feel it and get it out. Drake wrapped it tight, finished on the quarterback, hat trick. He had 3 sacks all last year. And I know early in the year is when he got his 3 sacks. But to be able to do that in one game and when you now put that together and magnify it with what he did all offseason, man, what a game for him and what an opportunity this season's going to be for him. Because I'm telling you, Bosa got fanned almost every single play. And if you watch the tape, and people go, well, Bosa didn't get a sack. Well, there was really the flow of the game. There was not a lot of opportunity to get sacks for him. So they were, 2 guys going his way, right guard and right tackle. That makes it hard. A lot of fast pass where the ball's coming out in under 2 seconds. That's going to make it hard. They threw, the quick game was going his way a lot out there to that side. So there really wasn't a lot of opportunity in that game. Even when they were down, they were not holding the football. Pickett was throwing it no matter what. I got that feeling and that's why routes hadn't developed. That's why the ball, some of those incompletions. And then Cleve Earl, he doesn't look like the same player he was with the Raiders. How many times have I told you guys, if I'm a defensive lineman trying to rehabilitate and get my career regenerated again, especially for a top 5 pick, I'm coming right here to the San Francisco 49ers, NFL, whatever you want to pay, come here because there's going to be a payoff at the end. Chris Kasarik and Darryl Tapp will get you better.
Arden Key.
And he looks like a totally different guy. I was happy for him. He had a hell of a game.
All right, so this matchup. When the Rams are good, they have a good offensive line, and they can protect the quarterback well enough, and they can run the ball, and they've changed their running scheme a little bit. Joe Noteboom was the left tackle that took over for Andrew Whitworth. They have moved him from left tackle to right guard. That is a big change.
Yeah, maybe after this game they should get a little love story book called The Noteboom with Armstead just in his grill, because that's going to that's going to get ugly.
So how do you see their line and the matchup in this game?
I think they're certainly have more depth than they've had over the last couple of years. I don't think Alaric Jackson is Whitworth at left tackle. That's for sure. Is it Havenstein or Havenstein? You're always good. Havenstein. He's been around a long time. He's at right tackle. He is a mammoth of a man. He's to me, just watching game one and then some of last year, he's getting closer to the end than the beginning for sure in terms of his foot speed. And he's never been the most fleet of foot, but to me, that's starting to show up when you watch the tape. Noteboom has got a challenge going from left tackle to right guard. And again, he's a big man. But when you're going against Eric Armstead, the one thing you can't do is you can't expose your chest. You can't play high. Armstead will do a chest examination right away on you. He's got rare power with that two-hand shiver to the chest, and then he can finish. So I like that matchup. I think Coleman Shelton at center is a lefty. You don't see a lot of those. He's a left-handed center.
I know.
He was here on the practice squad, I think, for a while, or didn't make the team, and then went down to L.A. He's okay. He plays with great effort. He gets after it. The best player, I think, is their rookie second-round pick out of TCU, Silva. Watching him play, that guy's a player. It's not too big for him. And again, a big, wide guy. He's a good feet. He's a solid mover. But Hargrave has been around for a while. The Hargrave digger, I think, has something for him. So I love that matchup for the defensive line. I think when you look at the Rams, and they got after it at Seattle. John, I don't know what your take was, but I heard you saying, a lot of it was Seattle. Seattle did not play well, which is unusual for them at home in a home opener. They didn't look great on either side of the ball. But the Rams made them look bad on both sides. I'll say one thing. O-line improvement or not, O-line depth improvement or not, Stafford is back. I mean, you said it last year. His elbow never looked right. I know he had the neck injury to finish the season, but that guy will rip it in the sidearms. He's back, and he tries to squeeze it into tight windows, and he can. Even without Cooper Kupp, this, Puka Nacua, the fifth rounder out of BYU.
I love that.
He's like to me, he looks like a 6'1.5". He's big. 6'1.5" Willie Snead, man. This guy is he's tough.
Big hands like that?
Yeah, I don't know if he's got those 11.5-inch hands, but he is tough, and he will go into the combat zone on those inside cuts. Guy had 15 targets. Rookie fifth-round pick out of BYU with 15 targets, 10 catches, up over 100 yards, and had a couple of drops. I mean, that could have been even a bigger game. Tutu Atwell, all the stuff. He's improved his route running. So even without Cooper Kupp, they definitely in the passing game have some firepower. But I think the defensive line up front can make a huge difference in this game. Stafford's not going to hold it. He's going to get it out. And if you want to get it out quick versus Greenlaw and Fred Warner and Demo Lenore, who will absolutely rock you from the nickel spot, those guys, as I've said all along, there's a shelf life for that game. And you get to about midway through the third quarter, and all of a sudden they're not really interested in catching those footballs anymore because of the tenacity and being hit immediately by the linebackers and the nickel and the safeties. And why are the 49ers able to do that? Because they anticipate what's coming. They get to their landmark. They get on the right track. This defense is designed with angles. Get to this landmark, get on this track versus this concept, and go. There's nobody better at doing it than the 49ers on the second level of the defense. And we talk a lot about Brock on offense and from the neck up. Fred Warner is like a 5-star quarterback on defense, and how he continues to grow and develop. And Johnny Holland coached him. Johnny was a great player in this league for a long time. Johnny's never seen anybody like him. You can continue to fill up his reservoir with information in his mind thinking, maybe this is too much for him, and it's never too much. And he just builds and builds and builds and plays fast and with physicality and is the undisputed leader of that defense.
He was awesome. He made the hit early in the game to set the tone. He had the one interception in his hands, and he had the one tip that went to Hufanga late in the game. One possible problem area, the nickel spot. Ambry Thomas, I know there was a concussion there. How do you see
fine.
that? So he'll be fine.
I think he's fine.
How do you see that working out? Because they kind of went 50-50. I know Demo's going to be on, obviously Ward's going to be on one side. Demo's either going to be in or out, but how do you see that working out?
I think it's going to be like it was in the first game. And I think if the 49ers get up in games, like was the case in Pittsburgh, and they feel good about the flow of the game and where it's going, then I think you'll see Isaiah Oliver out there trying to get reps and trying to get better. He's got to get better. It's brought him over from Atlanta to play that spot and to replace Jimmy Ward. It hasn't happened yet in terms of what he's bringing to the table. So, I don't think it was as much Ambry, getting sat down. I don't think Ambry got sat down. I think, he was given a cushion, but I think a lot of that was we're sitting in shell coverage and we're giving him that stuff underneath. So I think you're going to see Ambry Thomas continue to be out there on the perimeter and Demo Lenore in there on the slot doing his thing. So, again, I think that's the spot, though, when you talk Jimmy Ward, K'Wan Williams, the guys that have been here over the years, where you felt great about it. I don't feel great about it yet, but I feel good enough just because I think Demo's played in there. And when you're in there, John, you got to have a guy that can pull the trigger quick in the run game and go knife through a leg. And Demo Lenore can do every bit of that.
All right, we'll look at the offense versus the Rams defense. Aaron Donald, and you may not know a bunch more, but they did play well in Seattle. We'll get into that side of things next, only here on the Sports Leader.
successful, this hour we go from snap to whistle.
It's the mindset of full speed, nonstop, snap to whistle.
This is Tim Ryan's Bull Rush with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
This will be 3rd down and 6. McCaffrey in his right slot inside of Debo. 3 receivers are left. They all go out. Here's T.J. Watt, get a sack. Brock Purdy going right around Colton McKivitz.
Yeah, a couple rough plays for McKivitz. The big TFL from Marcus Golden. Not a good block from Colton on that one. And then that time, T.J. Watt just ran the edge, tightened his angle, kicked his hips towards the sideline, ran the edge. Purdy had no chance.
Thanks for joining us. We will discuss the 49ers offense versus the Rams defense. You may not recognize these guys. Aaron Donald, you know. Akilla Weatherspoon, you know. Outside of that, maybe Ernest Jones, you know. But there's not a lot of guys left from that.
They've gone green
Fuller,
in L.A.
I know.
That's about. I mean, you know them, but
Bobby Brown, Mike Prerogative.
Yeah, Mike Prerogative. They have a singer at nose tackle. So how much can they take advantage? You watch this great offense last week by the 49ers. This young defense outside of maybe Aaron Donald, Akilla Weatherspoon, who know we can target. What do you think?
Well, they look different than defenses in the past with Raheem Morris. Structurally, certainly from a personnel standpoint. I mean, they've definitely gone green in Los Angeles when you look at this. So many young players sprinkled throughout this defense. I mean, I'm sure you guys have covered the names of the guys that are gone. Jalen Ramsey, no longer a part of this defense. Bobby Wagner back in Seattle. He had 6 sacks, by the way, and the leader of that group defensively. Leonard Floyd, gone. In Buffalo. Yeah, and he had 9 sacks last year. Greg Gaines, who played a lot at nose tackle after Sebastian Joseph Day left, he's gone. A'Shawn Robinson, starting 5 technique, he's gone. Troy Hill is gone, who's played a lot of football for them. Nick Scott is gone. Taylor Rapp is gone. So the guys that you recognize are Jordan Fuller, who's a good player at safety. He missed a good portion of last year with injuries. Ernest Jones, who's been out there playing some linebacker for them. Troy Reeder is still on the team, Pop. I know you love him, number 59.
Attack
59. What are they doing, T-Rock? Attack 59. He's there in a depth role and certainly has played a lot of football, but Aaron Donald is the guy. And he's if last week was any indication, and I know he was hurt, I think it was a high ankle last year. He had an injury. The guy he's still as slippery and as explosive and as fast as he was. So he lines up everywhere. He'll be to the right over the guard. He'll be, to the left over the guard. He'll get out and play a 9 technique and get on an offensive tackle. And I suspect we'll see some of that against Colton McKivitz.
What did you see from Colton in the game?
I saw rust. I saw hands and feet weren't working together. He was punching late. He was kind of absorbing T.J. Watt. And T.J. Watt was a defensive MVP for a reason. He's a technician, and he plays with his hair on fire in terms of his effort and his tempo, and has the ability to really finish once he gets on your edge. So Colton's is just his feet and his hands weren't working together. When you're kick stepping, you got to punch, and you got to punch at the right time when that foot's coming down, and you just didn't see that when I went back and watched the tape. So I think it's all correctable. Yes, it was a rough game for him. But I think that, in the long run, they didn't give him a lot of help now. Remember, there had to be 22, 23, maybe 25 snaps where he was on an island versus T.J. Watt. I think a lot of that is, the head coach feeling like they could get the ball out before T.J. Watt could get there. And 3 times they were unable to do that. So I think it's all correctable. I think Colton McKivitz is going to be fine. Burford's got to play better. At right guard, there was a couple of challenging plays for him. The penalties when you're down in the red zone or in the strike zone, coaches hate penalties, but they hate them on 3rd down and they hate them when you're in scoring position. And offensive linemen, young offensive linemen, and Burford's guilty of this. When you get a hold, don't put your hands up like I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Just if he calls it, he calls it. Don't, because what it does there is they know they're holding, and now they're trying to put their hands up like I didn't do it. Yeah, you did it, and here's the flag. So, Burford's only in year 2. He's going to continue to get better. The guy I really thought played well was Aaron Banks at left guard. Now, part of that was probably Cam Hayward not being out there for most of the second half. But even when he was out there in the first half, I thought Aaron Banks may have played his best game as a San Francisco 49er, and that's a good thing to see. Brendel was great. One thing the Steelers were doing was they were dirtying up a lot of those run looks. When you're running the 3-4, there's 5 on the line, 3 down linemen, 2 outside linebackers, which is set up great for those edge plays where they're kicking out the OLB, doubling down, getting to the linebacker. And they were, a lot of times they were having 6-man lines. They were moving, linebackers into the C gap that would usually be a stand-up guy. They were doing a lot of different looks that now is a whole different picture for the 49er run game. But Banks was outstanding. And I think that's going to continue. That's becoming, obviously with Trent, the best in football, that's becoming a real power side of the offensive line. You look at the McCaffrey 65-yard house call. That was clinic blocking. That's when you put it up on a board and all right, here's this play, here's how you block it. And every guy on the
19
offensive
structure fool.
Yeah, exactly, out to the 9 hole. And every guy, including the tight end, had a perfect block. Banks probably had the biggest block, and then of course Ayuk, what he was able to do to that safety and just launching him and continuing on the run and what Ray did. But it really started up front with the offensive line and the tight end and Juice. Every guy executing those blocks, which that's usually like later in the season for 49ers when you'll start seeing them like compound those plays together. That's when it gets ugly for the opponent.
You mentioned Ayuk. He's obviously been a big storyline, NFC Offensive Player of the Week. And I was thinking to myself, he was always going to be the guy that was going to get kind of secondary coverage. We got to watch out for this guy, this guy, this guy. If he keeps doing this, is he going to start drawing number 1 corners and Debo then can open things up? How do you see this if he continues to play the way that
Well, I wouldn't be shocked if he starts getting some match coverage. Now, there's things Kyle will do with him to start moving him around. He's very capable of playing in the slot, playing at Z. Everyone looks at him as X as the weak side wide receiver. But he's the guy now, that has really learned, and you go back to the Chicago game in 21. Obviously, he's given great effort, but what he's become as a route runner and shaking man coverage and, putting Pat Peterson on the ground, that field was slick. I'll give Pat a little, Debo went down a bunch of times slipping and sliding on that field. But to stick him to the outside and then come back inside on that first touchdown, and then the magnet of Debo takes 3 guys with him.
Now the switch release.
It was a 2-man route.
That was cool.
It was a 2-man route. They had 8 guys in protection, 5 to cover him. It didn't matter. Part of it is Debo, and what he is, oh man, so as soon as that third defender inside went that way, it opened the window for Brandon Ayuk back under the goalpost. And everyone will say, man, that was a great move. He just shook Pat Peterson to the ground. He slipped and fell. That's just a standard BA cut at the top of his route. That's what he does every day. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And that's what it's such a luxury when you have so many great weapons. And you've got a weapon at running back that can really play receiver and do all the things that Christian McCaffrey does. If they're going to sit on those routes, and they were hell-bent on taking Kittle out of the game and not giving McCaffrey a big number in terms of his play opportunities, guess what's coming right behind him on those dagger routes, on those over routes, or those middle-of-the-field routes? It's Brandon Ayuk. So, yeah, look, I said it in the preseason. He's going to be he's going to be a double-digit touchdown guy this year, and he's well on his way.
Yeah, the 5 eligibles the Niners have. And I go back a week ago when you and I were out practice when Nick signed that day, and then that Wednesday practice, and they're all fresh, and the way Brandon Ayuk is just whipping off routes. Debo's in the best shape of his life. McCaffrey is so good. Kittle, Juszczyk, you want to go 3, why you bring
They line up anywhere.
And they line up anywhere. I think about this franchise and the great 5 eligibles when they were winning. When it was Roger Craig and Tom Rathman, you could have Russ Francis or John Frank or Brent Jones. And then you had Jerry and, John Taylor. And then when they won the most recent Super Bowl, you've got Ricky Waters for who for what? William Floyd, bar none. Then you got Brent Jones. And then you got J.R., Jerry, and T.O.
Right.
And those guys are, a handful of them in the Hall of Fame, should be more of them.
And a quarterback with the aptitude to handle every bit of it.
Steve and Joe and then Brock, big brain
to
Brock
handle
can
all
do
of it. Yep.
But these, I did put these guys up against any of those 5.
Well, I don't like lists. By the way,
I know, but then you interchange them. Where McCaffrey could line up at H, He could line up at fullback. He could line up at X, Z, F, and any side of the formation, left or right. Go. So then Debo can do the same thing. Kittle can do the same thing. Juszczyk can do the same thing. Ayuk can do the same thing. How do you guard these guys?
You don't. You pick your poison and decide who you're going to try to guard this week, and then there's answers. And that's the script. Those are the first 15 or whatever. You're always great on how many plays Kyle scripts. I know you always like to bring that up at the beginning. He's got to script 23 plays to start the game today.
24. But you know what they did? You know what they did? Okay, hold on. He does 24 every game. Well, he does that. He does 12 runs, 12 passes.
I know. But you got it.
But off the script, look at what he did last week. 7 plays, touchdown. 6 plays, field goal. 9 plays, touchdown. 7 plays, field goal. First 29 plays, he got 20 points. And did he go right off the script? You didn't have that many third downs. You converted. Actually, they were 0 for 2 on third down till deep in the game.
Right.
So literally, he went right off the script there.
Right. And then the defense is getting 3 and outs, and the wave players are going, when do I get a play? It's not the third quarter yet. 5 3 and outs on defense. Look, back to the 5 eligibles back in our era. Versus it's a totally different game. Number one, it's to me. And again, it's still super physical. The action's hot, but it's more basketball on grass than ever before, like it was back then. Can you imagine Joe Montana under these QB rules and what he would? I mean, oh my God, you couldn't have stopped him in some of those hits. I mean, we had 2.5 steps to hit a quarterback. John, from you to me, if you're throwing, I'm hitting you. That's about 2.5 steps. The game has changed so much in terms of these guys being protected. So that was obviously greatness being displayed in the 80s and then the 94 and then the early 90s. This thing's just getting cranked up, and these guys are all in their prime, and this team really every week, I'll say this, and there's going to be some, and no one will overlook the Rams. No one's going to overlook the Giants. This is a week-to-week league. And one thing I'd like to say is this league, and you know this, both of you guys have been around a long time, week 1 always has some bad football. But when you really size it up over, in the big picture context, it's never as bad as you thought, and it's never as good as you thought week 1. So there's going to be a lot of redemption and a lot of guys that are going to circle the wagon. New York Giants did not play good week 1, obviously. Cincinnati did not play. I mean, you can go down the list. Seattle didn't play good. I anticipate those teams will respond and play much better. I'm glad the Rams went in there and did what they were able to do because, and again, this team, if it was the other way, 30-13 the other way, these 49ers will not overlook anybody. But the Rams are confident, and it's got these guys on their toes. This has got the chance to be, as we all know and have said, a really special team. It's about staying healthy, and it's about making it a 1-week journey every single week, and we'll see where the chips fall at the end of the season.
All right, it's always a discussion, Kyle Shanahan versus Sean McVay. We'll get into that. Some final thoughts from Tim before they head down to L.A. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa. Even though I'm a white-collar guy, not a blue-collar guy, I do have a message for architects and designers. Tim Ryan called me that. If you're about to start a remodel or a redesign project with one of your clients, I invite you to visit Golden State Window and Door Design. Each location across the Bay Area features attractive displays of doors and windows of all kinds. You'll also find a variety of stylish accessories, T-Rocks, like handles, knobs, locks, and casings. Golden State works with a number of manufacturers, including Marvin, for windows that provide outstanding quality and a large selection of colors and styles. Marvin offers beautifully designed collections that can keep you within your budget. So take a look at Golden State's window and door design showrooms virtually at goldenstatelumber.com. When you're ready to impress your clients, Click Request an Appointment to bring them in to see the appealing options. Golden State's educated staff can answer all your questions. Serving the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Every Sunday, they're in the booth bringing you 49ers football. But that one day just isn't enough. Tim Ryan's Bull Rush continues with Papa and Lund.
Bosa he's unstoppable.
He's the best player on the field.
Unstoppable.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, now it's a 41-yard field goal for Jade. Tabor Pepper to Mitch Wisnowski. Will he get this one airborne? There's a snap. There's the hole. Jake has it away. Plenty of distance, and it is good. Jake Moody. High drama on every placement this year. It's going to wear me out. We hardly watched Robbie Gold field goals, did we? We just assumed.
What, ye of little faith? Because the 46-yarder was blocked, but like 10
They
Steelers
blocked it
were
on
outside.
purpose. They purposely blocked it.
I fully agree with that.
Yes.
Just don't talk to him. I don't want to hear anything about him.
Jake.
You're not allowed to talk to him pregame,
He has
Papa.
a different,
You
he
just
has a different
you look,
approach.
observe, and move on.
I didn't
Don't
talk to
touch.
him. I didn't talk to him.
Don't talk.
I
Don't
just
touch.
I didn't go near him.
Kickers are weird,
Don't.
man.
No manifest destiny. I want nothing from you on him. Let's just put our head down. And
What, were you
and-
trying to approach him in Pittsburgh?
No,
Give
he
him a pep
didn't.
talk?
I watched his preparation. He's different. He's different the way I told you how he walks out to.
Yeah.
He was lining up like 80-yard field goals, and it's all about visualization. He's not going to kick that, but from that distance, the uprights look so small.
He's definitely more that spiritual mystic look than Robbie Gould had.
Anyway, he made every
That's
kick,
right.
Yeah.
It was outstanding.
He was 6 for 6.
Look, he was a great kicker at Michigan.
Is this going to get airborne?
No, because they
blocked the first one.
They purposely blocked it.
I know.
And they called a timeout, and we false started.
They tried everything they could.
Got his first extra point, and had to go out to 38.
They tried everything they could to get into those steely eyes of Jake Moody, and he smashed it right through the uprights. He's going to be fine. That thing was a huge confidence boost for him. 3 of 3, 3 field goals, three extra points. He'll, hopefully there's not a lot. He'll miss some kicks this year. They all seem to a couple times. So, our confidence, Mike, I got confidence in their selection of him, and I got confidence that he's going to be able to get out there and get it done. And we'll continue till he doesn't. I thought Mitch Wisnowski punted his ass off.
He did.
By the way, only 3 punts, 3 inside the 20.
They were down to the 5-yard line.
Yeah, exactly.
He did a great job.
So special teams is a big part of it. Special teams did a good job.
Is Jake going to kick off? Because then we don't have to worry about that.
I think he is.
Then that ball goes through the end zone in that place, right?
Yeah.
No, he can also directionally kick it, and he
you don't always want to smash it into the end zone.
He can touch it back, hit the wall,
get
but
some hang time.
He could also bait them and make them return it.
Yep. Maybe they'll fair catch it, get it out at the 25.
Maybe they will. Have we seen one of those?
I have not seen one yet.
I haven't either.
No, but returns were only at like 30% in the first week.
Because they're just touching it back.
Right, they're just booming it.
Eventually, they're going to get rid of the kickoff team, which I don't like.
No. I don't either. No, that's not good.
This matchup with the Rams.
Yep.
They've beaten the Rams 8 straight times in the regular season, 8 straight. And the one, of course, the championship.
Yeah, one,
game.
of course. The one, of course.
And for the Rams, the coaching staff, Mike LaFleur's now there as the OC.
And you can see his fingerprints all over the offense. They're definitely more committed to the run game with Cam Akers as the guy. But Kyron Williams is a good back out of Notre Dame, second-year player. Not real fast, not real big, but great feet. Always moving forward, had a couple touchdowns in the game. But you can see Mikey LaFleur's fingerprints on that. Their menu of running plays is much bigger than it was before. So more under center with Matthew Stafford, more play action opportunities off of that. So they'll be committed to
more power and gap than
they run it all. They've got the outside zone. I would anticipate with us being a 4-man front, we'll see more of the outside zone stuff. But they got all the plays the 49ers have. They got the popcorn plays. They got the double crunch plays. They love the guy that you really got to take it to, in my opinion. Is Tyler Higbee when he's a lead blocker at tight end, when he's coming in motion. All those plays we have when Kittle's coming or Dwelly or Charlie, and then they're kicking out that edge player. Well, what they're doing is they're kicking out that edge player right behind a double team in front of it, which creates that gap off tackle for the running back to go through. And you go back and watch Seattle Rams, the first 2 rushing touchdowns were that exact same play. So if you're an edge player and that guy's coming at you, destroy him. And the 49ers certainly have the ability to do that. If Cleve Farrell sees that look coming, watch out. He is going to shrink that hole bigger than Dallas.
Just in general, like Pop said, 8 in a row in the regular season, but in division, it's always tougher. And this division's kind of strange, where the Rams have had the success against Seattle. Seattle's had the success against the 49ers. The 49ers have had success against the Rams. The Cardinals stink this year, so I don't know that they're going to apply to any of the things they've done in the past. But just knowing your opponent the way that these two guys do, what kind of a factor is that?
Well, it's the Rams are totally different. That's the challenge, and I think that was Seattle's challenge. They didn't know how a lot of these guys played. And again, there was different looks that I haven't seen. Raheem Morris comes from Monty Kiffin's style of defense. And I know he's gone to the 3-4 and he's gone to this and he's done different things, but they got some odd looks. I mean, they do some different things on defense. I'd say the one thing about them is with or without Jalen Ramsey, and they don't have a player close to his caliber, a player and what he was, they had their coverage was tight. I mean, they did some good things, and Darian Kendrick manned up on DK Metcalf and did a pretty damn good job throughout that game. So they play hard. Their structure is different. So it's kind of a feeling out process, I think, as you go down there and play them. With Seattle, you know what Seattle is. You know what they're going to do, and the same would go for us. So when I say that, then it comes to execution. So I guess at the end of the day, what I would say about this matchup is the 49ers, man for man, are a better football team. Play 49er football and win the game and get to 1-0 in the division. It's just as simple as that.
So the end of the Pittsburgh game, and we've seen it at Lambeau, the playoff game that they won, and the bowl empties out, and it's just all 49er fans in red and gold. But the end of that Steeler game, this is Pittsburgh, and all the blacks out of there, it's just red and gold, and we laid out for a little bit, and we could hear the "Let's go Niner." I was like, what? Where are we?
The terrible towels were gone.
Long gone.
They didn't even need to. No, they didn't need to wash them. They didn't use them last week. They'll break that out for the next home game. It was awesome. Love the 49er fans.
How about going to SoFi? What's the percentage of tickets bought by Niner fans?
Nick Wagner from ESPN said right now it's trending at 64% 49ers fans at SoFi.
Let me ask you this, and I don't know what's going to happen in terms of the jersey selection, but I know that offense was 49ers are wearing red.
Yeah.
So the Rams are wearing their road unis.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Oh, really?
Yeah. 49ers are wearing red.
I'm going to be very confused. Welcome to Levi's.
No, you're not.
Because it's going to be all
No,
red.
you're not.
So they're going to have to go silent count again.
At their own place.
I mean, the Chargers had to do that for a little while in some of their games, but that doesn't happen very often.
The Rams own the stadium.
I know.
Come on, man.
It's Kroenke's Canyon.
Here, look. Got to get Stafford double hitching on defense. You got to get him holding the football. I would not blitz a lot off the edges. And Seattle, I think, was guilty of this. They start, bluffing or blitzing off the edge. You're going to open a quick hole for Stafford, and he's not going to miss it. He's just not. So I think this is all about the four-man rush. I think it's all about if you are going to pressure, you maybe do it in between the tackles to get people in his face. But don't give him pre-snap open windows. Because it was a year 15, 14, 15, wherever he is.
He's now the oldest quarterback in the league.
Yeah, number one overall pick with the Lions. I think I did his first start at
2009.
Minnesota. I think I did his first start in 2009. And I remember asking him about Brett Favre. I go, man, you're playing against Brett Favre. What do you think? He goes, I don't want to just play against him. I want to beat him. I mean, this guy is a competitive son of a gun. And again, can rip it into tight windows. So get him double hitching, tight coverage underneath, and body rock tackle when he makes that, the fast pass completions.
Yeah, he's the oldest quarterback now in the NFL with Aaron. Just one thought about, because Salah's your guy, the New York Jets losing Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, I felt awful for him. I feel bad for Aaron Rodgers. What did he say today? He will rise again.
On his Instagram.
Whoa.
Like he's the Phoenix.
Whoa. It was, that is a story you don't want to see happen. For Aaron, for the league, for that football team, and I'm partial to Robert. I love Robert as a human being, as a friend, and when you go back and look at the summer and look at the hype, and I tell you, the first thing I thought was typical for the Jets. The bad luck that team has had over the years, it's uncanny and it's unfair. So I feel bad for him. Look, they're going to win a lot of games. There are going to be a lot of games with that defense and how they play. And the running backs look pretty good. Breece Hall got it going. I still think, though, at the end of the day, the offense is their weak link on that football team. And when you put Zach Wilson behind that offensive line, how good can he really be? And he's got very good receivers. But at the end of the day, that will end up being the Achilles heel of the New York Jets.
Yeah, that's too bad because, like you said, it would have been good for Wilson, too, kind of like in Trey's situation. He was taking a pick ahead, let him sit a couple years behind Aaron Rodgers, learn this stuff, and he's thrown in there. And like you said, Garrett Wilson made a hell of a catch in the end zone, and there was a lot of emotion to that night. But now you got to go to Dallas. I think reality is going to hit pretty quick.
Yep, fully agree with that. So let's go, Solid. Do it, baby.
Let's go.
All right, bro. See you out there.
All right, stud. Johnny, always a pleasure.
You too, man. We'll hear you
Appreciate
on
you.
Sunday down in L.A. at SoFi, which, again, Nick Wagner reporting that 64% of the tickets right now trending towards 49ers fans, and they are wearing the red. They are wearing the red, so it's going to be basically a home game, so enjoy. It's Pop and Lund on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Since you guys just brought it up, NFC-wise in that first week, I mean, a lot of impressive wins. The 49ers impressive. The Cowboys impressive. The Lions impressive. With everybody, the Rams impressive, what they did. With everybody talking about the AFC and how tough it's going to be. What was just your first week read on just the way the NFC
I mean, we
played?
landed, T-Rock and I got the alert on the Dallas score. I mean, I thought they'd beat the Giants. I didn't think they'd beat them 40-0.
And we'll see them a week from tonight. Giants.
Yeah, then we'll see Dallas. I mean, one of the big early season games will be that Sunday night game on October the 8th. And they, as you mentioned, they got the Jets. So, I mean, they blocked a field goal right away and scooped and scored. Their defense was all over the place. And bringing in Stephon Gilmore on top of Trayvon Diggs, they look good. We'll see. I watched the Eagle game, and they're actually replaying it again right now on NFL Network. They got off to a 16-0 lead, and then New England came back. Kendrick Bourne, the former Niner, caught a touchdown. There were opportunities there for New England to win that game. Philadelphia had to, it was a 4th and 2 with about 2.5 to go. They went for it rather than punt, and they were on the plus 45. Hurts tried to fit it in there, and they wound up not getting it. New England had a chance to come back and beat them. So, and I know Jalen Carter was dominant in the game, his first game.
Glad he's not.
By the way, Paul Allen, the voice of the Vikings, is going to join us in 1 hour. John, your
Don't miss
favorite. That. He'll get all over me. But so
he's going to do your
think,
play calls.
Minnesota lost to Tampa Bay in their opener. So the Vikings were right there last year. I mean, Philadelphia won 14 games. Minnesota was 13-4. They had the same record as the Niners.
Cousins is 3-12 in primetime games. I don't expect them to win tonight.
Well, I mean, but you like that? Overall, I think tonight we do root for Minnesota to beat Philadelphia, and that game will be at the Link in South Philly, and Paul will give us a lot of injuries on both sides of the ball going into that game tonight. Minnesota's offensive line is ravaged by injury. I'm not sure. I don't think Darrisaw is going to play. And
that's huge.
Yeah, Bradbury's out for Philadelphia. Gainwell's out for Philadelphia. Is Fletcher Cox going to play? He's questionable. So Paul will give us the update there. But Dallas in their performance, John, was Detroit, obviously, a week ago tonight, what they did at Arrowhead.
That might have been really the most impressive thing. I mean, because we talked about this all off season is Detroit following up on that Green Bay win, even though they didn't get into the playoffs, to go there and win, and then to see what kind of a team that they had. If they're good defensively, they're going to be really good. As far as Philly tonight, good thing Seattle, I mean, you probably see Philly, but good thing Seattle didn't get Jalen Carter. They could have taken him at 5 instead of Devin Weatherspoon, who's been hurt the entire offseason program for Seattle. He's a corner, which I don't even know if they need, but they needed Jalen Carter. They needed a defensive tackle. You saw it in the Rams game. He had 8 pressures and a sack. He was dominant.
You saw him in the preseason, his first ever snap in the preseason. He's ragdolling guys. The issue with him is not his ability. He was the most talented player in the draft, period.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be his first week in the NFL. He's got veteran guys there with Graham and Cox and those guys. But it's going to be over time. He had issues. There's a reason he dropped. What did he wind up going, 9 or 10?
10.
There's a reason he dropped. And it's not going to be initially because he's a dominant player. Javon Hargrave is a dominant player. This guy, he's just younger. He's a younger version, the way they use him on the ball, and he's going to be highly disruptive. So you have to evaluate him over the length of his career. I mean, there have been a lot of guys that flashed right away. Darrell Russell was terrific right away, and over time, you are who you are. So you're not going to base it on one game. He has tremendous ability. I think most people would have graded him the number 1 prospect coming into the NFL draft, but he's out there racing cars late one night, and people wind up losing their lives, and he gained a lot of weight. He just is the way he prepared for the combine and the whole draft process. You're going to fall. Now, we've seen different guys fall for different reasons. Warren Sapp obviously fell, and he wound up with a Hall of Fame career. I don't know where he's going to be, but it's not shocking that he's going to come in and dominate people right away because he is that skilled. He's an NFL caliber player immediately, and he's been for his last couple of years at Georgia, but it's going to be the test of time. So he's off to a good start, but it's just week 1 of what's he going to play, 170 weeks in the NFL? He's going to have a long career ahead of him. Can he fly straight with the Eagles fly? And they got veteran guys to keep him in line. What happens when they retire and he's the guy in the room? Can they count on him for the long haul?
Yeah, he was impressive for week 1, and like I said, he went to Philly. There was a lot of people saying he could go to Seattle, but the NFC for 1 week, I think Cowboys, Lions, as you said, Rams, I don't buy them. We'll see. Tim brought up a good point too. A lot of times, and I saw this number, teams that lost by 10 plus points in week 1 last year bounced back, and they all won in week number 2 in 2022. So that's Seattle at the Lions. Seattle could be looking at an 0-2 if they don't start. The Giants were a playoff team. They've got to win at Arizona. Arizona's not very good, but this is the NFL. They've got to win or they're going to get off to an 0-2 start. I mean, there's teams in the league that are already in positions where you go, man, they got to win. Dallas right now, looking at a Jets team with Zach Wilson, they could get off to 2-0. I mean, you look at the NFC, there could be some teams competing with the 49ers as far as record-wise because this was the game. I mean, if Aaron Rodgers was healthy, he's not, but if he was, big game of the weekend was going to be the Cowboys and the Jets. The NFL's the big loser here because that was a huge game.
And obviously you want to get off to a good start. I'm not saying that, but sometimes we overreact. With football, different than baseball, you lose a game, and it used to be 16 games, so the math was easy. It's like playing 10 games in baseball. You fall behind 0-1, 0-2, it's like you're 0-20. But it's not really like that. There are teams that do bounce back, teams that got off to poor starts last year that wound up bouncing back. Cincinnati and their performance in week one, Buffalo's performance in week one over in the AFC, Kansas City's performance in week one, they all lost. I think most people think they're the three best teams. They have been for the last 4 years in the AFC. The three best teams have been the Bills, Bengals, and Chiefs. They're all 0-1. You don't want to go 0-2, but you can come back from 0-2. It's a long season, and the Niners can prove it. They were 3-4 last year. They were 3-5. They lost their opener in Chicago. They lost week 3 in Denver. They had a terrible game in Atlanta, and then the Chiefs came in and with McCaffrey's first game. So you can get off to a bad start and find yourself. I think early in the year you're trying to assess. Now, the 49ers have a chance to get off to a lightning quick start here. And this game also, and the Giants are playing in Arizona, and they're going to stay over on the West Coast. They're not going all the way back to New York. They knew when the schedule came out and they had the back-to-back on the West Coast, they're going to stay on the West Coast. But for the Niners, the other side of it is, and we'll get into it with J.B. Long, the voice of the Rams. The Rams looked really good in Seattle, in particular the second half. Their defense dominated the game. But they're just young. They're really a young team. And they've got players that played well in this first game out. The point is, if the 49ers have to look at this game, and going into every game, I think the 49ers are going to win 34-14. They're going to score 34 points on offense. They're going to give up a couple of touchdowns. Maybe it's just a touchdown or the field goal, whatever it is, that's how good they are. So one thing with Kyle, and he let the guys play. He let McCaffrey run the ball. But this game, as you're coaching this game Sunday in L.A., it's almost like managing a baseball starting pitcher, and we have a big lead.
I agree.
When do you go get him so he can come back on his fifth day with 4 days of rest? And in this game, you're coming back on the fourth day. Right. You got to play on Thursday. Yep. So the goal would be to win this game, and to win this game so decidedly that it turns into August football in the second half, and you're able to pull guys, and it's a turf field at SoFi. You're able to pull guys off the field, and Kyle does not want to do it. He's traumatized by the line game, and I understand that. That was and that's how Jason Verrett tore his ACL at the end of that game. It was beyond me. Like, what's the score? It was 42-17 like 30 seconds ago. How did this happen? It does happen. So because of that, and there's other examples where you just get traumatized. You don't want to do it, but this is the one game where you do come back and play, because you're not going to, next week, they're not going to do anything. They're not going to have a practice. They're going to have walkthroughs. They're not going to put on pads. You're going to have to go play on Thursday, and likewise for the Giants. But in this situation, how is Kyle going to handle the Ram game? To me, that's why you want to blow them off early, blow them out. And I hate to see it. This team won the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, but Tim listed all the players they've let. They've lost so many guys. 8 guys are gone on defense. Cooper Kupp's not playing in this game. Stafford is back, but they rebuilt the offensive line. But in any event, the one thing to look at, because people were freaking out about Kyle playing guys, and in Pittsburgh, it's a different situation there. And you're also trying to build up their cardio a little bit because they didn't play in August to get through it, to let it burn a little bit. But in this game, you got to come back and play 4 nights later against the New York Giants in your home opener. So the goal is to beat the Rams, but annihilate the Rams. Just knock them out, where you come out and put them away sometime in the third quarter, and you're up so big. But he didn't do that. I mean, there still was a little bit there.
I get the Detroit thing, but I mean, you're up 20-7 at the half. You get the McCaffrey touchdown. It was 27-7. At that point, you should feel confident, not in making wholesale changes.
He wasn't going to do it then.
But I don't know that you couldn't have put in Mitchell for CMC.
I think where it turned is when they drove late in the third quarter and they had the 4th and 4, and Fred knocked it away from Freiermuth. On that play, you thought we'd feel good about it. But if they score there, it's 27-14 going to the fourth quarter. Kyle's just not going to do it, and you can't worry about the Giant game while you're trying to win the Ram game. But I think the mentality's got to be to rub them out early in the third quarter, whatever it is, put it away where the coach can go back and play backup so your frontline guys can come back and play. Because it's going to be, you have to manage the snaps for this game. It's like a pitcher in back-to-back games. How many did you throw on Sunday? What can I bring you back and throw on Thursday? It's like a bullpen or a starting pitcher. So I think that's got to be the mentality, and have the players realize that going into the game, where don't let them have that 1 minute. If Pittsburgh never had that 1 minute late in the first half, Kyle may have coached it differently in the second half. So just don't let them up and then annihilate them so decidedly and so early that it sets you up to win on Thursday.
JB Long, the voice of the Rams, and he's a local guy. He's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Then our good friend Paul Allen, who's got the play-by-play for the Vikings. They've got the Eagles tonight. He's always a kick. Make sure that you join us to talk to him at 1:15. That'll coming up. Pop and Lund, we're live from Levi's on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers Hall of Fame quarterback Steve Young joined Tolbert & Coates, which he does every Wednesday, to discuss the 49ers Week 1 win versus and the Aaron Rodgers injury. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, your friend John Lund here for my friends at the Dolan Law Firm. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some aren't even based in the state of California. Now, that's not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been here for more than 25 years. So they're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful and let's work together in making sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And also feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than, you're going to have to sit down for this, it's a very big number, it's going to break your calculator, over $1 billion, billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front. How great is that? No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Leaving the ballpark last night with J.D. Davis, and his mom was with him. So he introduced me to his mom. I had not met her, and she's down from. I got the inside scoop. They don't live in Elk Grove anymore. She lives in Sacramento now. Anyways, we walked across the street. She had the car over there by the Via Hotel, and but he seems to be a good son. He likes having his mom in town with him.
She's good luck.
Yeah. So
hope she's coming to Colorado.
She's on the plane.
Is it a family flight? It is now. Yeah. Anyway, Mom, I'm getting to like Mom even more. Thinking back to it, she seemed like a very nice woman, and I kind of like having her around myself.
There is a post-game wrap. I love John.
And Emily Wade, I think, is on the charter as well. Lamont's mom. Put them all on the charter.
All right, so the four teams vying for the third wild card spot all have 71 losses. I looked at FanGraphs this morning. You're not going to believe this. We may have to get out the big tiebreakers because FanGraphs has projected records. Diamondbacks 83-79, Giants 83-79, Reds 83-79, Marlins 83-79. They are projecting a four-way tie at 83-79 for the final wild card spot.
Well, do the Giants have the tiebreakers?
Or the four when it's all four tied?
Yeah, I love when they do those things.
I hope that's not the case.
I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but I'll tell you what's happening right now. The Cincinnati Reds are losing.
Oh, that's good.
At Comerica Park in Detroit, and it's bottom of the eighth.
Ooh, that's good.
4-1 Tigers, go A.J. Hinch. So the Reds only have 3 more outs to play with, so that would give the Reds another loss. Miami, Milwaukee, top of the fifth, John. In Milwaukee, the Marlins are leading by a score of 2-1. And then we have another day game today in Queens. Arizona at the Mets. Your guy, Kota Senga,
I like him,
will go for the Mets. And Merrill Kelly, Woogie, will pitch for Arizona. So we're going to see those two guys. And it was Zach Gallen got bombed. He got lit up last night by the New York Mets. Arizona lost that game, obviously, and now they got their guys. So, I mean, the pitching matchups, and you have them for Colorado, but for next week, it is going to be Kyle Harrison on Tuesday in Arizona against Zach Gallen, both trying to rebound off a bad start. And then Logan Webb will go tonight in Denver against Colorado against Chase Anderson. And it will be Merrill Kelly who will pitch today at Citi Field in New York, 1:10 game our time. So we got afternoon delight baseball, John, on Thursday.
Do you know who a team that you want to become a fan of if you were a Giants fan and you want to get into the playoffs? Do you know a team? This is the team you'll guess.
That is playing one of these teams a lot?
A lot. So become a Mets fan because they play the contenders other than the Giants. They don't play the Giants anymore.
From the National League East?
Yeah. They play the other contenders.
Marlins.
They play the Diamondbacks, Reds, and Marlins. Play the Mets a total of 11 times. The D-backs twice, the Reds 3 times, and the Marlins 6 times. So if you want to get into the playoffs, the Mets are going to actually play a key role for the Giants. Now, if you win out, you win out. That's all on you. But they've got the Mets a bunch of times. So like today, as you said, the Diamondbacks are at the Mets one last time. And then you look at the Reds. The Reds play the Mets 3 times, the 15th through the 17th, 3 times against the Mets. And then the Marlins play the Mets the 18th through the 20th 3 times, and the 26th through the 28th of September 3 times. So the Mets 11 times against the other 3 contenders in the National League.
Meet the Mets.
Yeah.
Greet the Mets. Step right up and not beat the Mets. No,
but the Mets could play a key for the Giants the rest of the way. How about that?
They may play a key in the offseason, because if you looked, I was looking at the list of the available free agent pitchers.
Mm-hmm.
And there, I know you love your guy, Blake Snell.
He's coming.
But there's a lot of guys you could have. You want Clayton Kershaw, the best the Dodgers have?
He ain't leaving L.A.
All right, let's take him off the list. So you're not going to take Clayton Kershaw. But just, left-handers, Jordan Montgomery's a free agent.
Nice.
What are the L.A. Dodgers going to do with Julio Urias?
They already pulled his locker. Did you see that yesterday?
So what happens to him? He's a free agent. He's not going to pitch for them ever again.
I think
he's Trevor Bauer.
I think he's out.
What did he do exactly?
After, what was funny is after that big soccer game, Miami came down there, Messi.
Right.
He went to that game with his either wife or girlfriend, and he was caught outside the stadium. That's when the domestic violence happened. Somebody saw it and reported
it. And this has happened to him before.
Yeah. From all the reports out of L.A., he's done. I mean, he's a free agent at the end of the year anyway.
So how much
money?
I know, but I think he would have gotten a huge payday. I don't know what the Dodgers are going to do as far as their starters. Walker Buehler got shut down. Tony Gonsolin, they're hurting. But anyway, the list of available free agent pitchers, who's they? The Dodgers?
LA.
Well, they're going to go in all
Seattle.
for Shohei. I mean, the Padres may resign him. Anyway, the starting pitchers, there's a lot of them. You got Snell, Kershaw, Montgomery, Urias, although a major question mark there. Ohtani. Aaron Nola's a free agent from the Phillies. Jack Flaherty, Luis Severino, and Lucas Giolito. So there's a lot of pitchers you can buy in the offseason. Have you looked at the available position players that are available?
Well, speaking of the Mets.
Not great.
No, it's not great.
It's Pete Alonso.
Pete Alonso.
So that's what I'm talking about is I'm already watching the Mets and Polar Bear.
Yeah.
And I'd go get Brandon Belt and bring him back. He's having a tremendous year.
But no.
Why not?
Because I don't want to do that again. Okay. I love him.
You realize how well he's playing, and he's going to cost you. You don't have to trade for him. He's a free agent. He signed a 1-year deal in Toronto. Hopefully, as they left, nobody insulted him on the way out, and you could bring him back. But I would go for Belt. But I mean, how much do you have to trade for Pete Alonso? You're going to have to give up a lot to get him.
But that's the only way you can get hitters. I think what the Giants need to do is they can sign pitching. I don't agree with Farhan about the politics and this and that, why players won't sign here. The pitchers will sign here. So you take the excess pitching, and I know people don't want to hear this, but a guy like Wisenhunt who's hurt, I've never seen him pitch. I get it. He could be great. But you take that excess pitching and you go get Pete Alonso. That's how you're going to have to do this. You're going to have to trade for the hitting and develop or sign the pitching, because pitching will sign here. So, I don't know here's the thing about the Mets. They need pitching in the offseason big time, because they gave up Verlander and they gave up Scherzer, who's, by the way, out for the year in Texas. So those guys are done. They've got to go sign pitching or trade for pitching in the offseason. And if they're going to use Pete Alonso to do that, Farhan has got to be the front of the line for that. Power hitting first baseman, yes, please. And he can hit it out of any
It's
place.
8-1 Tigers.
Oh. See, that's a huge
8-1 Tigers. So the Reds are going to have
that's
a loss,
huge
John.
one.
Give them their 72nd loss. Miami is leading 2-1 in Milwaukee.
See, that's a huge one, because one of the teams, as you look at the Reds' final stretch here, so they finish up with the Tigers today, and then, like I told you, 3 against the Mets. The only playoff team they play is the Twins. Then it's Pirates, Guardians, Cardinals. Again, that doesn't mean they're going to win, because they're getting smoked against the Tigers, but their final 3 series, their final 8 games of the year, Pirates, Guardians, Cardinals. Those are bad teams.
Yeah,
now, can you lose them? Sure, you can lose them.
I don't
but
look
those
at the
are bad
strength
teams.
of Central. The Colorado Rockies just took 2 out of 3 from the Cubs.
Yeah.
And Chris Bryant went off. He's homered the last 2 days, and he's flipping it out to right center. So let's see what the Giants
Not
do.
worth $182 million.
I understand that, but I'm saying, bad teams do win occasionally. And the Tigers aren't a very good team. They're 13 under. Right now, they're beating the Reds. It's 8-1. Detroit's still batting in the bottom of the game.
Believe me, the Reds could stink. It's just from a schedule standpoint, that's an advantage. And by the end of the season, what's going to happen is they're going to shut everybody down and play a bunch of young guys. Now, maybe the young guys come up and play well.
Aren't they already?
Yeah, to a point. But I mean, we just saw the Guardians. They're decent enough. They play them. The Cardinals have shut it down a long time ago. They're putting everybody on IR. and the Pirates stink again. So, and just from an advantage of schedule, the Reds have it. But like you said, they're getting beat 8-1 by the Tigers, so that's good. Really good news. All right, JB Long is going to join us coming up next. We've strayed away from the 49ers long enough. He's the fine voice of the Rams, but he's a local guy. But in the back small part of, he probably pulls for the 49ers.
Oh, sure he does.
He's going to join us coming up next. A lot of new faces on the Rams. We'll talk about it only here on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, JB Long, the voice of the Rams, going to join us coming up in a little bit. And we're going to get you ready for kickoff. Is your home ready for kickoff? 49ers and Rams on Sunday. Everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Sunday. So get ready for an elevated game day by standing your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. With football and painting season in full swing, now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And since we're playing 17 regular season games these days, let us help you extend the life of your home for many seasons to come. Support your team, the 49ers, and the Giants, and the Warriors, and all the Bay Area teams as well, the Sharkies as well, and your local independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
First possession, third quarter, 10th play of the Rams drive. Second and goal from the 7 in the left hash. Play clock at 4. McVay creeping down the sideline. Stafford gets the play off. Hands off. Kyren left side. Jump cut. End zone. He's done it again. Touchdown Kyren Williams. Touchdown LA. From the 7, the second-year man punches it in. And an extra point will put LA on the high side.
The Rams, they blow out the Seahawks at Lumen Field, surprising a lot of people, 30-13. They took charge in the second half of that ballgame. They outscored Seattle in the second half, 23-0. Great call by our friend J.B. Long. He's the voice of the Rams. He joins us for the first time this year, courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening?
John, it's good to be with you. You get a 2-for-1 today. Joining me from the passenger seat as we navigate LA traffic is the quarterback's coach from De La Salle, Maurice Jones-Drew.
MJD!
Very nice.
Is he there?
Going on?
What's up, brother?
I'm
Is he
right
there?
here.
Is he there?
I'm right here.
How are
Can
you,
you hear
man?
me?
Yeah, I hear you.
doing well.
First of
How
all,
are you?
congratulations to De La. They were voted the greatest high school team. Is it all time? All time? Ever.
All time. Ever.
Dang.
You know?
150. How many of the 151 in the row were you a part of, Maurice?
I think 36.
Wow. Incredible.
Pretty good.
Good stuff. So you guys all hang out together? The whole broadcast crew is there? You're all driving
Well,
together?
a couple of things. You know, I'm tired of you guys picking on me 2-on-1, so I needed some reinforcement.
Yeah.
But then Thursday lunch is when we sit down with McVay and let him know all the things that we'd like to see in the game plan for the week ahead. So we're just getting out of that and heading back home.
Very
cool.
So what did you show the first game? We're hearing Mike LaFleur, who was here for a while, is Kyle's guy, has influenced the running game a little bit. We're seeing more gap and power and pullers, MJD. The Rams running the outside zone, the inside zone as much. Tell me about your running game, first of all.
Yeah, we really didn't have an idea. We saw them practice a lot of different things, but to kind of see the way they pulled out against Seattle was more downhill. And they did a really good job of being efficient in their running game, which allowed the Rams to stay with it. I thought the linemen did a great job of blowing guys off the ball. And you see that a lot, right? You just can't run an outside zone. I know Kyle has done a lot of that there in San Francisco. They'll do tosses. They do different things for you have to game plan for. And I think Mike LaFleur brought that over with the Rams of, hey, let's be able to run multiple run schemes so we can have multiple play actions and be able to attack the defense in different ways.
It's great, too, because, like you said, maybe not the production, but 40 carries. You get 40 carries in a game, you're probably going to win that game. And then the other big story with Cooper Kupp being out, everybody thought, well, who are they going to throw out there? Well, Nakua and Atwell combined for 16 catches and 238 yards. Was that surprising to you guys, the type of production you got out of your wide receivers?
Well, I think it was validating because all summer long, the Rams have largely been without Cooper Kupp. And so from the moment Nakua was drafted, he's kind of been in a crash course in this system to give them something that they lost from Robert Woods' departure. And then as it turned out, kind of filling in for Cooper Kupp. And if you look at kind of his route chart, he did it all. He played all the positions. He caught balls in all quadrants of the field. And the rapport that he built with Matthew Stafford this offseason was really evident. And I think more than anything, it colors our retrospective perspective because when Matthew was not practicing last summer, much as the Rams tried to work past that coming off their Super Bowl, it hurt them. It hurt their preparation offensively for the season ahead. So that chemistry won, and then a rebuilt, bigger, more physical offensive line, building a wall successfully in front of Matthew and allowing him to climb and deal were the most noticeable things for us. But of course, it's a whole different animal when you're talking about the San Francisco front.
Without a doubt. And they got the gravedigger, Javon Hargrave, to join Nick and Eric Armstead and Cleve Furl and Draco had the 3 sacks. But MJD, whenever the Rams are good, the offensive line is good. You know, the quarterback feels secure, whether it's Jared or Matthew now, and you can run the ball. Is talk about the rebuild offensive line. And I'm intrigued about, you know, moving Joe Noteboom from left tackle to right guard. I mean, across the line, the footwork, the hand placement, moving inside from outside. So give me an overall on the O-line, and how is Noteboom doing at right guard?
Yeah, you know, Noteboom's kind of played all over since he's got in the league. I mean, he got drafted to play left tackle, but Andrew Whitworth was there. So he bounces around. He's played right tackle. He's played right guard. He's played left guard. I think the only position he hasn't played is center. So he's kind of familiar with all those. But if you notice, the Rams have beefed up their offensive line a little bit. They're much bigger, more stout. To help with that running game, right? Again, when you decide not to run sideline to sideline, you go to the more bigger guys so you can get downhill a little bit, but it also helps out in the passing game. A lot of the pressure that the Rams have gotten in the past has been between the guard, center, and guard. And so if you can create a wall and allow your quarterback to step up or, you know, have the ability to stop those stunts that we've seen the Niners run where Bosa comes crashing in down on the guard and Eric Armstead loops around, if you have the ability to kind of hold that up a little bit, it allows your quarterback to get some a little bit more time to get the ball down the field. And Stafford does a great job, right? You got to think, Matthew Stafford has been in this league so long. He's seen so many defenses. He's seen so many different coverages. Once you allow him to process and diagnose what coverage is in, he knows exactly where to go with the ball. So this offseason was about getting these guys to be able to give him a little bit more time and have a more efficient and powerful running game.
It's great to get a Rams preview. JB Long's joining us, Maurice Jones-Drew with the bonus coverage as well. Very, very cool. Let me continue on with Stafford because, JB, we talked to you last year, and 2 years ago you win the Super Bowl. Stafford's healthy, looking great last year, a little bit banged up. And then week 1 in Seattle, he looked like the old Matthew Stafford. What's going on health-wise? He looks 100%.
I think it was one of his best games as a Ram, including that Super Bowl run. He was phenomenal because he did it in 2nd and long and 3rd and long. And much as we talked about their running game, to have a chance against San Francisco this week, I think they have to be much more efficient on those early downs because you can't live in 11 of 17 third down conversion world. Like, that's just not sustainable. But the throws that he made were a reminder that he still got plenty of prime runway left. And there's a reason why they kind of essentially recommitted to him this offseason. He's in a great place in terms of his health. And I also think if you kind of just look at the partnership with Sean McVay, their first year together, they're getting on the same page, trying to speak the same language, trying to merge the things that Sean likes and what Matthew is used to and has preferred throughout his career. Their second offseason completely disrupted by his arm issues in the short offseason coming off the Super Bowl run. So I would not be surprised if their best days are ahead of them now, if and when they can get Cooper Kupp back in this mix, because all of those things have been taken care of and squared away. I'm really bullish on their future, and it was refreshing to see just how capable the Rams can look when McVay's in the right place, when Matthew Stafford is healthy, and when number 99 in Royal and Soul is playing on defense. Like, they're a tough out. I'm not saying they're the new favorite in the West. Believe me, I know how quickly the whiplash can arrive week 1 to week 2 in the league. But I do think they have the right to go toe-to-toe with every team on their schedule when those three are right.
Yeah, we'll get to Aaron Donald in a minute. Not a block him, JV. But Stafford now, with the injury involving Aaron Rodgers, MJD, is the oldest quarterback and the oldest player on the team, and is the oldest quarterback in the league now. And there is a report now that the Jets were looking to get Matthew Stafford in the offseason via trade before they got Aaron Rodgers, which is interesting. But a lot of talk about, Stafford in the offseason and trading and reworking his deal. The bottom line is, MJD, he's healthy. He's back to what I saw from Seattle, the arm angles, dropping down. He's an elite thrower of the football that will make any throw. I don't know exactly what was wrong with the elbow last year, but he wasn't right. And then obviously he had the spinal contusion that ended his season last November. So where's he at physically? Was it a UCL injury with the elbow last year? They were kind of quiet about that. But it seems like he's over all that now, and he's back to being Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, Greg, I really don't know what the actual injury was. I just know he was beat up. And you could tell in OTAs this year that he was healthy. Myself, JB, and DeMarco Farr were at OTAs one day, and he was overthrowing Tutu Atwell at some of those practices, throwing, I'm talking about 50, 60-yard passes. down the field, and the same in training camp. So the ball is jumping off his arm, and we always, you know how it is. You can't live in the past right now, Greg. Like if we lived in the past, we go back to our Raider days. We can't do that. We gotta.
I remember that touchdown run you had against Green Bay in the preseason, MJD.
That was the only one I had. Too.
I remember it well because it was the only one you had.
That's why I said we can't live in the past.
I know.
We got to live in the now. And so I think what Matthew Stafford has done, and really I give credit to Les Snead and Sean McVay to, like JB said, is to go back and say, look, we're going to be bullish about this, and we're going to build around our quarterback. We're going to go draft an offensive lineman. We're going to get some of the players we thought we had last year, put them back in position, refix his offensive line, add more pieces around him, and we're gonna make sure that he's comfortable. He can do what he does best. And when you get that, you get the results you get in Seattle. You get a guy that's comfortable, that steps in the pocket, that takes ownership of the plays that are called, and he's able to go out there and do that with a rookie and a pretty much a second-year player who played all of last year because of injury. And so he was able to go out there and make plays, and he didn't have to lean on Tyler Higbee like we thought he was. He was able to go out there and make plays with some younger guys because he's confident in the protection. He's confident in his abilities because he is healthy. So, like we all know this, in this league, you have to have a guy, a signal caller. If you have a signal caller, you have a chance. And right now the Rams are really excited about their signal caller.
Getting a Rams preview. This is fun. JB Long is joining us. Maurice Jones-Drew joining us, as well as they're navigating LA traffic. Rams and 49ers from SoFi on Sunday. Defensively, guys, as we were just talking about, we recognize some of the names. Aaron Donald is there. There's a couple more. Not many, though, from a couple of years ago winning the Super Bowl. They gave Seattle a lot of different looks, Raheem Morris and company, and they only gave up 12 yards in the second half. What did they do defensively to confuse Seattle?
I think a lot of it was disposition. I was surprised to hear how candid the Seahawks were, including Bobby Wagner at the podium afterward, just saying, like, it looked like the Rams wanted it more, had more to play for. That was stunning to me. I'm happy for Raheem Morris and the game plan that he put together. In fairness to the Seahawks, they lost both of their tackles right as it got to a 2-score margin and they got into catch-up mode. So that's where the Rams were able to feast a little bit. But there's also this kind of no-name identity that has been embraced early on, where you have Aaron Donald in the middle, and then that's about it. It's a cast of characters that outside their facility, there's not a lot of household names. And so Ernest Jones at middle linebacker played great. Their safeties were excellent. Darion Kendrick going toe-to-toe with the other DK Metcalf, touchdown, then bounce back and turn the spigot off. So they feel like they have a lot to prove, and it's true. They do, and so far so good. But I think we all know in the back of our mind, while they did their part, we're not sure how much to attribute to Seattle's deficiencies yet. More that after they go play the Detroit Lions.
What freeway are you guys on? You on the 10, the 405?
We're 6 hours down the 101.
The 101.
No, we're connected by the 101.
All right, we're losing a little bit of a cell phone, but I'm going to ask you a question here, and this is more Greg Papa talk show host, just because it's becoming news right now, JB, that the Jets were looking to get Matthew Stafford in the offseason. I'm probably going to ask you both the question neither one of you can answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway, and you do what you want with it. But when Rodgers went down the other night, I thought of the one guy that I would go get would be Matthew Stafford. If I'm going to replace an elite natural thrower of the football and all the different arm angles, the one guy out there is Matthew Stafford. Now, throughout the offseason, there was a lot of conjecture. Our guy Mike Lombardi insisted Stafford was available, but you didn't wind up trading him, the whole restructure. You're off to a great start. But if the season starts to slide at some point between now and the deadline of Halloween, could you have a conversation with Les Snead and Sean McVay about trading for Matthew Stafford?
As close as I'm going to come to that one, Greg, is to say there's a Sam Darnold available if the New York Jets are.
Hell no! Keep your hands off of Sam. He's our guy. Our quarterbacks get hurt here.
Yeah, they do. Boys,
that's it?
Yeah.
You're dropping the mic on that? You're not saying anything?
Wow. I thought that was pretty good, but what about Kyler Murray? If you're looking around the NFC West, what about Kyler Murray?
You texted me back to Kyler Murray. Yeah. There's no doubt Kyler Murray. Kirk Cousins, would you go for Kirk Cousins? I don't know. Yeah.
Colleagues like him.
All right, you're dodging that one.
Well done. Guys, thanks as always.
Who's driving, by the way? Is JB driving?
I'm driving, and when we get together for Week 18, I'm going to make sure DeMarco Farr's in this car, too.
I thought of him. So one last thing, MJD, because we had Kyle Harrison, young guy from Dallas, just up for the Giants. And we're talking about, it was Home Run Baker, John Baker, not a lot of baseball players, but the football list, there's so many great ones. Toomer and DJ Williams, you. Take yourself out of it because I think you had the best career of anybody. Who's the greatest football player that Coach Ladd and De La Salle ever produced?
What do you want? The guys that made it to the NFL or just in high school?
Well, how do you want it, Sean? Because DJ Williams Coach Madden said he could have played in the NFL as a freshman at De La. I guess who had the best pro career of anybody? Taking you out of it.
I would probably say Aaron Taylor. Aaron Taylor was one that was really good.
Right.
Obviously, Amani. We've had some guys, but Aaron Taylor to me is the one that kind of sticks out. He was one of the first ones to go out there. And I remember he came back when I was in high school and kind of talked to us a little bit about it. And it's funny when you're a sophomore in high school, you see Aaron Taylor, you're like, oh, this guy, whatever. And then as I get older, I'm the guy now that they look like, the kids are like, did you play in the league? I'm like,
oh, wow.
What?
Are you kidding me? Like,
come on.
Like, a lot of kids that, again, I'm aging myself here, but a lot of the kids, I have kids now on our team that were born in 2006. That's when I got in the league. So it doesn't feel the best sometimes, but it is what it is. You live and you learn.
Your son Deuce is going to be the next one.
Yeah, hopefully. My son's there now. So,
he's playing at Zayla now?
Yeah, he's a freshman. He's coming off of an injury, but hopefully he'll be the next one. If he is, I'll make sure that we get an interview with you, Papa, because you've always been around.
One of the reasons MJD and I get along so well is because among Bay Area institutions, few have churned out more fine young men than De La Salle, right there as a close 1A of Ellerman College Prep.
Oh,
I knew you were going to do that. I knew you were going to do that.
By the way, the 0-2 start, I don't know what they did in week 3, but the loss to Sarah.
Oh,
not good. What's going on here?
Listen. This is about the NFL.
All right.
This is not a high school channel. We'll talk about that later. We're bouncing back, though.
Okay.
And I'll say this. Sarah's a really good team, and they're coached by us, so kudos to them.
But did Brady text you?
No. I just hope we play Sarah next year. That's all.
That's all.
Also, we'll play them next year.
Very cool.
Wow, twofer.
That was cool, man. Thank you, gentlemen. That was a lot of fun. We appreciate it.
Got to get this guy to Inglewood, NFL Network, for Thursday Night Football.
What time's he on? Is he doing the pregame show?
Pre and post.
Ooh.
Anyway, the Vikings upset. We want Philadelphia to lose now. We want that number 1 seed. Anyway tonight? The Vikings win?
No, not tonight. It's prime time, man. Kirk Cousins in prime time.
What's he, 3-12, I think? 3-12 wasn't the number?
I think it's 8-19.
Okay.
Do you hear that? We want the 1 seed. That's some broadcaster bullshit.
You're damn right.
We're going to print that out and put it in our booth.
We conquered the West last year.
Oh,
That's not the goal around here. It's the 1 seed, JD.
Let me practice.
Maybe we'll trade for Matthew Stafford.
Dan, Joe, Liz.
I know. We're a little cocky up here. Sorry.
All right, gentlemen. Have a great call tonight, and we'll talk to you guys soon. Thanks, man. That was cool.
He dodged the Stafford question.
Yeah, you knew that was coming.
So what's the report? The Jets wanted Stafford this offseason?
That was the plan B, apparently, and then now...
Not Derek Carr?
No. They're saying, Pro Football Talk is saying that they wanted Stafford as the B, plan B to
So can they get
Rodgers.
him now?
Well, the other thing they're saying is, and this is what I was saying the other day, it's a $55 million dead cap.
Good.
That's what the Rams would have to eat. Rams are.
So how many draft picks would you have to give them?
A lot
To swallow. Well, Cronky, what is he? But it's a salary cap. So the Rams can't trade him? Wouldn't they have had that dead cap pitch on if they would have traded him in the offseason?
take a sixer to old Milwaukee or Lone Star, nothing snooty.
Why is this so important to you all of a sudden?
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. On my off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
That's true. I love Thursdays.
Thursdays are fun.
Yeah, maybe even more than Fridays, just because during the football season, I love coming down here and we hang out and Kim comes down, but...
Now we got a football game.
Yeah, right. Now that it's NFL season, Thursday is a great day because a lot of people, let's be honest, they mail it in on Friday. They go out on a Thursday. Maybe they go on a date with their wife or something, and then, you have a great time, and then you stumble through Friday, and then it's the weekend. So, Thursday night, I mean, it's not like this is new, but Thursday night is a great going out
Thursday's
night.
The new Friday.
Yeah.
And it has been for a while.
It's a great, and then you get football, and then it's like, so you go out to a bar or something, you watch the game, you hang out, and then it's like, Friday, no big deal.
And it's better to watch the Amazon Prime game at a bar where you can mute Herb Street. No, I want to hear Herb Street.
Oh, yeah. That's true. I forgot. Thursday night was NBC last week, so now this is the first one.
When we did the first one last year, we were all into it. Remember the first one last year was Chiefs and Chargers.
Right.
It was one of the great. Herbert got hit in the rib cage and the cartilage fracture. Gerald Everett, the tight end, broke off the route. That 7th round pick for Kansas City took it back 98 yards. That was a great game that Thursday night.
So is it the same crew that's doing it?
Herb Street.
But I mean,
Michaels,
the pregame is
it's
Sherman.
Carissa Thompson. It's Richard Sherman with a cameo from Skip Bayless.
Oh, God.
I hear. No.
Really?
It'll be Ryan Fitzpatrick.
He's good.
And see all the ads we got going with Fitzpatrick?
Mm-hmm.
And he was on the Manning cast the other night.
He was good on the Manning
And then we
cast.
got Andrew Whitworth who will wear the hoodie.
See, he's good.
Underneath. So we got same crew. Carissa, Whitworth,
I'm
and
a little
Sherm,
surprised. I would rank them. I would rank them Whitworth 1, Fitzpatrick 2, and Sherman 3. I thought Richard Sherman was going to be a star. I told you that years ago.
He's funny.
And
then what kind of presence is Marshawn Lynch going to have?
Oh, they need to expand his
Are they going to let him
role.
be live, or is he just going to be on tape where when he drops his F-bombs, they know it's coming?
What they should do is use him as a pregame sideline reporter and just have him walk up to guys and do crazy interviews. He would be amazing. I'm pro Marshawn.
I know
big time pro Marshawn.
Anyway, Matthew McConaughey. Do you see him at the Texas-Alabama game on Saturday night?
It's hard not to see him. Lots of shots at him.
So they all. How many games? That was a great game, and Derek went to UT, so they haven't won. They haven't beaten Alabama since '82.
That was a great game.
Interesting game. But McAfee does like a Manning cast during that game.
Yeah, I didn't see
after
it.
doing the morning show game day, and then he's on all week. I mean, I know they're paying him a lot of money, but they're getting their money's worth.
They only have like 5 employees.
He's on my TV like. He never stops.
No, they have Stephen A., they have Shannon, they have a couple of Sports Center anchors, and then that's it.
But with McAfee, they got him doing, he does the college game day in the morning, and then he sticks around and does that game. He does like a Manning cast. Who watches that?
I didn't watch it. I will this weekend.
I flipped over and I got caught when I was in Pittsburgh, and then McConaughey was right there at the gun.
Yeah. A lot of shots of McConaughey on the sidelines.
He was doing a lot of shots.
Yeah,
it was nonstop.
Big hat.
Nonstop.
I don't think I've ever worn a cowboy hat in my life, but he had the cowboy hat going and everything. It's like, all right.
Not even when you lived in the Metroplex?
No, especially then. People get mad.
Never?
People in Dallas get mad because
Why?
Because there's this
not
perception. No, they don't like it when you wear them because that's Fort Worth. That's like, the city. People who live in Dallas and stuff don't want that perception of the cowboy hats and the cowboy boots. They don't like it. So they get mad.
You got to be careful. You don't want Fort Worth rules, especially when you're teeing off.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
You don't want that.
All right. Of course, we're running late. Let's get to it.
Sorry, my fault.
Did we play the Open?
I think we did. Foreplay, did we do it?
Oh, we did or we did?
Yeah, foreplay.
I don't remember.
We can go 2-2.
All right, let's do it. Here is Kyle Shanahan. Of course, a lot is always made when Kyle Shanahan takes on Sean McVay. So he says, here's the biggest challenge when taking on the Rams and McVay.
Aaron Donald being on it would be the number one thing. But, they got some really good players, but they're always going to be sound. They're always going to have a good scheme. They're always going to put their players in good positions. I mean, starting with the offense, which is where it starts with Sean, but it's been no different with the defense and special teams either. Those guys are always coached up well. They're ready to go, and they know how to put their really good players in real good situations.
This is something we were talking about with Tim Ryan when he joined us from 11 to noon, which is they know each other very well, and they've beaten them the last 8 regular season games. Obviously, the NFC Championship game they did not win, but there's so many new players on this team, especially defensively, that you know a Sean McVay team, but you don't know a lot of the players.
Russ Yeast.
Yeah.
Give me what you got on Yeast.
I mean,
I don't want much on Yeast section. I don't know.
Boy, I tell you.
Kello Witherspoon.
Well, we know him.
Is their outside corner.
Target him.
So, I mean, and I don't even know if the scheme is entirely the same. Raheem Morris is their defensive coordinator. Kyle knows going back to Tampa with John Gruden, they were all on that staff and learning Monty Kiffin. And, you'd think that they're top-down kind of defense, kind of the Lord Fangio model, but they've changed a little bit defensively, and they've got all different players. So I think and Aaron Donald is T.J. Watt this week, and T.J. Watt did not wreck the game, but he wrecked 4 or 5 snaps.
If it was closer, he would have.
Yeah, so where does he line up? Does he line up? I mean, Daniel Brunskill was the Aaron Donald silencer when he was here. He's now in Tennessee. So does Donald match up with Burford over the right guard? Does he go out over McKivitz? Certainly in certain down and distances, like, third down and long. Hopefully you don't get into that. He'll go out over Colton McKivitz because he lines up all over the front, and you can always tell where they think the weakness is. So I think, is he going to go over Aaron Banks and Trent Williams? Is he going to go over Jake Brendel? I think on the early downs when he's playing inside, Spencer Burford will get a lot of him. And then when it's time to go heat up the quarterback, he's going to line up over Colton McKivitz.
Well, and he didn't get a lot of a discussion because McKivitz gave up the 3 to T.J. Watt, but Burford wasn't great either. I thought Banks was good, Brendel was good, Trent's Trent, but the right side of the line in general wasn't good.
Yeah, it struggled.
So he's going to be over there. Let's talk some Brock Purdy because, I don't know, we've probably gone 30 minutes without talking about him. Here's our good friend Greg Cosell, who actually used to join this show, but he joins the morning show.
For 1 year.
And he joins the afternoon show, but he doesn't join our show, so we have to play cuts
Did
with
we
Greg.
offend him?
Oh, we must have.
When I said your Uncle Howard was way better?
Here's Cosell breaking down Brock Purdy's game.
Yeah, and you know what I really like about Purdy, because and obviously he's playing. Well, first of all, the one thing that's really, really important and may not be talked about very much at all, but it's so important is he doesn't turn the ball over, and that might seem like a minor thing when we talk about quarterback play, but that's absolutely critical. Don't turn the ball over. But I tell you what I think he does really well. Because he's not a physically imposing specimen. He doesn't have a huge arm. But what he does is he shows an excellent feel for what defender or defenders to read and control on specific route concepts. Because so people understand when a quarterback drops back, he's not being asked to look at 7 or 8 guys. No one can do that. That's just not humanly possible with the brain. So most route concepts versus a coverage, you're looking at 1 or 2 guys, or you're looking at an area, but you're not looking at 6 or 7 guys. And I think he has an excellent feel for what defender or defenders to read and control on route concepts, and he's very good, therefore, at mentally simplifying the reads and the throws based on the routes versus the coverage. And that's why I think he can play so decisively, because he just has an innate feel for that.
Good breakdown.
That's Greg Cosell.
He's the best.
So we were talking to Steve Young, remember, a week ago, and his daughters are learning to play football and playing at Menlo and flag football. And they were like, "Dad, what do I look at? I don't know, 5." They said, just look at 8 things. You look at one guy, one eligible, and then everybody else comes into the picture around. Outside of it, and to me, I look at McCaffrey. Well, I mean, but the thing with Brock, there's a primary,
going up
secondary.
the line, he knows. So that's the big difference.
He looks at it all, and Cosell's great, and he keeps breaking it down forever and ever and ever. Brock did turn the ball over. He didn't throw a pick, but he did fumble, and he lost the ball. I thought one of the key plays is though when he fumbled early in the game, but it was still, I think 17-0, and then the field goal made it the one behind him. I don't know how he did that. He fell on the ball and, got into the small of his back, but he's got T.J. Watt pawing at him from behind, and that was an amazing play to be able to – that saves you 3 points in a game where if you don't get that, it's 17-0 still. They come back and make it 17-7. Now, it's still a 2-score game, but it's closer. That was a key play, but he doesn't typically – Jimmy would – even in 19, Jimmy threw, 13 picks that year?
And a lot of them, you're just going, what? Well,
because he didn't see the buzz, Eric Hendricks or Luke Kuechly. But he also fumbled 10 times that year and lost 5. Where I remember that, Monday night game against Seattle where he's fighting a little bit too long, and Jadeveon Clowney comes in and strip sacks. The one thing Brock did have one fumble, and Kyle talked about him, getting the ball out and just getting on. But he doesn't throw picks. He didn't throw one in this game, but he did fumble twice in this game. And he did lose one fumble and made a miraculous play to secure the other one.
Here's Steve Young, a little bit more, and one of the reasons why Steve says Kyle Shanahan loves Brock Purdy.
A lot of guys can get hot, then they can get, kind of get in a groove, and then all of a sudden freaking things go haywire.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that why Kyle's so happy about this is because I have somebody that's not going to get into a momentum play and then fall apart on me. Yeah. He's not gonna do three things. He's not gonna do 2 or 3 things wrong in a row. He might make a mistake, but he's not gonna make a mistake again and then the next one. And then so that's why I said last week it's just gonna come down to those end games when he's gonna have to make some big boy plays to make it all the way.
One of the things beyond the whistles in the background, and Steve is again out coaching flag football, which I like, but the way the 49ers are going to get beat. If they get beat this year, they probably beat themselves. I mean, they're probably going to be more talented, maybe outside of Philadelphia. I mean, they'll probably be favored in every single game, maybe outside of the Philadelphia game this year. They're going to be favored against Dallas at home. So that means that you don't want to beat yourself. And that's these last 2 cuts. Greg Cosell's talking about something you just talked about, not making the bad play. Yeah, make the good plays, but this defense is so good, just don't put them in bad positions. And that was one of the things, as you mentioned, with Jimmy Garoppolo, where it's like, okay, you got a great defense. Part of playing the game is it's okay to punt. Just don't put our defense in too bad of positions too many times because they're going to stop. You're not going to 80 yards consistently on this team, so just don't put them in bad positions. And Brock doesn't do that normally.
He has bad plays. They all do. But he really has not had a bad game. He has not played a bad game yet. I mean, he hasn't lost one, really, since the Philadelphia game he got knocked out. But he comes in off the bench against Miami. I remember his first throw to the sideline, and we were talking so much about him, and I believed in him so much, and he looked like he just sailed it into the sideline, and I thought, oh, my God, Kawakami's going to be all over me. Purdy's not that good, and Kyle's going to hear it from Jed because he was playing up how good Purdy was. But he settled down the first drive. He had Kyle Juszczyk in the flat, and he got the touchdown, and then they went 0 blitz on the 3rd and 10, and he had Kittle. But that game, he threw for over 200 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. The Tampa game, and he got hurt. That's where the broken ribs happened late in the half. He hit Ayuk on the curl and go to put him up 28-0, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. The Seattle game, that's what Steve's talking about. He made big plays to win that Seattle game. First road game ever. He's got 2 fractured ribs going into the game. Has to take a painkiller. Terrible warm-up. And then on that 3rd and 1 when he scrambled and he slid to get the first down, I mean, he made the big plays. The Washington game, he wound up 13 touchdowns, 4 INTs. And then in the playoffs, John, they were down at halftime. DK got behind Mooney Man for the touchdown. Yeah. He threw for 332 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions in that game. The Dallas game, he managed the game beautifully. It was a 9-9 game, late 3rd quarter. They go on that drive. He makes the throw, rolling left. He hits Kittle on the one hand, the double bobble off the face mask. Big-time play. So he does it all. And then last week he was 12 for 14 to open that game. The 2 were Patrick Peterson and trail technique that knocked the ball away. One against Jawan Jennings, one against George Kittle. And then he got, TJ Watt tipped 1 ball, and he threw 1 low to McCaffrey on 3rd down. But he still completed the ball to McCaffrey, but he should have hit him upright. But it was still enough to get the first down. So his stat line turned out to be decent last week, but it could have been better. But what Steve is saying, he's checked all those boxes, and he's done it injured and on the road and in playoff games. And, he's going to have a bad game, I guess. They all do. But he hasn't had that hideous game. He hasn't had the Josh Allen game from Monday night against the Jets. 3 picks, and you fumble the ball when the jet sweeper goes by you right between your hands and it hits your shoulder pad. What is that? He's one of the best players in the NFL. Everybody's talking about him being an MVP. You were talking about, is Brock Purdy a top 5 or 10, and you think he's out of it? Right now he's playing better than Josh Allen's playing. What was that performance? Brock has not had one of those face plant games. He may have a bad snap here and there. They all do. But he hasn't had that kind of game where he's just like, what are you doing? We got to pull this guy.
I think the one thing, too, and look, I think he's a great quarterback. I don't know exactly where he is. I was upset on some of the lists, and I'm not a list guy, just based on the fact that he was behind certain guys. Where he has the advantage is he doesn't have to do what Josh Allen has to do. Josh Allen in his last 20 games has 39 turnovers, fumbles, and interceptions. I think he just tries to do too much.
They need to back him up.
Yeah, because he's just trying to do everything, and it's like Brock Purdy knows that, look, I don't have to do everything. If I get it to the right things and I do the right things, I got a great defense, I got guys around me, I can, I'm not calling him a game manager because I think he's definitely a step up from Jimmy Garoppolo, but he doesn't have to do those things, and he knows that.
He's got to play quarterback. He has to make a decision on every play. I don't understand. As far as Josh Allen, somebody needs to sit him down, and whether it's the head coach or Ken Dorsey, I don't know, but they need to have the conversation with him they had with Joe Namath going into the 69 season, and there are a couple of guys on their defense with the Jets that would grab him and choke him. I mean, Joe Willie threw for 4,000 yards one year, but he turned the ball over incessantly. When he became a Super Bowl winning quarterback, he stopped turning the ball over. In Super Bowl III, when they won that game and he was the MVP, he threw 0 touchdown passes in that game. Somebody's got to tell Josh. You know what they should do, honestly, John? Put up Brock Purdy tape and Josh Allen and say, Josh, you got so much ability. No one's going to say this guy's got more ability than you. But can you play more like him? And we don't want to see the guy that played Monday night at the Meadowlands ever again. That guy, with our great defense and our overall weapons around you, we can't win with that guy giving the other team the ball 4 times. Play more like Purdy, would you?
All right, we got a little bit of Giants. We'll give you that one coming up next. Got a great, sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol at the bottom of the hour. Tons of stuff on the agenda with that one. We'll do all that coming up next as we're live from Levi's Stadium, where we are every Thursday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Huge comeback win in the finale against the Guardians. They keep pace in the NL wildcard. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Yeah, I feel the love. And you know what I love more than anything in the world? Italian food. Especially, I love pizza. And you know who I saw right before the 49ers kicked off the new season Sunday in Pittsburgh? The one and only Tony Gemignani, who makes the best pizza in the world. In fact, he was flying to Italy the very next day to receive an award for making the best pizza in the world. Tony Gemignani, and Tony's has been ranked number 1 in the world as the number 1 pizza in all of the planet. So go to Tony's for Neapolitan, New York-style pizza, Detroit, Sicilian, Grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas and their spicy bucatini. Have you had it yet? It is to die for. And you've got other locations around the North Beach besides Tony Gemignani's. Got Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker thin and deep dish pizzas. And one of his specialties is the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. They are spicy, but they are yummy, and they are gigantic and mouth-watering. And don't forget about dessert. Save room for delicious cannoli and tiramisu. And if you don't want to go pizza and go later in the day, go in the morning. Take a morning stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread pastries and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. It is all phenomenal. So what you want to do is hit all the Bay Area spots for Tony Gemignani, Capo's, or Tony G's, or go to his Slice House locations. They got one at Oracle Park. They got one at Levi Stadium. They got one at Chase Center, when the Warriors come out to play again because, as we're finding out with his trip to Italy, Tony Gemignani makes the best pizza in the world.
I think Davis's at-bats look different than they did 2 or 3 weeks ago. I think he's more on time. I think he's driving the baseball more consistently. He's taking his at-bats with more confidence, and I think he's healthier than he was several weeks ago.
That's a Gabe Kapler, as you called it, a wall scraper, and that was the difference. JD Davis tied it to 5 apiece. The Giants go on to win, and a bunch of teams at 71 losses. Although the Reds they ended up losing that game, right? So they're at 72 losses. So that's good news because they're taking on a bad Tigers team. So it's good to lose. It's also good when you were expected to win. So and they blew them out.
So the Giants, that was a 3-run homer to tie the game in the bottom of the 8th. They were down 5-1, got it to 5-2. And then he hits a 3-run, and the launch angle on that thing, that was a moonshot. And if that was a night game, that wouldn't have gone out. We were there on the patio yesterday, John. It was a warm day. It barely got over Stephen Kwan's glove, but it's a 3-run homer. And that the last time the Giants hit a 3-run homer, because Flem dropped it during the broadcast. It was July the 18th. Yesterday was insane. September the 13th.
So basically 2 months.
Do they have a grand slam mixed in there?
You haven't hit a 3-run shot in 3 months or 2 months.
Wow.
My gosh.
Long time.
By the way, Rockies series starts today. If you're into run differential, they're minus 217.
They're not good.
Doesn't mean you can beat them all the games, but
I feel badly for Bud Black.
Yeah, they're bad.
And Bud did a great job in San Diego all those years, and he's been there forever trying to figure out their pitching. I mean, I don't know if Bob Melvin's going to keep his job beyond this year, John, honestly.
I don't know if he wants to.
I don't know if he wants to. And Bud Black, I mean, is he going to manage the Colorado Rockies forever, despite how many games they lose annually? But they were in the playoffs a couple of years ago, so he always figures out a way to trick you, but they are not a good team. Not a good team.
Yeah, I guess it's just what your expectations are. I mean, I know we're going to have this debate in the offseason, especially if the Giants don't make the playoffs. I mean, what are the expectations in Colorado? I mean, if I had given Chris Bryant a 7-year, 182, and I got all these offensive players and they always have enough. I mean, that's what's difficult about Colorado. You can't get pitching. It's even worse than hitters not coming here. I mean, you just cannot sign pitching, and so you got to try to draft, develop, trade for pitching. Can't do it. You get a bunch of guys who can hit, but I don't know if they're.
You got to go Blake Street Bombers,
right? I mean, you just got to. Everybody in your team's got to hit 30 or something.
Remember when they signed? Crazy. They bought Mike Hampton, and they tried to go sinker ballers.
$121 million, right?
They tried to go sinker. I mean, your theory would be, and what's the big reason why the Giants have won 17 of the last 22 at Coors Field. And a big reason is they get a lot of sinker ball pitchers, and you can't, ground balls aren't going to go out. So we'll see how Logan Webb does tonight. So it did go final in Detroit. The Tigers held on and beat the Reds 8-2, so that definitely helps the Giants. The other game we were looking at, Miami was leading in Milwaukee 2-1. Milwaukee has now taken a lead over Miami at 4-2. Top of the 8th with the Marlins batting. So that could be a tremendous scoreboard for the Giants. The Reds have already lost in Detroit, and Miami may go down.
No, that's good. Miami's got a really tough schedule, and they have some injuries, so that bodes well. And then hopefully if the Giants can take care of business and continue to do what they do in Colorado, then that sets up that Diamondback series. And if Miami loses, then the Reds and Marlins would have 72 losses. Giants going into play tonight, and Diamondbacks would have 71. And then after these 4, you get those 2 that we've been talking about against the Diamondbacks, and that's going to be huge. And then you got 7 of your final 10 against the Dodgers. So, but you got to put yourself in that position for that 3rd spot. And by the way, the Cubs are not out of the woods here. They've got 69 losses, so they're 2 up in the loss column. But they've got some tough games coming up as well. So,
but they have the tiebreaker with the Giants. I'm looking at the 3rd one. I'm just conceding Philadelphia and Chicago will make it. And the good thing is the Giants have the tiebreaker against Cincinnati. They have the tiebreaker against Miami. They tied 3-3 head-to-head, but the Giants have a better record against the National League West than the Miami Marlins have against the National League East. They also currently lead the tiebreaker against Arizona 6-5 with 2 to go next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, are going to be huge. So good scoreboard right now. Reds lose in Detroit 8-2. Miami now down 4-2, batting in the top of the 8th. Luis Ariz is up, so and they do have a runner at first and 2 outs. And the other one to look at is the Mets. The Mets and the Arizona Diamondbacks are playing a late afternoon game at Citi Field. That was a 4 o'clock start there, so it's top second, 0-0, Diamondbacks and Mets. And that's Merrill Kelly pitching for the Diamondbacks against your guy, Kota Senga.
All right, sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol. A lot of good stuff. What is that lottery winner who won $2 billion in November up to? Condom testers. Would you like to become a condom tester? We've got that story.
No, I don't use them.
And what was the other one? Oh, you know how there's a debate? There's been an age-old debate about when you stop breastfeeding your child. When is the correct time? Probably before they become an adult. I will explain. We've got a nice edition of your Caboose Pistol next, only here on the Sports Leader.
was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Greg Papa.
Nice.
And John Len.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
She was
Grew up with
adorable.
those kids.
Mrs. Blackburn.
Yeah.
It was Owen. And what was her name? She was adorable.
Lucille. Good call.
You picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille.
And then you gave him mini bottles of booze.
I wasn't. I had to
go
drive
give
to
these to
Santa Clara.
Daddy.
I told her to bring it to Mrs. Blackburn. What was it? A screwball?
I went to a radio
What'd
show.
you do with
They
the
gave me
screwball?
booze.
What'd you do with the screwball I gave you?
It was a tasty little treat.
Tastes like peanut butter and jelly. You
Yeah,
said?
it's good, man. It's peanut butter whiskey. You do that. You put that in a little glass. Put a big cube in it. Dash of cranberry juice, and it tastes just like an adult peanut butter and jelly. It's nice.
So you
Very
do
nice.
one shot of that screwball, and all of a sudden you're Fernando Valenzuela, and your eyes,
Exactly.
your eyes are rolling up in your head like Fernando.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Remember when he would look straight up and then
That
throw the
was wild,
screwball
wasn't
at you?
it? Like, wow.
Where the hell's he looking? Where's the target?
Saying a prayer or something.
He's a screwball.
Yeah, that was wild. All right, speaking of wild, Mama 3 Rachel Bailey first breastfed her husband Alexander, also 30, in 2016, and the couple haven't.
Did you
looked
say
back.
her husband, John?
Yeah.
How old of a man is he?
They are.
He didn't marry his mother, did he?
No, he did not marry his mother.
Husband and wife.
So they were 30 at the time. 2016, she started breastfeeding him. She's always made sure the babies are fed first. Alexander finishes the remaining milk, and the habit became about as a pure accident. What?
Now, honestly, can you say you haven't? Whoa. Whoa, that picture. Whoa. He's going right in there.
Jeez Louise.
He's going Bronsky.
Man.
He's going right in there. Wow.
She says she breastfeeds.
Well, she's got a lot left over, John.
She says she breastfeeds her husband Alexander in order to spend more time together. Couldn't they find a different hobby?
Okay, tell me you've never done that. You've never done that?
No, but I tasted it and it was
It's
nasty.
terrible. I have done it.
That was it with
And
me.
it's warm.
Yeah, it's not good.
And it's sweet.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
I didn't like it.
It's not good.
Yeah, I didn't go in for like
Not like he's going in.
Like he's going full
He's
bore.
going. He's Brett Zabronsky.
I do have an aunt and uncle that they have a farm in Wisconsin. And you got to get up at 4 o'clock. I've milked an actual cow before.
You gone otters?
Yeah, I've got those udders. I've done that. But
Try a woman's areola. It's way better. It's not very
Wow, that
tasty.
picture.
I have tried it. I've even tried the expressing of milk. Because when Derek was young, and I was traveling the NBA,
right.
I would get up in the middle of the night and feed Derek. And then with the twins, you had to both get up. Yeah, because you don't. What you wanted to do with the twins, what you wanted to do with the twins is you wanted to feed them together, so they don't. It's not around the clock. Then you're up all the time, or one wakes up the other. Anyway, I would. You
would go to the fridge and get the milk.
They would express milk, put it in. I would feed the children a lot. So there was times when I went to the actual female breast to try it.
Yeah.
And then the ones that were in the fridge and they were colder was better. But
I don't think I ever tried it cold. One time I tried it and went, oh God. Then I went.
So this is not the only couple that's ever done this. Why do they feel like we need? Isn't that wild? Like they post something online and then here we are. Where do they live? Like thousands of miles away.
Probably.
We're talking about this guy going Bronsky on his.
It says the couple were aware that what they were doing wouldn't sit well with many, but continued regardless. Quote, we were nervous about the idea of him breastfeeding for me as we thought it seemed weird, but as soon as we did it, we realized it was perfectly fine. No, it's not. He's an adult.
Oh, come on. He does it on a reg, you're saying?
They do it on a regular basis.
That's all right. It's fine. Roll with it.
All right.
Save you money.
Well, he looks healthy. They look like a healthy family. She got 3 kids, and he's
a big guy.
He breastfeeds the whole way with the kids.
I just didn't find it very tasty.
No, I don't think so.
And I don't think it's pasteurized, but whatever.
I just think that's weird. But you can do whatever you want. Like
I have nipples, Greg. Could you milk me?
Whoa. Is that from the Fockers?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That was Bobby De Niro.
Yes.
Which Focker did he say
tremendous.
that line?
He said it to
That's when he went off.
Ben Stiller.
Gaylord Fokker?
Yeah, because
Was it the original
Ben Stiller.
Gaylord Fokker?
Yeah, because
Was it the original Meet the Fockers?
Yeah, because Ben Stiller's character was telling this, Meet the Parents, some stupid story, and he was like, "Come on."
Which was first, Meet the Parents, and then Meet the Fockers was later? What's the one with Barbara Streisand
No,
and
that one was
Dustin
the worst
Hoffman?
one. That was the last one.
That was
right?
funny. She was funny.
After that,
She
one,
was
I
funny.
Like, okay.
How much they pay Bobby De Niro to say that line?
A lot. A lot.
Not as much as
I
Marlon
had no
Brando
idea
to
you
put
could
on
milk a
ice
cat.
skates in the
Oh,
front.
yeah, you can milk anything with nipples.
I have nipples, Greg. Could you milk me?
There you go.
When he
In
said
context.
Greg, I thought, wait a minute.
In context.
Was my smartphone rolling last
That was
night?
the first thing I thought of.
Who said that? Oh, it's Robert De Niro.
You always wonder what happens to lottery winners. In November of 2022, Edwin Castro was the one who won the $2.04 billion Powerball jackpot. So here's what he's done. So he chose a cash option, which was $997 million. He ended up walking away with $628 million. And what he's done is he has
He
already
got over
purchased
$2 billion and he walked away with $600 million
$628 million after tax.
tax-free.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, that's not a lot.
So far, he's purchased a $25 million home
Okay.
in the Hollywood Hills. By the way, his neighbors are Ariana Grande, Dakota Johnson, and Jimmy Kimmel. Could you imagine, like, the lottery? Who's your neighbor? The lottery winner?
Yeah. Let's go over to the block party at the lotto winner's house. I'm sure Jimmy Kimmel had him on his show.
He probably did. But he probably
All right,
didn't
what
want
else
to
did he
live
buy?
next to him.
$25 million in the Hollywood Hills.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then he bought just a small little joint, a $4 million home in his hometown
Where's he
of
from?
Altadena, California. So that's what he bought. And then his latest, I just showed you this.
He bought a
one.
third home? Oh, the one
Bought
with the Infinity Edge pool?
Yeah, it doesn't say exactly where, but it's in LA. $47 million, 7 bedrooms, 11 bathrooms, koi pond, infinity pool. That's
Nice.
very nice.
Nice.
Panoramic views of the entire city of LA. By the way, this would be a sweet place to party. DJ turntables, a champagne room, a glass walkway, a wine cellar, and a home theater. How about that? $47 million. So he's into California real estate. About
Yeah, but
$100 million
he's always going to make money.
Yeah.
It's not going to depreciate, right? In California? Never. Never.
So good luck to him. But he's about $100 million into the real estate, which that's not a bad idea.
That's all fine.
Yeah,
I told you, if you ever won $2 billion, wouldn't you buy a sports team?
See, that's
Or
what I was
teams? But he took it all at one time.
That's what you got to. They tell you that's what you got to do.
Why?
What if you walk off a street corner and that's it?
Well,
You're done. You don't get it.
Wow.
That's it. I'm just saying. They say that you're supposed to take the whole thing, but
Is that the best way to do it? I just gave him back over
that's what they tell you.
$1 billion. What if I took it slowly? Can you take it like every 10 years?
No, they do.
You know what I would
they
say?
do it in installments.
Right.
Yeah.
So you have to take it all at one time, or you get what?
I mean, you get more, but
you got $2 billion.
Yeah, I wanted it once.
Well, what are they going to give me? $100 million a year for 20 years?
No, it's less than that. I forgot what they do it, but it's
less than that.
Yeah, something like that. I'll have to go back.
So we've talked about this. I would buy a team or teams, but who would you buy? Who's for sale right now? The Oakland A's.
Well,
would you buy the Oakland A's and keep them here?
No.
They're not for sale, sir. Baby.
Yeah, well,
Mac.
everything's for sale. I mean, if the value of, just for the sake of conversation, of
You'd
the
overpay that
A's
guy?
is $750 million, and
Would you buy any team? Which sport would you buy? A football team?
I think everybody could use cash. Like after the 49ers pay Nick all that money, they're probably cash poor. You go, I'll give you a couple $100 million.
Oh, you just restructured Eric Armstead and Trent Williams and George Kittle.
Yeah, don't you need about take half that money and say,
I think they're
I got $300 million. What kind of percentage?
Well, you could buy into it.
Yeah,
you want to be the managing partner. You want to run it. Yeah. Which team would you buy?
Could you get into a team?
I don't know.
And be the main guy for $600 or $700 million?
What do you think Joe Lacob put it down for his team? It was $450 total. He had a bunch of investors involved.
That's true.
Yeah, you can do it. You can structure that.
It'd have to be a team that you think has potential but stinks right now. Like that's what the Warriors were.
I think it'd be any team you could buy.
Yeah.
Which team is for sale right now? Anybody in the NFL?
No.
Are the
Washington just
Indianapolis
closed.
Colts for sale?
No.
Does Crazy
Dude, that
Ursay
guy's
have any
nuts.
kids? Does he have any kids?
I don't know. That's a good question. He's crazy.
Well, he's interesting. I don't know.
I don't know.
What sport would you? Is football enough games for you?
Jacksonville maybe at
Would
some
you want
point?
a baseball team so you can go every day? Do you want two? I'd want a baseball team and an NBA team. You want to be like Stan Kroenke, own one of everything, right?
If I had a choice, baseball, I just love baseball. Summer months, hang out.
So
you
which
go to the
team would you buy?
ballpark.
Who's your team?
Put myself in the rotation.
Wow. Thank you, Ted Turner.
I'd put on a uniform every day.
Be like George Plimpton and start a quarterback for the Detroit Lions. Did he buy that team? No, Heaven Can Wave. Was it Heaven Can Wave when Warren Beatty was the quarterback of the Rams?
Oh, yeah, that was amazing.
Did he buy the team? Is that how he became quarterback?
I remember that's an old. He got into somebody's body and then played quarterback. Remember, he was an old guy.
That's what happened to Tom Brady in the Chuck U game. He died in the snow. He was Warren Beatty, and all of a sudden,
put himself
the
in
quarterback's arm
body.
was coming forward. Yeah. He's risen from the dead, and now he's going to win 7 Super Bowls and very super bottles.
Amazing. That would be.
Was Warren Beatty the owner? No.
Yeah, I think so.
He?
And then he switched bodies, and I'd have to go back and watch that movie. But he got his.
So you'd buy a team and then start quarterback for him?
Well, if you could do that and get into a younger man's body, that'd be amazing.
Oh, you want to do that?
Well, that's what you got.
Wow.
That's what he did.
That'd be a great dream.
That'd be awesome. I would at
What
least
team
go out.
would you buy?
I would at least go out and play catch every day. Like, here comes the old owner, and you're in the uniform.
Wow. You'd be like Steve Cohen.
I totally would. I'd be like Cuban, shooting baskets out there, wearing the uniform. He's got to calm down a little bit. It would be pretty amazing.
Yeah, the price today for sports teams.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like the guy
you get one for $600?
At $2 billion, the guy's looking pretty good after they take all your taxes and everything and
You're better
penalize
off
you for
buying a
taking
minor league team.
Yeah.
I'd buy the Sacramento River Cats. That's what I want.
Is that what you would do?
I think I would Joey Bart. I don't know.
Oh, wow. That is not right.
Or Luis Matos. No, he's up. It's Marco Luciano.
I had a couple more of these before we get out of here. There was a couple more stories.
Those are all solid purchases. He didn't go crazy.
No, I would have no problem with that.
He could resell those houses.
Yeah. One more quick one. Alex Rodriguez revealed to investigators when he tattletaled on everybody that he took Cialis and Viagra for fun. That's what guys...
For fun?
Yeah. I mean,
He took it for J-Lo.
What would be the fun in that? Like walking around the locker room like, hey, boys.
It wasn't for fun.
Want to hang your laundry? I mean, what is that?
It wasn't for fun. It was for the 10th inning.
Yeah, right.
By the way, Merrill Kelly is pitching for Arizona now. Is he now Woogie?
It's amazing how much he looks like him.
Every time I see him, I want to scratch my face. I get all itchy.
All right, we got a couple of remnants for you before we get out of here. And then top of the hour, Copes. And Dieter.
Oh, and Dieter.
Yeah, Copes and Dieter.
And Tom is at Lincoln Financial Field, right?
He's probably already.
Let's get a live update from
He's
South
about 80
Philly.
beers in probably at this
think
point.
so,
What
with
is
Bergman?
it? Yeah. It's almost 5
I saw
o'clock
that.
there.
I saw Craig Bergman.
I mean,
he was the head coach of Monte Vista. He was Bab's head coach for years and years. Good
I mean,
guy.
the game is 3 hours away. I mean, they're knee deep in tailgate right now.
And Bergman's knees. Have you ever met him, Craig Bergman?
I have.
He has the thickest calves of any man ever. Seriously. He makes Bosa looks like a pencil lead.
He does.
His calves are unbelievable.
All right, we got some remnants for you. We'll keep you updated on everything. It's Papa and Lund, and then Dieter and Copes at the top of the hour in the Sports Theater.
Oh, yeah, you can milk anything with nipples.
I have nipples, Greg. Could you milk me?
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers Hall of Fame quarterback Steve Young joined Tolbert and Coates, which he does every Wednesday, to discuss the 49ers Week 1 win versus and the Aaron Rodgers injury. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Here, I want to tell you about my eyesight, which has been life-changing. People come up and they say, wait a minute, life-changing? It really? Yeah, not kidding. Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley had a procedure called CLR. It's custom lens replacement. It's awesome. A lot of trust in the guys who do the procedures down there. Dr. Bindi and Dr. Ling do an amazing job. It just takes minutes, and it really will change your life because you can see. You can throw away your readers. You don't have to turn on a light when you're in a restaurant. It is absolutely awesome. It's CLR, custom lens replacement. Ask them about it. All you have to do is go to bayarea2020.com. Free consultation. So you got nothing to lose. Now, CLR isn't the only thing that they do. Some people respond differently to different things. I had LASIK years ago. Really didn't work well for me, and that's how I found CLR. But they've got LASIK, Smile, Evo ICL, any of the procedures, whatever works for you, that's what they want because they just want you to see better down there at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It is an awesome procedure, CLR. You're going to love it. But the bottom line is there's going to be a procedure for you. So come down. Find out which one works best for you. And as I said, Dr. Bindi and Dr. Ling and the entire team, they're known for their great advice on these procedures, and it is a great experience. I loved it. I love it to this day, and it is awesome to be able to see. It is that simple. So check it out. Come down, check it out. Get online right now, bayarea2020.com. That's bayarea2020.com. Free consultation. See what one works best for you. I had the CLR. Ask them about that. Whatever procedure it is, you can trust the guys, Dr. Bindi, Dr. Ling, and the entire team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
following interview is being paid for by TBS Advertising, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Yes, this is one of our favorite times of the entire week. Our good friend Kevin Todd is joining us. He's the president and COO of sportsbrokers.com, sportsbrokers.com. Make sure that you check it out. And the bottom line is this: he turns outcomes into incomes. Kevin, great to talk to you again. How are you?
How are you?
I am good. I did okay last week. We were having our contest. I had the Colorado game right, but I did not hit on the Broncos last week. So 1-1, don't love it, but it's okay. Week one is week one just more difficult because you're looking at these teams and you're not sure exactly, especially when it comes to the NFL, you're not sure exactly what you're looking at. Maybe it takes a few games to get going.
Well, week one they basically go off how teams played last year because they have nothing to go on because no one really plays in the preseason because they don't want to get hurt. But you could get hurt in 4 plays like Aaron Rodgers. But still, they're basing these odds on the way teams did last year and maybe a few pickups and upgrades with the draft. But for the most part, after week 1, 2, and 3, then you can get a grip on how these teams play moving forward. But, after week 1, you could say that Carolina and Arizona could be the worst 2 teams in football.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, too, is talk to us about bounce-back weeks, too, because I saw last year where a lot of teams got blown out, and then they would bounce back. The Giants were a playoff team last year. They get beat by 40 at home by Dallas. The Steelers were supposed to be a good team. The 49ers here rout them 30-7. There was a lot of blowouts in week number 1. Is there any statistics or anything from, you go week 1 to week 2, teams get blown out, especially teams that, Seattle was a team that was a playoff team. They get blown out at home by the Rams. The Giants were a playoff team. They get blown out by 40. Is there any data that talks about how teams bounce back?
That's a great question, because let me tell you, one of my picks this week is the Giants laying the 5.5 to bounce back. So when you're dealing about, when you're talking about stats and angles, when you talk about a stat, it's for basically a particular team. When you talk about angles, it could be any team. So I have a great angle for the Giants this week. That's one of my picks. The angle is, since 1980, any team that loses at home by double digits is 52-26-3 against the spread since 1980, coming off a loss, going on the road as a touchdown or less favorite. Not only that, I do like the Giants in this matchup here against Arizona. The fact is, the Giants are 5-1-1 straight up and 7-0 against the spread in games when coming off a loss under first-year coach or second-year coach Brian Daboll. Plus the fact the Arizona, they're 1-9 straight up and 3-7 against the spread at home when coming off a road game loss, I should say. I like the Giants in this matchup to bounce back. I know they looked really bad, but they're playing Arizona, and this is a team that they need to look impressive with, because if they start this division 0-2, it's done.
Our friend Kevin Todd is joining us. Before we get into the picks, tell people how they can get access to your information.
Well, tonight, I love the game tonight between Minnesota and Philly, and I'm going to give the information for free. All you have to do is dial 888-320-7517. That's 888-320-7517. I want to put money in the pocket of your listeners first. I want to make them money. I don't even want a dime. All they have to do is call up. They're going to get tonight's winner. I'm going to show them how I take the gambling aspect out of it. What I do is less games, more money. Gentlemen, there's no reason to bet so many games on a Saturday or a Sunday. You bet 1, 2 games. You put as much as you want, as much as you can on it. You win and quit. That's treating it like a business.
All right, let me give you a couple of picks. I'm going to be a homer on this first pick, because the Rams look great against Seattle, 30-13. Seattle lost both their offensive tackles. Maybe that was a little out of whack, the final of that one. And the 49ers look great in Pittsburgh. The 7.5, I don't love giving it more than a touchdown away. They go on the road, but the 49ers have won 8 regular season games in a row against the Rams, and I like them to cover the number. What do you think of 49ers-Rams?
I agree with you there. I believe that the 49ers, listen, they're the real deal. If they stay healthy, it's either them or, Philly. But I think if they had a quarterback last year, believe it or not, I think they would have beaten Philly. The 49ers are for real. That defense alone is number 1, number 2, number 3, along with the Jets and the Giants. And what do I always say? Defense wins games. Let me tell you about this also. The 49ers, they're 10-1 against the spread in their last 11 games as a favorite. That's unbelievable. I see San Fran crushing this team. Plus the fact, no Cooper Kupp. I know they won against Seattle, but they're going to need him in a game like this.
All right, one more. I think Texas is going to have a letdown. They're home against Wyoming, and the number's 29.5. What do you think of Texas, Wyoming? Texas coming off that big win over Alabama.
You talk about a big win. It's anytime it's a big win when you go into Alabama. They are playing a Wyoming team. You know what I would do in this game like this, to be honest? Because I do think it could be a letdown. Taking Wyoming in the first half, plus the points, it could be a good bet. But then in the second half, Texas wakes up from that win in Alabama and probably ends up blowing them out. But I would take Wyoming in the first half, and not for the game. But I do like Wyoming and Texas to win this game kind of easy.
That's a great call. Kevin Todd is joining us. He's the president of the Sports Brokers, thesportsbrokers.com. Again, give me your pick tonight and how to get a hold of you.
All they have to do is give me a call at 888-320-7517. That's 888-320-7517. You go to my website, thesportsbrokers.com. You opt in. You can read up about me. You can see who I am. I'm telling you, folks, I love tonight's game. Every one of your listeners last week, they got Detroit plus 4.5. Let's keep the win streak going, and let's start it off again today. This win's on me. I'm putting money in your pocket first.
Kevin Todd, sportsbrokers.com, or 888-320-7517. Get into tonight. You won that one last week against Detroit. Always great to talk to you, Kevin. Thanks. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, guys.
That is Kevin Todd, again, thesportsbrokers.com, and that's the show. Coming up next, Dieter is with Copes. They're next, only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
The preceding interview has been paid for by TBS Advertising, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? That's a pretty good one. That's the most authentic I think I've ever done it.
It felt right in the room. Like
it definitely didn't feel right to everybody hearing it. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you. Tom Tolbert, again, not here.
Is he at Thursday Night Football tonight?
Lazy Tom. We got to come up with a Trump-like nickname for Tom, like a Lazy Tom. Tom is at Thursday Night Football tonight. He's in Philadelphia. He was at the Braves and Phillies game yesterday, and he was at Gettysburg the day before, Monday Night Football before that, and the Niners and the Steelers. So he'll come with tales from afar when he returns next week. We'll be joined today, 2:30, Jeremy Affelt. I had a conversation with him actually before the show. We recorded. We'll play for you at 2:30. Good
Hopefully
combo with him.
nothing good happens.
Well, we can bump Jeremy. It's easy. Really good breakdown on psyche of the Giants now and how the value of the way this season is going with we talked about it yesterday. A lot of people might have thought beginning of the year, if it goes 500, that's a letdown based on what happened last offseason. I look at the way the season played out and go, yeah, last offseason didn't go how we want, but getting to 500 with the crew of guys you have now, you have like 7 dudes, 5 or 6 or 7 offensive guys who may be here for the next 5-6 years. Same with some of the pitchers. So we've seen sort of the tracks be greased for what the future of the Giants holds, and we'll get to that in just a minute. Dwight Hicks at 2:50 going to stop by and talk to us. Dwight Hicks and his hot licks. 3:30. Do not want to miss it. The head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. Set your clocks. Don't miss it. Set your, I guess not your clocks, your alarm on
set
your
your
phone.
clock.
Kyle
Change
Shanahan,
your time zone for this one.
At 3:30. And then, as I mentioned, getting into the Giants situation as they head to Colorado for a 4-game series today. Farhan Zaidi, Giants president of baseball ops, at 4 o'clock, and then Giants pregame at 4:40. But we are looking at some rain right now, so we'll see what happens in terms of a delay. But at 4:40, we will go out to Giants pregame. Dieter, what's up, dude? How are you?
Doing good, man. How about you?
Good to have you back in the air-conditioned studio. We got a little bit more space to stretch out here than we did in the bunker.
We got through about an hour of the show yesterday in the bunker, and I'm like, it's got to be 85 degrees.
We did about 2 hours, and I think if it were a 4-hour show, we wouldn't have
made it.
Yeah, it's funny, when I talked to Jeremy earlier, I was like, he said it's cooling down where he is, and he's in Texas. I'm like, what do you mean cooling down? What does that mean? He's like, yeah, we're 90s. I'm like, what, you're like running a fever in Texas, and you're feeling good about the weather there. So anyway, the Giants, we'll talk about that later when we get to Jeremy, and we'll talk more about the 49ers situation as it relates to this weekend with Kyle Shanahan. But we got a game tonight, Thursday Night Football.
Yeah.
Vikings-Eagles, 2 teams in the NFC. I do wonder. The Eagles are a team to me that everybody was sort of locked into. They are, next to the Niners, the most dangerous team in football. Or in the NFC.
They're the reigning NFC champions.
Agreed. But also a lot of people look at that and go, and they may, honestly, dude, they may very well have won anyway. I don't think the Niners kicked the crap out of them. I think that's a damn good game, and I think that's what's so upsetting is we didn't get that game.
They were favored in the game. You could make the argument that the Niners would have been a better team on neutral ground. I think it was a 1-point spread going
If the game was here, I think the Niners are favored.
Yeah, but I think we all knew that was going to be a really great game. It should have been a really great game. And then, of course, it was the exact opposite. It was just a coronation for the Eagles, who by the way, played pretty well on the first couple of series. I don't know if it extrapolates, but yeah.
If a running back or like somebody pulls out and they go, or some player goes out and it's a key player and it's a non-contact injury in open space, you're like, that just sucks. That is so unlucky.
Yeah.
When something happens where the injury was because of a hit, and a legal hit at that.
Totally.
By a team that hit quarterbacks more than anybody in the league last year.
Right.
So it's not that injuring players is their calling card, but that's a product of getting hit in football. Right. That's when you let your quarterback get hit, the most valuable player on your team, that's what you become susceptible to, right? And there was nothing behind.
Two quarterbacks get hit. Not that Josh Johnson was going to win that game, but Josh Johnson gets a concussion in the end of the first half.
Yeah, it was just a mess. So when I'm looking at the Eagles now, though, and I wonder this because Nick Sirianni coming out, and again, I don't know if we're psychoanalyzing here or reading too deep into him going, yeah, my offense, we need to play guys in the preseason. I may reevaluate that next year.
It looks slow.
After one game, they lost a lot of talent this year.
True.
This offseason. Javon Hargrave's a 49er. He was a big part of that defensive line.
He was huge.
And they had a huge bench. They were deep. But everybody now is kind of building the same way. It's like when the Tampa Bay Rays were the only team doing things the way they were doing it.
Yeah.
Not that this is some cutting-edge thing to win the game in the trenches up front, but the style at which teams are doing it, the depth at which they're putting into the defensive lines. We can go through like 5 or 6 D lines in football and maybe in 5 weeks be able to make the case that they're in that top 5 where they are number 1. There's a lot of really good ones. I look at the Eagles, though, and I go, they are primed. They are, in my minds, the prime type of team that takes a step backwards after the run they had last year because of, one, the schedule they're going to face.
Right.
The Cowboys, I think, at least on paper, have a better defense than the Eagles do right now.
I think we're riding high on the Cowboys' defense.
They were good last year.
Around.
They're electric, though. They take the ball away, which is and they've done that for a couple of years. It's not like that was a calling card. It's like looking
at
Dan
Quinn defense.
Look at Josh Allen, and we can go, it's one game, but it was 19 turnovers last year for Josh Allen.
Right.
It's still a product of what they've been doing. There's some carryover there when it's a unit.
It's just really easy to buy in on the Cowboys as a super hyper elite defense right now after what they just did. I think give it a couple of weeks, they're still going to be very, very good. I don't think.
Screw the Cowboys. Here's
they lost both of their coordinators, the Eagles. To your point,
there you go. And so that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of moving parts there. It's hard to repeat, and it's hard. That's why what the 49ers have done is really impressive. To not only lose the talent they've lost on the field, people get upset and say they wasted 3 draft picks on Trey. Dude, did you see the game this week? Like, look what happened.
They've wasted first-round draft picks long before Trey Lance.
We've been wasting picks left and right. Don't worry about wasting the first rounder. That's not important.
No.
What's important is the end of the first round when you trade back in and you get Brandon Ayuk.
That's right.
When you use those picks to go get other things that you need. When you use some to go add Christian McCaffrey, who looked like he was week 10 for him without a snap in the preseason. But for teams to stay consistent in the NFL, and it's why what Brady and Belichick did is so impressive, but they didn't do it with big-time superstars outside of him. They did it with the types of cogs that go into that system, right? Kyle has been able to do this with, this may be the biggest, and we'd have to look at it just off the top of my head. It might be the most continuity he's had from one season to the next on offense. Not just at the quarterback spot, but because now almost everybody has, and it's not rookies and unproven. Almost everybody there is established. Your number 3 guy is Juwan Jennings.
It's true.
Who has a role? He's like a third. And I think the role expands.
Yeah,
Ray McCloud.
Your tight end group is more or less the same. The big loss. I don't know how big of a loss it is. We'll see. It looked pretty big. McGlinchey.
Yeah,
it looked pretty big. But the rest of your offensive line.
Who was his first draft pick when he got here?
Yeah,
how about that?
We've been wasting first-round picks for a minute now. You got McCaffrey, man. You got Juice. Yeah, you got your dudes, and you can do that in part because you have a quarterback who's making just above San Francisco minimum wage.
Yeah,
but also. Yeah, they're in their prime. This is their window. Let's see what they got. Offensively, they have the continuity. Defensively, they augmented. They got to feel some type of way after that game against the Steelers. They were flying around, too. Let's not pretend that the Cowboys were the only team that played well defensively in week 1. The 49ers were flying around in that defensive line.
And the Niners offense looked way better than the Cowboys offense. Not that the Cowboys look bad, but they don't have the weapons. Dak Prescott is not. They just don't have the talent around.
Well, first off, you have Dak Prescott, who led the NFL in interceptions despite playing 12 games.
He's not going to elevate the talent around him, is what I'm saying. I think you can win with Dak. I'm not saying a Super Bowl. I think you can be a winning team, and I actually like Dak as a quarterback. Yeah. I don't think last year is indicative of who he's going to be. Okay. Or I think that happens a lot where somebody has a bad year and we're like, that's who he is now.
I get that. I understand what you're saying with that.
But I don't think that's the case. We'll see.
He's always been a hyper-conscious, very cautious quarterback.
Sure.
Doesn't really have the running ability that he used to.
I don't know that he's a champion. I think you can win. I think you can win 10 games a year with him when you got weapons. 10, 11 games.
I think that the Mike McCarthy destiny of constantly making the playoffs and never really making noise can be fulfilled again this year for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, that's what destiny is. Destiny fulfilled. You call it's a Thanos line. I call it destiny fulfilled. All right, we'll get back into the NFL and football. I want to talk more about the Eagles thing because a lot of times teams do that. They have a big run, a big year, then you have to answer again the second year. Then the third year, sometimes they come back because you retool. Your schedule maybe isn't as tough.
San Francisco 49ers.
It's happened a lot. And now
2019, 2020, 2021.
And because they were so bad in the one down year, you end up with Nick Bosa, and it stabilizes a lot more than maybe any other team in any other first-round pick just because. So the ones they've had to hit on, they have, and they found a quarterback anyway with those picks. So something to talk about, but there's a case for the Niners, I think, far and away being the best team in the conference.
Fair.
If the Eagles can't make up a little bit of what they did last year. Let's get into some of this stuff that happened yesterday in the NBA. Did you see these new rules? I teased it at one point yesterday, and we didn't have time to get into it. They have now implemented rules.
I've been stewing.
Have you? You have hot takes on this?
A little bit.
Dieter and hot takes on the NBA, things you usually don't hear in the same sentence. Adam Silver has enforced or implemented new rules here to enforce restrictions against resting superstars. How will it affect the NBA? You got to play 60-something games now to qualify for certain awards. There's going to be penalties. We'll tell you all about it next, and then Jeremy Affeldt at 2:30. By the way, 3:30, head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. Make sure you set your clocks.
Set your clock.
Your watches, your calendars for that. When we come on back, the NBA's new rules against resting, only here on the Sports Leader.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
Bro. Tim Ryan joined Papa and Lund for a full hour to break down the Week 1 win and this matchup division week against the Rams. That's the way they play, the Rams. That podcast and more is trending. The all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for my man G.O.D., Greg O'Donnell. Whether you're retired or you're planning on being retired, I think we all plan to be retired. We like to be retired, and we want to live a life that we've dreamed of when we get to retirement. Whatever that may be, wherever that means, that's where Greg O'Donnell comes in. Are you taking too much risk? Are you investing in the right places? What are you doing with your money, and are you going to be able to pass it on to your loved ones? For 3 decades, 30 years, right here in the Bay Area, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people just like you do that very thing. If you're interested in learning how Greg does this, he and his team are great to talk to. They want to help. There's no obligation, no cost. They've got a consultation for you. Give them a call, 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300, or visit o'donnellfinancialgroup.com, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
One thing I want to make clear, that the message to our teams and players is not that rest is never appropriate. And I realize there's a bit of an art to this, not just a science, and that's with the hands-on trainers and coaches who are talking to players and saying, how do you feel? I'm certainly not saying that's not relevant. I think, at least in the first instance, in terms of this policy, we're trying to deal with some of the most egregious examples where multiple star players, for example, healthy, all out on the same night, healthy. And I think we're letting down the fans, we're letting down our partners by doing that.
There he is. I always expect him at the end of statements like that, Adam Silver, to go, for life. When he banged the gavel on Don Sterling. Adam Silver there, commissioner of the NBA, on the new rules that they have implemented here. And they're going to enforce these restrictions against resting. So yesterday, the NBA announced that the NBA Board of Governors, I love that, dude.
The Board of Governors.
Dude, they own the teams. I'm a governor.
It's a triggering word.
Governors are elected. No, it's not. It's really triggering like 1870. It's not quite as triggering in 2023.
Hey, take it up with Draymond, man. He was like, I'm only calling him governor.
Whatever, man. They weren't elected. So once we get votes, then I'll call him a governor. NBA Board of Governors has voted to approve new rules strengthening arresting policy rules and punishments for star players that include national TV games in season. You better play the in-season tournament because, dude, you know that coaches were like circling those dates.
They were. I literally circled it and it's just like, don't have to cover.
Yeah, nice. I was like, I'm resting these 5 nights or whatever they're doing this play-in tournament. So it's going to include national TV games, in-season tournament games, and sitting out multiple All-Stars together in regular season games. You said you had thoughts on this. We'll get some more details here for you, but what's your initial take? I mean, they had to do something. Something had to happen, and maybe this isn't the right thing, but as a fan, it's terrible. Like Tom's big joke all the time is, can you imagine being a fan in what is it? He said a Steph Curry fan in New Orleans. He's like, he hasn't played a game in New Orleans. Yeah, sometimes he doesn't even go.
Yeah,
it's terrible.
They could be a Pelicans fan, and then you'd have the same problem with Zion. That's neither here nor there.
Well, yeah, yeah, fair enough.
This again doesn't get at the core problem that the NBA has, and they will never fix the core problem, which is they play too many games in too short of a window. And I know they expanded the window to be a little bit earlier in October a couple of years ago, but they play too many games in too short a period of time. And it doesn't mean jack squat to be the 6th seed or the 2nd seed or whatever. It's all about April, May, and June. And so you have every single team in the NBA unanimously agreeing, save for maybe the Sacramento Kings because they hadn't been there before. Any team that's been in the playoffs saying, why are we busting our tookuses from October to April so that we can have some better seeding that doesn't matter come playoff time?
What role did the Warriors play in that with the 73 wins? I think about that a lot.
I think a lot.
I think the 2016 Cubs, they were the last team to give up a superstar blue chip prospect for a rental closing reliever who helped them win a World Series. But to your point, for a team like that hadn't been, it meant something different to that organization to break through that ceiling. So for the Warriors, though, they were evidence that After that is when we started to see, and don't get me wrong, resting was happening of superstar players before that.
Yeah, Greg Popovich had been doing it forever.
That's exactly where I was going. He'd already, what was it? He sat all three against the Miami Heat on national TV, and it was like a rematch of the finals a year before. He's like, I don't give a damn about this game. No. It's an Eastern Conference game. It's like game 5 of a 6-game road.
Once we crossed that Rubicon, once we crossed the Riverwalk there, it's impossible to go back mentally.
They won 73. The league laughed when they blew 3-1 lead.
That's
they
right.
were memes and all that.
And you can't directly correlate that to 73, but there was wear and tear.
They wanted it, and you have to play hard to get to that.
That's right.
And they were in a little bit of a different era. They were in a different era. It was the first we'd seen of a team like that. They were running through the league. They were dominant.
And the NBA loved it. The NBA is still riding off the coattails fiscally of that run because regular season basketball was must-see TV.
And it was an untapped market in terms of national and really now global prominence. I mean, how many teams have become a global brand?
Yeah. I mean, the Warriors win a championship in 2015. Okay, fine. I mean, there's a lot of Bucks won a championship. I don't know if that changed anything.
Giannis helps that global brand,
right? And we can get into a larger conversation about the global brand, but to pull it back,
bring it back into the sitting.
They're not solving the actual problem, and what they're doing here is they're punishing the players for their issue.
Yeah.
Listen, are the Clippers egregious at this? Absolutely. Are the Warriors pretty bold about it? 100%. There will always be a loophole. They will always find a way to get through this. They really, truly believe that these players should not be out on the court for more than like 65 games. They really don't believe it, that they cannot be themselves in the playoffs if they play the full 82. And you might say, well, Jordan played the full 82 and Patrick Ewing was out there for the 82. Go and watch some 1990s basketball. I really encourage everyone to go do it. I'm glad Tom ain't here, but go do it. And then ask me if that is in any way comparable to the style of basketball played today.
In 2002, I think it was. I looked it up a couple of months ago. Tom and I were talking. The 2002, LeBron's first year. I think it was his first year, 02-03.
Yeah.
The team that was last in the league in 3-point attempts per game were the Cavs. And I think they attempted like 8 or 9 a game.
That's right.
Total. Whereas it's like Steph averages more than that in a game himself.
You just watch the Warriors since their emergence in 2015. They went from number 1 with a bullet in 3-point attempts to then, before last year, like 18th.
Yeah.
They were the team that invented the damn
thing. They're like, why are the Warriors shooting threes? What the hell happened? They used to make a bunch of these. So,
thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
Yeah, exactly. Here's what's happens. The rule ultimately gives the league office authority and oversight over teams' rosters when they're deciding to sit healthy players. So now I wonder what happens in terms of...
They're not going to be healthy players anymore. They're going to be
fudged.
players with injuries.
Fatigue. Remember we saw that one last year? Fatigue. I was like, yeah, dude, me too, bro.
Andre Iguodala, out, old.
I'd like a day. Gives them the ability to fine teams more than $1 million for each instance for violating the resting rules. As the league negotiates the new media rights deal, which is something that they think is going to come into play here because whoever's going to pay that money.
This is the only thing that it's about.
And
they have a real problem with that.
And players know that this is the bottom line, right? That everything they do comes from this media rights deal. As a league, not individually, but their branding comes from the individual. The
players are anything but dumb about that, right? Because they've
asked for a bigger piece of the pie.
And they've gotten they have a pretty good portion of the pie compared to NFL players, NHL players, baseball players, to be certain. Right. It's just the NBA has a real issue. They don't have enough bidders. It sounds to me, I've talked to a couple of people over the last couple of weeks, that they're not getting the offers that they want because they're starting to negotiate these media deals. They're starting to feel stuff out now. They have it in place a year before the contract expires or contracts expire. And Turner isn't as interested as they once were. And you know what ESPN is going through right now. And then you're looking and saying, where's the money? Who else has cash?
Yeah.
CBS, are they going to put up massive money for this? Probably not. So what, you're going to do it yourself? Yeah, they're doing everything in their power.
DIY, that's where they're going.
I mean,
go to YouTube, figure out how to do it themselves.
Put it on Twitch.
Real quick, just to clarify something here. In total, so I said superstar players, we should define what that means. They actually have made a classification, a list. It's in total, they're defining it as someone who has made an all-star or an all-NBA team in any of the last 3 years. I think that's a fine qualification. In total, it's 25 teams and 50 players. That's 11% of the league. Are impacted by those rules potentially. They do escalate $100,000 first offense, $250,000 for second, and $1 million more for every offense after that is the way it's going to go. So we'll see how this plays out. We can get into some more of the details a little bit later if we have some time, because it does sound like there's some murky weather going on in Colorado, but we'll see what happens with the Giants and the Rockies. A scheduled 5:40 first pitch, but we'll keep you updated if any of that changes between now and then. Do want to set your clocks. Kyle Shanahan, 3:30. Turn your clocks back, turn them forward, whatever you got to do to get there at 3:30. For the head coach of the Niners, Kyle Shanahan, Farhan Zaidi at 4, and Jeremy Affeld is going to join us next. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the San Diego Padres on Tuesday, September 26th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Welcome back to the Tolbert and Cope Show. Thursday afternoon, we do it every Thursday with Jeremy Affeld throughout the baseball season. Getting you ready for, actually later today, Giants and the Rockies coming your way, a 4:40 pregame right here on KNBR. Jeremy, decent week for the Giants, man. What's going on with you? How are you?
Oh, man, it's been a good week here, too. You know, we got temperatures dropping, you know, breweries hopping. It's a good time.
What's that mean, temperatures dropping where you are?
I mean, we're looking at 93 instead of 103. You know?
Yeah, you're like running a low fever. You know what I mean? Like
feels like we got people running around in Uggs around here right now.
Oh, dude, yeah, bundling up come wintertime, dude. So taking a look at the Giants, man. I'll tell you one thing that's been kind of encouraging this week is, and it kind of came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, they get to September and they're like, "Yeah, we should probably use some starting pitchers as starting pitchers." What do you think?
Yeah, that's the concept of the game. You start guys, you get them deep into the game, and then you put a bullpen in and seal it up. You know, it's kind of because the mentality of the game is important. So for me, if you're going through 5 pitchers, you have to sit there and wait. Then you got to sit there. You got your defense standing around, and then or you got to have a catcher who's like, okay, I got this type of pitcher coming in now. This is what he does. He kind of pitches this way. Your defense is like, okay, we got to adjust the rhythm of the pitcher, you know, like the timing, the rhythm, keeping us on our feet, who's pitching, whatever. You have all these things going on when you have all these different pitchers, where if you have a guy that can possibly go 6-7 innings, the defense is in the rhythm. That means they're getting hopefully on and off a lot quicker, and they're hitting. They feel like there's a good rhythm, a good sync going, and there's kind of some understanding of how the game's going to be played. But if your defense is always having to guess on the situation in which they're in, it's very difficult to win as a team and to work seamlessly. And it's hard to trust the situations you're in. It's hard to trust that, oh, man, we got first and second here, but I know this guy. I've seen him. He's been pitching all game. He locks it down right here. His stuff's still down. I'm going to wait for this ground ball. Instead of you're guessing all the time on the mentality of the pitcher coming in. And it's really difficult to do. And it doesn't show consistency. And if you don't have consistency, I mean, my goodness, like if you don't, think about any area of sports. If you sat there on a basketball court and you used all 12 guys or whatever on a roster at any moment, at any time, in any defense, in any situation, and you're just mixing it back constantly, there's no rhythm to the game. So it's going to be the same in this situation. I don't care what analytics say. You got to have a rhythm to the game. And so you're just finding out that it's just not working long term. It just isn't. It can work for a game or two, or it can work for a month, but you'll find out, man, it takes a toll on guys. And so I'm glad they're starting to kind of figure out, hey, we'll win a lot more consistently if the team understands and trusts what we're doing consistently. So hopefully they're starting to figure that out.
That's so well said, man, because I think unless you've played the game or unless you're a fan who watches it in and out and the intricacies of the ups and downs of a season where 1 week is great, one is a disaster, 1 month is fantastic, I think you understand momentum, and I think you understand that it's a delicate thing, that it happens within games. Like how many times do we see a guy they always say this, he makes a great catch and then he comes up, he's due up next half inning and then he comes up and he hits a double or hits a home run. I don't think that stuff is by accident. I think it happens a lot because I think momentum in the game is a thing. You talked about rhythm and routine. You know when you're playing golf with somebody and the guy who's next to you is it's not that he's a bad time, but he's terrible. And so it's hard for you to have a good round because he's throwing you off. You see that happen in the pros sometimes on the tour where you've got to be in rhythm where a guy's just, it doesn't matter if you're playing well, just pick your shot up and hit it. Just go hit it and pick up your ball. Like, let's keep moving so that the rhythm keeps going. I feel like is that kind of what you're talking about with starting pitching in baseball here?
Yeah, it's exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, exactly. The hardest time to golf is teaching your kids. I don't even try to golf when I'm teaching my kids.
Yeah,
I just go with them. I am more patient with them. Maybe I'll drop a ball and hit it just to practice, but then I focus on my kids. You're not going to be able to play in any kind of rhythm. You're just not. And it's the same in this situation. If you don't have, you've got to have the rhythm. And think about it. When a pitcher starts cruising, boom, boom, he's hitting the spots. He's getting quick outs. You're going, teams are switch pitchers. Oh, God. Then the next guy comes in, and he's like, obviously the clock helps, but he's slower, doesn't have the same rhythm. He doesn't have the same tenacity, the same anger, the same aggression, the same competitiveness, the same fire. You just deflate everybody, So you've got to, play the game. It was designed a certain way and did really well for a long time. You can inject analytics into all these situations. Just play it like it should be played. Like it just makes sense. Why are we reinventing a wheel? Like it just doesn't. It doesn't compute to a player that's played. It just does not.
It's translated to some success, too. We've seen some good outings, and I know it didn't work out great for Kyle Harrison the other day, but they battled back and they get the win on Wednesday after being down 5-2 in the 8th inning. Talking to Jeremy Affeld on the UMA guest line here. What's funny is, we were discussing this yesterday, where like fans have a projection for a season, and maybe a team does too. And if the season ends up with the exact same projection that the fans had, but it happens in a different way, in a less spectacular way, sometimes it feels like a letdown, right? Like, for example, I think Vegas had the Giants right about 500 this year. They may very well end up right about 500, 83, 84, maybe right below. Who knows where they go in the next week and a half. But the fans were upset about a potential 500 finish based on what happened last offseason, right? They felt like there was a bunch of swings and misses. I look at a potential 500 season this year kind of the way I looked at that 88-win season you guys had in 2009. That year did so much for establishing Brian Wilson as a closer. The core four kind of came into their own there. Sergio Romo had come up in 2008, and then in 2009, I guess you guys hadn't got Javi yet. You acquired him the next year, but 3 of those core 4 were in-house already. Guillermo Mota had already been there and then became a late 8th inning guy or a 7th inning guy. Like, guys sort of found their roles. Timmy wins his second Cy. Matt Cain's establishing himself as an ace of the staff. Like, a lot of guys got to where they needed to be. Buster got a cup of coffee at the end of that season, and you got a taste for what the bigs are like. And I feel like 2010 is impossible and does not happen if Bumgarner doesn't get a shot in August of 2009 to get an opportunity, right? Like, these young guys that came up this year, if they don't make a run and go to the World Series, this is you can't fake this sort of experience, right?
Yeah, I think that you are correct. I just remember 2009 at the very end, but what you saw was a lot of things, not just the players, you saw the fans.
Yep, I was there,
so that
man.
late run in 2009, all of a sudden the fans kind of started believing. So now they're excited for that season. So now everybody's excited to figure out how these pieces of the puzzle are going to play out. How can we had a great momentum in 2009. We felt like, oh no, we're close. Everybody felt like we were close. Mm-hmm. Now the front office goes into that offseason saying, let's put together a couple other pieces here because we are close, and kind of get stuff going. I think that's when they brought in Huff, right?
Yep.
And kind of was like, okay, let's get a little piece here, get a hitter there. We got Buster in the wings. We're going to give him a little more time just because we'll season him a little bit more just to make sure. And then, let's tighten him up to make sure they know his competitiveness, but let's let him have some time facing some AAA hitters. And then, man, it just then when we got him, you were getting it's like you were getting big-time free agents.
Yeah.
With Bum and Buster with their mentality. It was like we had huge – and then we went out and got other pieces. And so, for me, you've got to establish to some of these kids that, no, we are here to win. We're not here for you to be good losers. If you're in the big leagues, you're good, but you can lose a lot. And if you get used to just being like, we lose all the time, but I put up pretty good numbers, what's going to happen is you're going to get used to that. And then when you start winning, you're not going to know how to do it. Your sphincters are going to get all tight and you're going to implode about August, right? Yeah. So, that's what happens to some of these teams. I mean, look at the Rangers. I mean, they were riding great. And I remember sitting with Boch at the end of August, and he's like, I'm a little bit concerned with the bullpen because they have not been used to actually winning, and now they're right near the end. They're at the finish line. They're at the time to go on that run, or excuse me, at the end of July. I was sitting with him, and look what happened. He's right. It like they imploded all August pretty much,
right?
Because it was like we're right there. Oh my gosh, we actually could win. And if you don't have guys that have that big league mentality and start winning, even if you don't get to the playoffs, but they're feeling like they're winning. Even if they do get to the playoffs this year, I don't care if they get all the way and they go to the World Series or they lose out the first round. Those young guys getting that ability to say, "Oh, we can do this," that goes a long way for the following year, and it just does. But they've got to trust how the game's being run, and if they don't even know, then they're not gonna. How are you going to win if they can't trust? If they don't even know the game plan, really? Yeah, and that's the frustrating thing about the mix and match.
I look at Alex Wood like that, where it's like, he wants to start, and then, they had a day, and I know they praised him for it publicly, and he was okay with it, at least outwardly he was. He maybe was frustrated behind closed doors, but he had thrown a bullpen longer session a few weeks back or a couple of months ago, and then they needed him the next day. It was kind of an emergency, and he went out and he helped the team, and it's what you got to do, and I think he got knocked around, and it wasn't a sharp outing, but I think these guys who are so used to starting and knowing, at least if I know I'm a reliever, then I'm a reliever. I know that's my role, but that's not really been the case this year. So it's been tough. Like, can you imagine Ryan Vogelsong not knowing when he was going to start?
No.
How he would never have been successful. He needed that. That was important for him.
Well, it's important for a lot of guys in that starter role. I appreciated the reliever role. I liked being like, hey, man, I don't know if I'm going to pitch today or not, but all of a sudden it gets sprung upon you, right? Like, you know it. But if you have a starter mentality and you get put in a reliever role, or you're going week to week not knowing if you're starting that day and you like to prepare, see, that's what an analytics computer does not understand that. It does not understand the mental part of the game. It just says, well, according to this, he should do good. Not if I'm not ready. Like, not if I'm not mentally ready, not if I'm not mentally focused, not if I'm not prepared correctly. And I can't just always that season is so long that if you have to constantly prepare and be let down, or prepare and all of a sudden get spurred of, okay, yes, no, you're mentally, you can't handle it. The computer doesn't understand that, but the sports psychology side of it says nobody can handle that much mental anguish on the brain for that long and be able to function and produce.
Yeah.
You've got to be consistent, and then you can mentally prepare, and then you're going to be a long-term producer. And this is what's been so frustrating and confusing about the way things are trying to happen. But you're seeing more and more teams figure it out. More and more teams are like, analytics now, let's pull the reins back a little bit. Let's use it. Let's utilize it. It's great to utilize, but let's utilize it in a way that makes sense for a 162-game season plus the playoffs.
Built for the Storm podcast, big week for you guys. 9/11, I know you had a really, really poignant and deep and informative, I think, touching episode come out last week. How'd it go, and what else is coming up?
Man, that episode was incredible. It was my longest episode to date, but you had to keep all of it. I mean, when you're dealing with the widow of one of the firefighters, one of the first people up that Twin Tower, and just hearing how she dealt with the grief, the denial, what is happening. I got 3 kids. I got, like all this stuff, but then getting her perspective was really, really good and really touching. And I learned so much from her on dealing with just trauma and grief, and her even saying to the point of like, hey, I'm not the first one that's dealt with this. Yeah, he went up a burning building and died in a terrorist attack. Yeah. But a lot of firefighters die in a burning building. Yeah. And a lot of women, hug their husbands before they go to work, and they don't expect their husband to die in a fire, and they do. It's not the first. It's highlighted by what happened. But then when you go into ground zero and she just was just telling you how she sees it, it's super incredible. And so I was so thankful for that conversation. I really, really was.
Everybody should go check that out. Built for the Storm podcast, wherever you get your pods. Jeremy, we'll talk to you next week, man. Thanks so much. Fun conversation.
Awesome, guys. Yep, awesome.
Great stuff there from Jeremy Affel. We do it every week with the 3-time world champion, and we will do it again next week when Tom is back. Make sure you check out his podcast, Built for the Storm, and if you missed any of that hit, good psyche into what the Giants are looking at here with a young team getting to the end of the season. If you missed any of it, you can check it out on the all-new KNBR app. Still to come today, we are going to catch up with Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the 49ers, at 3:30. 3:30 today. Make sure you join us for Kyle Shanahan at 4 o'clock right now. We got Farhan Zaidi, president of baseball operations for the Giants. A bit of an update here on the Giants game against the Rockies tonight. We are scheduled for a 5:40 first pitch and a 4:40 pregame, but Susan Slusser tweeted about 5 minutes ago saying, sounds as if it's a long shot to get the game in tonight. She's saying she's hearing 1 minute ago that it could be postponed. So we will get you official word on that. Are we getting official word now?
We'll give you official word when we get it. Official word,
we've got it now. Giants game tonight against the Rockies has been postponed due to weather. Giants and the Rockies postponed tonight due to weather. We were scheduled for a 5:40. They're now going to play a doubleheader on Saturday. A Saturday doubleheader is now scheduled for the Giants and the Rockies. So 12:10 first pitch and 6:10 first pitch. Those are mountain times? Well, dude, you got to do the conversion for me. I don't know.
We got to set our clocks.
Why don't you buy a horse somewhere and why don't you buy a horse somewhere and go live in the mountains? Huh? Don't bother anybody on mountain time.
Man, the people at the 6 o'clock Saturday Rockies game are going to be drunk.
By the way, Susan Slusser, 8 seconds ago, like 29 seconds after she tweeted the mountain time, she said, that's official. So 11:20 a.m. and 5:10 p.m. Thank you, Susan. Thanks for nothing, Derek. All right, 11:20 a.m., 5:10 p.m. is our Giants doubleheader on Saturday. No Giants game tonight. We have been postponed due to weather. So it's me and Dieter taking up until 6 o'clock.
God help us all.
Kerry Crowley is going to take you until 10 tonight. So Kerry Crowley is your KNBR Tonight host. And up next, Dwight Hicks and his hot licks. Former 49er Dwight Hicks going to stop by. We got to talk some movies with him, too. I know you got Armageddon questions and whatnot.
Big questions about the film Armageddon.
Dwight Hicks is next. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach with you. Stay tuned to the show today, 3:30. Kyle Shanahan joins us only here on the Sports Leader. Greg Cosell joined Murph and Mac this morning and called Brock Purdy an elite play processor. Check out what else he had to say on that podcast, which is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're looking to make the connection with Dwight Hicks, former 49er. Come on and talk a little ball with us and about the event they are doing with the 49ers. While we wait for that, I want to let you know that Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that is rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Don't mess with the Bureau. The Bureau will mess you up, the Better Business Bureau. So when you're A+, that is A1. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. And termites don't mess with Pacific Coast Termite, right? It's like one and the same. The Better Business Bureau is to businesses what Pacific Coast Termite is to termites, right? So not that they exterminate them, but they can't have that effect. So when you're A+, that's number one.
It's a good thing. That's what you're trying to say.
Niners are taking on the Rams this weekend. Are you going down?
No.
I'll be down there. I'm leaving on Saturday.
I got to pick my spots this season.
You got to pick your spot. You got to pick your spots. In terms of what the Rams pose, I do anticipate they'll be better this year than we think they are, considering what we saw last year.
Very low expectations.
They looked really old. But what I'm saying is when teams get old and slow, sometimes it impacts the next year. And you think, okay, they're on the outs now. We made the connection with Dwight Hicks. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Dwight Hicks, longtime Super Bowl champion with the 49ers, and, of course, joins us on the UMA guest line. Going to be a part of a great event, Unscripted, the San Francisco 49ers, September 27th. A live event with a handful of Niners, a bunch of our friends, Brent Jones and Steve Young. Ronnie Lott's going to be out there. And, of course, Dwight. Dwight joins us on the UMA guest line. Dwight, what's going on, man? How are you?
Oh, nothing much. How you guys doing?
We're doing well, man. We're getting fired up for this game on Sunday. How nice is it to start a season like that, where it just feels like you pick up where you left off? I mean, it was so tough to go out in that NFC Championship last year because it wasn't the way the Niners play. And then to pick up week one like that, where everybody, I mean, Mahomes loses, Josh Allen, Burrow, not Brock Purdy, man. Nope. Not 6 months after his surgery. He was ready to go.
Well, he looks pretty good, and the team is strong defensively. Offensively, they have the weapons to put some points on the board, so I think they're going to be pretty damn good this year.
What did you make of the defense's performance against the Steelers? Because we've talked a lot about the offense. Maybe that was the more surprising aspect of the game. We expected the defense to be excellent, but 7 points to a Pittsburgh offense that had a lot of hype going into the season. Well, what did you make of that performance?
I just would say that they're hungry. They put a bitter taste in their mouth going out the way they did last year, and these guys are really focused, and I believe they're on a mission, and they want to finish the deal this year.
Talking to Dwight Hicks here on the UMA guest line. 49ers and the Rams coming your way on Sunday for a team that has unfinished business, right? Because now they've got like a complete roster of guys that are superstars. Some guys are future Hall of Famers. Trent Williams may be one of the best ever at his position. Nick Bosa looks like he's trending that way early in his career. I mean, they look really, really good at every position. When you get as close as you did last year, and it's not like you got beat. Sometimes you get beat. I feel like you can live with it sometimes. Like you can accept it. Even though it hurts, you go, we got to work harder to get back there. This felt like the rug just gets ripped out from under you. What's the mentality for a team like that week to week? What do they have to do?
Well, it just reminds me of when we lost the NFC Championship game to Washington in 1983, and we felt that we kind of got cheated. That wasn't their reality last year. They just injuries hurt them, and I think this year, hopefully, if they could stay healthy, like I said, they're hungry, they're focused, and they're ready to win a Super Bowl. But they have to do it one game at a time.
When we talk about the San Francisco 49ers, this is one of the great franchises in American professional sports. Do you feel like there's more pressure on this Niners team, not just because they're expected to compete for a Super Bowl, because they are a team that was right on the doorstep and had the rug pulled out from under them, but also because they're the San Francisco 49ers and excellence is expected a bit more of the San Francisco 49ers than, say, the Jacksonville Jaguars or Houston Texans?
Well, when you're a professional, you're in business for yourself, but in a team aspect. But so I think each guy as a individual has to look at it like, I am not going to let this team down. Our goal is to win a Super Bowl. And each person should take it upon himself to add something to that goal. So ultimately, they win it. And if you're not thinking in that respect, then, get off the boat. And as far as pressure, Billie Jean King said it a long time ago. Pressure is a privilege.
There's no doubt about that. I want to ask you something maybe a bit offbeat right here. We saw Talanoa Hufanga lateral the ball on an interception return, and it damn near if it didn't work. It looked like a rugby play. Did you ever once dare to lateral the ball on an interception return?
No.
That sounded like Kyle Shanahan after being asked about that play.
Put it this way. I just felt every time I got my hands on a ball, I had the mindset that I was going to score. Now, most of the times I didn't, but if you have that mentality, you're going to get a lot of yards. And I think when a person intercepts the ball, he should not be looking to lateral it. His teammates should be looking to block someone to help this person score. And when you get an interception and your offense only has maybe 40 yards to score or 30 yards to score, it helps out the team a lot. And I think that's what we did in the years that I played with the 49ers. And I think hopefully these guys have the same mindset. But, if somebody has a better chance of scoring than you, why not lateral it? But I always felt that if I lateral it and the person isn't ready or it hits the ground, the other team's going to have an opportunity to recover the football.
I imagine your coaches would have something to say about it, too.
What would George Seifert say to you if you did what Hufanga did? What would he say?
He didn't. I don't know because I've never lateraled it. And neither did anyone else.
Deep down, you knew, and that's why it never happened.
You winning championships. That's what happens when you win titles. How about Ray Rhodes? Would he have laid into somebody?
Ray Rhodes probably said, "What the F are you doing?"
Ray Rhodes, the enforcer for the DBs out there, man. Talking to Dwight Hicks on the Uma guest line. You guys have a really, really cool and fun event coming up. This is great. Christy Yamaguchi is going to have a conversation with several 49ers. It's happening at the Curran Theater, September 27th, 7:30. Tickets are available at BroadwaySF.com. This has got to be one of the most fun things you guys get to do, Dwight. Is it's going to be you, Steve Young, Ronnie, Brent, Harris Barton. You're going to hang out. Christy Yamaguchi is going to sort of host the conversation. You guys will tell stories, and it's all going for a great fun. The Champion of Charities Fund.
Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing Ronnie and Brent and Steve and Harris. And we're probably just going to tell war stories. The lies probably get bigger. And we're just going to have a great time with a great Olympian. And there's one thing about Olympians. You're never a former Olympian. But you are always a former NFL player.
I did say, hey, but you know what? Dwight, you are always a Super Bowl champion.
That
never goes away.
That's right.
Oh, you got a point there.
That's a good one, man. Dwight Hicks, longtime former 49er, a former NFL player. Sorry,
former
Dwight,
49er NFL. It's hard.
See, I was trying to get former out of my.
I only count Indianapolis in my pension. I'm a 49er, always will be.
49er through and through. How much of that? Because it's I'm glad you said that because obviously, and we were just thinking about this last week with the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? Like they've had a style forever, 3 coaches in 60 some odd years. Yeah. That's unheard of. I mean, you can't even. There's nothing like that in American sports over the last few generations. For the 49ers, we had an identity too here in San Francisco, and it seems like that culture has come back. Where yes, it's a good group of guys, but this team is now there's more continuity, right? It's more guys that have come here, and that's hard to do in today's NFL.
Yeah, especially with the salary cap and people, the players want to get paid as they should. Yeah. It's hard to keep the team together. And as players come and go, it's tough for the franchise to keep the guys that they really want to keep and still keep that salary cap down because, it's a tough game. And it's a game that you don't get to play for a long time. So the players have to look out for their families and they have to do what's best for them. They have to make decisions what's best for them. But I tell you, it's nothing. San Francisco, I remember used to flying back from away games, and I'd look out the window, and I just used to say, I love this city by the bay. And even though I'm in Atlanta now, and I used to live in Los Angeles, the city by the bay will always be dear to me and close to my heart. The fans there are incredible, and I think that they're the best fans in the world. And I'm a little biased, but
us too. But that's all right.
Hey. But when you, I was there. You have to remember, I was there. I was on a 2-14.
First one,
team. Yeah. I came midway through that season. The second year, in 1980, we were 6-10, and then the following year we won the Super Bowl, and no one thought that we were going to win. But I remember our last home game in 1979. We won our last home game, and it was to a team, Tampa Bay, that was going to the playoffs, and they came to San Francisco thinking, they had 2 games left. They had to win one of the 2 games, and they came into San Francisco thinking they were going to win that game, and we beat them, and it was for our second win. The fans in Candlestick rushed the field and tore down the goalpost.
And I ripped it down after a second win.
I mean, the second win, man. Second win. And that told me the city was starving for a champion.
Yeah.
And little did anyone know a year and a half later that we were going to be winning our first Super Bowl, and it was a beautiful thing. And I feel great to have been part of that, and I feel even better for the city who just longed for it for so long.
It's going to be great to have you back in the city September 27th. A story like that you could be telling. And we're going to get angles from all over the place on that. September 27th, unscripted, the San Francisco 49ers, and Dwight Hicks will be there. He's with us for a couple more minutes on the UMA guest line. I wanted to ask you just something else from that era. Just always made me laugh just because you're mentioning it, and you got there early on. Steve DeBerg is the quarterback. The voice box thing, man, where he strains his voice correct. He's out there like talking into a microphone into a voice box in the huddle, man. That's wild. That is wild.
Hey, you do whatever it takes to win, and I never got the saying, if you're not cheating, you're not playing hard enough.
Right.
I want people at their best, and I want to play them when they're healthy, because then you get to gauge how good you are. And Steve, unfortunately, his voice is going out, and they had to use this voice box so he could be heard in the huddle because the fans were so loud. But you do what you got to do to win, and that's one of the things we had to do in order to communicate our plays in the huddle.
That's hysterical, man. That is so much fun. Dwight Hicks, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. Dwight, great to have you, man. A lot of fun sort of comparing that era to this one. The culture's back, and we are excited. Kind of nice to have the Rams back in L.A. so we can hate L.A. again, right?
Well, you know what? It didn't matter where we played the Rams, because when we played the Rams in Anaheim back in the day, there were so many 49er fans there, it looked like a home game.
That's how it's looking now, too.
It didn't matter where we played the Rams. It was going to be a knockout, drag-out fight, and our fans were going to be there to support us.
It is Rams Week. Rams Week. Dwight Hicks and his hot licks, man. Thanks so much, Dwight. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Dwight.
You're very welcome. Thanks for giving me a shout. It was good to go down memory lane a little bit and look forward to doing it more and unscripted.
We will see you soon, Dwight. Awesome stuff. Dwight Hicks, what a fun conversation. Good dude. You can tell I'm getting excited, too. He got fired up.
Amped.
I'm so great he mentioned that thing about the goalpost. I have just, like I was talking to Tom a few weeks ago, saying I just rewatched I was getting hyped for football. I watched like an episode of Hard Knocks or something when it started, and then I was like, okay, I got to watch more like a Football Lives or America's Games or something. I started getting the the hunger.
What'd you rewatch?
So I watched the Joe Montana Peacock documentary.
Loved it.
Got a lot of great Mike Silver in there, too. Yeah, Joe Montana is the best. Dude. He told me this one time. Mike's the best. Anyway, they run through that whole era of him in Notre Dame. The Notre Dame stuff is great. He didn't even want to play. He tried to go play basketball at one point. Anyway, early on, he's talking about that 2-14 season. And it blew my mind. I was like, you think it's facetious, but that's how Dwight Hicks saw it. It wasn't like the fans were slapping you in the face or doing the Saints-Aints thing with the bag over their heads. You got to remember, this era at the time, or this city at the time, and this region there was no Giants championship. They had not. Well, I guess they had a Warriors title, right? Come on.
They had a Warriors title, but that was over in Oakland.
They had a tape delay Warriors title. Weren't they San Francisco 75? No? Weren't they still San Francisco?
No, they were in Oakland 75.
They were playing all over the place. I don't know. They were Golden State, I'll tell you that.
They were definitely Golden
State. It was a place that was starving for a title. The Niners had been around since the 40s, right? So they wanted a championship, and they were a joke. Carmen Policy told me one time that when Eddie DeBartolo called him to say, I'm buying a football team, I want you to be the president. He said, dude, the Browns aren't for sale. What are you doing? He's like, the 49ers, what? They were a joke. It's kind of like Joe Lacob buying the Warriors. It really is.
Yeah.
And doing what he did with them. So pretty incredible stuff there. And again, unscripted, the San Francisco 49ers featuring Steve Young, Ronnie Lott, Brent Jones, Harris Barton, and our guy Dwight Hicks. You missed any of that, it is all available on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app. And tickets are still available. It's September 27th, the Curran Theater at 7:30. It's all going down. You can get your tickets at BroadwaySF.com, BroadwaySF.com. Okay, we got some stuff we got to get into. Kyle Shanahan is going to join us in about 20 minutes. Do not want to miss the conversation.
Set your clock.
With the head coach of the 49ers. I didn't say it this time. I was like, I got to get off of that. Kyle Shanahan joins us in 20 minutes. So we'll talk about the Rams game coming up this week. Drake Greenlaw dealing with a little bit of a groin injury, they said. So we'll see.
Never want to hear that.
Yeah, especially week 2, soft tissue here. So we'll talk to Kyle about all of that and what he saw from the emergence of Brandon Ayuk. But when we come on back, let's talk a little bit about these Rams. I was going to bring it up before we got Dwight on, but they had a good week last week. No pass rush, though, at all. Zero pass rush.
Legitimately one of the worst pass rushes in the history of the NFL last week for the Seattle Seahawks.
It can't be that bad going forward, but also the Rams have not seen one yet, and they're going to get a tough one on Sunday. We'll talk about that next, and then Kyle Shanahan joins us at 3:30, the head coach of the Niners, at 3:30 right here on the Sports Leader.
Broadmoor, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Broadmoor's Sports Leader.
Jake Hutchinson, baby, has the name of a current big-name free agent that the 49ers should be all over. That story and more is trending on the all-new Baby and KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for 49er fans. I got something great for you. Check this out. Broadway SF presents Unscripted, the San Francisco 49ers. This is really cool. Featuring 49er legends. It's going to be Ronnie Lott, Brent Jones, Harris Barton, Dwight Hicks, and his Hot Licks with us today on Tolbert and Copes. And, of course, the legend, number 8, Steve Young, joins us weekly here on Tolbert and Copes. All of them together live on stage in a conversation. Guess who's hosting? Guess who's going to be hosting this conversation? Olympic gold medalist and Bay Area native, Kristi Yamaguchi. One night only. It's a unique opportunity to experience an authentic conversation between teammates and friends about their extraordinary lives on the field and great stories from off the field. Check it out. It's Wednesday, September 27th at 7:30 p.m. It's going down at the Curran Theater. A portion of the sales are going to go to Champion Charities. That's founded by Harris and Ronnie to help fight brain cancer and brain disease. Again, Steve Young, Ronnie Lott, Brent Jones, Harris Barton, Dwight Hicks, and his Hot Licks, unscripted, one night on stage with Kristi Yamaguchi. Wednesday, September 27th, 7:30 at the Curran Theater. Tickets are on sale now at BroadwaySF.com. That's BroadwaySF.com.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We have such a history and just, with the coaching staffs being similar for so long and the players being similar for so long. So, there's a lot of new guys out there, them playing in one game and, trying to figure out some of their new players that you don't have a history with. But once you turn on the tape and try to see it, you don't know some of the guys, but you definitely know 99 and you know the quarterback. And then you watch the schemes and nothing's really different. I mean, it's two really good schemes on both sides of the ball and two great players and looks very similar. And that's the result was very similar to what they've had in the past.
That's the voice of Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the 49ers, who I said was joining us at 3:30. He's going to join us any minute now, so we'll just keep you locked right here. Don't go anywhere. Kyle Shanahan is going to
excited.
He's going to join us.
I got to talk to these guys.
He was like, wrap it up, Greg Papa. I got to talk to Dieter and Copes. The head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, joins us any minute. So stay tuned right here to the sports leader, and we'll get him on for the Kyle Shanahan show in just a couple of minutes here. There he is talking about the Rams and going up against a team he's very familiar with. Head-to-head 2 times a year. They've met in an NFC Championship game. He and Sean McVay, of course, know each other well. Different sides of the coin here for these two teams. Now, I don't think the Rams are going to be as bad as they were last year. They're going to play a softer schedule. They don't have some of the same weapons, though.
No.
Cam Akers was not very good last week, 1.8 yards a carry or something. And by the way, I think he had very few yards, and I want to say he had 12 of his 20-something, because he had 22 carries for 29 yards.
It was 22
and
for 29.
12 came on one carry or something. So
yeah, and he got in the end zone to save your fantasy owners.
Yeah, Kyron Williams was the guy, really.
Kyron Williams was the dude. I mean,
better. He wasn't spectacular, but he was better. But it's what Matt Stafford can do for you. he is still a good quarterback.
He's a slanger,
He's still a good quarterback. And this is a guy who's like, what, bad team around me, and I got to go score? I've been doing this for years. He's like, feels like home, you know? So, like,
Puka Nacua, you're my new Calvin Johnson.
He couldn't believe he was getting protection and had a defense and, like, multiple Pro Bowl receivers. He's like, what the hell's going on here? So I think that's what happens. That's a product of when you put a good quarterback on a bad team and watch him. I don't want to say watch him flounder. He threw for 5,000 yards more than once. No. Did Matt Stafford. And maybe he was the first to do it, wasn't he?
I don't know if he was the first.
I want to say he was the first to do it. We'd have to double check that. But he maybe the first to do it in a really long time. Whatever it was. He was
certainly the first Lion to do
I think it worked because they had to be throwing. They didn't have a run game forever after Barry Sanders.
Ass kicked every game.
You know, so he had to be heaving to stay in games. But
he's a great. Listen, there were a lot of people before. When he went over to the Rams, there were a lot of people who said he's never won anything. He's not a very good quarterback. And I'm just like, have you never watched him throw the ball? He is one of the elite throwers of the football. Now, here's what happened last week in Seattle that's not going to happen this week, and we alluded to it earlier. Someone's going to be in his face. He was playing against air when he played the Seattle Seahawks. 5% pressure rate, 0 sacks on the day. He was just standing back there. He could do whatever he wanted. You give an elite thrower of the football all the time in the world, what's he going to do?
We have made the connection with the head coach of the 49ers. Time to start the Kyle Shanahan Show.
Faithful. To him, it's not just a team, it's family.
We got a chance to do something this year, man. We know what's ahead of us. You guys feel me? All right, guys.
Here we go. 9-0-3. 1-2-3. Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
Fun to watch you guys, man. You guys got after it in every aspect. I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! With Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We do it every week. Niners getting ready for the Rams on Sunday. We'll have it for you over on our sister station, 810 The Spread. The head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, joins us here on KNBR. Tom Tolbert is out today. Dieter Kurtenbach, Adam Copeland with you. What's up, Coach?
Not much, guys. How you guys doing?
Pretty good, man. Great week one win, man. You had to feel good about that. That was exciting. You guys look like you were clicking. I mean, the to the naked eye, I mean, I'm no expert, but sitting back and watching you guys, I'm like, man, football looks sloppy except for the 49ers. You guys look sharp, man.
Well, I appreciate it. Some of the sloppy stuff we hid, so you guys didn't see.
Yeah.
But it wasn't perfect, but real happy about the game. Happy how everyone, the intent of how everyone played, and after getting the W, more than anything, happy that we got out pretty healthy too.
Was there anything that stood out to you? I mean, I know you've identified some of the stuff that you'd like to clean up, but there were some penalties and as you said, maybe some sloppy stuff. But when you look at the team as a whole and how each element performed, I thought in general D-line was fantastic. It was exciting to see them all together. Secondary looked good. Fred Warner to me was the one who just sort of stood out. Was there anything that you saw on either side of the ball that really highlighted to you in that win?
No, I mean, I agree with everything you just said there. You know, I got a ton of respect for Pittsburgh, just, you know, their whole organization and how they've always been. Just, not that I remember the 70s because I wasn't alive, but just their MO since the beginning. You know, they've always been such a physical team. They've always ran the ball well. Watching them last year, watching them in the preseason, just, you know, I didn't think we'd be able to surprise anyone with our physicality, which I think sometimes you get to do. We get to do. But I thought we were going against an even match in that way. And to me, to play more like the physical team in all three phases, especially versus a team like that with that organization and their head coach and stuff, I was real proud of the guys for that.
Kyle, with the way that you guys somewhat struggled out of the gate the last 2 years, kind of eased into the season a little bit, the record not where you would want it to be going into middle of October, maybe even November. How important was it to establish a tone early in that game against Pittsburgh?
I mean, I think it is in all games, but yeah, you're right. We want to start out better this year that we haven't in the last 2 years. And, you know, we're 1-0, so it doesn't mean we've done it yet. I mean, I think we were 1-2 last year, after 3 games. So we got to make sure to keep it going. But man, we don't want to start off on the road with a loss, and especially having the Rams this week and taking 3 games to get to our home game. I was just excited that they started with the ball. We went 3 and out, which made our defense feel pretty good. And then when our offense got up there, we were close to going 3 and out because we got stopped in that short yardage on 3rd and 1, but we got that 4th and 1, which allowed us to score on our opening drive. And right after that, I felt, our defense, they were able to breathe after the first drive. There's a lot of anxiety and anticipation leading up to that first game because it's just something everyone's been thinking about so long. And once the offense went down and scored that first drive, I was like, all right, this is fun. Let's go.
Talking to 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan on the UMA guest line, does it feel like, because basically everybody on the offense in terms of starters, the way I look at it is somebody who's been here or is established in the past. It's not like young guys everywhere, but does it feel like this is the most continuity you've had on offense one year to the next?
Yeah, it is. And I'd almost say throughout our whole team. We did have some free agents on defense, but, even going into the draft, this was the first year going into the draft that we didn't feel like we needed to draft a starter. And we felt like we had our starters at all the positions, and that was kind of, the only spot we felt we needed to draft a starter was a starting kicker. So we thought we were able to go in there and add depth and competition, and just to feel that way in the draft was something a little unusual. Sometimes we're going into it like, hey, we got to find this position wherever we can because we got a little bit of a hole here, and we didn't. So we added some depth, and our guys have been playing together for a little bit, especially on offense. It made it smoother going through OTA, smoother going through training camp, and they know where we have ended up and when we do play our best ball, and we're still not close to that yet. That's what I mean by, I know the score and everything was great, but we still need to play more together in this year, and I expect us to get better as we go. And it's cool having guys on our team who've been through it before because they believe me in that. They know what I mean. They know when it's as good as they can be, and they know when they're not there yet.
A lot of new faces on the Rams going into this season. What did you see from them in their game against Seattle, particularly when you watch the Rams defense? Because I think that took a lot of us folks on the outside by surprise a little bit.
Well, yeah, you hear all the new faces and stuff and how many people they lost, and I kept saying the whole time, it doesn't matter to me. They still have Aaron Donald over there, so I'll believe it when I see it. And, then you see the stats when we get on the plane, you see the scores, from around the league. But then I read them like, oh, it sounds like how the Rams defense has always kind of been. Can't wait to watch the film. And then you turn on the film and 99 is still there, unfortunately. And he's still the same dude. But then when you watch everybody else, Raheem Morris is as good of a coach as there is in this league. They run a great scheme. He gets guys to play very hard for him. And they got a bunch of young, hungry guys who are playing extremely fast, very hard, that are coached well. They're playing in a really good scheme, and they got a generational talent out there, which kind of makes it very similar to that it's always been. Vaughn's not on the edge, but the young guys that they do have can still play. And that's what Seattle saw. Seattle's got some really, really good players, and they got a good scheme. You saw what they did last year. But if you're off and going against a team like that, especially that's coached that well, and especially that's got a player like Aaron, they can make you look very bad very fast.
So every year, it happens twice a year when you play the Rams. You talk about how well you and Sean McVay know each other. But this offseason, you guys did a podcast. It was you, Sean McVay, Mike McDaniel, and who else was with you? Was it LaFleur was with you guys as well?
I don't even know because it wasn't a podcast. It just got put together as a podcast. I did an
Was
interview.
that supposed to be a clandestine meeting?
Yeah.
I don't even know. I thought I did an interview for an hour with Jordan in the off season, and she recorded it. But she did that separately with a bunch of those guys, and they all put it together as a podcast.
Right. So. She folded it in together is the way it was presented. But I was going to ask you, though, about the prep for knowing somebody so well. What's changed over these years? Because, you guys are in different spots, right? The teams change and the personnel changes. But what evolves? Because you know somebody so well. Does the preparation get any different year to year?
I think it always does. But I also, Sean and I worked together for 4 years in Washington, and that was over 10 years ago. Now, I keep messing with him because he keeps stealing all my coaches that are over there, so he keeps getting to add some things. But no, the battle's more of just going against each other every year. Yeah, we know each other from those 4 years, which allowed us to be friends and things like that. But that's why when we see each other, the owners' meetings or maybe in Indy, we'll hang out together a little bit. But besides that, there's not much going on because we got to beat each other. So, both of us are a little uncomfortable once maybe we get to our second drink with each other because we don't want to slip up and tell the other one something that will hurt us the following season. So, we don't get to talk as much as we used to, but I got a lot of respect for Sean, and it's obviously they're going against his team has been a huge challenge these 7 years, and vice versa for him. But, and there's a lot of guys there too that were with us also that I get to see, but it's always competitive when you know people, but I'm just sick of them trying to get some of our secrets out of here. So we got to keep adjusting it all the time.
Kyle, stick with me here because I do think the context is important for some of the listeners. When you first came into the league, one of your first jobs was with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they put you on defense so you can learn defense. And so much of your offense, if not absolutely the core of your offense, is predicated on understanding defenses, trying to put them in conflict, making two guys have to cover one dude or one guy have to cover two dudes. How are you seeing, with the proliferation of your style of offense around the league, how are you seeing defenses adjust to the Shanahan style?
I think the biggest difference over like the last 7 years is you can tell people their own teams run it more.
Yeah.
Which means they're more prepared for it just because they go against it in training camp a little bit more in OTAs. So it's real hard when it's your first time all year going against a two-back offense or someone that does exactly what we do, and you're trying to replicate it on a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday practice with a scout team and cards. Guys just can't feel it. Now, the fact that everybody kind of mixes that stuff in a little bit, not only do you see it in the offseason versus your own team, but you're preparing almost every week for it a little bit because every team runs, not every team, but there's so many similarities with every offense and some things that lots of teams are seeing play action now where it used to be about 3 teams a year. Lots of teams are doing outside zone and things off of it. So it's harder to surprise guys, but I also say I still don't know really what our offense is. It changes every year for us, not just based off what we feel like doing. It changes for us about how we feel our players are, who we want to get the ball to, and how defenses are defending us.
A few more minutes with Kyle Shanahan, Niners and the Rams on Sunday. Question on Dre Greenlaw. I saw he was nursing a little bit of a groin. Just his status or situation, anything to be concerned about?
No, Dre was good. He went full today and had a good practice.
And then one more, not about health, just about like, dude, what the hell, man? This guy's a career day, Brandon Ayuk. Well, we talked to you a few weeks ago, and you said, after 2020, the rookie year, you said it was really hard to learn what an NFL player is in a year where you're playing half your home games in Arizona in a hotel room. Yeah. But getting a full offseason and a full year under his belt, I mean, it was pretty clear he was playing at an elite level on Sunday. What's changed with him? What are you seeing?
Not much has changed because I felt like he played that way last year. He led our team in receiving last year, being our number one receiver. With stats especially, got over 1,000 yards. I think he had like 8 touchdowns last year. Yeah. But so I think he played very well then, and he came back this offseason and is just stacking more days. He's the same guy, but just a year past. Which usually when you work like he has, and the more experience you get, you do get better. But I just think more of the league got to see because he got those 2 touchdowns. Had a little more yards than he usually does, so I'm glad he got that credit. It's an awesome job, him getting the player of the week for the NFC. But I felt like he was playing like that last year too. So sometimes when you are a receiver or running back, it's the accolades with the rest of the country is going to go with your stats. But we've seen BA that way for a little bit now.
Kyle, we had Steve Young on the show yesterday, and we asked him about Brock Purdy, obviously, because it's Steve Young, and Brock Purdy's the quarterback of the 49ers. And he kept saying repeatedly, I don't think he was conscious of this, he just kept saying, Brock is so ahead of it. Brock is so ahead of it. When did you first realize that Brock had the ability to be ahead of it on the field?
That's what looked so good in college, just watching him and comparing him to everybody else. You're going off film and, it doesn't look like he's got the size of some of the other guys you're comparing him to. But just his play, just pure quarterback play and how he gets rid of the ball, how the ball goes to the right spots, how efficient he does it, how quick he does it. And that's why he looked like one of the better college quarterbacks that we studied. And then when we got him here, he looked that way very fast in practice. I remember Fred talking about him early. I remember Trent Williams saying to me early in training training camp like, what's up with that third guy? Who's that dude? And it's because he was like that from the beginning. But you never know till you get into a real game if they'll keep doing it and if they'll be able to do it without making too many mistakes. And he did that last year. He did it in all the games he was in. And I'd like to say he's getting a lot better, which of course he is, but he's played like that since he's been here in practice. That's how he seemed in college, and that's what we saw in all his games last year.
The division matchup starts on Sunday, and then it's a quick turnaround. So nice to have a West Coast game here against the Rams on Sunday, and then Thursday coming on home, and we will see you at Levi Stadium. Kyle, have a good trip and a good game on Sunday. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Kyle.
All right, guys. Thanks. Good talking to you.
Thanks a lot, man. Good stuff from the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and react to some of that. Kyle Shanahan.
Digest some of that.
You got to digest some of that there. Good mood from Kyle, too. Good win.
Buzzing.
Right? I'm like, you think about that, it's like, it's so funny because when there's conflict, there's easier stuff to talk about because you're like, what's happening here? What do we do here? It's all speculative.
It's easier stuff for us to talk about, not necessarily as fun to talk to the head coach
but
about.
Usually you want answers to things. And there aren't many things to answer for, as he's done that already kind of this week on his thought on the Hufanga lateral.
Right.
They get out healthy from the game. It was pretty incredible. But that is a note here. Quick turnaround. They play Sunday and then again Thursday at home against the New York Giants. So I'm going 40-50-0, something like that. We'll talk about what Kyle had to say next. And then Farhan Zaidi, president of baseball operations for the Giants, joins us at 4 o'clock. The Giants game tonight postponed. You got a doubleheader on Saturday.
Got to deal with us till 6.
We are with you until 6 before we hand it over to Kerry Crowley. Reaction to Kyle, then Farhan on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Giants baseball rained out today due to rain.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Football's back. We got a game tonight, and that's why we turn our attention to Underdog Fantasy. Maybe you got players going in the game tonight. We got Minnesota taking on, it's going to be Philadelphia. Tom's out there. Tom is at the game at Lincoln Financial tonight for his third NFL game in a third stadium in 5 days. Pretty incredible run for Tom. Why don't we start our incredible run over to Underdog Fantasy? Maybe you have players going tonight, as I said, or maybe you don't and you want to get in on the action. That's where Underdog Fantasy, it's both an app or you can do it on your desktop or your phone, underdogfantasy.com. They've got a great game. It's called the Pick'em Lobby. Go over to the Pick'em Lobby, and what they'll give you is like a series of stats for individual players. One of the ones I'm interested in tonight, another Pick'em entry right here. Jordan Addison, former Biletnikoff winner. He's set at 42.5 receiving yards. So what you do is you go higher or lower. I'm going to go lower than that today. I actually think we're looking at a big Justin Jefferson night. Going to be tough in that secondary. Then I want to go to the Eagles, and I'm looking for higher or lower. Why don't we go 9.5 rushing attempts for Jalen Hurts? I'm going to go lower than the 9.5. You put those together, and you can make 3 times your money on that entry, 6 times, 10 times, or 20 times your money in a single game. And when you sign up at Underdog Fantasy, use promo code KNBR. They'll match your first deposit up to $100. So, first deposit matched up to $100 if you use promo code KNBR. Plus, you're going to get to have if you're a new user, you will get a special pick live in your Pick'em Lobby. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to www.ncpgambling.org.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sean and I worked together for 4 years in Washington, and that was over 10 years ago. Now, I keep messing with him because he keeps stealing all my coaches that are over there, so he keeps getting to add some things. But no, the battle's more of just going against each other every year. Yeah, we know each other from those 4 years, which allowed us to be friends and things like that. But that's why when we see each other, the owners' meetings or maybe in Indy, we'll hang out together a little bit. But besides that, there's not much going on because we got to beat each other. So, both of us are a little uncomfortable once maybe we get to our second drink with each other because we don't want to slip up and tell the other one something that will hurt us the following season. So, we don't get to talk as much as we used to, but I got a lot of respect for Sean, and it's obviously that going against his team has been a huge challenge these 7 years, and vice versa for him. But, and there's a lot of guys there too that were with us also that I get to see, but it's always competitive when you know people, but I'm just sick of them trying to get some of our secrets out of here. So we got to keep adjusting it all the time.
Head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, on with us just a few minutes ago. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach in for Tom Tolbert today, who is out in Philly, getting ready for Thursday Night Football. Vikings. He is living the dream. Giants have been postponed tonight. They will play a doubleheader on Saturday. So you will get an 11:20 game and a 5:10 game. So it's a day-night doubleheader. A split is how you're going to get that. We will talk to Farhan Zaidi, Giants president of baseball operations, in about 20 minutes at nice 4 o'clock there, as the Giants are entering a pretty big series against the Rockies.
Pretty big series? They need to win 4 games.
That would mean big. Yeah. So we'll talk to him about that. But a little reaction to what Kyle had to say there about the Rams. It's crazy, the paranoia. First of all, the NFL, the cross-pollination of where guys come from and coaching trees. And you were talking about Kyle in Tampa. Sean McVay was in Tampa with him.
Yeah.
Were they under Gruden?
They were under Gruden.
They were under Gruden in Tampa.
He was talking about Raheem Morris during that conversation. Raheem Morris was obviously in Tampa. Like, that Tampa 2, Monty Kiffin, Tony Dungy, like, that tree,
Lynch was playing.
Big branches.
And Lynch was there.
Lynch was there, yeah.
So the element of surprise is something that I think is hard to do. And I think the Niners and great offenses do it all the time. You have to have good talent. You have to have good creativity. You have to have the ability to say, like, I'm putting this play in a bag and not using it for a minute and then pulling it out 3 years later and be like, I haven't thrown this in a while.
That's right, yeah.
The creativity to say, have I thought of this before and know that it's different? It's like how people create art. Like, my brother is a musician and makes music, and I'm like, I don't even understand how you start. Like, you could create a beat, sure. But then how do you do, like, 400 of those that are all different and make you feel different things? Plays are sort of the same way. Some are designed for 2 yards. Some are designed for 8 yards. Some are designed for 40. Some aren't designed to do anything. They're just designed to show you something over there and
that's right.
Maybe have you run this way to make you think this set looks like something else. I'm going to run 40 plays from now. Like, it's all so creative and so in-depth and intricate that to know people so well. And it's so funny because defense, you can only do a basic set of things, right? There's only so many things you can do on defense.
Yeah.
Offense, you can be way more creative. Defense has to dictate what they do relative to.
You're not having dudes in motion on defense running around.
The offense is like, why is the linebacker running to the end zone? What the hell's going on? He's like, why he's behind me?
Look over there.
Yeah, what are you talking about? If we don't go, okay, cool. I'm going to throw it to the spot. I'm going to run what I do. You're all reacting. So the paranoia that he has to have, where Kyle's literally saying, when I'm hanging with Sean McVay, I have to be careful about what I say to him after 2 drinks.
Yeah.
Or I don't go 2 drinks because I don't want to slip up.
Well, because it's such minute things that become massive advantages.
Even in a game like this?
I mean, not even. I think it's even a larger scale point to Kyle's point, which is you don't want to find that thing that can unlock the fullback pass in a 3-by-1 set. Like you spent a lot of time going into every defense and, okay, the defenses have countered us this way up until this point. We haven't been able to crack that nut yet, but hey, I was deep into tape one night and found something that I think could really work. That's really exciting if you're a coach. I can only imagine the excitement that Kyle and his assistants would feel if they were able to sort of crack the case on something that's been vexing them because defenses have adjusted. And we saw this Chargers and Dolphins last week, the way that Mike McDaniel, he didn't bring Tyreek Hill all the way in motion. He brought him in half motion, and that opened up the whole offense for the Dolphins. Just being able to figure that out, naturally you'd probably want to tell somebody.
Yeah.
But you can't because they run the same damn offense as you, and then they'll be doing it. And now defenses have that much more time because, we played the Rams 3 weeks ago. We already saw this look. Now you're putting yourself behind the 8 ball. Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, heavy is the head that wears the crown for Kyle. He brought all these dudes. I know it's not just him, but it is his coaching tree now, at least in my estimation. And you look at...
Well, guys that you hire do come off your coaching tree.
Yeah.
I mean, where was Robert? I mean, he was a... Do you get credit for a coaching tree when they get a coordinator job?
I mean, if they
or a head coaching job?
I think so.
So if you're just a position coach, like if Robert Saleh was given the coordinator job by Kyle, is he off of his coaching tree?
I think that's fair.
Because I don't think Kyle's off of like Gruden's coaching tree because he was in Tampa.
No, I think it's mostly a coordinator to head coaching job, but this is all pedantic.
It's all giving credit to a coach for his developmental ability, and that's what makes Belichick so incredible. Is how many coaches have come off of his tree where you're like, that guy's a good coach.
Sucked.
None of them. They all just came back. And where did that leave you? Right here, back crawling back to me.
Yeah, where did that leave you, Matt Patricia?
Yeah,
it made you an offensive coordinator for a year.
Opposite Joe Judge, the special teams guy.
He'll know defense.
So in terms of Sunday, I mean, Aaron Donald and Kyle said it.
Well,
Look,
I want to play a quick game with you.
Okay,
on the Rams defense, because this is we somewhat know the Rams offense, right? It's going to be Stafford throwing to some dudes. Like Van Jefferson is still there. He's a very good player. No one really cares about the offensive line. We know Cam Akers. We're going to play a game called Name from ChatGPT or member of the current Rams defense.
Okay. Go ahead.
Here we go. First name, Mason Matthews. Is he a current Los Angeles Rams defender on the depth chart, ESPN.com, or a name that ChatGPT just made up?
That's got to be a real guy.
That is not a real guy. That is somebody that's coming off an AI database.
That guy had outside linebacker, like a Mark Nazacha type written all over him. You know?
But what about Christian Roseboom?
Okay, so now this has to be a real one because that's too ridiculous to be.
It's too ridiculous to be real. That is, in fact, their starting strong side linebacker.
Yeah.
Michael Hoyt.
That's a real guy, right?
It is, in fact, a real
Michael
guy.
Hoyt, yeah.
He is a current member of the Rams and a starter.
By the way, this is what Kyle Shanahan's doing. He's sitting there and he's like, is this a real guy?
Is this a real guy?
By the way, the only name he mentioned on defense to his Kyle Shanahan was Aaron Donald. He said, this guy's a game wrecker. Still, it's like this guy, he's like, I look down there.
He's no Jordan Mitchell.
99, is that a real guy?
No.
By the way, if he were, he'd be a running back. There are certain names that only fit certain positions.
You can't have Jordan Mitchell out wide.
Dalton Schultz wasn't allowed to play anything but tight end. He was absolutely a tight end.
Bobby
Henry
Brown the third?
Yeah, that's a real guy. So Kyle talking the LA Rams defense
Russ
there.
Yeast.
That's a real dude.
That's a real guy.
They were like, that might have been the winner. Five of us were in the bullpen.
Kobe's.
Yeah, 5 of us were in the bullpen when that game was on this weekend. And
Russ
Yeast had a play,
Yeast.
and he was up big on the screen, his back. And like 5 of us at the same time said, Yeast? So now the team, I've got a north-south, east-west fantasy team here at KNBR.
Laurel Murchison.
So so are they a threat? These names that we're saying, these guys aren't anybody, but
we don't know them.
We talked about their lack of pass rush against that offensive line. Niners are going to do that to everybody. They're going to stuff the run. It's going to be a problem. If you have Kyron Williams or Cam Akers, don't start them on fantasy football this week.
What if you have both and you have no choice?
And then that's
that's
your
on me. That's on me.
You got bigger problems, and
you
that's
mess around and you find out.
Start at the draft with your bigger problems.
It's true. That's fair.
So they'll stop the run. They're going to try to make Matt Stafford beat him, be one-dimensional. They'll try to pick him off. They've tipped him before, and they've been able to get him. They want to hit him, make him uncomfortable. That O-line has not been built up great for the last couple of years for them. So basically since Andrew Whitworth retired.
And their left tackle, Joe Noteboom, we're not sure if he's going to play on Sunday.
There you go. So this could be a major problem for them. I'm looking at the defensive side of things because we know what the Rams present offensively, at least stylistically.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know a lot of the names and faces, and makes you maybe a little bit concerned, but also like, I don't really care. I think these Niners are stout enough and they are established enough. This defense is not something we were going to wait and see if it came back. Now that Bose is there, it looked like it was the defense that we saw last year. So who presents a threat defensively? What are we looking at here?
It's just the question of if you trust Jake Brendel and the 2 young guards.
Banks and Burford.
If you trust them to be able to stop Aaron Donald. Listen, I'll also say this. Jonah Williams looked pretty good. I mean, there were some plays up front for the Rams that looked pretty good. I do think that most of the Rams' success in that game against Seattle had everything to do with Seattle sucking. They sucked.
Their pass rush won't be that bad.
It's not even a question of pass rush. Their other areas of football suck too. They looked like they didn't know what the hell they were doing. Geno Smith, who was so good last year, looked completely lost. He looked like, I don't know, what you expect Geno Smith to look like.
Old Geno Smith, yeah.
New York Giants Geno Smith, if you will. Jets Geno Smith. Either New York option. They were terrible. And I don't know if that continues for Seattle, but the level of challenge for the Rams goes up by eons.
Yeah.
You're going up against a team that's not only as talented as any in the NFL, but they're coming in, as we just heard with Kyle. You could hear it in his voice. They're buzzing, man. They feel really good about themselves. And while a lot of people could say, oh, well, they're just setting themselves up to be let down, not when you're that talented. Not when you're that talented and you figure, hey, we have an opportunity here to do something really special.
Exactly what he said. He goes, there's a lot of hype. There's a lot of build-up to that first game, a lot of hype, a lot of excitement. So to come out and win if you lay an egg, or it's flat and things just are herky-jerky or sloppy.
They lived up to the hype.
But they lived to the hype, and in a way that looked sharp. It's why
Totally.
when I'm not saying that Philadelphia isn't going to get back there. Most of the teams that are going to be the most competitive are going to have to iron themselves out and sharpen it when you get...
September's still preseason.
It doesn't matter. This, not that it doesn't matter, but it's not reflective of who they're going to be when we get to the most competitive or grinded out part of the season.
Get me past Halloween, and we can really start honing in come Thanksgiving.
And Kyle was quick to say it is the most continuity I've ever had on offense. I mean, year to year, sure, quarterback is the one way to say that's the easiest way. You have no continuity. Sure, fine. But then look around.
Patrick Mahomes feels like he has continuity this year?
No, probably not. Look around the roster, though, too. George Kittle at times has been banged up to start the year, right? So you don't necessarily have your starting tight
There
end.
were questions going into week one.
They lost Elijah Mitchell early in the season. Like, you're losing starting running backs early. And again, you have guys like Jeff Wilson there last year who'd been there before. But it's not the same thing as saying we went through all preseason and have my starting offense. Brandon Ayuk a couple of years ago, we anticipated he would be a bigger contributor, and then it was sort of an unknown. So then you enter the next season going, is he going to be the same guy? Now you know who he is. Debo, they iron out the contract. You know who he is.
Yeah.
Right? You know who...
And he's in shape.
Exactly. You know who Jawan Jennings is. You know what your offensive line is presenting. Though Colton McKivitz is an unknown, he's been on the team. He's been around.
He started a Week 17 game against the Rams to go to the playoffs.
Christian McCaffrey's on his way to the Hall of Fame. So we're...
Think about just the guards last year. You had two kids that you're tossing in. You had not seen anything from Aaron Banks, and you found this Burford kid... Very exciting in the preseason. Hey, you found yourself a right guard. Brendel's getting in there for the first time. You had an offensive line where it's like every year you had questions about McGlinchey because would he be fat? Would he be skinny? You didn't know if he could anchor or not. You never questioned Trent Williams, but he can't guard all 5 spots. He can't get every gap. You had 2 guards that you had no idea. You had a center that you had no idea. You had a right tackle that you didn't really trust.
And by the way, it's still, again, I'm not saying
it was fine.
We're not saying this by way of like, oh, they figured it out. I'm saying, that is still probably the weak link of the team, the offensive line, because of the Colton McKivitz situation, and you got to protect Brock. It's going to be
TJ Watt's a pretty tough sell.
Yeah, TJ Watt's a tough sell, but you got Aaron Donald. You're going to see the toughest pass rush all season long. That's just what's going to happen. And Donald will move all over. He'll go beat you wherever he's got to beat you. If he figures out you're the worst one, he's like you're my B tonight, dude.
Yeah.
I'm eating you up.
It's the water boy kicker. There's my B.
Dude, that's exactly. He just points at him. There's my B.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So as far as the offense, I mean, it's a simple thought, and it doesn't necessarily mean always things are just going to click. But when you have continuity like that, especially on offense, like they even have a new defensive coordinator, right?
That's right.
I mean, when you have the same voice in the helmet that is telling the guy you trust, the guys out there trust, the defense trusted Brock, as Kyle said. Fred Warner was like, who is that guy, that third guy? I kind of like that guy.
I don't want to practice against that guy anymore.
It's kind of good. I like that guy. This should be the start of something that could look really, really special. I mean, we had Dwight Hicks on earlier talking about what it meant to go from 1980 with the first year there, he says, or not 80, late when first year of Bill Walsh. 2 and 14 to the jump to becoming competitive and then going from that into the Super Bowl and becoming a dynasty. When you have a core of guys that are there that sort of spark it off, I mean, dynasties happen not with different groups of people.
No.
It's a core of people and players, usually the same coach, and then the other ancillary pieces, Warriors, Giants, Niners we saw it with for years, and in a different era, pre what free agency and contracts have become. They've done that with this team. Kyle Juszczyk's been here since day one.
That's right.
He might have been the first free agent signing.
Eric Armstead's been here
since from right before that. That was a parting gift, right? Eric Armstead. Yeah. So they, while they didn't get anything at least highly productive out of Javon Kinlaw on the offensive side of the ball, where we kept saying Kyle wants to get his quarterback. To me, it's beyond that. He has continuity in proven talent and in talent that has been established in the league and what we know is starting the offense off, and it's part of why I think they revved at a high level. Show me another team that looks at starters in the NFC or in the NFL on offense has as many starters returning as the Niners do.
No, yeah, it is. I think they are one of one because they look so damn crisp. That was the word that really stuck out to me watching.
Sharp, crisp, yeah.
Even the Dolphins, who had this monster offensive game, it didn't feel like they were crisp. It felt like they were in a track meet and they had to go running. And they gave a nice, brilliant sprint against a Chargers team that was also sprinting. Like, that felt loose. That felt like it was almost just preseason. It was fun. It didn't have any real meaning. The 49ers went out there and they executed at a level that they would love to execute at come December, January, February. They don't have to ramp up to higher levels of execution. They didn't play a perfect game. You can find areas of fault. You find me one perfect football game, though, and I'll buy you a case of beer. I don't know when that game exists in the history of the league. The best games of all time, you can still find fault. Oh, you couldn't, it's not like every play goes for 75 yards and a touchdown. Yeah. Not every play is the Christian McCaffrey touchdown run. So Kyle has stuff that he can clean up, sure. The defense has stuff they can clean up, I guess. I mean, the 2-minute defense wasn't great at the end of the first half. Can you blame them for letting their foot off the gas there for just a little bit? They were kicking their ass.
Yeah.
Defense is hard. Like, this is a team that's executing at a high level, that has talent at the highest level. We're going into week 2. Now it's just about going out there, consistently doing that, which is hard enough, and making sure that you don't have injuries and you don't have drop-off emotionally. Those are much easier things to reckon with, one of which you can't really control. The other one, you really can. It's just a mental thing. Those are easier things to worry about than whatever the Bengals have to worry about.
Right.
Whatever some of these teams out there who are ramping up their way into the season, they might be 2-5 by the time they figure some of this crap out. 49ers don't have anything to figure out except for how do we keep doing this week after week. And it helps. You get the Rams, and you love kicking the Rams' ass.
Yeah, probably.
Plus yeast.
Go ahead. You get a yeast.
Plus yeast.
That's like you're saying kicking my ass. Remind me, remember the Titans. You help me, Coach Boone. Ed Henry's kicking my ass. That's not yeast. That's Coach Yost.
Yeast.
When we come on back, Farhan Zaidi, president of baseball operations for the Giants, is going to join us. Giants got rained out today in Colorado. Doubleheader coming your way on Saturday. So they are scheduled for a 5:40 first pitch tomorrow. We'll be with you till 6. Farhan Zaidi next on the Sports Leader. Mike Silver joined Papa and Lund today and discussed the relationship between Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay. That podcast and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction down in San Jose. It's where I had my LASIK vision procedure done just a couple of years ago. It is a life-changing experience. Not like going to Dr. Furlong itself. That is super simple. You go in, you get your consultation. They tell you whether or not you're a candidate. They talk to you about your vision. I had astigmatism in my right eye. We got the vision corrected in my left as well. Come on back for the procedure. Whole thing takes about a half hour. Then you go home, you nap, you rest up, you come back for your follow-up the next day. You are seeing as good as I am seeing. Right now, I'm at 2015, better than expected, and you can too, simply by booking that LASIK consultation with Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com or by picking up the phone and calling 408-453-5600. Let them focus on your vision. What I mean by life-changing, lifestyle-changing, I'm seeing better. It affects both the pain in my neck when I'm squinting and looking at a computer. Don't have to get so close. When the leaves change this time of year, one of my favorite times of the year when we go from summer into fall. Started to get that light at the ballpark yesterday, too. We get that orangey glow going. All that can be yours simply by booking that LASIK consultation with Dr. Michael Furlong. And by the way, they've got a new FDA-approved procedure. It's breakthrough. It's called EVO, implantable contact lenses. A lot of celebrities and athletes are using them. Find out if you're a candidate simply by booking that LASIK consultation. Furlongvision.com or by calling 408-453-5600. 5600. You want to start seeing better? Go see the best. It's my guy, Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
He's the brains behind the orange and black.
Check out the big brain on.
And now he brings his mind to our mic. This is the Giants Executive Show with President of Baseball Ops, Farhan Zaidi.
Sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Visit them today at redwoodcu.org. And by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
We do it every couple of weeks with Giants President of Baseball Operations, Farhan Zaidi. Giants, by the way, rained out tonight in Colorado. We got a doubleheader for them on Saturday, so it'll be a 11:20 and a 5:10 first pitch. But here to talk about what's going on is big series ahead for the Giants and the Rockies, then Arizona, LA, and coming on home to wrap it up. It's Farhan Zaidi on the UMA guest line. What's up, Farhan? How are you?
Hey, doing well, thanks. Yeah, it's a little bit of a breather tonight, but, got 16 huge games coming up to finish off the season, so everyone's really excited and looking forward to a great finish.
Well, I don't know that you could have had a better homestand wrap-up here against Colorado and the way things went against the Guardians going into this crucial series, right? And now a doubleheader in Colorado. That's cruel, man. They shouldn't even allow that. Like, that's the most, I know we get extra players for doubleheaders. You should get like an extra roster of pitchers for a doubleheader in Colorado. It seems cruel and unusual, but they got hot there. That was a good stretch of games. No, not great for the offense 2 nights ago, but big yesterday. Out of it until the 8th inning. A big rally, the big home run. J.D. Davis has swung the bat well. Mitch Haniger, who I know you guys have been relying on, comes back and has a nice series for you there. This is where you want to be. I think it's get through Colorado and then come up for air and see where you are. But you're in a pretty good spot in terms of playing some teams that you can continue to jump ahead of.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we're hopeful that Michael Conforto is going to be back when we play tomorrow. We had a good chance of getting activated today before our game got banged. So just having sort of a full complement of position players, the rotation has stabilized a little bit with King Lynn coming up and doing a nice job. So I think we're set up really well for this stretch. And it's a huge, huge stretch. You don't try not to look at too far ahead. I mean, Colorado.
Yeah, well, sorry, we're gonna try to reconnect with Farhan there. It was getting a little messy, but yeah, it's 4 against Colorado, 2 against Arizona. Monday is a scheduled off day. You get 4 in LA, right? Is it 4 in LA?
There is a 4. There's a 4 game
next week in LA, right? Because it's Monday off day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Arizona, Thursday through Sunday is in LA next week, and then you get them coming on home to take on the Padres and the Dodgers to wrap things up. The Padres, that was a tough series down in San Diego. They got knocked around.
People want to say, the Padres are a sub-500 team. Man, I don't want to face them in a 3-game set. You look at that.
Yeah, they've got so much stuff. Farhan, we reconnected with you. We lost you a little bit. You said you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself within the Rockies. That's kind of where I was. This is such a crucial series. Yeah,
exactly. I was just saying they're a really tough team playing in that ballpark, and we know it can be a house of horrors if things bounce the wrong way. So just, it's an old sports cliche, but taking it one game at a time. And, tonight was a nice afternoon of scoreboard watching, and the scoreboard actually went pretty well for us, and you can't be too proud to get help this time of year. So, we'll have to turn things on, and obviously a huge series for us.
Farhan, I'm curious your thoughts. So many young players on this team. I think it's 11 guys who have made their major league debut for this roster, and some of that by design, some of that by necessity. But with these 16 games remaining, what does the pressure cooker that is fighting for a playoff spot do for the development of young guys? Or are you a little bit wary about, hey, it might get a little too hot, a little too fast for some of these dudes?
I think that's a really fair question. And we have.
I think we're going to try to reconnect one more time.
At least we know it's a fair question.
It was a fair question. It's getting all pixelated. I do want to get into some stuff with how we evaluate this and go into the offseason and where they go. Because, you're hoping you learn some stuff from last offseason and what they would try to approach. You do have some guys with options and stuff, too.
There's a lot of continuity on the roster, though, Adam. I'm every time I look at it, I'm a little bit more surprised. Every year it seems as if Farhan has built the roster to sort of turn over in a big way, right? You could always get out. You can re-sign guys, but you could always get out if you don't want to.
A lot of times it's a beneficial thing, too, for the player, right?
Totally,
That may have been what got Carlos Rodon here.
Exactly.
He's coming off an injury. Same with a guy like Michael Conforto, who there may be a market for this offseason. So you get him here with that. It's a potential to bank on yourself for 2 years. And I always like when a player bets on himself. A lot of times when that happens, you get the best out of a guy. It's like he's challenged himself. But
it was Rodon last year.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Bets on himself, gets the contract. And
how's that go?
Probably not great. I mean, I know a lot of people wanted him back. And the same can be said, I think, of the trade deadline. If we look back at a lot of the guys that were available, how would we have felt had the Giants given up some of this top talent for the players that were out there? Because I think some of it didn't play out well. There has not been a lot of the deadline pickups that ended up being major contributors because rosters are run and protected so differently now that you don't want to give up that talent. All right, Farhan. The art of technology, man. We got you back. Dieter, you want to recap? I can't remember where we were going.
With all the young players and the pressure cooker that is the playoff race, how are you guys approaching it as an organization?
Yeah, I think we look at this season, and to your point, we've committed the third most playing time to rookies of any team in baseball. I think the A's and the Reds are up there, the Pirates and the Guardians, and so we're trying to do this thing of breaking a lot of young players, like you said, partly by necessity, partly by design, because we made it a goal to get more athletic and younger this year. And we're just going to have to see how it goes. It's sort of a game-by-game thing. It's a trial by fire, and we have a lot of veteran guys. And we're going to need some of these young guys. They're such a fundamental part of our roster. You can look at guys like Patrick Bailey and Ryan Walker. They're going to be out there. And then some of the other guys, it's going to be a day-to-day thing. We try to use all 26, now 28 guys on the roster. And so there are going to be some big moments for those young players, and that's really part of what the theme has been for us all season.
Talking to Giants President of Baseball Operations, Farhan Zaidi, on the UMA guest line. Susan Slusser had a piece in the Chronicle today where she had spoken to Greg Johnson and reiterated. He had said this to her, I think, a couple of weeks or months ago.
Yeah,
but
the athletic report on top of that, it's been out there.
Reiterated that you and Gabe would both be back for next season. I'm wondering, since you brought Gabe, he was the guy you hired after Bochy left, do you consider you guys a package deal? And how do you evaluate the work that he did this year?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think with any GM, when you hire a manager, there's some joint responsibility there. I don't know, whether the two of us view ourselves as a package deal, whether it's in baseball or socially, like, or anything like that. But there's joint responsibility. And, I look at Gabe's time here. He's got one of the top winning percentages of, any manager in Giants history. I think he's in the top 10. He's obviously won manager of the year. And I think you look at this season, we started 6-13. We bounced back from that. We had a really rough August, and this homestand helped right the ship. And, I don't think a team can go through those struggles and come out the other side the way we have a couple times this season without strong leadership. So that's about as strong an endorsement I can give for the job he's done. And again, we don't aspire to be a team that's just scrapping and clawing to get in the playoffs. That's the reality this year. So, there's an aspiration for us to be better, certainly, but we've been a consistently competitive team under his watch, and I think we all appreciate that in terms of the job he's done.
Farhan, as the president of baseball operations, do you expect to have contract extension negotiations with Gabe this offseason?
I mean, he's obviously under contract through next year, so as we go through, whether it's internal employees or Cap himself, I'm sure that'll come up, and not trying to, punt on the question. We've got a number of employees whose contracts are up this year. That's always the priority.
When you look ahead to this offseason, and obviously you don't want to get too far ahead of it, but we've seen, like we talked about the young guys, and we were saying yesterday, it's funny how seasons start and how you project how a season's going to go based on the roster, and how you might end up better or worse or about the same, but the path is always different. Like, we didn't know we'd have this many rookies here, that Patrick Bailey would contribute this way, and to me, that's more exciting. To me, that's more, hey, this is a core of guys going forward that they could have. So when you look at this roster and you look at maybe what's coming in the offseason, where the options are and whatnot, what can you take from this team and maybe what this team needs beyond this season as how the offseason could sort of supplant that or help that out?
Yeah, I think as we go into this offseason, we're just a much more deep and settled roster than we've been the last couple of years because of the young guys. And we have sort of made this decision when we've been at a crossroads many times this year when Joey Bart first went down with his injury and Roberto Perez got hurt and we're trying to figure out what to do at catcher, we said, hey, let's go with our own guy and see if he can take the job and run with it. And Pat's certainly done that. There's a number of other examples of that. When we look at our pitching pipeline, we're particularly excited about that. You've got the job that Keaton Wynn's done. Kyle Harrison's been up here and really shown ace stuff in some spurts. And we've got a number of young pitchers coming up behind them, guys like Carson Wisenon and Hayden Birdsong. So I think we have the ability to have like a fully homegrown rotation, which is really exciting, which we all know is the backbone of a team that has a chance to be good in the long run. And, we can sense the excitement of our fans. We've been in a little bit of a transition period the last couple of seasons, and, we've had a largely veteran team, but I think people are recognizing we're kind of getting younger. We have a lot of homegrown guys coming up and contributing, and that's going to make this last stretch of the season all the more exciting.
Farhan, the opener both worked wonderfully and maybe faded in relevance or effectiveness as the season progressed. Maybe I just answered my own question here, but why go back to an actual rotation at this point? Because you guys did have a bit of a plan here. You went with two guys for months, and now you got Harrison, who I think that was always part of the plan, bringing him up around this time. But going back to Keaton Wynn, who he's got some nasty stuff. Why a rotation now?
Yeah, one of the things that we look for with somebody who's going to start the game is somebody who's got weapons against both left-handed and right-handed hitters, so you don't stack the lineup and make things harder for you and really the rest of the pitching staff. And Keaton, with his split, that's a really great pitch to both lefties and righties, and he's shown the ability to get both out consistently. And one of the things that's been really impressive about him, and Kyle's done a nice job of it too, is you just want guys who are going to throw a ton of strikes, and that's going to help you get deep in the game. The opener thing was not something we had etched in stone last offseason. I mean, it kind of never it is, but The reality is we had a couple of guys get off to tough starts this season, and we wanted to figure out a way to be as competitive as possible, win as many games as possible, and sometimes work it out in that role and then wind up back in the rotation. You look at Sean Manaea, a bit of a rough start this year. He went to the pen, kind of was that guy in the middle innings in some of these games where we featured openers, but he's worked his way back into the rotation. He had a great start a few days ago, and we're hoping and expecting that he's going to be able to hold down a rotation spot the rest of the year. So, it goes a little bit to what you're saying. It's just things are unpredictable. Guys surprise in positive ways. Guys get hurt, and it's a little bit of a battle of attrition. But as we've said many times, the goal and the aspiration is for us to have a 5-man rotation. It just creates a lot more stability on the entire roster, and so we feel good about being in that spot right now.
Before we let you go, Farhan, with a player like Brandon Crawford, who came back and he's been swinging the bat actually pretty good the last couple of days and hit a couple of doubles, who means a ton to the organization, longest tenured Giant. How does that complicate or impact negotiations with him or his future here? I just wonder, in sort of a new setting for him as he's hitting free agency again in a different part of his career.
It's mostly just great to have him, back healthy and looking really good. I agree with you. He's had some great at-bats. His at-bat yesterday where, the bunt was on and then he somehow still managed to work a walk, which was as big of an at-bat as there was in that last inning, was huge for us. So, in terms of negotiations, in terms of what he wants to do going forward, I can't really speak for him on that. But, there's always questions when you get into the last 2-3 weeks of the season, whether it's, contract statuses of people in the front office or the coaching staff or players. And I think right now are just focused. I don't know
what connection. Our connection is getting tough. I don't know if he's in Colorado and the
Rocky Mountain air, not very conducive.
Weather could be messing with you a little bit. Giants,
that's true.
Giants, we do have an update though. Game was getting rainy tonight, and we didn't know if they were going to play. I think Marty is actually boots on the ground. Marty Lurie, we have an update on the Giants game tonight.
Giants baseball rained out today due to rain.
There you go, rained out due to rain. Giants are going to play a doubleheader on Saturday. Marty Lurie is all over it. We'll check back in with him to see if there's any updates. So anyway, conversation was pretty wide-ranging there with Farhan. We talked a bit about this team, but a lot about the offseason, sort of the philosophy and the future. Yeah. He did say to us, to his credit, he did say to me and Tom numerous times, we had like 8 starters. We didn't want to go. Two-man rotation. And that's what he was doing. He was running through some of the guys that are saying, our goal is to have a full rotation. Our goal is not to go opener that many times, just as it wasn't the Dodgers in 2021, but they didn't have anybody else except for, I think, Urias was their number 1 guy, and they might have had somebody else. Oh, Scherzer. That was it. And they didn't have anybody beyond that. Yeah. So, hey, we'll react a little bit to what Farhan had to say. Again, Greg Johnson, Giants owner, says he and Gabe are both back next year. We asked him about the package deal thing. He said, I wouldn't necessarily say that, but when you sign a guy, I mean, he said there is some accountability there, that you are tied to that guy.
And let's remember, when Farhan came in, I mean, there was not like a wide range of interviews for managers. It was, I'm getting Gabe Kapler.
I can tell you how many other teams interviewed him. That was it. He got interviewed and he came. So we'll react a little bit to this when we come on back. And then we do have some good football stuff to get into as Thursday Night Football, every 2 days from now until like January. We got football. Thursday Night Football back, Vikings and the Eagles. We'll get into some fantasy stuff. We got more to get to. Kyle Shanahan joined us at 3:30, and we will replay some of that for you a little bit later as well. Adam Copeland, Dieter Kurtenbach in for Tom Tolbert on the Sports Leader. Bro. Tim Ryan joined Papa and Lund for a full hour to break down the Week 1 win and this matchup division week against that's the Rams. That's the way they play, the Rams. That podcast and more is trending. The all-new KNBR app.
Yeah, all right, bro.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I'm wondering, since you brought, he was the guy you hired after Bochy left, do you consider you guys a package deal, and how do you evaluate the work that he did this year?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think with any GM, when you hire a manager, there's some joint responsibility there. I don't know, whether the two of us view ourselves as a package deal, whether it's in baseball or socially, like, or anything like that. But there's joint responsibility. And, I look at Gabe's time here. He's got one of the top winning percentages of, any manager in Giants history. I think he's in the top 10. He's obviously won manager of the year. And I think you look at this season, we started 6-13. We bounced back from that. We had a really rough August, and this homestand helped right the ship. And, I don't think a team can go through those struggles and come out the other side the way we have a couple times this season without strong leadership. So that's about as strong an endorsement I can give for the job he's done. And again, we don't aspire to be a team that's just scrapping and clawing to get in the playoffs. That's the reality this year. So, there's an aspiration for us to be better, certainly, but we've been a consistently competitive team under his watch, and I think we all appreciate that in terms of the job he's done.
Farhan, as the president of baseball operations, do you expect to have contract extension negotiations with Gabe this offseason?
I mean, he's obviously under contract through next year, so as we go through, whether it's internal employees or Cap himself, I'm sure that'll come up, and not trying to, punt on the question. We've got a number of employees whose contracts are up this year. That's always the priority.
Farhan Zaidi, Giants president of baseball operations, with us just a few minutes ago, talking about the future of he and Gabe Kapler. There's an article in the Chronicle today from Susan Slusser about her confirming yet again with Giants owner Greg Johnson that Farhan Zaidi would be back along with Gabe Kapler. Both their contracts run through the end of 2024. So with both of them back next year, the question that you had for him is, would he hand him an extension? The question I have is, with the way things have gone, and if their contracts expire simultaneously, I can't imagine, unless he has extended or has agreed at least verbally with ownership to an extension, that he would be the one allowed to hand out that contract. That's usually not how it goes. Like, a GM's not going to sign a coach that the owner
He's not a GM, though. He's the
not
president of baseball, but he's in charge of all baseball operations.
But I think it's fair to say that job that did not exist 15, 20 years ago is now just what the GM was. I don't disagree. It's a title. By all accounts, we don't have the conversation with Pete Patil every week. We have a conversation with Farhan. That's
just because Farhan's a nice guy.
But it wasn't Ned Coletti on. It was Sabian who was on with Ralph and Tom every week, right? Like, it was Bobby Evans who came on every week. It's the general. It's the guy who's in charge of the, like, I don't think Pete Patil is pulling the trigger on trades without Farhan's approval or his say-so in on it. Whereas I think Farhan can do whatever he wants without anybody's approval from underneath him. I don't think he would. I'm just saying I think he has that autonomy if he wanted to.
Yeah.
He gets final say.
I don't disagree that Farhan doesn't have unilateral ability to re-sign Gabe Kapler. Clearly, that's not the case. That shouldn't be the case.
If he were entrenched for the next 7 years, I think he would.
But because they're lined up, you feel like, how could he possibly be empowered to make such a call?
Now, also what's interesting is they attempted to extend him already. And Greg Johnson had said, when I reached out to him, it was a weird conversation. It was all in the Chronicle with Susan Slusser, and I guess it went back and forth. It was just written answers back and forth, and she asked about the extension. He said, I reached out for him. He's been tough to get a hold of, which I thought was weird. He's been very busy, but I was like, dude, he works at your building. And then he said, and when he asked about working out the extension for it, said, it's fine, or I'm fine, or whatever. It was a very weird answer, and I just thought, I don't know, like, you're so busy you can't work on the extension. Why can't they draw it up and it just seems odd to me. So
if the contracts are lined up, wants to call me up and say, hey, we want to re-sign you and give you more money.
Is that where you work? Are you the Merc?
Well, I'm just saying, like, I feel like I might drop what I'm doing and have that conversation. Just throwing that out there.
I don't
feel
know.
like that takes a little bit of precedence.
I don't want to psychoanalyze and be like, do you want to be here? I don't think that's the case. I think he wants to win. I think he wants to continue to build what he came here to build. But also at some point sometimes, I wonder if you were told, hey, we want to move forward, but we don't want to do it with that guy as manager. What do you do? Is that something that he's open to? Is he saying, I want this so much that I agree and I'm willing to give some of that away? Or do you say, that's not what I signed up for? I signed up for getting to run my show.
And the fact that it doesn't feel as if he does have that autonomy, I think it's a fair point that he doesn't have the autonomy to make the call entirely on manager just because of the structure of the contract.
I think he did first time around.
Yeah,
I think he did. I think he was the one.
It was 100% his call. So now that's fallen off. That's a right that he no longer has. That might raise some questions in the Zaidi household.
I wonder. You join a job. Everybody goes in. It's so funny because we say this about like job interviews or first dates. It's like you're supposed. Well, first dates probably not, but job interviews are supposed to be in your best behavior, right? Like you're not really. It's hard to
show
tell.
up on first date. You didn't show up on
I'm
your first
saying
behavior.
I'm saying there are horror stories of that. Whereas like job. Don't get me wrong. There are bad job interviews, but in theory, like you're applying for a job. You are doing everything you can to sell yourself to this job.
That's right.
The date is different because both people might not. One person
You're
might
trying
be
to be casual
you don't
about
even
it.
know. One person might be, one person not. Like, but you want the job if you're going to this interview, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes the job is sold to you a certain way or a bill of goods, and you get in the job and you're like, this ain't what I thought it was.
Yeah.
These people aren't who I thought they were because the job is different when you get in there and do it. I wonder. A lot's changed in the organization since Farhan got there. Right, a lot's changed just in terms of. I don't think I knew who Greg and Charles Johnson were when Farhan was hired.
No.
Farhan did all that with Larry. You know what I mean? So in terms of which conversations are being had where, what did he think he was walking into a situation like the Dodgers where there was going to be unlimited amount of money, you could go get and do whatever you wanted, and now it doesn't feel that way. I know Giants fans are saying, well, they're cheap. They spent a lot of money last offseason. They just didn't do it on the big-time splash player, but the big-time splash player means more in dollars than it does just by the salary you're paying him. It means more to the organization, to the fans, to the excitement. Even if this team makes the playoffs, the excitement around it is nowhere near where previous playoff teams have been.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, it's going to be impossible to replicate 107. We still don't understand how that happened. It does not feel as if this is a team that has progressed, right, throughout the Zaidi era. You had 107. We still don't get it. They fall back to 500. And now there they are, kind of at 500 again. By the way, they're in a wild card spot as of right now. Like, as much as we want to poo-poo and look forward to next offseason, these are the things that are on my mind,
Which
too.
Which is more of an indictment of Rob Manfred's expanded playoffs than anything. You're right. Like,
so they got to do these 3 more games that don't matter. Like, yes, the excitement, the juice is not there. And I think that's an issue. I don't know if that's an overall baseball thing. I don't know if that's a San Francisco doom loop thing. I don't know what that's about. But this is
the Giants are in the doom loop too. That sucks. It's like,
I mean, I'm sure
are they going to Texas. What the hell?
I'm sure they'd ask.
Where are they moving? Yeah.
I'm sure ownership is not terribly thrilled with the lack of people hanging out downtown these days.
Giants are working Giants are going to be working from home. They're going to have to give up some.
The hybrids they're on hybrid work schedules. The San Francisco Giants. They've had some guys.
Commercial building, 70% empty. You know what I mean? Like it is different.
I don't know. It just doesn't feel as if this is a team that is progressing, and now you're throwing in a bunch of rookies. That feels like stage 1 of many stages.
I think they are progressing.
Okay.
Because I think do
you feel the juice? Do you think that you think you're alone in that?
No. I said I think the juice isn't there, but I did say I do think that the core of players that they've brought up this year, like that's what we were hoping would happen sort of last year. We'd start to see some of that.
I get that.
Remember, everybody took a step back, and COVID was a factor in development of players too. But I think something needs to be said about the guys who have been brought up this year and the tied to this regime. That Farhan's identification of talent has been good. The landing of free agents has probably been a pitfall.
Yes.
That's been an issue. But is that a Farhan issue? Brian Saban had a really tough time landing big-time players to come here.
It's true.
Show me outside, Barry Zito was like the 4th in line of the guys they tried to get. They tried to get Carlos Lee and Alfonso Soriano before that.
It's a market issue.
Aaron Rowland was not first choice.
I don't agree with the market issue. I don't agree with the external perception, but we're biased. It's an ownership issue.
Yeah.
Because now you have these issues that are perceived by players and saying, I don't really want to come to San Francisco. Can't hit home runs there. Too cold, family doesn't want to live in California, all this crap. They say that. Okay, well, how do you get over that hump if you're the San Francisco Giants? You throw ungodly amounts of money their way, and it just hasn't happened. You get Aaron Judge. Listen, I know you don't think that Aaron Judge was ever coming, that it was all an elaborate ploy. I think that if you throw 30% more than the New York Yankees were, I don't think it's a ploy anymore.
I think he goes back to the Yankees and says, do you want to match this?
At a certain point, the Yankees have their limit, and the San Francisco Giants, if they were to always exceed that, I'm not saying it'd be smart, I'm not saying it'd be the way to go, but ownership can win the game. And all they got to do is just keep adding zeros to the checks.
So Hal Steinbrenner did. He threw a 9th year on it. And he said, Aaron, what's it going to take? We want you to be a Yankee. We'll give you the 9th year and that little C on
Give you that beautiful C. That's worth another 100.
There you go. You get to be the next captain. And it's not going well for the Yankees. All right. Giants game has been rained out tonight. We got a doubleheader for you on Saturday. That'll be right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. We spoke to Kyle Shanahan about an hour ago ahead of the game against the Rams on Sunday. We will replay that for you in about 15 minutes. We'll let you hear what Kyle had to say coming up in just a few. But when we come on back, you got fantasy football team, Dieter?
Yeah.
Everybody's got problems, right?
Weekend at Purdy's, baby.
Let's talk about something nice, dude. Very nice. I'm still going with north, south, yeast, west, or the Russ yeast infection is my other one. We'll get into to some fantasy stuff.
Yeast.
Just in terms of the game tonight. Good fantasy value in this one. Vikings and the Philadelphia Eagles. But who you got? Jordan Addison, a big touchdown for the Vikings in week 1. Kirk Cousins, what can he do? That running game looked terrible with Alex Madison. We'll get into some of that when we come on back. Who you got? Starting, sitting, updates on some health around the NFL as well. Tolbert and Copes, Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out. We got Kyle Shanahan at 4:50 for you right here on the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Already comes with a Thursday evening on the Sports Leader. Nice, dude. The ESPN fantasy draft sounder there. Nicely done. Everybody's got fantasy teams. Nobody wants to hear about anybody's fantasy team.
We're not doing an hour on Weekend at Purdy's?
No, we're not talking about our teams. We're talking about the players who may be affecting our teams and many others. Some of the big studs from week 1 in the NFL as well as week 2 that we could see coming up this weekend. Big disappointment for you. Give me your biggest disappointment on your fantasy team this week.
Well, I had both Tua and Tyreek Hill, so I didn't pay attention to anybody else on my roster.
You had it didn't matter what
I
anybody
just
else
sat
did.
there and basked in the glory of being the smartest man alive.
I lost the game, but my bench exploded, so I was like, nice, I'm good.
That's awesome. You can get away with a crappy bench in week 1 and 2 because you're like, no.
Well, and then I was like,
I just need to make a couple tweaks.
Travis Kelce didn't play, so he's expected to practice today, and I expect he's going to be just fine. And I think that's going to do wonders for the Chiefs'
They saw
offense.
Kadarius Toney, and they're like, I don't care how many knees you got. Get your ass out there.
He's got a bunch of knees but no hands for Kadarius Toney. So who you got? Now, some other injuries from around the NFL today, or that we found out about today in fantasy, or as it relates to fantasy. Running back, obviously, there's not found out today, this week. J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah.
Ravens. Achilles done for the year. Justice Hill.
Talking Justice Hill.
Is who's going to take over. They say they're going to focus in-house on the running game.
Justice Hill is like some Hallmark movie name energy right there.
Where do you come down on Ravens running backs in general anyway? I don't anticipate much from them ever because it's sort of like how we look at the Niners receiving core and you go, oh, man, it's Ayuk and then Debo, and yeah, Jennings is there, but there's not a great receiver behind that. You go, yeah, but there's McCaffrey and Kittle. Those are your other 2 receivers. Kittle's a receiver. Like, Travis Kelce's the number 1 receiver in Kansas City.
Yeah.
So I look at the Ravens in somewhat of the same way, except when the runner is the quarterback, sometimes, one, the design doesn't work the same way, and injury becomes a problem.
They're stealing touchdowns from you. That's the crux of it in fantasy football. You got Josh Allen. You got an Anthony Richardson now. These quarterbacks are stealing touchdowns. Lamar Jackson can steal touchdowns. I got to tell you, though, having watched that Ravens Week 1 game, they're going to a new offense. Jeff Munkin talked about it with Steve Young yesterday. I watched it after talking to Steve. Woof. I don't like it. It doesn't look right. It doesn't feel right. I know it's 1 week. I know that they have to ease into this a little bit. I know that we have to have a wider berth, but it looked wrong, all sorts of wrong. And Justice Hill looked fine. And they might bring up Melvin Gordon, who will not look fine. They got Gus Edwards. Whatever. Fantasy football-wise, I'm not buying it because I don't buy the Ravens transitioning to a real big boy NFL offense very easily at all. Lamar didn't look anything like himself.
Steve said it's going to be a work in progress, but I think Steve's point is more that if Lamar can get that element of his game down, he's going to be an all-time great.
He's already won a unanimous MVP.
He's incredible, but he can't run he's got to get through a full season.
Yeah.
He's got to do it. The running quarterback alone, and that's what he was when he got here. And again, he was a great hybrid. I mean, an insane hybrid at Louisville. One of my favorite players to watch in the history of college football.
Hands down,
since
Heisman
I've
Trophy.
been a fan. He was on like otherworldly some of those games. That game against Clemson in his final season.
Unreal.
On that first Saturday night at college game day. He's a blast to watch. But in terms of being a passer, they don't have big targets for him. Mark Andrews wasn't there last week. Zay Flowers, though, is exciting. I like Zay more than I like Odell in that offense. People were kind of intrigued. And now he's probably going to lose some of those when Mark Andrews is back, but I think as a slot guy, he's going to stick there. He's a small dude, 5'8" or something, put up tons of yardage when he was in college at Boston College. And they didn't have a great offense, and he was like their best dude.
He was one of those dudes that you watch an ACC game at like 9 o'clock on a Saturday, and you go, oh, well, there's the pro.
That guy's the pro.
I know who the NFL player is out
I've
here.
never watched a Boston College game, but I know that guy's the pro. I can tell because it's Boston College football. So in terms of other games or other teams you're looking at, guys you have high hopes for, you start Burrow without incident this week. You're not afraid of Joe Burrow's opening game against Cleveland. And then, while I hate to heap any praise on this guy in any capacity, Steve said this yesterday to us too, Steve Young, if Deshaun Watson gets back to any kind of form that he was a top 3 or 4 guy, and that AFC was trending high. He put up like 50 yards on the ground this week. So in terms of some of these matchups, there was some bad play from good quarterbacks last week. There was some good play from whatever QBs, but like Brock Purdy's a guy that can be out there regularly.
Brock Purdy has a very high floor in fantasy. I think that he's an underrated fantasy option. Now, it's a little late to be operating in this space because the drafts are well over, so your roster is set. You can't do I'll get Brock Purdy later and load up on dudes beforehand. But I'm not buying what Steve said yesterday about Deshaun Watson, having watched that game. If you can tell, sometimes I like to watch those condensed NFL Plus versions. Deshaun Watson looked like last year's Deshaun Watson. 150 yards in the air, 55% completion, touchdown, interception, 67 rating. I mean,
54 on the ground, I think, and a touchdown also.
I mean, that's cool that he ran it a little bit, but that's not going to last because that's never been his game. He's always been incorrectly typecasted as a guy who can run it. He'll give you a little something, but he's not any sort of dual threat quarterback. He's a pocket passer. And when he was in Houston, let's not forget, he had elite weapons around him. He always had a good number two, a good wide receiver. He always, he had Hopkins with him. He had good tight ends. They had a good run game. It was a high operating team under Bill O'Brien. And there's a lot of stuff that happened. We're going to yada, yada, yada over that. He gets to the Browns. I don't know if he operates well in a Kyle Shanahan, Kevin Stefanski offense. I don't know if that suits his skill set. I don't see the play action crispness that we see with a Brock Purdy, that we see with a Kirk Cousins. We'll see in a couple minutes tonight with Kirk Cousins. Like, there are some guys who are better built for that offense than others. Aaron Rodgers, late career Aaron Rodgers, perfectly built for that offense. Maybe not early career Aaron Rodgers, where he did want to extend plays and scramble around a little bit, but under LaFleur, he was great. Won 2 MVPs. I don't see it with Deshaun. I need to see like a month of really high quality football. I know your point is sometimes you get a bad year and everyone just says, oh, that's him forever. When you have the break between playing well, that he skips an entire year of football, suspended for 8 games, comes back, I'll give him some rust. But he better get on with being an elite quarterback again here pretty soon, because sometimes you just lose it, man. Sometimes you have it, you lose it, and you don't get it back.
Yeah.
And I right now, if I had to place down a bet, I'd say that's where we're at with Deshaun Watson. Does not help that he is paid out no matter what. I don't know what his hunger level is.
All guaranteed.
$250 million guaranteed. I might not be working very hard.
What's your biggest start sit issue in your lineup this week for fantasy? What's your biggest complication?
I really took running back 0 to heart this year. So I have Rachaad White, who I'm going to start every week.
What?
Rachaad White. I don't mind that because he's a good pass catcher. You know, Baker's just going to be dumping it off nonstop. But I had Akers last week as a starter, and Rashad Penny is his backup. Rashad Penny didn't dress for the game for the Eagles. He'll dress tonight. I dropped him and picked up the other Rams running back. So now I got to pick between Williams or Akers. I don't want to play either of them. So
you probably shouldn't.
I have no options. I have no running backs. I took it to heart. I got awesome wide receivers.
How about this bit of news, too? If you're out there and you're an Austin Eckler owner, Austin Eckler, it looks like he's not going to be there.
Get you some Joshua Kelly before
Get you some Josh Kelly if you can. I mean, he was a hot waiver wire pickup this week. And I had sort of anticipated a down slope for Austin Eckler a little bit this year, just because last year he was a little bit preseason complaining about the usage. Then early in the year, he didn't start off great after the 20 touchdowns he had 2 years ago? Then he had a huge year again last year as he finished strong. But I thought running backs, at some point, when they go with that usage and they start talking about wanting more, they're either going to move on from you or they're going to use you a bunch and then kick you to the curb. Yeah. Shout out the 600 carries for DeMarco Murray or whatever.
Right. Well, I mean, you also get Kellen Moore with the Chargers now this year, and we've seen Kellen Moore with the Cowboys for no good reason just run 2 different running backs. Just keeping Zeke Elliott out there, even though Tony Pollard is markedly better.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing this year with Pollard being the number 1, pretty good in the first game. Pretty good. Great player. I mean, he was a bona fide first rounder in your fantasy drafts. It was always going to be a split backfield for the Chargers just because Kellen Moore, who I don't think is very good at his job, it was always going to be a split backfield, but now Josh Kelly's probably the better pass protector. He's slow. I guess that's something Kellen Moore likes, having watched Zeke Elliott the last couple of years. Who knows? Maybe he'll be playing center in a couple of weeks. I mean, it's Chargers are fraudulent.
You got to get to the playoffs for that to happen.
Chargers are fraudulent.
I
feel very bad for Justin Herbert.
Does Brandon Staley make it to the end of the year?
I mean, I think he does because the Spanoses won't pay somebody to go away.
They'll be 9-7 going into the last game is what'll happen.
Right. With like 14 different injuries.
Oh, dude.
And then it'll come down to the last possession.
And they need help. Like they can win, but they need
totally.
help.
Yeah.
Something with the score aggregate, too. Like they can mix in some soccer rules or something that
They're on away goals this week.
That's it. They're on away goals. Yeah, but we won by 4 at home. Yeah, but you lost by 6.
Yeah, but the Browns and Texans were playing, and it has nothing to do with anything you were up to. But it turns out.
Who else plays this week? The Niners against the Rams. And Kyle Shanahan joined us at 3:30 today, but we've got the hit for you. We'll play it. What did Kyle have to say about last week's game?
Kyle was buzzing.
What is he looking forward to this week? And does he still fear Aaron Donald in the middle of that defense? That's all coming your way next. The conversation with the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. It's Dieter Kurtenbach in for Tom Tolbert, only here on The Sports Leader. Greg Cosell joined Murph and Mac this morning and called Brock Purdy an elite play processor. Check out what else he had to say on that podcast, which is trending on the all-new KNBR app. Adam, coming back here, my good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, I got a question for you, but we got to make sure, and I've already double-checked for us. No Greg Papa interrupting us today, all right? I heard about what happened earlier. Not today. Steve Moskowitz, we're talking ERC. What do we do with the ERC, Steve?
We benefit from it. And this is where the federal government is rewarding employers that employed people during 2020 and 2021 by giving up to $26,000 for every employee that qualifies. There's 2 different ways to qualify. One's a certain drop in gross revenue. But you know, as a CPA before I was a tax attorney, and I've talked with a lot of CPAs, they're only doing the first method, the easy method, the math method. And if you didn't have the drop in gross revenue saying no ERC for you, wrong. There's a second method, but the other method requires analysis. They don't like doing that. We are tax attorneys. We do the legal analysis, and multiple licensed professionals review this. We take it very seriously. And also now we're getting cases where people have already collected on ERC and people are saying, hey, am I entitled to more? Or other people that say, you know, some other company filed for me a long time ago. I haven't heard boo. Could you find out what's going on? The answer is yes. Bottom line is, if you're an employer, even if you got ERC, contact us for a second opinion, and let's get every dollar to which we're legally entitled.
Thanks so much, Steve. Give Steve Moskowitz a call, 1-888-TAX-DEALER. Find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
We got a chance to do something this year, man. We know what's ahead of us. You guys feel me? All right, guys.
Here we go. 9-0-3. 1-2-3. Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
Fun to watch you guys, man. You guys got after it in every aspect. I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! With Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We do it every week. Niners getting ready for the Rams on Sunday. We'll have it for you over on our sister station, 810 The Spread. The head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, joins us here on KNBR. Tom Tolbert is out today. Dieter Kurtenbach, Adam Copeland with you. What's up, Coach?
Not much, guys. How you guys doing?
Pretty good, man. Great week one win, man. You had to feel good about that. That was exciting. You guys look like you were clicking. I mean, the to the naked eye, I mean, I'm no expert, but sitting back and watching you guys, I'm like, man, football looks sloppy except for the 49ers. You guys look sharp, man.
Well, I appreciate it. Some of the sloppy stuff we did, we hid, so you guys didn't see.
Yeah.
But it wasn't perfect, but real happy about the game. Happy how everyone, the intent of how